In the world of Dragon Ball, in the village of Yage, a voice echoed with disbelief. What the devil? Was I not merely engrossed in a Dragon Ball game? How did this happen? It was the year 749 of the AG calendar, and it seemed that Sun Wukong would not embark on his adventure for another year. How could he have been transported to such an early era? Yi Lin, who was previously sipping a sugary beverage while playing a Dragon Ball game, found himself drawn into this world amidst a brilliant flash of light. His mind was now crowded with memories that did not belong to him. Yi Lin, it is time to bestow upon you the identity of Dragon Ball Guardian. What are you dawdling about? This is quite unacceptable. How can I trust you with the guardianship of the Dragon Balls? Looking up, Yi Lin beheld an elderly man before him. The man's information appeared as if from a video game, displayed clearly before his eyes. Village Chief Golao, the leader of Yage Village, a reclusive martial artist, combat power 20. Above him, a pedestal held a shimmering 2-star Dragon Ball. Yi Lin was taken aback, coming to terms with the reality that he had indeed crossed over into the Dragon Ball universe, and astonishingly, the person he had become shared his name. Village Chief, trouble is upon us. A group has arrived in our village, demanding the Dragon Ball, threatening to unleash a massacre if we refused that moment. A villager rushed in, panic-stricken. Gunfire erupted outside, mingling with the cries of the villagers. Gulao's expression turned grave. Yi Lin, take this Dragon Ball and flee. From this day forth, you are the guardian of the Dragon Ball of Yage Village. You must protect it at all costs. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the Divine Lottery system. The system grants you one random draw opportunity. Will you choose to proceed with the draw? A voice resonated in Yi Lin's mind, and a prompt for the lottery appeared before him. Draw. Yi Lin silently commanded. Before him, a colossal, colorful slot machine manifested, adorned with rows of prizes categorized from S to E levels. S-level prizes, Super Saiyan Bloodline, Fourfold Elastic Human, Nine-Tailed Fox. A-level prizes, Dragon Fist, Spirit Bomb, Tetsu Suya. B-level prizes, Chi Yuan Slash, Overbearing, Divine Wrath. C-level prizes, Moon Step, Dong Dong Wave, Spiraling Sphere. D-level prizes, Senza Beans, Dragon Radar, Combat Power Boost, Skill Experience. E-level prizes, Gremlin Machine Gun, Money, Luxury Sports Car, Villa. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a C-level prize from the Naruto Dimension, Spiraling Sphere. Additionally, as this is your first draw, the system awards you 30 combat power points. You may now access your attributes. Access attributes. Name, Yi Lin Combat Power, 35 point skills. 1. Spiraling Sphere, Beginner 0 out of 100. Skill description. Using this skill increases combat power by 20. Items, Dragon Ball *1. Yi Lin chuckled ruefully, realizing that the system had bestowed him with 30 points, bringing his total to 35, a mere improvement from his previous combat power of 5. However, he was elated by the acquisition of such a skill, the quintessential technique of Naruto Uzumaki, that Yi Lin never anticipated he would learn such a skill right from the outset. While Yi Lin was examining the system, the concerned expression of the village chief, Golao, suddenly turned earnest as he gazed at Yi Lin. The Dragon Ball must not fall into the hands of evil. I shall buy you time. You must flee during this interval. With that, Golao exited the shrine. Ding! System task notification. 1. Easy mode. Take the Dragon Ball and escape from Yage Village. 2. Normal mode. Join forces with Village Chief Golao to repel the enemy. 3. Hard mode. Stand against the enemy alone, ensuring no harm comes to the village. Friendly reminder. The higher the difficulty selected, the greater the rewards from the draw. What difficulty will the host choose? Upon hearing this notification, Yi Lin contemplated thoughtfully. In the world of Dragon Ball, his combat power was woefully inadequate, and Earth was fraught with peril, often facing destruction. Yi Lin did not wish to be at the mercy of others. He must rapidly grow stronger. I choose hard mode. Ding! Hard mode accepted. Please complete the task swiftly. After accepting the task, Yi Lin's gaze turned to the Dragon Ball on the pedestal. He tucked the Dragon Ball securely into his clothing to prevent its loss and the failure of his mission. Yi Lin exited the shrine and headed towards the battlefield to accomplish his task. As he raced forward, Yi Lin felt an exhilarating speed, as if a fierce wind rushed past him, a feat unattainable by his previous self. This increase in velocity was undoubtedly linked to his enhanced combat power. Surrounding scenery whizzed by, with most of the structures resembling oval shapes, akin to yurts yet constructed from bricks and stones. This place was remarkably different from any dwellings Yi Lin had encountered, solidifying his realization that he had genuinely entered the Dragon Ball universe. Only in such hidden locales could the Dragon Balls remain concealed from prying eyes. At the entrance of Yage village, a group of men clad in black suits brandished firearms, aiming them at the villagers. These men in black sported conspicuous red scarves on their shoulders, marking their affiliation with the Red Ribbon Army. That we are the Red Ribbon Army. Hand over the Dragon Ball without resistance, and Lord Shaluba will graciously spare you. However, should you defy us, prepare to face the consequences. A man in a suit, donning sunglasses, fired several rounds into the air, instilling further dread among the villagers. Stop. The Dragon Ball shall not be surrendered to you. Get out of Yage village. At that moment, Gulao burst forth, wielding a long gun. The villagers beamed with relief at his arrival. Wonderful. The village chief has come. We are saved. The villagers cheered, but the man in sunglasses merely cast a scornful glance at Gulao. At a village chief? What of it? Face the bullets. The man unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Gulao, yet the elderly chief deftly spun his long gun, deflecting every shot with ease. After the volley, Gulao stood unscathed. How is this possible? You. Shoot him down, the suited man immediately commanded, and his companions leveled their weapons at Gulao. However, Gulao hurled his long gun, which whirled through the air like a windmill, knocking all the firearms away before returning to his grasp. The man in sunglasses gasped in terror as Gulao aimed his long gun at the throng before him. Now, get out of our village. Thud, 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 thud. As the suited men recoiled from Gulao's unwavering presence, footsteps echoed from behind. Who would have thought that such a dilapidated village could harbor a martial artist? Truly a rarity. A figure resembling a crimson bear emerged, towering over 2 meters, wielding an enormous blade that was as tall as a man. I am Hong Xiong, a mercenary hired by Lord Shaluba to retrieve the Dragon Ball. Hand it over, old man, and spare yourself the pain. As Hong Xiong's blade descended, a gust of wind whipped past, tousling Gulao's hair. The village chief's expression grew serious, for he could see that Hong Xiong was a formidable adversary. Yet he could not retreat. His village lay behind him. To seize the Dragon Ball, you must first pass through me. Gulao let out a fierce shout, wielding his spear like a windmill, and charged forward with determination. In the face of such skillful marksmanship, Hong Xiong's eyes revealed a disdainful glint. You are utterly ignorant of your own limitations. With a mighty swing, Hong Xiong brought down his enormous steel blade, parting the air around him with sheer force. Crack! The spear in Gulao's hands shattered like an egg against stone, forcing his body to roll aside in a desperate attempt to evade the blade's lethal descent. However, Hong Xiong's weapon did not meet the ground. Instead, it transformed mid-air into a sweeping strike. Bang! Gulao was sent hurtling through the air by the colossal steel blade, landing heavily 10 meters away. Village chief. The villagers gasped in horror, powerless to intervene, utterly defenseless. It appears you are not even worthy of being called a martial artist. Hong Xiong advanced, steel blade hefted upon his shoulder. Gulao, blood trickling from his lips and 2 ribs fractured within, was paralyzed by pain. As he beheld the approaching figure of Hong Xiong, a man resembling a mountain, Gulao closed his eyes, fully aware of his impending demise. Hong Xiong showed no signs of mercy. As a mercenary, he was accustomed to the bloodshed of battle, and taking lives was as routine as eating. With his steel blade raised high, it seemed poised to descend. At that moment, the sudden crack of gunfire erupted from behind. Hong Xiong leapt to the side, shielding himself with his massive blade. The bullets ricocheted off the steel, leaving him unharmed. Do bullets have no effect? Indeed, in the realm of Longzhu, martial prowess reigns supreme over firearms. Yi Lin discarded the submachine gun he had retrieved, realizing it was of no use now. You are doomed, boy. How dare you attempt to ambush me with a firearm? I shall reduce you to mere pulp. Dangerous sparks flickered in Hong Xiong's eyes. Chapter 2. The Spiral Sphere defeats the enemy Yi Lin. Why have you not departed yet? Were you not instructed to flee with the Dragon Ball? You must leave quickly. This individual is formidable, and you are no match for him. Upon witnessing Yi Lin's arrival, Gulao's eyes widened in astonishment as he urgently shouted for Yi Lin to escape. Ah, the Dragon Ball is in your possession. Hong Xiong's eyes narrowed, revealing a glint of malice. Indeed, the Dragon Ball is in my grasp. If you desire it, You must confront me, but first, you must defeat me. Yi Lin retrieved the Dragon Ball from his arms and tossed it lightly in his hand. Yi Lin's gaze fixated upon Hong Xiong, whose combat power measured at 25. Logically, Yi Lin's strength should surpass this. However, he had just witnessed that even bullets could not fell Hong Xiong, leaving him uncertain of his own capabilities. Yet, having ventured forth, he had no choice but to take the risk. Very well, if you seek death, I shall oblige. Hong Xiong raised his steel blade high and charged towards Yi Lin with astonishing speed. A wave of anxiety gripped Yi Lin. Although he had acquired combat power, he was still fundamentally an ordinary individual, and mere strength was of little use without the knowledge of how to wield it. His only hope lay in the skill he had obtained, the spiral sphere, which required close proximity for an offensive. He needed to bide his time, for the opportunity would only come once. Should he fail, given Hong Xiong's prowess, his demise would be inevitable. You are doomed, boy. In the blink of an eye, Hong Xiong was upon Yi Lin, his massive steel blade capable of cleaving a person in two. Yi Lin's expression shifted dramatically, while a mocking grin spread across Hong Xiong's face. At that moment, a swirling mass of azure energy coalesced in the palm of Yi Lin's hand, rapidly spinning to form a small azure sphere. Spiral sphere. Yi Lin thrust his palm forward, and the spiral sphere collided with the steel blade, sending it flying. The sphere then struck Hong Xiong's abdomen. With a horrified scream, the force of the spiral sphere propelled him backward, his body flying 10 meters away, his chest concaving in a spiral shape. Hong Xiong's eyes widened in shock, a torrent of blood erupting from his mouth, and as he lay on the ground, he drew his last breath. One strike was all it took, leaving Yi Lin both astonished and relieved. Ding! Village defense completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the hard mode, unlocking the divine lottery. Before Yi Lin's eyes appeared a colossal, multicolored lottery machine, within which numerous small balls danced. And soon one fell from the chute. The lottery machine contained 6 colors of balls. The S-grade prize was a golden ball marked with an S. The A-grade prize was an ordinary golden ball. The B-grade prize was a silver ball. The C-grade prize was a purple ball. The D-grade prize was a red ball. And the E-grade prize was a white ball. Among the vibrant spheres, a red ball tumbled down. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the D-grade prize from the Dragon Ball realm, Tien Shinhan. With the announcement, a smile graced Yi Lin's face. The miraculous properties of Shinhan were profound, capable of healing grievous injuries. Possessing 10 such beings granted Yi Lin 10 opportunities for survival. Name: Yi Lin. Combat power: 36-point skills. 1. Spiral sphere. Beginner 1100. Skill description: using this skill increases combat power by 20 items. Tien Shinhan. 1 Dragon Ball. Upon careful reflection, Yi Lin realized that his combat power had increased slightly from the recent encounter, and the experience of the spiral sphere seemed to have risen as well. Judging by the frequency of experience accumulation, it appeared he would need to utilize the skill 100 times for it to advance. The image of Naruto's massive spiral sphere and its various transformations caused Yi Lin's lips to curl into an involuntary smile. At that moment, the village chief, supported by villagers, slowly rose to his feet. Yi Lin, I never expected that your usual laziness was merely a facade. I have underestimated you. Given your remarkable prowess, I can entrust the Dragon Ball to you for safekeeping. You must remember, it must never fall into the hands of villains. Rest assured, Chief, I will safeguard the Dragon Ball. Gulao was taken away to recuperate, while Yi Lin commenced clearing the battlefield from the suits of the assailants. He confiscated their firearms and discovered several universal capsules. These capsules appeared minuscule but could contain a multitude of items, a product of Bulma's company. Curious, Yi Lin opened a capsule and found it filled with an abundance of weapons and food. For the impoverished Yage village, where many residents struggled to find enough to eat, this discovery was monumental. Villagers, there is a substantial amount of food here. Let us hold a celebration today to commemorate our escape from hardship. Everyone shall receive their share. So come forth quickly. Upon hearing this, the villagers gathered joyfully, each household receiving a generous portion of food. Witnessing their elation brought happiness to Yi Lin. Yet he understood that matters were far from simple. These attackers were members of the Hong Duan Dai army. Even if they were to repel this group, it was likely that more would follow. The villagers needed the strength to protect themselves. Yi Lin turned his gaze to the firearms before him, deciding to distribute them among the village's youth to form a protective force for Yage village. Yi Lin, you are incredible. You dispatched that giant with such ease. Please teach us as well. We wish to protect our village." Before Yi Lin could respond, a dozen young people rushed forward, their eyes filled with hope. "Martial arts cannot be mastered in a day, but for you, there exists a shortcut to protect our Yage village." "What is this shortcut, Yi Lin?" "Of course, it is the use of firearms. These confiscated weapons can be yours to wield, but they must be used responsibly to safeguard Yage village." Yi Lin pointed at the firearms on the ground, and although the youths initially hesitated, their resolve soon solidified. They refused to be bullied as they had been before. Powerless against others' oppression, the young individuals grasped the firearms. Despite their awkwardness, they now possessed a semblance of combat capability. That night, Yage village buzzed with activity. As villagers gathered in celebration, enjoying the food Yi Lin had provided, each person radiated joy, seemingly forgetting the day's earlier events. Yi Lin, the savior of the village, naturally became a hero. Hong Duandai Army, Shilu Ba Division, to dispatch an entire force against a mere village, only to suffer total loss. And not a single individual returned. Are you now conveying this message to me? Shilu Ba's forehead throbbed, his anger boiling as he glared at the quaking subordinate kneeling before him. "Report, Colonel Shilu Ba, there exists a martial artist in Yage village. The mercenary Hong Xiong was defeated by this martial artist, and our forces suffered heavy losses at his hands." "A martial artist? Absurd. They are merely a bunch of showy fighters. It seems that the mercenary Hong Xiong was no more than a worthless fool, and I wasted a high price to hire him. Summon the red-haired elite guards to meet me." Soon, the sound of synchronized footsteps approached, and 12 figures swiftly appeared before Shilu Ba, arranged in a perfect line, each standing erect and exuding an air of competence. Observing the elite guard he had personally assembled, Shilu Ba nodded in satisfaction. The red-haired Guardian Corps, each member boasting a minimum combat power of 20, formed a formidable 12-member squad. They were the most advantageous weapon in Shilu Ba's arsenal. A task was assigned to them: travel to Yago village, eliminate a martial artist, and return with the Dragon Ball. With a swift reply, they assured the completion of the mission. Consequently, this 12-member squad departed with remarkable speed, leaving some subordinates believing they had merely glimpsed afterimages. Had Shilu Ba known that the previous group was so inept, he would have dispatched his red-haired Guardian Corps directly for the Dragon Ball, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. He held unwavering confidence in his red-haired Guardian Corps, certain that their prowess would effortlessly procure the Dragon Ball. Chapter 3. The sweep of the Guardian Corps after driving away the Red Ribbon Army. Yi Lin did not neglect his training, focusing nearly all his energy on perfecting the spiral sphere. At that moment, he was honing his skills in a forest not far from Yiga village. Mindful of the spiral sphere's immense power, which could disrupt the tranquility of the village if practiced there. When would he elevate the spiral sphere to a higher level? Name: Yi Lin. Combat power: 36. Skill: 1. Spiral sphere. Beginner 4100. Skill description: utilizing this skill increases combat power by 20 items. 10 Xiando, 1 Dragon Ball afterward. Yi Lin discreetly tested how many times he could unleash the spiral sphere. He discovered that with his current combat power, he could only perform it 3 times in a single day. Exceeding that limit would leave him utterly exhausted. Even the basic version of the spiral sphere was astonishingly powerful, and Yi Lin eagerly anticipated advancing it to a higher level. Ding. System task notification: eliminate 12 members of the red-haired Guardian Corps within 1 hour. Task difficulty: normal mode. Just as Yi Lin concluded his training and prepared to return to the village, an unexpected task notification appeared. A normal task? It seemed quite simple, yet it presented a splendid opportunity. Completing the task would grant him a chance for a reward, and even in normal mode, he might obtain some valuable items. Yi Lin wore an eager expression, though he soon found himself at an impasse. Where were the members of the red-haired Guardian Corps? The system had issued the task but provided no hints. Searching the vast expanse would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Perhaps returning to the village would be prudent. After all, they were likely to invade the village in pursuit of the Dragon Ball. With that thought, Yi Lin dashed towards the village, his speed rivaling that of a motorcycle. He could cover the 5-kilometer distance in just a minute. Suddenly, he heard footsteps. After enhancing his combat power, his senses had sharpened, and his hearing had become remarkably acute. Yi Lin halted, waiting for the source of the sound. In an instant, 12 figures burst forth from the trees, clad in identical red uniforms. Could it be mere coincidence? A smirk crept onto Yi Lin's lips as joy spread within him. This was truly serendipitous. The 12 members of the red-haired Guardian Corps fixed their keen gazes upon Yi Lin. Hey, you must be from Yagu village. Let us there, or we will kill you. One stepped forward, his expression cold, emanating an aura of icy menace. Perhaps due to his mastery of the spiral sphere, Yi Lin had become acutely aware of the murderous intent surrounding him. It was apparent that these 12 had blood on their hands. What business do you have in Yagu village? I advise you not to act recklessly. We have formidable martial artists there. Yi Lin feigned fear, having assessed the combat power of these individuals. Among them, the strongest had a combat power of only 22, a significant gap compared to his own. Yi Lin's words elicited mocking laughter from the red-haired Guardian Corps. We are here to kill that martial artist. What prowess could a desperate martial artist possess? The mercenary Hong Xiong boasted for ages, only to be easily slain. It was utterly embarrassing. Had we been assigned the task, it would have been resolved in a matter of moments. You exhibit quite a bit of confidence. However, I foresee you embarrassing yourselves even more than Hong Xiong, as you fail to recognize that the martial artist stands right before you. With that, Yi Lin sprang into action, swiftly closing in on one of the red-haired Guardian Corps members. The latter's face contorted in surprise. They had not anticipated that this unassuming Yi Lin was the same martial artist who had defeated Hong Xiong. Given Yi Lin's slender physique that bore no resemblance to that of a master, with a resounding punch, Yi Lin sent one of them flying 10 meters away, extinguishing his life in an instant. Having honed his formidable combat power, Yi Lin had practiced extensively, although his movements remained somewhat unrefined. The strength and speed he possessed far surpassed those of the red-haired Guardian Corps. A collective gasp escaped the remaining members, despite undergoing rigorous training. They were taken aback by the swiftness with which one of their own had been dispatched. Such combat power was terrifying. This guy is no ordinary opponent. Let's all attack together and deny him the chance to retaliate. The remaining 11 immediately launched their assault, well-trained and coordinated. Even though Yi Lin's sudden attack had caught them off guard, they swiftly sealed off all his escape routes, intent on overwhelming him in one fell swoop. Yi Lin's heightened senses allowed him to keenly perceive their movements. After eliminating the first adversary, he deftly retreated. Yet despite his quick reflexes, one of the red-haired Guardian Corps members had already approached him from behind with a dagger. Die! The assailant sneered, envisioning victory. However, as if he possessed eyes on the back of his head, Yi Lin deftly caught the dagger between his fingers and retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the assailant hurtling away. In an instant, another life was claimed, and the remaining 10 members felt a tightening in their chests. Nonetheless, they pressed on with their assault. The red-haired Guardian Corps, well-trained, unleashed a relentless barrage, forcing Yi Lin to defend against their continuous onslaught. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, others had stealthily prepared firearms. Their seemingly impenetrable offensive merely a facade for the true kill shot aimed at Yi Lin. As Yi Lin was forced to leap from the ground, the moment arrived when the gun was trained upon him. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Yi Lin fell to the ground, and the members of the red-haired Guardian Corps wore triumphant smiles. So much for a martial artist. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot withstand a bullet, boasted the shooter. Yet, just then, a gust of wind surged forth, and a bullet was unleashed. The shooter, entirely unprepared for retaliation, felt the bullet pierce his forehead before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yi Lin had feigned weakness, but the instant the bullet was fired, he had anticipated its trajectory and caught it barehanded. The enhancement of his combat power had granted him unimaginable advantages. Surprisingly, Yi Lin was not astonished by his ability to catch a bullet. He felt it was within his grasp. Is this guy a monster? How can he be so strong? Enough. We cannot contend with him. Retreat. At this moment, the members of the red-haired elite guard were thoroughly subdued by Yi Lin's formidable power, their eyes betraying a sense of dread. All of them wished to flee, but Yi Lin had no intention of allowing their escape. Following a series of anguished cries, in less than 10 minutes, all 12 members of the red-haired elite guard lay lifeless on the ground. After all, these individuals were notorious for their mercilessness, and Yi Lin felt no guilt in eliminating them. Hey, red-haired elite guard, why aren't you responding? What is going on? Report on the status of your mission. Have you obtained the Dragon Ball yet? At that moment, a noise emanated from the ground as Yi Lin stepped forward and retrieved a walkie-talkie from one of the fallen guards. Mission failed, Colonel Saluba. I am Yi Lin, a martial artist from Yage Village. You'd better clean your neck at that base of yours, for I shall soon pay you a visit to end your life. After speaking, Yi Lin crushed the walkie-talkie underfoot, disregarding any response from the other side, though he could easily imagine the furious and grim expression on Saluba's face. Chapter 4. Recruiting Underlings. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The Divine Level Lottery begins. A colorful lottery box shimmered with light and released a small red ball, corresponding to a D-class reward. Yi Lin could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. According to the system's guidance, the hard mode had a 50% chance of yielding rewards above C-class, while the normal mode offered a 20% chance for C-class rewards, and the easy mode only unlocked E-class rewards. In his previous lottery attempts, he had only ever obtained a C-class reward from a system package, indicating that his luck was abysmally poor. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Dragon Ball World D-class prize, Dragon Ball Radar. A circular radar materialized in Yi Lin's hand, glimmering with light. Since he carried a Dragon Ball with him, the glowing signal indicated the presence of a Dragon Ball in his possession. Upon seeing the Dragon Ball radar, Yi Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had initially thought the C-class rewards were insignificant, but the Dragon Ball radar was of paramount importance in the Dragon Ball universe. This was high-tech researched by Bulma, and possessing the radar would make collecting Dragon Balls exceedingly simple. Even the ambitious Red Ribbon Army lacked a Dragon Ball radar. Otherwise, they would have gathered all the Dragon Balls long ago. Why are there two glowing points? As Yi Lin toyed with the radar, he soon noticed another bright dot flashing on the device, undoubtedly indicating the presence of another Dragon Ball nearby. Have I struck luck? A Dragon Ball is so close. This is a fortuitous opportunity. If I collect all the Dragon Balls, summoning the Shenron for treasures will be a breeze. With a determined resolve, Yi Lin focused on the radar, moving closer to the flickering light. Yi Lin moved swiftly, reaching the location of the Dragon Ball in just half an hour. Name: Yi Lin. Combat Power: 38 Skills. 1. Spiral Sphere. Beginner 4100. Skill Description: utilizing this skill increases combat power by 20 items. 10 Senzu Beans. 1 Dragon Ball Radar. 1 Dragon Ball. Observing the radar's indicated position, Yi Lin arrived at a small valley, where the radar pointed directly to a small cave ahead. He stowed the radar and entered the cave. Upon stepping inside, Yi Lin was immediately met with a pungent odor, a distinctive scent of wild beasts. Ding. System Task Prompt: Easy Mode: steal the Dragon Ball. Normal Mode: defeat the opponent and seize the Dragon Ball. Hard Mode: recruit the enemy as an underling and retrieve the Dragon Ball. Before Yi Lin could even glimpse the enemy, the system presented him with task options once more. As the difficulty increased, so did the probability of receiving valuable rewards, prompting Yi Lin to select the hard mode once again. Task set to hard mode. Please complete it promptly. As Yi Lin delved deeper into the cave, he encountered a massive creature soundly asleep, its blue skin and a pair of wings adorning its back. Isn't this Jiren? Yi Lin was taken aback. He recalled Jiren's appearance during the very first World Martial Arts Tournament. He was astonished to discover that Jiren possessed a combat power of 40, surpassing Yi Lin's own. Recruiting someone with greater combat strength than himself? The system certainly knew how to pose a challenge. Yi Lin could not help but smile wryly. However, he also keenly observed that Jiren had a Dragon Ball hanging from his neck. If he had chosen the easy mode, he could have effortlessly snatched the Dragon Ball while Jiren slept. But that was no longer an option. He had to recruit Jiren as an underling. Wake up! Yi Lin approached and delivered a kick to Jiren's back. The slumbering giant jolted awake, nimbly flipping onto his feet. Standing over 2 meters tall, he appeared remarkably agile. You little brat, did you just kick me? You must be tired of living. Jiren glowered down at Yi Lin, his eyes menacing, as if ready to devour him whole. Facing Jiren's roar, Yi Lin exhibited no fear. Engaging in a war of attrition with this behemoth would be highly disadvantageous for him. Jiren, I'll be frank. I am here to retrieve the Dragon Ball and to recruit you as my underling. Hearing Yi Lin's words, Jiren paused momentarily before bursting into derisive laughter. You must be either asleep or dreaming if you think you can recruit me as your underling. Jiren slammed his fist into the stone wall, creating a deep crater. Given his combat power of 40, such strength was to be expected. In response to Jiren's show of force, Yi Lin's palm began to swirl, conjuring a small azure sphere. Spiral Sphere. The sphere in his palm generated a violent gust of wind, as if the very air were being drawn into it. Jiren furrowed his brow, eyeing Yi Lin with caution. Yet, perceiving Yi Lin as weak, he dismissed the small sphere as insignificant. Die, kid. Jiren raised his hand, intending to swat Yi Lin down. But their attacks collided. Boom. The terrifying force erupted from the small sphere, leaving Jiren no time to react as he was sent hurtling across the cave. He crashed heavily against the stone wall. Ugh! Pain etched across Jiren's face. He felt as though the bones within him were splintering. The strength of Yi Lin's spiral sphere was overwhelmingly potent. You're asking for death. Jiren retaliated, now employing a technique of his own. He expelled a stream of white, sticky liquid from his mouth, but Yi Lin was prepared, having already coalesced a second spiral sphere in his hand. Upon contact, the sticky substance was swiftly reduced to residue, and Yi Lin once again unleashed the spiral sphere upon Jiren. Jiren was blasted away once more, spitting blood, and felt as if his ribs had shattered. The energy contained within that small sphere was far too dense, and the overwhelming power instilled a flicker of fear in Jiren's eyes. Indeed, Yi Lin's combat power was inferior to Jiren's, but the spiral sphere could temporarily elevate his combat strength by 20%, making its effective power reach 46 points, an overwhelming force that Jiren could not withstand. Yi Lin's palm once again coalesced a small sphere of gas, marking the third iteration of the spiral sphere. This time, I shall not show any mercy. Reveal to me the answer you have considered. Killian gazed at the spiral sphere in Yi Lin's hand, swallowing hard. The power of that previous spiral sphere was already formidable, and it was not even Yi Lin's full strength. If his opponent were to unleash his complete power, Killian feared he would surely meet his demise. He realized he had underestimated this human. He was nothing short of a monster, with unfathomable strength. I surrender. I am willing to be your subordinate. Killian lowered his head, choosing to submit in order to preserve his life. To express his loyalty, Killian removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and handed it to Yi Lin. The moment the Dragon Ball touched Yi Lin's hand, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 2 chances for the Divine Lottery. Yi Lin was taken aback. This Divine Lottery unexpectedly offered 2 opportunities. However, upon reflection, he understood that accepting the Dragon Ball and recruiting Killian as a subordinate were 2 separate matters. Thus, the number of lottery chances increased, heightening Yi Lin's anticipation for this draw. After a flash of brilliance from the colorful lottery box, 2 small spheres fell, one red and one purple. Upon seeing the purple sphere, Yi Lin's eyes sparkled. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill from the Pirate King universe. C-grade prize, skill shave. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a D-grade prize, 100 skill proficiency points. Evolving the spiral sphere into the intermediate Great Jade Spiral Sphere, instantly enhancing combat power by 50%. Name, Yi Lin. Combat power, 40 skills, 1. Great Jade Spiral Sphere, intermediate 61,000. Skill description. Utilizing this skill increases combat power by 50. 2. Shave, beginner 0-100. Skill description. This skill allows for high-speed movement. Items, 9 Senzu Beans, 1 Dragon Ball Radar, 2 Dragon Balls. Defeating Killian had once again elevated Yi Lin's combat power. He now possessed 40 points. However, the most astonishing reward was the evolution of the spiral sphere into the Great Jade Spiral Sphere, which not only increased combat power, but also expanded its range. The skill shave was familiar to Yi Lin. It was a technique from the 6 styles of the Navy in the Pirate King series, enabling rapid movement. This was a skill perfectly suited for Yi Lin, as the Great Jade Spiral Sphere was also a close-range attack, and with the addition of shave, it would render him nearly invincible. Boss, Killian, standing nearby, looked at the dazed Yi Lin with confusion. Hearing Killian's voice, Yi Lin came back to his senses and glanced at Killian. At that moment, Killian was still clutching his chest, several ribs broken. Such injuries would not heal in a short time. Take this, Senzu Bean. My name is Yi Lin, and from today onwards, you shall be my subordinate. Yi Lin handed a Senzu Bean to Killian, who looked at it with a puzzled expression, yet he trusted that Yi Lin meant him no harm. If Yi Lin intended to kill him, there was no need for such tricks. Just with that previous spiral sphere, his death would have been certain. Killian swallowed the Senzu Bean in one gulp, and after consuming it, his injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. Killian's eyes widened in shock. Injuries that would normally require 10 days to heal were effortlessly mended by this small bean. Chapter 5. I obtained 1 terabyte seed. After accepting Killian as his subordinate, Yi Lin prepared to set off towards the base of the Red Ribbon Army's division. Zaluba was ultimately a threat. If this menace was not eradicated, the village of Yage would undoubtedly face peril again. Yilin retrieved a map he had obtained from the red-haired elite guards, which marked the location of the base. "Boss, where are we headed next?" Killian asked curiously, gazing at Yilin. "We are going to collect the bounty I have set, and afterward, we shall create a ruckus." "Killian, you must not be of no use." Yilin shot a glare at Killian. Although he had accepted Killian as a subordinate, Yilin was uncertain whether Killian was genuinely loyal to him. "Your enemies are my enemies. I am the weapon in your hand, and I shall be the first to charge into battle for you, boss." "Enough with the flattery. Follow me." Yilin utilized Shave, his speed so great that it created afterimages, the sound of sonic booms resonating underfoot. Killian hurriedly flapped his wings to keep up with Yilin. Killian was greatly astonished. He was exerting all his strength, yet still could not catch up to Yilin, whose speed far surpassed his own. "Yilin, you truly are unfathomable." Killian grew increasingly respectful of Yilin, daring not to entertain thoughts of rebellion. After experimenting, Yilin discovered that Shave did not consume much of his stamina, unlike the spiral sphere, which required substantial energy, limiting its usage per day. Red Ribbon Army, Zaluba Division. Upon learning that his red-haired elite guards had been defeated, and that the opponent audaciously claimed they would come to kill him, Zaluba immediately summoned over 100 subordinates. These men lined up neatly, their expressions solemn as they awaited Zaluba's orders. Dressed in a blue jacket, Zaluba wore a red ribbon across his chest and had a rapid-fire submachine gun at his waist. "A mere rural village dares to resist me. This is an affront to the dignity of the Red Ribbon Army. Prepare to depart. We shall raze Yage village to the ground, and I will personally tear that martial artist Yilin to shreds." Zaluba clenched his fists, his face contorted in furious rage. Just as Zaluba was about to give the order to set off, the base's alarm lights suddenly began to flash. "Report, Colonel Zaluba. 2 individuals have intruded into our base." An aide rushed to Zaluba's side, standing at attention to report the intelligence. "Just 2 individuals dare to invade my territory? Could it be that martial artist Yilin, truly fearless, to come to my doorstep? Excellent. Everyone mobilize and turn this brat into a sieve." Zaluba recalled Yilin's provocative words, never anticipating that the latter would indeed dare to storm into his territory alone. Yilin's gaze fell upon the enormous oval building ahead. This was the division of the Red Ribbon Army, with its prominent emblem emblazoned on the walls. Surrounding the building stood imposing walls. Yet these barriers crumbled effortlessly under Killian's fists as he stood at the forefront, clearing the path for Yilin. These ordinary minions were no match for Killian. Just then, a multitude of figures surged out from within the base, all soldiers equipped with sophisticated firearms. Hundreds of gun barrels were aimed at Yilin and Killian. "Yilin, you have some nerve. I never thought you would dare to come here. You are seeking death." Zaluba emerged slowly from the back of the ranks, wielding a submachine gun in each hand, wearing a disdainful smirk. With so many guns trained on him, even if Yilin were superhuman, he would undoubtedly meet his end. Killian positioned himself in front of Yilin, attempting to serve as a shield. Ding. System task notification. Eliminate the Red Ribbon Division. Task difficulty. Simple mode. Reward, 1 divine lottery. Yilin's lips curled into a slight smile. This was precisely what he had been waiting for, to teach the Red Ribbon Army a lesson while also earning a task reward. "Step back, and you shall see just how strong your boss truly is." Upon hearing Yilin's words, Jilin nodded and stepped aside. Yilin advanced, striding towards Shilu boss troops. "Did I not instruct you to clean your neck and wait obediently? You truly excel in futile gestures. Do you think I, in my current state, fear your mere firearms?" Observing Yilin's resolute demeanor, Shilu Ba furrowed his brow. His elite guards had perished so easily, and the mercenary Hong Xiong he had dispatched earlier had also fallen to this individual. Could it be that he was not merely an ordinary martial artist? In such circumstances, did he possess a method to turn the tide? A flicker of doubt and hesitation appeared on Shilu Ba's face. Noticing this expression, Yilin's lips curled into a slight smirk, and he vanished in an instant. Utilizing the technique known as shave, Yilin moved with incredible speed, producing a sonic boom beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Shilu Ba's forces. "Open fire. Shoot him dead." At this moment, Shilu Ba finally reacted and swiftly issued the order to fire. However, in Yilin's hand, a massive azure energy sphere, as tall as a building, began to coalesce. Dai Yuluo Shenron. The colossal energy sphere struck down, effortlessly deflecting all the bullets that were fired at it. With a resounding crash, the base was engulfed in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a 2-meter-deep pit appeared in the ground. Standing within the pit was only Yi Lin. Every member of Shi Lu Ba's contingent lay motionless on the ground. As for Shi Lu Ba himself, he was embedded into the wall after taking the full brunt of the Dai Yu Luo Xianwan, devoid of life. Boss is magnificent. The boss is invincible. Ji Lane was profoundly awed by Yi Lin's display of power. Yi Lin dusted off his hands. Shi Lu Ba had never been formidable to begin with. And even with such a gathering of men, they fell within the scope of his attack. The 7-color lottery box glimmered, and a small white ball dropped down. Yi Lin's mouth twitched. This was the lowest E-rank reward. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an E-rank prize, 1 terabyte of seed resources. What a disappointment. Yi Lin now held a USB drive in his hand. Listening to the system's voice, he wished he could hurl the drive away. Although he knew the E-rank prize would not be of great value, he never anticipated receiving such an item, which seemed utterly useless to him. Chapter 6. Collecting Dragon Balls. The Red Satin Ribbon Army's local branch had lost its defensive capabilities. Although a few remnants remained, they posed no threat to Yagu village. Just then, Yi Lin's Dragon Ball radar began to beep. He took it out and discovered that it indicated the presence of 3 Dragon Balls nearby. Could I be this fortunate? Yi Lin could hardly believe his luck. The gloom from obtaining an E-rank prize had vanished. Approaching Shi Lu Ba's corpse, he noted that the radar indicated the Dragon Balls were located on him. Yi Lin reached down and felt around, quickly locating a universal capsule. He pressed the activation button. With a sound and a puff of smoke, a small box appeared on the ground. Yi Lin opened it to find 3 glowing Dragon Balls inside. These must have been collected by Shi Lu Ba over a long period. What a boon for me. Ding. System task reminder. Collect 7 Dragon Balls. Task difficulty. Hard mode. Reward. 2 opportunities for a divine level lottery draw. After collecting the 3 Dragon Balls, Yi Lin continued to observe the radar for the location of another. With the Red Satin Ribbon Army branch destroyed, Yagu village should be safe. If I remain here with the Dragon Balls, it might attract danger to the village. Yi Lin glanced at the 5 Dragon Balls in his hand. Boss, I found quite a bit of money and jewelry here. Ji Lane, whom Yi Lin had sent to scour the Red Satin Ribbon Army's base, shared his findings, concerned about missing out on valuable items. While money is indeed valuable, Yi Lin prioritized enhancing his combat power. After all, in this Dragon Ball world, strength reigns supreme. This wealth must be ill-gotten gains from the Red Satin Ribbon Army. I do not require such excess. Leave some behind, but send the rest to Yagu village. Understood, boss. As Ji Lane helped transport the treasures, the two arrived at Yagu village just as dawn broke. It's Yi Lin. Yi Lin has returned. The village's youth spotted Yi Lin and excitedly waved at him. He had become a heroic figure to the entire village. However, some were intimidated by Ji Lane's imposing stature. There's no need to fear. This is Ji Lane, my companion. Yi Lin reassured them, while Ji Lane offered a warm smile. Do not be misled by my appearance. I have a kind heart. Yi Lin is my boss, and I am his loyal subordinate. Please take care of me. Witnessing Ji Lane's amiable demeanor, the villagers gradually calmed their fears. Yi Lin, you're back. At this moment, Elder Gu approached. After recuperating, he had recovered from his injuries. Truly, a martial artist possesses a resilient constitution, Yi Lin mused. He stepped forward to Elder Gu and instructed Ji Lane to set down the vast amount of wealth. Elder, I have completely destroyed the Red Satin Ribbon Army's local branch. The village should now be safe. This is all ill-gotten wealth collected by the Red Satin Ribbon Army. I do not need so much. So please keep it for the village. The villagers stared in astonishment at the pile of gold and jewels, a sum they had never seen in their lifetimes. You two single-handedly annihilated the Red Satin Ribbon Army's branch. However, more than the wealth, Elder Gu was astonished by the fact that Yi Lin had obliterated the local branch of the Red Satin Ribbon Army. All credit goes to the boss. I did not contribute much. The boss was awe-inspiring, single-handedly vanquishing those scoundrels, Ji Lane enthusiastically recounted, seemingly attempting to mimic Yi Lin's imposing presence at the time. Elder, I wish to leave with the Dragon Balls. The Red Satin Ribbon Army will surely pursue them, and if I stay here, the village will be at risk. Yi Lin, I feel sorry for you. If it were not for my decision to make you the guardian of the Dragon Balls, you would not have to bear such burdens. Elder Gu looked at Yi Lin with concern. After all, he had watched him grow up and felt responsible for placing such a heavy duty upon him. Elder, this is my choice. and I will embrace the identity of the Dragon Ball Guardian. Observing Elder Ji's guilty expression, Yi Lin felt a slight blush of embarrassment. Much of his motivation stemmed from the allure of the divine level lottery. Although he inherited the title of Dragon Ball Guardian, he did not particularly value this responsibility, as he was not the original Yi Lin. I truly feel for you, my child. Take this wealth. You will surely find it useful in the future. No need. Elder, wealth is merely a material possession. This is just a token of my appreciation for the village. I will not linger any longer. I entrust the village's care to you. With that, Yi Lin waved goodbye to the villagers and turned to leave, with Ji Lane closely following behind. Yi Lin, remember to come back often. Yagu village will always be your home. Elder Gu called out to Yi Lin's departing figure, and the villagers waved farewell to him. Though Yi Lin had not spent a great deal of time with the villagers of Yagekon, he nonetheless felt a sense of warmth and affection for them. Now, as he prepared to depart, a tinge of melancholy settled in his heart. However, he knew he could not remain in Yagekon. Staying would only bring calamity upon the village. Holding the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, he cast one last glance at it before surveying the small island before him. The island was not large, featuring a grand coconut tree and tastefully designed blue and white houses, while a sea turtle lounging on the sandy beach added to the island's charm. Although he had anticipated this, he was still surprised to discover that he was indeed on Kame House. According to the Dragon Ball radar, one of the Dragon Balls was located on this very island. When he thought of Kame House, the first figure that sprang to mind was Kame Sennin, a character of great renown throughout the Dragon Ball saga. Yi Lin, accompanied by Kirin, descended onto Kame House, and at that moment, the sea turtle on the ground raised its head to regard them. Who are you two? How dare you trespass on my territory? The turtle spoke with human-like articulation, yet Yi Lin was not taken aback. Kame Sennin, or rather, I should say, Master Potato. Is he home? Yi Lin inquired of the turtle, which regarded him with a puzzled gaze. Yes, inside, but the house is small. Your friend may not be able to enter, the turtle indicated, clearly referring to Kirin. Yi Lin nodded, instructing, wait for me here. Understood, boss, Kirin replied obediently, standing still as Yi Lin ventured into the modest wooden house. Inside, an elderly man with a bald head, propped up by a wooden staff, was engrossed in a live broadcast of a dance class on television. His abundant white beard did little to conceal his lecherous grin. Master Potato, you have a visitor, the turtle announced, but Kame Sennin was so captivated by the television that he failed to hear. Old pervert, someone else here. The turtle stepped closer and inadvertently trod on the remote control, causing the screen to go dark. I was almost there. Kame Sennin lamented, pounding his chest in disappointment. The turtle, accustomed to this behavior, remained unfazed by the old man's antics. Television cannot broadcast restricted content due to strict regulations, but this, Yi Lin revealed, a USB drive, is different. A 1 terabyte treasure that guarantees an audiovisual feast. He had won this USB drive in a lottery, initially unsure of its purpose, but upon seeing Kame Sennin, he understood its value. Chapter 7. The request for apprenticeship. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Kame Sennin's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He leapt into the air, performing a somersault, and when he landed, he had donned a yellow martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character for turtle. Although he still wore his sunglasses, his demeanor had shifted to that of a serious martial arts master. Young man, please take a seat. You have come to seek my tutelage, and I shall graciously accept this offering. With your remarkable intellect, I will surely cultivate your talents. Kame Sennin maintained a serious facade, but when his gaze fell upon the USB drive in Yi Lin's hand, a sly grin crept upon his face. However, noticing Yi Lin's gaze fixed upon him, he quickly resumed his serious facade. You misunderstand. I am not here to become your disciple. I merely seek the Dragon Ball you possess. If you hand it over, I shall give you this USB drive. The Dragon Ball? Kame Sennin's expression turned to one of confusion and embarrassment. He had assumed Yi Lin was there to become his student, only to realize he had misinterpreted the situation. You mean the little orb on your chest? Yi Lin pointed to the Dragon Ball hanging from Kame Sennin's neck, which he appeared to regard as merely an ornament. So, this trivial sphere is what you wish to exchange for your priceless treasure? Are you not at a disadvantage? Very well. I shall teach you a martial arts technique to make the trade fair. No need. Your martial arts would be of no use to me. Yi Lin waved his hand dismissively, refusing Kame Sennin's offer. He did not believe he could master such skills, as his abilities were acquired through divine lotteries. To learn Tien Shinhan's martial arts, one must possess an understanding of martial arts, which was exceedingly challenging for Yi Lin, prompting his outright refusal. What? Of no use? Young lad, do you know who I am? Tien Shinhan's brow furrowed, his voice taking on a heavier tone. Of course I know. You are the esteemed disciple of Master Matedo, the founder of the Kame school. However, I truly have no need for your martial arts. Yi Lin recounted the information he knew, fully aware of Tien Shinhan's significance, especially considering the renowned Kamehameha technique. Upon hearing this, Tien Shinhan's forehead twitched with irritation. You little rascal, you know who I am, and yet claim my martial arts are of no use? This transaction is off, but I will lay claim to what you possess. Tien Shinhan suddenly appeared before Yi Lin, reaching for the USB drive in his hand. Shave. Yi Lin's feet erupted with explosive force as he swiftly distanced himself from Tien Shinhan, who grasped at empty air. Ah, I see you possess some skill. No wonder you reject my apprenticeship. Tien Shinhan, concealed behind his sunglasses, could not reveal his true expression, but Yi Lin sensed an imminent danger. Tien Shinhan's figure began to blur, leaving behind mere afterimages. Yi Lin, keenly aware of the unusual sensation behind him, activated Shave and bolted out of the house at incredible speed. The skills he wielded were ill-suited for such a confined space within the house. He would stand no chance against Tien Shinhan. Your senses are quite sharp. You are indeed a remarkable young man, Tien Shinhan remarked as he emerged from the small dwelling. And Yi Lin was soon confronted with the sight of Tien Shinhan's figure splitting into two, then four. The multi-image fist, this is troublesome. Yi Lin furrowed his brow. Tien Shinhan's strength was truly formidable, and this technique could easily deceive the eye, making it impossible for Yi Lin to discern the real one. Boss, I'm coming to help. Kieran, who had been waiting outside, rushed in upon seeing Yi Lin burst forth, noticing the old man executing peculiar techniques. However, Tien Shinhan's capabilities far surpassed those of Kieran. Four Tien Shinhans charged toward Kieran from all directions. Momentarily stunned, Kieran soon disregarded the situation and threw a punch at the Tien Shinhan approaching him. Yet his fist met only air as the figure transformed into an afterimage. Bang, bang, bang. A series of punches rained down on Kieran, who could hardly retaliate. Tien Shinhan's speed was simply too swift, and Kieran struggled to even catch a glimpse of Tien Shinhan's figure. Yi Lin's feet exploded with sound as he surged toward Kieran. Kieran, duck! Yi Lin shouted, and without hesitation, Kieran obeyed, dropping to the ground and disregarding Tien Shinhan's attack. Great tortoise spiral ball. Yi Lin conjured a massive energy sphere in his hand, the azure orb causing Tien Shinhan's eyebrows to raise. Kamehameha. Tien Shinhan's afterimage vanished as he positioned his hands in a palm-out stance behind him. A tremendous surge of energy coalesced in his palms, and then he thrust them forward, unleashing a shockwave that collided with Yi Lin's great tortoise spiral ball. Boom. With a resounding crash, dust erupted in all directions. The revered Master Roshi furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across the ground. Shenron had vanished, and taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Lin had pulled him away from Master Roshi's side, ensuring his safety. Master Roshi's prowess was indeed extraordinary. Yi Lin had long anticipated that his DU spiral sphere would not easily prevail against the master. The individual before him, despite his advanced age, was a genuine martial arts prodigy, his strength unfathomable. If you continue to strike, I shall destroy this USB drive, Yi Lin declared, tightening his grip on the device, causing Master Roshi to momentarily lose his composure. Stop at once. That is an invaluable treasure, it must not be destroyed. Tossing the Dragon Ball at Yi Lin, Master Roshi, who had little regard for it, relinquished it without hesitation. Elated, Yi Lin accepted the Dragon Ball and, in turn, tossed the USB drive to Master Roshi, who received it with great delight. However, upon acquiring the USB drive, Master Roshi did not immediately admire it, but instead scrutinized Yi Lin intently. Young man, individuals as astute as you are rare these days. What do you say? Will you not consider becoming my disciple? Once again, Master Roshi expressed his desire to take on a pupil. He was not one to easily accept disciples. Yet after a brief encounter with Yi Lin, he felt a deep appreciation for talent. Yi Lin, possessing commendable potential, could undoubtedly achieve greatness with proper guidance. Not for now. Yi Lin firmly rejected Master Roshi's proposition. The refusal sparked a flicker of irritation in the old master. Do you think I am incapable of teaching you? My own training would progress faster than submitting to your tutelage. Yi Lin showed no deference, inciting Master Roshi's annoyance. Very well, I propose this. the young man beside me. Shenron is my junior. Accept him as your disciple, train him, and if, after a year, his strength surpasses mine, I shall become your disciple. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Master Roshi glanced at Shenron, contemplating for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right, I accept your wager, you little rascal. A year hence, I expect you to willingly submit to my tutelage. Master Roshi readily agreed to Yi Lin's terms. Blinded by his anger and unaware that he had fallen into Yi Lin's trap, even if Yi Lin were to lose after a year, submitting to Master Roshi would not be a detriment to him. Boss, you won't abandon me, will you? I still wish to accompany you and protect you. Shenron's expression turned anxious at the thought of being left with Master Roshi. Focus on your training here. A year from now, I will return to see you. You must become stronger to assist me better. Shenron suddenly understood, thumping his chest in determination. Rest assured, boss. I will train diligently and ensure that I impress you upon your return. Yi Lin patted Shenron on the shoulder, valuing this younger companion greatly. Therefore, he created this opportunity for Shenron, as Master Roshi was not one to casually take on disciples. Without Yi Lin's subtle provocation, it was unlikely that Master Roshi would have accepted Shenron as a pupil. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, Yi Lin departed from Kame House, eagerly anticipating the changes in Shenron's strength when he returned in a year. Chapter 8: Infinite Pursuit and Assassination Headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Marshal Rit listened to his subordinate's report, veins throbbing on his forehead. How audacious! Who dares to lay hands on my Red Ribbon Army? Have you discovered who is responsible? Upon learning that the division led by Saruba had been taken down by 2 individuals, Rit was furious. This was the first time the Red Ribbon Army had faced such disgrace since its inception. Report, Marshal. We have identified the culprits. The destruction was caused by a martial artist named Yi Lin, accompanied by a junior named Shenron. It was these 2 who wreaked havoc on our division. A martial artist? Just 2 martial artists dismantled our base. Do they wish to make a mockery of the Red Ribbon Army? Rit slammed his palm on the table, startling everyone around him. Dealing with such martial artists should be left to us professionals. We shall take on this task and ensure that we present you with the heads of those martial artists. Marshal Rit. What say you? As Rit seethed with anger, a middle-aged man entered the room. A long scar marred his face, and his entire body was composed of machinery, concealing an array of weapons within his iron frame. Jack, you want to assist me for nothing. What are your terms? Rit lit a cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke while fixing his sharp gaze on Jack. The terms are simple: money and fame. The Tao Bai Bai assassination group has been overshadowing our Shenjin. You can entrust this mission to us, and I hope Marshal Rit will consider long-term cooperation with our Shenjin. Jack grinned confidently. Very well. If you can bring me the heads of those 2 martial artists, I shall engage your services for the long term. Marshal Rit agreed readily, eagerly anticipating the performance of the Shenjin. Jack laughed heartily as he left the room, but the expression of his aide, Officer Brack, turned serious. Marshal, are you really going to meet Jack's demands? He is notoriously greedy and may attempt to extort you later. I am well aware. I merely gave him a casual agreement. Once he accomplishes the task, I shall renege on my promise. What can a mere Shenjin do against the Red Ribbon Army? Marshal Rit extinguished his cigar. Mr. Tao Bai Bai is currently in seclusion. If he were available, this matter would have been resolved effortlessly. After losing so many men, Rit was eager for revenge, but with Mr. Tao Bai Bai occupied with training, he had no time to assist. Otherwise, he would not need to rely on this so-called Shenjin. There are 4 assassination organizations in total: Tao Bai Bai Assassination Group, Soul Hall, Destruction Tower, and Shenjin. The Tao Bai Bai Assassination Group ranks highest, with the Shenjin languishing in 4th place, far outclassed by the former. Nonetheless, it was still an assassination group, and Marshal Rit did not believe that he could not handle a mere martial artist. At present, Yi Lin possessed 6 Dragon Balls, with only 1 remaining to collect. However, he was puzzled to find that the Dragon Ball radar did not indicate the location of the last Dragon Ball. Thus, he traveled far and wide, hoping to elicit a response from the radar. With a resounding blow, Yi Lin felled a ferocious tiger that had attacked him. Given his current combat prowess, he could shatter even a boulder with a single punch. He settled in a nearby forest, preparing to roast the tiger. Half an hour later, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. As Yi Lin prepared to indulge in his meal, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his face, striking the ground ahead. A sniper. They must be quite far away. Yi Lin concealed himself among the treetops, evading the enemy's line of sight. Holding a piece of roasted meat, he contemplated the position of his assailant. Missed. No, it seems he managed to evade it. This is target 155. Sniper mission failed. We have lost sight of the enemy. On a nearby hill, a man clad in camouflage reported back through his earpiece. After completing the report, the marksman began to pack up his sniper equipment, preparing to make a hasty retreat. It turned out that hiding here made it rather easy for me to find you. Just then, a voice emerged from behind the marksman, causing his body to tremble as he immediately reached for the pistol at his waist. However, Yi Lin had already taken the initiative, delivering a powerful kick that forcefully pinned the marksman to the ground, his limbs naturally swept aside by Yi Lin's strike. How did you get here? This place is 2 kilometers away. I merely strolled over. What's so surprising about that? Identify yourself. In response to the marksman's astonishment, Yi Lin replied nonchalantly. Humph, don't be foolish. We are all trained individuals. How could we easily divulge information like you? Before the marksman could finish, Yi Lin pressed down with his foot, causing the sound of cracking bones to echo as the marksman let out a blood-curdling scream. If it's a comminuted fracture, you won't be able to snipe anymore. Now, tell me, who are you? Upon hearing Yi Lin's threat, a frenzied look appeared on the marksman's face. Long live the Shinji Tuan. A red light emanated from beneath him, prompting Yi Lin to furrow his brow. Boom. With a resounding explosion, a deep pit was blasted into the small mound, and Yi Lin executed a technique to escape from the debris, leaving the marksman to be obliterated. Shinji Tuan? I haven't heard of them, but the only adversaries I provoked are the Hong Duan Dai army. They must have sent this Shinji Tuan to hunt me down. Yi Lin pondered, realizing that he had scant information about this Shinji Tuan, with little to no leads on how they might strike. Furthermore, based on his encounter with the previous marksman, it was evident that these subordinates were desperate men, making it impossible to extract more information from them. Ding. System task notification. System task notification. 1. Easy mode. Escape from the pursuit of Shinji Tuan. 2. Normal mode. Defeat Shinji Tuan. 3. Hard mode. Defeat Shinji Tuan within 10 days. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Yi Lin's mind, presenting him with the tasks. Without hesitation, he opted for hard mode, as it pertained to the possibility of obtaining valuable rewards. Yi Lin resolutely chose hard mode. The host has accepted the hard mode task. Please complete it as soon as possible. Task reward. 1 chance for a divine level lottery. Yi Lin felt invigorated. Although he was unaware of the exact nature of this Shinji Tuan, he was determined to obliterate them for the sake of the divine level lottery. After all, they were the ones who initiated the aggression. Yi Lin had always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless threatened. However, if the enemy dared to encroach upon him, he would show no mercy. Chapter 9. Ascending to the heavens amidst the clouds in the lofty heights of 10,000 meters. A colossal steel airship glided slowly through the skies. Jack sat on the sofa, legs crossed, observing Yi Lin's figure displayed on the screen. Reporting to you, Lord Jack. 10 reconnaissance devices have successfully locked onto this Yi Lin. He cannot escape our surveillance. However, our marksman's recent attempt has failed. According to our calculations, this individual possesses exceptional speed and agility, making him impervious to ordinary bullets. A strategist was relaying the data they had compiled to Jack. Humph, fast and untouchable by bullets? Even a master grows weary. We must not grant him any respite. Continuously track his location and harass him until he is utterly exhausted. That will be the moment we can seize him. A sinister smile crept across Jack's face. Humans have their limits, which is why I have transcended humanity. Jack, once a martial artist, recognized the boundaries of the human body and thus transformed himself with mechanical parts. He felt no fatigue and required no rest. As long as he had fuel, he could operate indefinitely. By employing this torturous method, Jack had already dispatched countless gifted martial artists. He was eager to see how long this Yi Lin could endure. Yi Lin darted through the forest, yet the moment he paused, gun barrels would be aimed at him, ready to fire. For 3 consecutive days, he had been relentlessly pursued, with the number of snipers who had perished at his hands exceeding 100. Nevertheless, the adversary showed no signs of halting. At this juncture, Yi Lin understood that they aimed to wear him down and seize him when he was utterly fatigued. Indeed, this method proved effective. Despite Yi Lin's prowess, he remained a flesh and blood man. Prolonged pursuit without rest would inevitably wear him down. However, the enemy had miscalculated. They were unaware that Yi Lin possessed Xian Do, which allowed him to sustain himself for an entire month. Still, this did not resolve the fundamental issue at hand. Yi Lin had ceased to engage the snipers, recognizing it as a futile endeavor that would only drain his energy. The adversary's ability to continuously lock onto his position was likely due to reconnaissance devices tracking him, and only by destroying these devices could he evade the watchful eyes of the Shinji Tuan. Yi Lin gazed upward at the sky. Having identified the locations of the reconnaissance devices after 3 days and nights of observation. However, these devices were perpetually soaring through the air at high speeds. Currently, Yi Lin lacked any means to attack from the skies, rendering him incapable of destroying the reconnaissance devices. Yet, he was not without a strategy. He had devised a plan utilizing his skills. When skill proficiency reaches its peak, it would evolve into an advanced skill, much like how his initial technique, Spiral Sphere, had transformed into the Great Jade Spiral Sphere. Yi Lin eagerly anticipated the evolution of his technique, as he suspected that upon its progression, he would acquire the Moon Step. With the Moon Step, he would possess the means to confront aerial adversaries. Thus, Yi Lin repeatedly executed his technique within the forest, rapidly enhancing the proficiency of his skill. Inside the mechanical airship soaring 10,000 meters high, Jack observed Yi Lin's frantic movements, a smirk playing on his lips, relishing the cat-and-mouse game. After 3 days and nights of unyielding pursuit, surely Yi Lin was now physically and mentally exhausted. However, Lord Jack, we have just compared data, and it seems that Yi Lin's speed appears to have increased compared to 3 days ago. An aide interrupted Jack's musings. Upon hearing this analysis, Jack furrowed his brow. Impossible. That guy is merely human. All humans experience fatigue. He must be nearing his limit. This is merely a manifestation of his physical potential being nearly exhausted. I see. Lord Jack is indeed wise. Jack reclined comfortably on the sofa, lifting a glass of red wine as he watched the unfolding drama of cat and mouse. Already envisioning the moment after the mission's completion when he would collect a substantial sum of money from Marshal Root. This relentless pursuit continued for another 2 days, during which Yi Lin consumed his 5th xiando. Over the span of 5 days, he had ingested 5 xiando, an already considerable rate of consumption. The necessity for such high intake stemmed from his desire to elevate his skill proficiency. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host. Your skill shave has reached full proficiency. The skill shave has evolved into Moonstep. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Lin's eyes brightened. His arduous efforts had finally borne fruit. Title: Yi Lin Combat Power, 55 Skills, 1. De Yu Huan Xian Wan, Intermediate 71,000, Skill Description. Utilizing this skill increases combat power by 50. 2. Yu Bu, Intermediate 01000, Skill Description. This skill allows for aerial flight. Items. For Xiando, 1 Long Zhu Leda, 6 Long Zhu. As Yi Lin had anticipated, after his advancement, he had indeed transformed into Yu Bu. With Yu Bu, he acquired the means to confront airborne adversaries. Having been pursued for 5 days, Yi Lin could no longer contain his frustration. His feet propelled him through the air, creating a thunderous sound, and he soared skyward, leaving distinct footprints in the air. The sniper tracking him in the forest rubbed his eyes in disbelief upon witnessing Yi Lin ascend into the sky. Yi Lin employed Yu Bu to charge towards the 10 reconnaissance devices monitoring him. His speed was astonishing. In less than 10 seconds, he caught up with the devices. With a single punch, he obliterated each one, ultimately seizing the last device and directing its camera towards his face. Leader of the Shinji Tuan, just wait there. I shall soon arrive to annihilate your entire organization. With that declaration, Yi Lin shattered the final reconnaissance device. Within the mechanical airship, Jack furiously smashed his wine glass, veins bulging on his forehead. The screens displaying the 10 reconnaissance devices were completely distorted, and he had witnessed Yi Lin's aerial destruction of them. Particularly infuriating was Yi Lin's provocation, which seemed to disregard the might of the Shinji Tuan. Damn brat, do you think you can escape my grasp? You wish to destroy my organization, but you won't even be able to reach my level. A cold smile spread across Jack's face, dismissing Yi Lin's threat entirely. At that moment, he was already contemplating his next plan to eliminate Yi Lin. Sir, the radar indicates someone is rapidly approaching our airship. Bring up the surveillance footage. Yes. Soon, Jack saw Yi Lin's figure swiftly ascending from below, running through the air. Jack clenched his fists, astonished that Yi Lin had truly made it this far. What should we do, sir? Humph. What is there to fear? He is merely an unarmed human. This airship is forged from steel. and only through special means can one enter. Furthermore, it is equipped with sophisticated weaponry. Even if he can fly, it matters not. He is merely walking into a trap. Open fire with the machine guns and eliminate him. Understood. At Jack's command, his subordinates sprang into action. Watching the screen displaying Yi Lin's pursuit, Jack gritted his teeth. The failure of his plan was inconsequential. However, Yi Lin's display of abilities seemed to convey a message: humanity knows no bounds. This notion was precisely what Jack had always opposed, and he had long abandoned the idea of being an ordinary human. Chapter 10, My Lord. Times have changed after destroying the reconnaissance device. Yi Lin discerned that it could not transmit signals over long distances, indicating that the enemy was likely hiding nearby. He had thoroughly surveyed the terrain during the 5 days of pursuit. They could not be concealed underground, leaving only the possibility of being higher up in the air. Thus, he ascended with Yu Bu, and as expected, upon breaking through the clouds, he beheld a colossal steel airship, clearly the stronghold of the Shunji Tuan. With his feet firmly on the air currents, Yi Lin propelled himself towards the steel airship, just as machine guns began to protrude from within. The relentless barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Yet, Yi Lin, utilizing the agility granted by Yu Bu, evaded the gunfire with remarkable speed. The cumbersome machine guns were unable to match his pace, and within mere steps, he reached the top of the airship. The steel vessel lacked a discernible entrance, and Yi Lin surmised that the enemy was likely employing a defensive strategy to withstand his assault. Do they believe I am unarmed and, therefore, incapable of breaching this fortress? Yi Lin raised his hand, where a colossal energy sphere spun with tremendous velocity. After 5 days of relentless pursuit, a fire raged within him, and his counterattack was swift and decisive. The Yuhuan Shenron, the enormous, over 2-meter-wide energy sphere crashed into the steel airship, creating a gaping hole as the swirling energy unleashed an explosion within. Master Jack, the airship cannot withstand this. It is on the verge of exploding. Chaos erupted within the airship as Jack felt the tremors and heard the explosions. Clenching his fists in rage, he muttered, Yi Lin, you dare destroy my life's work? I will make you pay for this. Jack activated a switch, transforming his chamber into an escape pod, which detached from the steel fortress. He escaped the airship, disregarding the fate of his subordinates. Saving himself was paramount. Boom, boom. The airship erupted with a series of explosions, flames shooting from every corner. Ultimately, the massive steel vessel plummeted from the sky, losing all power. Even from 10,000 meters above, the fire igniting on the ground was visible. Yi Lin retracted his gaze and shifted his focus elsewhere, having been keenly observing the movements of the steel airship. Indeed, as it descended, an escape pod ejected from it. Yi Lin pursued, as the completion of his mission depended on it. Bang! Upon landing, the escape pod's door opened, and Jack stumbled out. His face contorted in fury at the destruction of his life's work. I did not expect you to abandon all your subordinates and flee alone. Truly the epitome of a villain. Yi Lin's voice echoed unexpectedly, startling Jack. He looked up to see Yi Lin gracefully descending from the sky. Having witnessed Yi Lin's flight, Jack felt only fear and rage towards him. As Yi Lin touched down, numerous firearms emerged from Jack's mechanical body. He had transformed himself into a walking arsenal. His limbs were outfitted with weapons, all now aimed at Yi Lin. Damn brat, you were careless. Did you not anticipate that I, Jack, conceal so many weapons? No matter how powerful you are but a mortal human. How could you possibly contend with my armament? Jack laughed maniacally, while Yi Lin merely shook his head in resignation. You are mistaken on 2 counts. First, humanity knows no limits. Second, my lord, times have changed. With that, Yi Lin instantly appeared before Jack, whose pupils dilated in shock, completely unprepared for Yi Lin's astonishing speed, rendering him unable to fire his weapon. Bang! Yi Lin's fist struck Jack's body directly. Despite its mechanical weight, it could not withstand the force of Yi Lin's blow. Jack's body was propelled backward, ultimately colliding with the stone wall, which subsequently collapsed and buried him beneath its rubble. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. A divine level lottery ticket has been rewarded. Yi Lin did not hold back. Jack's combat prowess was less than 30 points, rendering him utterly incapable of withstanding a single punch. Following Jack's burial, the system notified Yi Lin of the mission's completion. The colorful lottery box shimmered with brilliance, and this lottery excited Yi Lin immensely, for the hard mode offered a 50% chance of obtaining a prize of grade C or higher. Now, he could only hope for a stroke of good fortune. As the vibrant lights flickered, a small purple sphere fell from the lottery box. Upon seeing the purple sphere, Yi Lin was overjoyed, as it signified a grade C prize. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skilled Dong Dong Bow from the Dragon Ball universe. Classified as a grade C prize. Name: Yi Lin. Combat Power: 57 Skills: 1. De Yu Luo Xian Wan, Intermediate 71,000. Skill Description: activating this skill enhances combat power by 50. 2. Yu Bu, Intermediate 31,000. Skill Description: activating this skill enables aerial flight. 3. Dong Dong Bow, Beginner 0-100. Skill Description: emits light waves from the fingertips. Activating this skill boosts combat power by 10. Items: 4 Xiando, 1 Dragon Ball Radar, 6 Dragon Balls. Acquiring this skill illuminated Yi Lin's eyes. His most pressing concern had been the lack of a ranged attack. The power of De Yu Luo Xian Wan was indeed formidable, but it required proximity to strike effectively. For instance, in the recent arduous battle, had Yi Lin learned Dong Dong Bow earlier, he could have effortlessly swept the scout with it, thus avoiding unnecessary complications. Yi Lin attempted to channel the skill, pointing his finger forward as light waves began to coalesce at his fingertip. When the light waves reached their most brilliant state, Yi Lin unleashed Dong Dong Bow, sending a beam, as thick as a finger, soaring over 100 meters away. The beam pierced through several trees and ultimately shattered a massive boulder. The trees that had been struck by Dong Dong Bow were left with perfectly round holes, astonishing Yi Lin with their penetrating power. With De Yu Luo Xian Wan for close combat and Dong Dong Bow for long-range attacks, coupled with his agility from Yu Bu, he felt confident against ordinary opponents. Yi Lin clenched his fists. With these 3 skills, he had the means to protect himself. However, he was not so arrogant as to consider himself invincible. This was the Dragon Ball universe, where formidable foes could emerge unexpectedly. Chapter 11. A Chance Encounter. A heroic rescue at the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. Disbelief swept through as the entire Divine Machine Corps had been annihilated. How could this be possible? Although Jack was insatiable, he had always been efficient in his tasks. To think that a martial artist had managed to eliminate him. Upon receiving this information from Officer Black, Commander Root's face contorted with fury. He had intended to exploit the Divine Machine Corps as a convenient pawn to eliminate the martial artist and reclaim the Dragon Balls, never anticipating such a disastrous outcome. Commander, we have received news from Dr. Gero. He requires 20 million in research funding. What? More money? We just provided him with funds last month. That greedy old coot must truly be investing in his research. Root's face flushed with anger. First, the Dragon Balls had been snatched by a martial artist. And now his capable subordinates were being eliminated in succession, all while he faced the dilemma of Dr. Gero's research funding. My subordinates have reviewed Dr. Gero's research. Significant progress has indeed been made, and he has supplied us with many sophisticated weapons. I believe we cannot afford to cut off his funding. Humph. I am fully aware of that, but 20 million is no small sum. How do you expect me to produce it so easily? Root furrowed his brow. The Red Ribbon Army's invincibility was owed to Dr. Gero's weaponry. Without it, the army would lack such formidable strength. Yet, Dr. Gero's demands for funding had escalated to a point where Root felt cornered. Providing him with 20 million would jeopardize the army's operations. Commander, if we are short on funds, we can always borrow from others. What do you think of the Capsule Corporation? Are you suggesting that all-encompassing Capsule Corporation? Indeed. 20 million is but a drop in the bucket for them. I've heard they have a daughter. If we capture her, we need not worry about the Capsule Corporation refusing to pay. Upon hearing this, Root's eyes lit up, and a smirk crept across his face. Well done, Officer Black. You've certainly come up with a plan. Let's assign this task to you. Since the Capsule Corporation is so wealthy, let us demand 100 million instead. Yes, Commander. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Officer Black departed the chamber, while Root could hardly contain his anticipation for the sight of 100 million laid out before him. In the days that followed, Yi Lin embarked on further travels. With Yu Bu at his disposal, his speed had significantly increased. Moreover, utilizing Yu Bu allowed him to hone his skill proficiency. Though reaching 1,000 points of proficiency would not occur swiftly, gradual accumulation was always worthwhile. Alas, still no leads. Yi Lin gazed at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, which remained unresponsive, making the last Dragon Ball seem as elusive as a needle in a haystack. After eliminating the Divine Machine Corps, the Red Ribbon Army remained oddly silent, leaving Yi Lin feeling somewhat bored. At that moment, the sound of gunfire erupted from the street below, prompting Yi Lin to look down. A gang of motorcycle bandits was in pursuit of a black luxury car, which appeared bulletproof, rendering the bullets ineffective. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the bandits were adorned with red ribbons, prompting a slight smile to surface on his lips. Ding! System Mission Alert. Protect the Capsule Corporation's heiress, Bulma. Mission difficulty, easy mode. Reward, 1 divine level lottery ticket. The sudden system mission took Yi Lin by surprise, and the target of protection was none other than Bulma. Just as he was feeling somewhat restless, he unexpectedly encountered members of the Red Ribbon Army, providing him with an opportunity to relieve his boredom. With a swift motion, Yi Lin activated Yubu and descended toward the scene. At that moment, the bandits' bullets shattered the black car's windows, causing the vehicle to skid and crash into the roadside railing. Several bodyguards in black suits emerged from the car, weapons drawn, protecting a young girl at the center. Bulma's expression was tense, yet she remained composed amid the chaos. Protect the lady, fend off these robbers, commanded one of the bodyguards. Alas, the Red Ribbon Army outnumbered them, and one by one, the bodyguards fell under the relentless assault. Witnessing familiar faces collapse around her, Bulma clenched her fists, desperately suppressing her tears of fear at just 15 years old. In the blink of an eye, all the bodyguards had succumbed, leaving Bulma isolated. The Red Ribbon Army closed in around her. Oh, the target is just a little girl. She is quite cute, isn't she? Don't be foolish. She is our important hostage, meant to coerce the Capsule Corporation for ransom. Upon hearing this, Bulma understood their intentions. They sought to kidnap her to extort money from her family. If you want money, why not accompany me home to collect it? I can offer each of you 500,000 if you escort me safely. Summoning her courage, Bulma proposed a deal to the thugs of the Red Ribbon Army. Suppressing her fear. Humph, stop dreaming. We will never betray the Hongduan Daijun Tuan. Our mission is to bring you back. It would be wise for you to refrain from any unnecessary resistance. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. A robust man extended his large hand, preparing to seize Bulma. However, in the next moment, a beam of light pierced through his forehead, and before he could react, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The members of the Hongduan Daijun Tuan looked around nervously, only to see a young man approaching slowly, with no weapons in his hands. You members of the Hongduan Daijun Tuan truly spare no evil, Yi Lin remarked with a mocking expression, causing everyone from the Hongduan Daijun Tuan to point their guns at him. You are quite foolish, daring to charge at me without a weapon. Is it not you who are foolish? Did you not notice that you were in my sights? Yi Lin raised his finger, and beams of light began to shoot towards all the members of the Hongduan Daijun Tuan. The speed of these beams was astonishing. They had no time to react before being pierced by the Dongdong wave. Over the past few days, Yi Lin had diligently trained with the Dongdong wave, discovering its remarkable flexibility. It could be utilized not only as a concentrated strike, but also for scattering attacks, making it simple to eliminate the insignificant members of the Hongduan Daijun Tuan. In an instant, Yi Lin cleared the area, dispatching all the members of the Hongduan Daijun Tuan. Congratulations, host, for completing a simple task and receiving a divine level lottery draw. Following the customary lottery process, Yi Lin received only an E-level prize, a white small ball. Congratulations, host, you have received an E-level prize, a Lamborghini. Yi Lin was indifferent to this reward, as his speed using the moon step would undoubtedly surpass that of the car. At this moment, Yi Lin noticed Bulma gazing at him with curiosity, particularly after he had just unleashed beams of light and swept away all the enemies of the Hongduan Daijun Tuan. Chapter 12. Encounter with Yamcha. Bulma approached Yi Lin, curiously lifting his finger and examining it closely. Strange, it feels no mechanical sensation. Is this not a mechanical arm? How did that beam of light occur? Bulma was engulfed in a perplexing conundrum. As a scientist, she naturally wished to unravel the mystery. Yi Lin was equally astonished to encounter Bulma here, for she was indeed one of the core figures in the Dragon Ball saga, a brilliant scientist whose inventions had greatly aided Goku and the others. I am Yi Lin. How did you end up being pursued by them? Upon hearing Yi Lin's question, Bulma glanced around. They must be attempting to kidnap me for ransom. Considering my family is quite affluent, would you be willing to take me home? I have recently developed a new product called the Dragon Ball Radar, which can locate the legendary Dragon Balls capable of granting any wish. Therefore, I wish to return to my laboratory to conduct research. Bulma's words reminded Yi Lin that the Dragon Ball Radar was indeed her invention. I actually have one of the Dragon Ball radars here. Yi Lin retrieved the radar from his inventory, causing Bulma to pause, her eyes widening as she beheld the complete device in his hands. Did you develop this? I can hardly believe it. Its intricate structure surpasses my expectations by 100-fold. How frustrating. My own research pales in comparison. Bulma fumed, hands on her hips as she glared at Yi Lin. I have decided I will not return home. You can use this Dragon Ball radar to find the Dragon Balls. And I want to accompany you so we can collect them all. At that point, I will wish for a handsome prince. Yi Lin shook his head with a wry smile. This young girl was indeed overly naive. However, if she were willing to accompany him, it would be an immense help to Yi Lin. For instance, since the Dragon Ball radar had not detected the location of the 7th Dragon Ball, Yi Lin hoped Bulma could further enhance the radar to assist him in locating it. Subsequently, Yi Lin lent the Dragon Ball radar to Bulma for her research. Much to her delight, Yi Lin then retrieved a capsule and tossed out a Lamborghini sports car. As Bulma gazed at the luxurious vehicle, she cast a curious glance at Yi Lin. This individual appeared remarkably youthful, yet possessed considerable strength and wealth. What astonished her further was his ability to produce a Dragon Ball radar that outperformed her own research. She was intrigued by the true nature of Yi Lin. Meanwhile, in his office, Officer Bulaku had received word from his subordinates regarding the failure of their mission. The task had indeed failed, indicating that the Wan Neng Jiao Now company had provided their heiress with skilled bodyguards, which posed a significant challenge. Brother, since this situation is so troublesome, why not delegate the task to us? A man playing with a small knife sat opposite Officer Bulaku, having overheard the entire phone conversation. If the leader of the Zhu Mielu intervenes, success will be assured. Should the Zhu Mielu succeed this time, I will recommend them to the commander, making them esteemed guests of our Hong Duan Daijun Tuan. Officer Bulaku replied with a smile. The man, known as Li Xiaodao, was the third-ranked leader of the assassin organization, Zhu Mielu, surpassing even the Shun Ji Tuan in rank. Forget it. We assassins always work for money. For this task, I require 60% of the reward. 60%? That seems excessive. Excessive? We are the ones doing the work. You merely reap the benefits. 40% is already quite generous. Observing the glint of coldness in Li Xiaodao's eyes, Officer Bulaku nodded. Fine, you will receive 60%. But I expect you to act swiftly, so I may recommend you to the commander. Rest assured, we are not the inept fools of the Shunji Tuan. I heard that the so-called Shinji Tuan was completely annihilated by a martial artist. It is utterly disgraceful for our assassin organization. If I encounter that martial artist, I shall teach him a lesson. With a wave of his hand, Li Xiaodao sent a flurry of flying knives, transforming what had been a single knife into dozens. These knives embedded themselves into the wall, leaving only the handles visible and spelling out the character for knife. Afterward, Li Xiaodao turned and exited the room. With no further leads from the Dragon Ball radar, Yi Lin had not entirely neglected his thoughts. To locate the final Dragon Ball, he considered consulting the fortune teller, as her crystal ball might provide clues. Thus, Yi Lin and Bulma set off towards the fortune teller's palace. You possess 6 Dragon Balls. Upon learning of Yi Lin's 6 Dragon Balls, Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. With only 1 Dragon Ball remaining, the radar had ceased to respond. Bulma cast a puzzled glance at the Dragon Ball radar. This shouldn't be. The radar has a wide detection range and should be able to locate the Dragon Balls. After this journey, Bulma had grown more familiar with Yi Lin, and she now pondered over the Dragon Ball radar as if it were a treasure. Young Master Yamcha, I have spotted 2 targets, and they are driving a supercar, indicating they must be wealthy. Pu'er held a telescope, gazing at a red sports car speeding in the distance, excitedly alerting Yamcha. It seems we have a fat sheep on the line. Let us set off. Yes, young Master Yamcha. Dressed in green, with a yellow scarf draped over his shoulders, Yamcha led Pu'er in a rugged vehicle, pursuing Yi Lin and his companions. Yi Lin cast a glance into the distance, where an off-road vehicle was hurtling towards them, evidently aimed directly at their position. With a swift maneuver, the vehicle drifted perfectly and came to a stop right before them. This is my territory. Enough with the idle chatter. If you want to rob us, just say so. Yi Lin brought his vehicle to a halt, his gaze shifting to the occupants of the off-road vehicle. Upon recognizing Yamcha, a slight smile graced his lips. Young Master Yamcha, what a brazen individual you are. Pu'er flew to Yamcha's side as he exuberantly leaped from the vehicle, a knife slung over his shoulder. Since you're so agreeable. Hand over your valuables, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Yamcha pointed the knife at Yilin, just as Bulma poked her head out of the vehicle. How annoying, encountering bandits like this. Yilin, eliminate him so we can continue our journey. Hearing this, Yilin couldn't help but chuckle. Did this young lady perceive him as her bodyguard? Wait, a woman. Yamcha was startled upon seeing Bulma, his expression shifting to one of fear. Yilin suddenly remembered that Yamcha had initially suffered from a phobia of women, though he had since matured into quite the dandy. Bulma, uninterested in Yamcha, returned to the vehicle to continue studying the Dragon Ball radar. Once Bulma disappeared from view, Yamcha let out a sigh of relief and once again directed his knife at Yilin. Kid, didn't you hear what I said? Hand over the precious treasures. You may have the items, but let us see if you possess the skill to take them. Yilin tossed a Dragon Ball into the air, causing Yamcha's eyes to gleam with excitement. Is that the legendary Dragon Ball? How fortunate I am. You, unfortunate lad, have crossed paths with me, and I shall claim that Dragon Ball. With a shout, Yamcha swung his knife towards Yilin. In an instant, Yilin's energy wave pierced through Yamcha's knife, leaving him astonished as it broke in two. Chapter 13. Want to learn? I shall teach you. Currently, Yamcha's combat prowess barely reached 8, making him no match for Yilin. How despicable, using weapons. This is akin to a ki attack. I have not resorted to weaponry. Yilin raised his hands to demonstrate. He bore no arms. No, you are not allowed to use ki. A man should engage in combat with fists and feet. Very well, I shall refrain from using ki. Yilin smiled slightly, acquiescing to Yamcha's demand. Prepare yourself. Yamcha charged at Yilin with a punch, but Yilin suddenly leapt into the air, evading the attack. Yamcha, overexerting himself, lost his balance and fell to the ground. You can fly? How cowardly. This is unfair. Using flight to evade is not true skill. If you're capable, then do not fly and face me directly. Yamcha shouted in frustration, pointing at Yilin in midair. Fine, this time I shall not fly. You may attack. Yilin stood still, hands behind his back, awaiting Yamcha's strike. Observing Yilin, Yamcha took a stance, inhaling deeply as he focused intently on his opponent. He understood that this individual was undoubtedly a formidable master, and he needed to exert all his strength to prevail. Wolf Fang Fist. With incredible speed, Yamcha lunged at Yilin, his fists transforming into a flurry of punches, striking like bullets. Yet, Yilin effortlessly evaded each blow with minimal movement, maintaining his stance with hands behind his back. Yamcha shouted as he intensified his assault. But regardless of his efforts, he could not land a single hit on Yilin. Minutes later, Yamcha collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat falling to the sand. Why can't I land a hit? Am I truly this weak? Yilin approached the exhausted Yamcha, only for Pu'er to swoop in and position herself between them. You shall not harm young Master Yamcha. If anyone must be harmed, let it be me. Pu'er, what are you doing? You must flee. This does not concern you. Yamcha shouted at Pu'er, but she remained resolute, standing firmly in front of him. Yilin felt somewhat awkward. He hadn't done anything particularly harmful, yet he was being cast as the villain. Are you willing to admit defeat? Upon hearing Yilin's inquiry, Yamcha looked up at him, then bitterly nodded. How can you be so powerful? Do you wish to learn? I shall teach you. Yilin's words took Yamcha by surprise, and he knelt before Yilin. Master, I bow before you. Due to Yilin's strength and noble character, Yamcha held him in great esteem. Despite their similar ages, Yamcha sincerely desired to become Yilin's disciple. Yilin hadn't anticipated this sudden request for apprenticeship, but seeing Yamcha's earnestness, he felt it inappropriate to decline. Excellent. You shall be my first disciple. I will teach you well and help you become a person of great potential. Thank you, Master. Yamcha expressed his gratitude, believing that following Yilin would enable him to grow stronger. Wait, are you really bringing a bandit along with us? Bulma was astonished to see Yilin returning with Yamcha, her expression reflecting her confusion. He is now my disciple. His name is Yamcha. A woman. Upon seeing Bulma, Yamcha was filled with anxiety and unease. Yilin glanced at the two. In the original story, they had known each other for over a decade, though their relationship had ultimately faltered due to Yamcha's infidelity. Do as you wish. I need to continue my research on the Dragon Ball radar. Just don't disturb me. Bulma dismissed Yamcha entirely, returning to her work on the radar. Then, Master, I shall take my own vehicle and follow behind you. Should anything arise, you may command me. Yamcha hurried back to his off-road vehicle, finally exhaling in relief. Yilin sighed. It seemed this fellow's battle with his fear of women would not resolve so swiftly. 5 kilometers away from Yilin and his companions, a group of individuals was monitoring them. Boss, we have spotted the target. They are heading northeast. Continue to observe them. It is easy to alert them during the day. We shall act under the cover of night when they are asleep. Yes, boss. The group wielded knives and swords, as the Zhiju Lu preferred not to use firearms. Each member was a martial arts expert. They trailed Yilin and his companions from a distance, awaiting the nightfall to execute their mission. As night descended upon the desert, Bulma produced 2 capsules, tossing them casually to create 2 small container-like structures. I'll sleep on the right. You all take the left. With that, Bulma entered one of the rooms, leaving only Yilin and Yamcha behind. Once inside, the spacious room was furnished and equipped with a bathroom. Yilin reclined comfortably on the sofa, feeling the weariness of his journey. Master, you rest first. I will keep watch. As a bandit, Yamcha understood the dangers of sleeping unguarded in this desolate expanse. All right, I leave it to you. Yilin lay down in bed. Even if he were to sleep, he would remain vigilant, maintaining sharp awareness of his surroundings. As the night deepened, Yilin suddenly sensed faint footsteps approaching their vehicle. Yilin rose from his bed and ventured outside, where Yamcha was also vigilantly peering out the window. It appeared that enemies had arrived. Master, have you sensed it as well? Yamcha exclaimed, impressed by Yilin's ability to discern his surroundings even while asleep. Yilin shook his head. Not 5, but 6. One is simply well concealed. This is a test for you. Handle these intruders. Yamcha was taken aback, having only sensed 5. He marveled at Yilin's prowess. Yes, Master, I will certainly complete your test. He clenched his fists, determination evident in his gaze. Yilin nodded, knowing that these adversaries were not particularly strong and that Yamcha stood a fair chance against them. He hoped to nurture Yamcha's potential. Yilin decided to leave this situation in Yamcha's capable hands and quietly exited through the window, under the cover of night. No one noticed his presence as he leaped to Bulma's room. At that moment, a shadow stealthily entered, the very 6th person Yilin had sensed. The assassin surveyed the room, then fixated on the bathroom, drawn by the sound of running water. Although it was late at night, Bulma was still awake, engrossed in her research on the Dragon Ball radar. She was about to finish her shower and go to bed, blissfully unaware of the looming danger. The assassin boldly pushed open the bathroom door. Who are you? Help! Bulma gasped, quickly wrapping herself in a bathrobe. Silence, or I shall end you, the assassin threatened. His knife pressed against her neck, leaving Bulma frozen in fear. I didn't expect you to be so attractive. Although you're a valuable hostage, a little touch shouldn't hurt. The assassin's face twisted into a lewd grin as he reached for Bulma's bathrobe. At that moment, a hand seized him, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. You seek death. The sudden appearance startled the assassin, but he quickly regained his composure and swung his knife at Yilin. Yet, Yilin merely pinched the blade between 2 fingers, exerting a slight pressure. With a snap, the sharp edge was shattered, leaving the assassin wide-eyed in disbelief. Let us not dirty the house. If you wish to die, do it far from here. Yilin dragged the assassin outside, who attempted to struggle, but Yilin granted him no opportunity. With a powerful kick, enhanced by his lunar steps, the assassin was sent flying over 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. By the time he landed, his internal organs were ruined, rendering him lifeless. Chapter 14. Guiding Yamcha. The assassin's combat strength was a mere 15 points, hardly a match for Yilin. However, should this individual confront Yamcha, it would likely prove a grueling battle. Yilin, who are these people? Bulma's voice broke the silence, prompting Yilin to turn, only to be struck dumb by the sight of her clad in nothing but a towel. Though Bulma was only 15, she had already developed an alluring figure. Her skin smooth and youthful, the sudden appearance of the assassin had captivated her attention, causing her to neglect her attire. Are you certain you wish to roam about dressed like that? I, for one, do not mind. The view is quite pleasant. Bulma blinked, then realized her attire, her cheeks flushing crimson. You pervert. She dashed back into her room to change, while Yilin composed himself and approached the fallen assassin. He searched the body and discovered a black emblem inscribed with the character for absolute. Although unfamiliar with this symbol, he speculated that these individuals were likely assassins sent by the Hong Duandai military. It seemed they were relentless in their pursuit of Bulma. Was it truly as simple as a monetary motivation? Thoughts of the Dragon Ball radar crossed Yilin's mind, though he quickly dismissed the notion. They were not like him, possessing foresight. With a leap, Yilin soared into the air, surveying the scene below where he could see Yamcha engaged in combat. Even when outnumbered 5-1, Yamcha held his ground, unleashing his Wolf Fang Fist, a technique he had frequently employed in earlier days. Further refined during the World Martial Arts Tournament, where even Tien Shinhan had found it challenging to counter. Perhaps having witnessed Yilin's strength instilled a sense of humility in Yamcha. Thus, he poured his full effort into the fight, ultimately bringing all 5 assassins to the ground. After dispatching them, Yamcha exhaled deeply, yet dissatisfaction flickered across his face as he gazed at his fists. Feeling lost and disoriented. Seems you've lost your sense of direction. Allow me to assist. Ding. A system task prompt appeared. Impart training experience to Yamcha. Task difficulty, normal mode. Reward, 1 divine lottery draw. Just as Yilin prepared to act, the system issued a timely task. Yet, Yilin was not a true martial artist. His skills and abilities had been acquired through chance. Simply verbalizing his wisdom to Yamcha would be ineffective. The most efficient method was through practical experience. Spotting the dead assassin, Yilin's eyes lit up. He stripped the assassin's clothing and donned it, then proceeded to Yamcha's battleground. As Yamcha intended to return indoors to report to his master, he suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing danger. A pebble whizzed past his previous position, striking the ground with enough force to create a small crater. Realizing the potential peril, Yamcha's pupils constricted. Had that stone struck him, he would surely have met his end. You must be the 6th individual mentioned by Master Yilin. You seem to possess considerable skill. A smirk creased Yamcha's lips, excitement igniting his fighting spirit. Only by clashing with strong opponents could he hope to elevate his own abilities. It seems unnecessary to boast. Besides, you cannot discern my true prowess. Yilin, hands clasped behind his back and obscured by a black cloth, remained an enigma to Yamcha. Enough chatter. Prepare yourself. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha assumed his stance once more, unleashing a flurry of punches akin to a machine gun. Yilin nodded, noting the marked improvement in Yamcha's technique. His movements were more refined with superfluous actions minimized. However, Yilin had no intention of evading. His purpose was to exert overwhelming pressure to draw out Yamcha's latent potential. Despite the rapidity of Yamcha's strikes, they appeared slow to Yilin's keen eyes. He extended his hand, causing Yamcha to widen his eyes in disbelief as his fist was caught effortlessly. Is this your speed? How disappointing. Is this truly your limit? Do not be deceived by the form of your punches. Instead, attune yourself to your opponent's aura. Yilin closed his eyes, and Yamcha frowned. Anger then welled up in his eyes. It was evident that his opponent regarded him with utter disdain. The Wolf Fang Wind Fist. This was perhaps the first time since Yamcha began his martial arts training that he felt in such an exceptional state, with his Wolf Fang Wind Fist stirring the winds around him. However, what filled Yamcha with despair was the realization that his proud technique was utterly ineffective against this formidable adversary. Even with his eyes shut, the opponent effortlessly evaded his strikes. While it was true that Yilin's abilities were acquired through a lottery, his perception of energy had significantly sharpened after mastering these skills. Even with closed eyes, he could sense the movements of his enemy. It can't be possible. There is nothing impossible. Do not trust your eyes. Instead, feel the flow of your opponent's energy. As long as you can grasp the essence of energy, you can wield such power. Yilin raised his palm, and a spiraling sphere began to coalesce in his hand, continuously expanding. Stunned, Yamcha halted his assault. Gazing in awe at the massive spiral sphere Yilin had conjured, the overwhelming force instilled in him a sense of fear. Do not look. Instead, feel the flow of energy. Prepare to receive. The grand sphere descended upon Yamcha, and as it approached, despair filled his eyes, soon replaced by a fierce anger at his own weakness. He was unwilling to accept his inferiority. Yamcha let out an enraged roar, a faint current of energy gathering around him. Wolf Fang Wind Fist. This marked the 3rd time Yamcha unleashed his technique, but unlike before, His punches had taken on a tangible form, with streams of energy shooting forth like bullets. Yet, these energy blasts proved futile against the colossal spiral sphere. Yamcha frantically swung his fists, but still, the massive sphere drew near. I am doomed. Forgive me, Master, for I have disappointed you. Yamcha had prepared himself, but in the next moment, the enormous energy ball vanished without a trace. Well done, you have passed your first lesson. Confused, Yamcha stared at his opponent, unable to comprehend why Yi Lin had suddenly ceased his attack. Just then, Yi Lin removed his black scarf, and upon recognizing him, Yamcha's eyes widened in astonishment. Master, I apologize. To awaken your potential, I had to resort to such drastic measures. It is only in life and death crises that one can unleash boundless potential, and it is clear that this method was remarkably effective. Upon hearing these words, Yamcha finally understood and collapsed helplessly to the ground. So, it was like this. You scared me to death. Yamcha lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Did you still feel that moment of enlightenment? Yes, thanks to your guidance, Master. At that instant, I indeed felt an energy enveloping my body. Though that sensation was elusive, that is energy. While techniques and forms are undoubtedly important, the understanding of energy is even more vital. Listening to Yi Lin's teachings, Yamcha felt deeply moved. Initially, he had harbored doubts about taking Yi Lin as his master due to his youth. Yet, at this moment, he was genuinely convinced. Not only by Yi Lin's strength, but also by his willingness to go to such lengths to instruct him, filling Yamcha with immense gratitude. Master is indeed a transcendent being. I have never witnessed such a technique. I wonder what other secrets my master possesses. I am incredibly fortunate to have taken Yi Lin as my mentor. In Yamcha's eyes, Yi Lin had become akin to an immortal being. Chapter 15. The Course of the Hokage Flow. Afterward, Yi Lin and Yamcha returned to their humble abode, where Bulma awaited their return. Finally, you are back. Have you dealt with those kidnappers? Bulma, now dressed in a pink dress, still bore traces of anxiety in her eyes. Master, who were those kidnappers? I forgot to mention. They were sent by the Red Ribbon Army. By the way, do you recognize this? Yi Lin handed a unique token to Yamcha, who gasped upon seeing it. Master, this is the token of the Annihilation Tower. It is the third-ranked assassin organization, comprised entirely of martial arts experts, known for their ruthless methods. With countless lives lost at their hands, the Red Ribbon Army is notorious worldwide. How did you attract their attention? Are you afraid? Upon hearing this, Yamcha pounded his chest confidently. Master, how could I be afraid? If the Annihilation Tower arrives, it would be perfect. I am eager to test my limits, especially against Li Dao from the Annihilation Tower. I look forward to facing him. Listening to Yamcha's fervent words, Yi Lin noted the name Li Dao, but felt indifferent about confronting the assassin organization. If they dared provoke him, he would eliminate them without a second thought. The headquarters of the Annihilation Tower. In a quiet tavern, Li Dao reclined in his chair, his feet resting on the table, a warm smile gracing his face. Before him, a man knelt, trembling in fear. Those familiar with Li Dao understood that his smile signified his growing anger. So, the people we sent have gone completely silent, and they were all wiped out without even gathering intelligence? Boss, we are not clear on the details. Those brash youngsters acted recklessly, seeking glory. Shoo! Before the kneeling man could finish, a small knife flew past him, slicing a deep gash across his face, embedding itself into the concrete floor beneath. One could only imagine the strength required to achieve such a feat. It was monstrous. I do not tolerate explanations from failures. I will give you one more chance. Bring that woman back to me. In 3 days, if I do not see her, my knife will pierce your entire body. Boss, rest assured, I will complete the task. Then get out. Li Dao barked, and the man scrambled out of the room. Within the tavern sat 2 others. Li Dao's trusted subordinates, one named Tien Hu and the other a long boss. Even though those fools acted independently, we should not overlook the others. I recall one among them was a quasi-second-level assassin. With his strength, ordinary bodyguards would not stand a chance. The fact that those 6 were silently dealt with raises concerns about a true master lurking. Tien Hu remarked, "Humph, a quasi-second-level assassin is still trash. They may have underestimated their opponents and been ambushed. Total annihilation is not inconceivable," Along replied dismissively. Li Dao glanced at the knife in his hand, his eyes narrowing. Send 5 first-level assassins. What? 5 first-level assassins? Boss, we only have 10 first-level assassins. Deploying half of them seems excessive, especially since they are all occupied with tasks. Are you questioning my decision, Along? As Li Xiao Dao's piercing gaze met his, Along swallowed hard and quickly shook his head. Of course, you are right, boss. I will contact the first-level assassins immediately and have them drop their current tasks. Just days ago, the fourth-ranked organization, the Divine Machine Hall, had been annihilated, and countless individuals were now mocking our assassin organization. If the Annihilation Tower were to fail in a trivial kidnapping, how could we continue to exist in this world? I do not wish to see any further complications in this matter. The flying knife in Li Xiaodao's hand spun gracefully in the air before returning to its sheath. Master, we understand what needs to be done, he declared. After a full night of rest, Yi Lin and his companions set off once more. At that moment, he glanced at his attributes. Name, Yi Lin Battle Power, 77 Skills. 1. Diyu Huan Wan, Intermediate 201000. Skill Description. Activating this skill increases battle power by 50. 2. Yu Bu, Intermediate 251000. Skill Description. Activating this skill allows for aerial flight. 3. Dong Dong Bo, Beginner 50100. Skill Description. Emits light waves from the fingertips. Activating this skill increases battle power by 10. Items. For Xiando, 1 Dragon Ball Radar, 6 Dragon Balls. Having completed the guidance task for Yamcha, Yi Lin was granted a chance for a lottery draw. As it was merely an ordinary mode task, he drew an enhancement of 20 battle power points. His original 57 points had now risen to 77. However, beyond his own enhancement, Yi Lin was eager to see just how far Yamcha could grow. In the world of Dragon Ball, Yi Lin clearly remembered that later on, Yamcha had already surpassed the limits of Earthlings. Though his battle power could not match that of Goku and his companions, it was still formidable. Yi Lin hoped to facilitate his rapid growth. Master, are you thirsty? I've prepared a cold drink for you. It's perfect for this scorching day. Master, are you tired? You should rest well. Leave the driving to me. Bulma, observing the interaction between Yi Lin and Yamcha with curiosity, regarded them with a hint of confusion. Yi Lin reclined comfortably in a chair, donning sunglasses and leisurely sipping on a cold cola, while Yamcha handled the driving. They had now switched to a spacious RV, a request made by Bulma. Concerned about yesterday's events, she believed that acting separately posed a risk. Thus, traveling together was the safest option. The RV was quite spacious, allowing Yi Lin to indulge in comfort. What have you done? Why is he suddenly so loyal to you? Isn't it natural for a disciple to show respect to his master? Isn't that right, disciple? Yi Lin called out to the front, to which Yamcha turned back with a beaming smile. Of course, master. It is my honor to serve you. Seeing the harmonious exchange between master and disciple, Bulma chose to ignore them, continuing her study of the Dragon Ball radar. Soon, it was noon, and the group stopped to prepare a meal. Young Master Yamcha, let me handle the cooking. Per, stepping forward, transformed into a chef amidst a swirl of smoke, showcasing his culinary prowess with remarkable skill. Yamcha, come here. Master, did you call for me? Yamcha stood obediently before Yi Lin, completely shedding the demeanor of a bandit from the previous day. Since you have become my disciple, it is only right that I teach you well. Today, we will embark on the advanced course of Qi. Upon hearing this, Yamcha's eyes sparkled with excitement. After experiencing Qi for the first time last night, it felt as if he had opened the door to a new world, and he was eager to learn more. Yi Lin pondered deeply, finally devising a method. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Yamcha an object, who caught it with confusion. It was a water balloon. Master, what is this? Today, I will teach you a course in the style of the Hokage. The Hokage style? What a powerful name. It truly befits you, master. Yamcha was taken aback by the grandeur of the title. Today's lesson is simple. Use the Qi you have felt to burst this water balloon. Yi Lin demonstrated, channeling his Qi, causing the water within the balloon to spin rapidly. With a pop, the balloon distorted into peculiar shapes before bursting, splattering water everywhere. Yamcha's eyes widened in astonishment at the spectacle. To create waves in the water with Qi, applying pressure from both inside and outside, will cause the balloon to explode. You have successfully gathered Qi. This is your second lesson. Listening to Yi Lin's explanation, Yamcha gazed at him with admiration. Master, you are incredible. Such an innovative approach is truly unprecedented. Feeling a bit bashful from Yamcha's praise, Yi Lin acknowledged that the method was inspired by the anime he had watched. Now holding a second water balloon, Yamcha focused intently, shouting as he attempted to gather Qi. though it was evident that his control was still lacking compared to the potential he had shown under life-threatening circumstances. Nevertheless, Yi Lin believed in his foundation and was confident he would succeed. As the aroma of food wafted over, Yi Lin's appetite stirred. At the dining table, Bulma was already eating, multitasking with her laptop as if analyzing data. Yi Lin did not interrupt. Her culinary skills were commendable, and after a long time without a proper meal, Yi Lin savored it eagerly. You are quite peculiar. You seem like an extraordinary figure. Yet your eating habits are just like an ordinary person. Bulma, having poured herself a cup of coffee, glanced at Yi Lin as he ate. I am an ordinary person. It is precisely because I am ordinary that I must strive harder. Otherwise, I cannot compare to those with extraordinary physiques. Bulma appeared puzzled, but Yi Lin offered no further explanation. After finishing his last bites, he stood and left. Observing Yamcha's diligent training, Yi Lin remained committed to his own practice. He found a secluded area and began releasing skills. Since both Yu Bu and Di Yuhuan had reached intermediate levels, advancing further was not a swift process. Thus, he opted to rapidly enhance his proficiency in Dong Dong Bo, shooting waves of energy from his fingertips in the deserted wilderness. As he noticed his proficiency slowly increasing, perhaps due to his elevated battle power, the frequency of his Dong Dong Bo usage also shifted. Yi Lin persisted through the monotonous training. Just as he began to feel drowsy, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! System task notification. Defeat the enemy in surveillance. Task difficulty, easy mode. Task reward, 1 divine lottery draw. Surprised by the sudden task, Yi Lin closed his eyes to sense the movements around him, a smirk gracing his lips. How relentless. I didn't expect this to begin again. Very well, I shall entertain you. Feeling that the repetitive skill release had grown tiresome, the forthcoming enemies were the perfect sparring partners for him. In the forest, a group of individuals was covertly monitoring the movements of Yi Lin and his companion's RV. It seems one person has left. Now only a man and a woman remain. That woman is our target. What should we do next? Should we make our move? One of the watchers inquired of his companion, both using binoculars to track Yi Lin's group. Do not act recklessly. It is said that the opponent operates with an air of secrecy, having dispatched 5 assassins, one of whom is a quasi-second-tier assassin. Even second-tier assassins would be taken aback by this revelation, causing a palpable change in expression among the onlookers. Within the confines of their Jumye, a second-tier assassin is already considered a formidable opponent. If such a being has fallen, what chance do we, mere ordinary assassins, stand? However, there is no need for concern. Despite their prowess, we outnumber them. Our mission is to abduct that woman. As long as someone can distract the man, the others can seize the woman. And once we have her, we can swiftly make our escape, thus fulfilling our task. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the others brightened with hope. Therefore, the immediate priority is to locate the whereabouts of the other man. If he has ventured far, we can act directly. No need to search further. I am already here. A voice resonated from above, causing the assembled assassins to gaze upward in astonishment. At this moment, Yi Lin was leisurely perched atop a tree, waving at the assassins of Jumye. Let us go together and eliminate him. Although Yi Lin's sudden appearance startled them, they quickly regained their composure. Numerous assassins brandished various melee weapons. Some climbed the tree trunks, eager to confront Yi Lin, while others drew bows and aimed at him. Yi Lin could clearly assess their combat abilities. The majority were below 10 points, with the highest barely reaching that threshold. According to their earlier discourse, it was evident that these assassins were of a lower caliber. Spare yourselves the effort. I grant you an opportunity. If you can evade my Dodo wave, consider it a victory, and I shall spare you. Yi Lin's fingers coalesced energy, which transformed into radiant beams that shot forth from his hand, sweeping around him. The speed of the Dodo wave was remarkable. Yi Lin wished to hasten the proficiency of this skill precisely because of this characteristic. The forest was soon filled with anguished cries, and within 5 minutes, dozens of assassins lay incapacitated. Of course, Yi Lin was not a merciless killer. While the Dodo wave struck them, he tempered its force, leaving them in pain but alive. Indeed, this approach rendered skill practice far less monotonous. A slight smile curved Yi Lin's lips as he noted that his proficiency in the Dodo wave was nearing perfection. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are awarded a divine level lottery draw. Once all had collapsed, the system confirmed the task's completion, but due to the simplicity of the reward, Yi Lin held no high expectations. From the colorful lottery box, a white orb tumbled out, which aligned with Yi Lin's expectations, and he took little notice of it. Congratulations. Host, you have received 10 million in cash. Yi Lin's inventory swelled with newfound wealth. Had an ordinary person received such a sum, they might have burst into laughter. Yet for Yi Lin, money held little significance in the realm of Dragon Ball. Nevertheless, having funds is preferable to lacking them, as this journey requires resources. And the money pilfered from the Hongdan Legion was nearly depleted, primarily spent on food and drink. Please spare us. We were coerced. Just then, Yi Lin fired a dodo wave beside one man's feet, creating a deep, bottomless pit in the ground. Here is your choice. Abandon your life as assassins and assist in Yage village for a year, after which you shall be free. Consider this a form of atonement for your misdeeds. Should you refuse, I would not hesitate to carve a few more eyes into your bodies. The assassins, witnessing the radiance emanating from Yi Lin's hands, were truly terrified. We are willing to assist. We shall reform and never commit evil again. All the assassins were cowed by Yi Lin's might. Faced with such ghostly power, they trembled, daring not to defy his words. Yi Lin's reasoning for sending them to Yage village stemmed from its sparse population. With these strong individuals assisting, the village would surely thrive. Chapter 17. The disciple takes the field to elevate the dodo wave to an intermediate level. Yi Lin continued to demonstrate the technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. The dodo wave has advanced to the tenfold dodo wave. Name: Yi Lin. Combat power: 77 points. Skills: 1. Deyu Luo Xianwan, intermediate 201000. Activating this skill boosts combat power by 50. 2. Yubu, intermediate 251000. This skill allows for aerial movement. 3. Tenfold dodo wave, intermediate 01000. Emits light waves from the fingertips, enhancing combat power by 30. Items: 4 Xiando, 1 Dragon Ball radar, 6 Dragon Balls. Thanks to prior practice and frequent usage, Yi Lin's dodo wave finally ascended in rank. Tenfold dodo wave. Eager to test it, Yi Lin invoked the skill again, concentrating a more potent light at his fingertips, unleashing a colossal shockwave. This wave traveled 500 meters, penetrating everything in its path. The distance and power astonished Yi Lin, especially the extended range, which was highly advantageous for him. Caligula. His stomach grumbled once more with hunger, prompting Yi Lin to set off toward the camp. Upon returning to the camp, he found Yamcha still entrenched in his training. A full day had elapsed, and he was still immersed in his practice. Yamcha, you have gone a day without food. Please eat something. Pu'er looked on with concern as Yamcha continued his training. Pu'er, you need not worry about me. I feel invigorated and can distinctly sense the flow of energy. Yamcha's eyes sparkled as he focused intently on a water sphere, which twisted and turned in his palms. In the next moment, the sphere erupted, sending droplets flying in every direction. I did it. Yamcha stared in awe at the shattered water sphere before bursting into joyous laughter. Ah, quite impressive. You have learned rapidly. Yi Lin arrived just in time to witness this, and upon seeing him, Yamcha beamed with pride. It is all thanks to Master S teaching. Otherwise, I would not have grasped it so easily. However, it appears I do possess talent. Now for the next challenge. Before Yamcha could bask in his triumph, Yi Lin casually tossed him a tennis ball. Master, what is this? Since you claim to be talented, this tennis ball should be simple for you. Yi Lin observed as Yamcha stared wide-eyed at the tennis ball. Having exerted considerable effort to burst the water sphere, the difficulty of this task had escalated significantly. Nonetheless, unwilling to concede, Yamcha attempted the challenge, but no matter how he tried, the tennis ball remained motionless in his grasp. Yi Lin understood well that Yamcha had a tendency to become complacent, necessitating occasional reminders to keep him motivated in his training. It was precisely this arrogance that had caused him to neglect his training, making it increasingly difficult to catch up with Sun Wukong and the others. After assigning Yamcha a task, Yi Lin proceeded to Bulma's room, eager to see her progress on her research. Inside, Bulma was still diligently typing away at her computer, her concentration so intense that she failed to notice Yi Lin's entrance. Have you made any advancements with the Dragon Ball radar? Is it truly that difficult? Imitating it is certainly simple. However, I aim to improve upon the existing design, which is far from easy. Bulma removed her glasses and cast a glance at Yi Lin. We haven't had a proper conversation, have we? What is your purpose in collecting Dragon Balls? Although you claim to be their guardian, Everyone has their own desires. What wish do you intend to make to the Shenlong? Bulma was intrigued by Yi Lin. His formidable strength and enigmatic demeanor left her utterly unaware of his true intentions. Yi Lin pondered for a moment and replied, I have no grand wishes. I merely wish to grow stronger. Stronger? To my eyes, you already possess great power. Why seek further strength? Bulma inquired, a look of bewilderment on her face. To protect Earth, Yi Lin concluded after some reflection. The future of Earth seems fraught with conflict. It has faced destruction countless times in the world of Dragon Balls. I cannot be certain whether I would return to life after death. So the only course of action is to become stronger. Bulma stared at Yi Lin, dumbfounded, before bursting into laughter. You are quite amusing. Seeking strength to protect Earth? While it might sound like a jest coming from others, I take your words to heart. If that is your intent, I am willing to assist. Let us join forces in safeguarding Earth. Bulma extended her hand toward Yi Lin, who smiled and reciprocated. Their friendly handshake symbolized mutual recognition. Suddenly, an alarm blared within the room, causing Bulma's brow to furrow as she swiftly turned her gaze to the computer screen. Someone is approaching us, 5 individuals in total. They move with astonishing speed. My surveillance equipment can barely keep up. What kind of transportation are they using? Following the ambush from the previous night, Bulma had become more cautious, scattering surveillance devices around her RV. It was one of these devices that detected the presence of intruders. It seems elite assassins are on their way. Ginyu Lu has indeed sent more than just mere pawns. Wait, did you already eliminate someone from the assassin organization? Bulma was taken aback by Yi Lin's remark. About dozens, but they were weaklings, easily dispatched. However, these 5 seemed to be their main force. Yi Lin's nonchalant tone did little to ease Bulma's tension. Should we escape? Do not worry. Now that you are my companion, I will ensure your safety. Besides, this could serve as excellent training for someone. In the forest, 5 figures dashed swiftly, clad in black attire emblazoned with the symbols of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. What has happened to the advance team? Have they been eliminated? They're just a bunch of low-level fish. Their demise is inconsequential. Yet, I never expected that a mere kidnapping task would require the deployment of 5 elite assassins. Are the current low-ranking assassins truly this incompetent? Do not underestimate them. I've heard that the bodyguard possesses considerable strength. Humph, can he truly compare to seasoned first-tier assassins like us? Leave him to me. Do not interfere. Whatever. This is a trivial task. I have no interest in it. The 5 elite assassins of Ginyu Lu traversed the dense woods, arriving at an open area where a young man awaited them. Are you the bodyguard? You hardly seem imposing. Is it truly you who has slain so many of our assassins? The assassin bearing the gold insignia stepped forward to inquire. Yamcha's gaze sharpened as he assessed the 5 before him. In the name of my master, I, Yamcha, shall be your opponent. Master? Then you are not the strongest. Why act so grand? In an instant, the gold-clad assassin lunged toward Yamcha, his massive fist gathering a wave of energy. Yamcha's keen eyes detected the attack, and he effortlessly evaded the frontal assault, dodging a hidden dart in the process. While the gold assassin charged ahead, the others released darts without holding back. But none could escape Yamcha's awareness. Chapter 18. My master is stronger than me. Yamcha took a deep breath, recognizing that the 5 before him were indeed experts. He recalled how Yi Lin had informed him of the 5 assassins coming to challenge him, viewing it as a test of his abilities. Despite the sudden nature of the encounter, Yamcha accepted the challenge, eager to gauge the extent of his own growth, having trained briefly under Yi Lin. Old Jin, this fellow is no ordinary adversary. Can you handle it? A killer marked with the earth symbol questioned Old Jin. Humph, just a young lad. He poses no challenge to me. Stand back and watch how I deal with him. Old Jin charged forward, his speed evident from the outset. Yamcha noted that Old Jin's fists were enveloped in a thin layer of energy, indicating his proficiency with chi. He was not to be underestimated. Boom. Old Jin's fist struck the ground, creating a small crater upon impact. You dodge quite well, he taunted, his fists colliding with a sound akin to steel. Inside the RV, Bulma observed the commotion outside, feeling concern wash over her. Aren't you going to assist? Those men appear quite dangerous. Can your apprentice Yamcha handle them? In terms of combat prowess, Yamcha was indeed inferior to them, yet he had made significant progress. Yi Lin's eyes could discern the combat strength of each of the 5, all exceeding 30 points, a testament to the elite caliber of Ginyu Lu's assassins. Nevertheless, Yamcha's strength had also surged, now reaching 25 points. Thanks to Yi Lin's instruction on mastering Qi, an impressive threefold increase in a short time. Yet, against these 5, he still fell short. Yi Lin hoped to witness how far Yamcha could grow. In the face of life and death challenges, one's latent potential often surged. Bang! Yamcha could not evade old Jin's punch, absorbing the heavy force that sent him staggering back. He furrowed his brow, feeling as if struck by an iron rod. I must sense with my Qi. Yamcha shut his eyes, prompting a look of derision from old Jin. Are you giving up, boy? Then I shall send you to your end. Old Jin's fist descended toward Yamcha's head. Should it connect, Yamcha would surely meet his demise. Yet, at that moment, with his eyes closed, Yamcha's body moved with remarkable agility, tilting his head just enough to evade the lethal strike. Then, his hand flowed like water, gliding past old Jin's face. Thud, thud, thud. An array of muffled impacts echoed as old Jin collapsed, rolling his eyes back in defeat. What just transpired? The sudden turn of events astounded the remaining 4 first-tier assassins, who had not comprehended what had occurred. Only Yi Lin seemed to grasp it. In that fleeting moment, Yamcha's combat strength had exceeded 40 points. In an instant, a flurry of over a dozen punches was unleashed, each aimed at vital points. The individual known as Lao Jin, a first-rate assassin, despite his imposing physique and formidable martial arts skills, could not withstand the relentless onslaught from Yamcha. It was evident that Yamcha had emerged victorious. Having just witnessed Yamcha's triumph over an opponent, Yi Lin had already formed his judgment. After a day of contemplation, Yamcha was on the cusp of mastering Qi, and following such a fierce battle, he had finally taken a significant step forward. Breathing steadily, Yamcha's focus was unwavering as he locked his gaze on the 4 assassins before him. Come at me together, I shall face you all alone. He assumed a combat stance, his eyes gleaming with intensity. With his newfound control over Qi, Yamcha had gathered a formidable aura around him. What nonsense! You insolent brat, dare to underestimate us? Watch as we deal with you. The 4 charged at Yamcha, skillfully launching their attacks from his blind spots, leaving him seemingly unable to evade. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha's arms began to move in a deliberate manner, appearing slow to the naked eye, yet to his assailants. He transformed into a ferocious wolf. Countless shadows of his fists surged through the air, striking the 4 from all directions. Despite their attempts to ambush him, Yamcha's counterattacks found their mark, reaching even the assassin behind him. What? The 4 stared in disbelief, realizing that the individual they had previously dismissed had become an opponent beyond their reach. In mere moments, each one had endured over 10 of Yamcha's punches, and the once advancing assassins were sent flying, crashing to the ground. As the 4 lay defeated, Yamcha gradually lowered his arms, the storm of punches dissipating, and he exhaled a long breath. You must be the strongest, deceiving us with tales of a master, leading us to underestimate you. I did not lie. My master is dozens, if not hundreds of times stronger than I. If he were to engage you, you would perish in mere moments. Impossible. The assassin's eyes widened in shock at this astonishing revelation before he succumbed to despair. 5 first-rate assassins had been vanquished by Yamcha alone. At that moment, Yamcha felt utterly drained. The recent battle had been perilous. Had he not gained control over Qi, he might have been swiftly eliminated by those 5. Well done. This is how a true disciple should perform. Yi Lin approached Yamcha, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. Master, you flatter me. It is all thanks to your guidance. Indeed, now you may attempt to use that tennis ball. Upon hearing Yi Lin's encouragement, Yamcha retrieved the earlier yellow tennis ball. His gaze sharpened as Qi rapidly coalesced around it, distorting the ball with increasing intensity. Bang! With a soft pop, the tennis ball exploded, and Yamcha sighed in relief. Now you have officially begun your journey. Is this really just the beginning? Yamcha's lips twitched. After such arduous training, he had not anticipated that he was merely at the threshold. Naturally, the path of cultivation is endless. Do not become complacent due to your current achievements. There are many stronger than I, and I too labor diligently in my training. To think there are individuals stronger than you is truly unimaginable. Hearing Yi Lin's words, a bittersweet smile emerged on Yamcha's face. His earlier pride had vanished. Yet as he gazed at the setting sun, he clenched his fists, determined to grow stronger. Chapter 19. The village surrounded by zombies. Having dealt with the assassins from Jumyelu, Yi Lin and his companions continued on their journey. Along the way, Pu Er was driving, while Yamcha concentrated on further cultivating his chi, aspiring to shape it as Yilin had done. Yilin was pleased with Yamcha's progress. In a short time, his combat power had already surpassed 30 points, making him capable of contending with opponents possessing 40 points of power. Success! Just then, Bulma burst into the room, elated as she brandished a pair of electronic goggles. Could this be? Upon seeing the device, Yilin's eyes brightened, recognizing it as a power-level detector from his knowledge of Dragon Ball. Hehe. I call it the battle power detector. After days of research on you, I finally adjusted the data. With this device, I can ascertain your true strength. Bulma excitedly donned the goggles, displaying a stream of numbers through the orange lenses. Yamcha, battle power, 30 points. Pooh Air, battle power, 3 points. Bulma examined both Yamcha and Pooh Air before turning her gaze toward Yilin, eager to discover the extent of his power. Yilin? How can this be? Why can't I detect your battle power? Confusion spread across Bulma's face as she leaned closer, almost pressing her entire face against Yilin's. Is this how you greet someone in the morning? This is rather inappropriate. If you truly wish, we can discuss it later tonight. Yilin wrapped his arm around Bulma's waist, causing her to frown and prepare to kick him. However, he anticipated this and retreated, reclining leisurely on the sofa. He glanced at the puzzled Bulma. The inability to detect your battle power indicates that your device is not sufficiently advanced. Keep striving for improvement, Yilin remarked casually. This is impossible. My power level detector can reach 100. Could your power exceed that? Bulma stared at Yilin in astonishment, while Yamcha, overhearing this, felt even more admiration for his master. Truly, my master must possess a power level beyond 100. I must work even harder. Yamcha accepted the notion of Yilin surpassing 100 points, while Bulma displayed a look of reluctant determination. Just wait. I will develop an even more advanced power level detector. I must uncover your true strength. Bulma furiously stowed away the detector and stormed back to her laboratory. Observing the exchange, Yilin could not help but chuckle inwardly. His power level had not changed, still a mere 77 points. It seemed that his true power was concealed by the system, preventing Bulma's detector from registering it. For Yilin, this was a fortuitous situation. If his battle power were consistently exposed, it would enable enemies to prepare against him. However, Bulma's swift development of the power level detector was unexpected. Her genius was undeniable. Given her current pace, it would not be long before she created an even more sophisticated device. Bringing Bulma into his team was indeed a wise decision. At the headquarters of Ginyu, 5 first-rate assassins lay slain, while the remaining ordinary assassins had vanished. Is this the answer you have provided me? A cold glimmer flickered in Li Xiaodao's eyes, while Tian Hu and Along were equally astonished, not expecting that even with the deployment of 5 first-rate assassins, the mission had still ended in failure. Boss, allow me to handle this. I will bring that brat's head to you. Hearing the words of his 2 trusted subordinates, Li Xiaodao rose from his seat. Summon all the assassins from Ginyu. I shall confront this individual personally. Although Li Xiaodao's voice was neither warm nor cold, the murderous intent he harbored was palpable. Tian Hu and Along nodded in agreement. The loss of 5 first-tier assassins had dealt a significant blow to Ginyu. It was precisely for this reason that Li Xiaodao was prepared to take matters into his own hands, his fury reaching a boiling point. Under his command, the assassins of Ginyu quickly began to assemble. Yilin and his companions traversed vast stretches of desert before arriving at a village. Upon reaching this location, Yilin sought to inquire about the whereabouts of the fortune-telling grandmother. However, upon entering the village, he discovered that the main gate was tightly shut, and the villagers were too frightened to emerge. Yet, Yilin sensed that the village was not devoid of inhabitants. He could feel the presence of life within. Is anyone there? Yamcha ventured forth to investigate, but no response came from within the village. It was peculiar. Why were they so terrified? Yamcha furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his eyes. At that moment, Yilin noticed a group of individuals cloaked in black descending from the opposite end of the village. Their footsteps were steady, resonating with a firm thud against the ground. Yilin frowned. As they drew nearer, he realized that these figures were, in fact, zombies. Zombies! Zombies! Bulma exclaimed in horror upon sighting them. Ding! System task prompt. 1. Defeat the zombies. Task difficulty, easy mode. 2. Defeat the zombies and rescue the village. Task difficulty, normal mode. 3. Save the zombies and rescue the village. Task difficulty, hard mode. I choose hard mode. The rare opportunity of a hard mode task was not to be squandered. After all, the higher the difficulty, the greater the likelihood of obtaining valuable rewards. However, he had not anticipated that the task condition required saving the zombies, implying that these individuals were likely under someone's control and thus had not perished. Master, leave this to me. I can handle these zombies with ease. Yamcha exclaimed eagerly. Just as he was about to leap into action, Yilin restrained him. These zombies appeared indistinguishable from the living. There must be some trickery at play. We should not kill them. Capturing them will suffice. Upon hearing Yilin's words, Yamcha nodded, displaying an obedient demeanor towards him. Subsequently, Yamcha produced a universal capsule and casually tossed it aside, causing a massive iron cage to materialize. After completing this, he charged towards the zombies. The zombies moved sluggishly, their combat prowess lacking, allowing Yamcha to dispatch them with remarkable ease. In a matter of moments, he had confined all the zombies within the iron cage. The entire horde of zombies clamored and reached out from within the cage. Yet their strength was insufficient to break free. Chapter 20. The hero of the village, Wulong. After Yamcha had secured all the zombies within the iron cage, the villagers began to emerge, curious about the commotion. At that moment, a little girl rushed forward. "Do not harm them. They are from our village," she exclaimed, spreading her arms to shield Yamcha. Observing the girl, Yamcha appeared puzzled. "But aren't they zombies? They were turned into zombies by bad people. But they will surely return to their former selves," the little girl replied with determination. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward from the crowd. "Xiaoya, do not be disrespectful to our benefactor. They have become this way. How could they possibly revert? It is the fault of the organization known as Ming Hun Tang," the elder admonished, pulling Xiaoya aside. Though determined, Xiaoya could only comply in the presence of the elder. "Esteemed guest, I am the village chief. I thank you for aiding us against these zombies. If possible, could you help us eliminate them? The villagers are all frail and defenseless," the chief implored. Yilin glanced at the villagers, noting that they were primarily elderly, women, and children, with no young men in sight. "Chief, were these zombies truly once residents of your village?" Yilin inquired, seeking information, for his task was to save the zombies, not merely to slay them. "Indeed. As you have observed, our village lacks young men. These zombies were once the men of our village, transformed by a killer organization called Ming Hun Tang, which came here not long ago claiming to conduct experiments and turned all our men into zombies." Ming Hun Tang? Yilin frowned, unfamiliar with the details of this assassin organization. "Master, Ming Hun Tang is the second-ranked assassin organization, even more formidable than Jumye. Their methods are notoriously ruthless." Yamcha informed Yilin about Ming Hun Tang's reputation. "Chief, these zombies are merely victims of Ming Hun Tang's machinations. There must be a way to save them. I wish to detain them temporarily while seeking a means to rescue them." Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes widened, tears trickling down his weathered cheeks. "Thank you, benefactor. We entrust our men to you." Yilin winced at the chief's words, feeling a sense of awkwardness. Yet regardless of the task or moral obligation, he did not wish to resort to indiscriminate slaughter upon discovering that the villagers turned into zombies still had a chance for salvation. "Begone. Leave the village at once." Just then, a colossal figure towering over 3 meters descended before Yilin and his companions. This imposing creature bore a terrifying visage, with massive muscles and a ghastly countenance, a veritable messenger of hell. Yet, Yilin discerned that its combat strength was remarkably low, merely a trifling 3 points. "It is the Lord of Demons. The Lord of Demons has returned. Everyone, come forth to pay your respects." The village chief exclaimed with unrestrained glee upon seeing this monstrous apparition. The other villagers echoed his delight, with some women gazing upon the so-called Lord of Demons with admiration. "You must be Wulong," Yamcha remarked as he flew toward the Lord of Demons, scrutinizing him intently. Insolence. I am the Lord of Demons. You insignificant creatures, do not linger in the village. If I unleash my power, you shall surely be obliterated." Recognizing the identity of this figure, Yilin approached. "Oh, so there exists such a formidable master here. I truly must test the prowess of the Lord of Demons." Gathering energy at his fingertips, he concentrated it to its zenith, radiating a brilliant light. Upon witnessing the luminous energy, cold sweat began to bead on Wulong's brow. "Even if you are our benefactor, you must not disrespect our Lord of Demons. When we were besieged by zombies, it was he who provided us with sustenance. Otherwise, we would have perished from hunger. Indeed, the Lord of Demons is our hero, and he is exceedingly powerful. Quickly apologized to the Lord of Demons. Many women and children from the village chastised Yilin. Then it seems I should indeed test the abilities of this Lord of Demons, Yilin declared, intensifying the radiant energy in his hands, causing Wu Long to sweat profusely, dampening the earth beneath him. Lord of Demons, please take action and teach this disrespectful individual a lesson. Wait a moment, everyone. I am not in a convenient situation right now, Yulong said, feeling the pressure from the villagers. Meanwhile, Yellen was approaching with the Dongdong bow in hand, causing Yulong's complexion to turn pale. Suddenly, the formidable demon lord shrank rapidly and transformed into the appearance of a small pig, clad in green attire and kneeling on the ground. Spare me, I was just joking. I am not powerful at all. Ah, it is indeed you, Yulong. I knew you were deceiving us, a villager exclaimed. Yulong's expression was pitiful as Per flew in front of him. The villagers were left speechless upon witnessing Yulong's true form. How could this be? The demon lord has been deceiving us. How despicable, you fraud. Enduring the villagers' scorn, Yulong felt utterly dejected. Village chief, although Yulong has deceived you, he has indeed provided assistance to the village. Let his misdeeds be offset by his merits. Upon hearing this, Yulong instantly perked up, standing confidently. Right? I have contributed to the village. I am not at fault. Yellen cast a glance at Yulong, recognizing that, given Yulong's nature, his intentions could not be so simple. Do not think I am unaware of your motives. You are merely coveting the village's beautiful women, pretending to be a hero. How did you know? Yulong quivered, staring wide-eyed at Yellen, utterly baffled by how Yellen could see through his intentions. Rest assured, you may continue to be a hero in this village. I will not expose you. However, since you have chosen to assist the villagers, I hope you will genuinely aid them. Otherwise, I will seek you out for a sparring match. Yes, I will mend my ways and work hard for the village. Yulong nodded vigorously, fearful of provoking Yellen. Chapter 21. Teaching by example. With the zombies trapped, the villagers could roam freely, while Yellen and his companions became esteemed guests in the village. The villagers prepared a plethora of food for them, and Yellen approached the village chief directly. Chief, where are the members of the Minghan Hall hiding now? I believe the antidote must be with them. I will retrieve it to save the villagers. Hesitating at Yellen's words, the village chief was clearly concerned about potential retaliation from the Minghan Hall. Chief, the people from the Minghan Hall are so audacious here. They will undoubtedly not spare this village. If you continue to hesitate, when they return, there may be no one left to protect you. Yellen's words carried a hint of menace, as he was the village's only lifeline. As expected, after hearing Yellen's statement, the chief's hesitation vanished. I am not certain where they are hiding, but the last group that came to the village seemed to head towards the Beishan. It is said that there is some treasure there. The chief pointed northward to a towering mountain that pierced the clouds, its terrain appearing extremely steep. Treasure? That is what I heard them say. I do not know what kind of treasure it is. The chief shook his head, clearly aware of only this much information. Master, let me accompany you. Yamcha volunteered eagerly. Yellen nodded, and then turned his gaze towards Bulma. I would never go to such a desolate place. I want to stay in my room and continue my research. If you wish to go, then go by yourselves. Bulma lost interest upon seeing the steep mountain, and, frustrated by the previous inability of the battle power detector to assess Yellen's strength, was determined to expedite her efforts in developing a more powerful testing device. Benefactor, are you truly going to Beishan? It is quite dangerous there. It is said that a snow monster dwells atop the mountain, possessing immense strength, making even seasoned hunters no match for it, not to mention the assassins from the Minghan Hall. Do not worry, Chief. We are cautious. You can safely await our return in the village, and I will definitely rescue the villagers. Yellen reassured the chief, who could only pray for their safety, hoping Yellen would succeed in saving the men of the village. To expedite their journey to Beishan, Yellen took Yamcha and employed the moon step technique, swiftly soaring towards Beishan. In the air, Yamcha felt the biting cold wind against his face, shivering. Master, could we fly a bit lower? Yamcha looked down at the ground, trembling, as the trees appeared tiny like ants. You will get used to it eventually, Yellen replied, disregarding Yamcha's request. In the world of Dragon Ball, flying was a most ordinary affair. All right, we have arrived. In just 5 minutes, Yellen had brought Yamcha 5 kilometers closer to the foot of Beishan. However, as they observed, The entire Beishan was desolate, the air thick with the scent of wild beasts, resembling a forsaken land devoid of human presence. Is there really any treasure here? Would those from the Minghan Hall truly come to such a place? Yamcha doubted the existence of treasure, but Yellen noticed footprints on the ground. It seems they have indeed come here. Yellen pointed to the footprints, which formed a neat row, clearly numbering many. Only then did Yamcha notice the footprints. And they followed the trail. Master, if there really is treasure, we could strike it rich. Yamcha's eyes sparkled, naturally drawn to wealth. Yellen, however, held little interest in riches. Understanding that wealth was ultimately meaningless. In the world of Dragon Ball, strength was paramount. Yamcha was just beginning his journey as a strong fighter, and it was unrealistic to sever such desires from him. As they ascended the mountain, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous, yet this did not deter Yellen and Yamcha, who pressed on following the footprints. Eventually, the tracks led them to the entrance of a cave, from which a foul odor of beasts emanated. It appears this is the entrance to the treasure. Master, let us hurry inside and deal with those from the Minghan Hall. Yamcha eagerly prepared to enter, but Yellen's hand forcefully pulled him back. Master, look closely at your feet, Yellen instructed. Yamcha examined the ground and noticed a thin line at the cave entrance, instantly recognizing it as a trap. Above the cave, sharp blades dangled, their edges blackened, clearly coated in poison. If they were to proceed carelessly, a single misstep could lead to their demise. Master, you are incredible. How did you detect this trap? Yamcha looked at Yellen with admiration. Use your ki to sense your surroundings. You have learned to harness ki, so attempt to feel the environment with it. This will aid you in mastering your ki's power. Yes, Master, I will strive to improve. They bypassed the trap and continued on, encountering many more traps along the way. However, this time, Yamcha had gained experience. After a few instances, he gradually adapted to sensing danger with his ki. From that point onward, Yamcha took the lead, while Yellen followed closely behind. Upon reaching the depths of the cave, they heard footsteps ahead. Yellen and Yamcha exchanged glances, with Yamcha taking the lead, drawing out the battle power detector he had received from Bulma, because Bulma believed that the power level tester was inadequate. But Yamcha took a liking to it. With this device, he could discern the strength of his opponents. Soon, two men emerged from the corridor of the cave. Upon seeing Yellen and Yamcha, they paused momentarily, then prepared to speak. However, Yamcha was quick on his feet, swiftly taking down both men in the blink of an eye. With a combat power of only 10, they posed little challenge. It seemed quite effortless. Leave the rest to me, he said. Yellen nodded, pleased to let Yamcha take the lead. They continued onward, emerging from the cave into a more spacious area, an expansive cavern where a group of over 10 individuals was busy digging into the ground. Upon noticing Yellen and Yamcha, the group eyed them suspiciously. Who are you? One demanded. Your demise, Yellen replied coldly. Without hesitation, Yamcha charged forward. With the power level tester in hand, he could clearly see that none of the individuals among them had a battle power exceeding 20. Dealing with them would be a mere formality. Chapter 22. A single blow to the snow monster, Yamcha's figure transformed into a blur as he harnessed his energy, significantly enhancing both his speed and strength. The members of the Minghan Tong were no match for him. They raised their firearms, but in the confined space of the cavern, their movements were severely hampered, and Yamcha had already closed in on them. Like a wolf among sheep, Yamcha plunged into the ranks of the Minghan Tong assassins, sealing their fate. The assassins found it difficult to use their weapons effectively, and any shots fired would likely injure their own comrades. Damn it, enhance yourselves with drugs, the assassins resolved, pulling out a vial of green potion and consuming it all at once. Yamcha's power detector registered an increase in their combat power. Their appearances began to alter. Their human forms morphed into grotesque shapes, their bodies swelling and transforming. With a roar, their eyes turned crimson. Yamcha struck one of the assassins with a powerful punch, sending him flying. Yet, the moment he hit the ground, he sprang back up, charging at Yamcha once more. Their bodies have become remarkably resilient, Yamcha thought, shaking his hand. The force of his punch had felt like hitting iron. The assassin's combat power had doubled, nearing 30 points. However, this state would lead them to lose their sanity, acting like beasts. Watching the rampaging horde approach, Yamcha inhaled deeply. He could not afford to embarrass himself in front of his master. Long Yafeng Feng Chuan. Yamcha unleashed a flurry of punches, each imbued with his energy, striking with the force of cannonballs. With a series of muffled thuds, Yamcha felled all the frenzied assassins in an instant. As the effects of the potion wore off, their bodies swiftly withered, transforming into mere skeletons devoid of breath. Yamcha had not killed them. They perished due to the backlash of the potion. It seemed they had consumed it with the intention of death. Yin approached, observing the grim fate of the assassins. His brow furrowed. This potion is exceedingly dangerous. It can elevate an ordinary person to a skilled fighter, but the cost is immense. Not only do they lose their sanity, but they also die once the effects fade. This is a blatant disregard for human life. Master, I must eradicate the Minghun Tong. Yamcha clenched his fists. Furious at the sight of the fallen and the ordinary villagers turned into zombies. There will be an opportunity to deal with them. Worry not. With so many casualties, our enmity with the Minghun Tong is sealed, Yin said, rummaging through the belongings of the deceased until he unearthed a small vial containing several pills. He examined it closely, detecting the unmistakable scent of traditional medicine. This must be the antidote for the villagers turned into zombies. Having secured the antidote, Yin intended to leave with Yamcha when a sudden sense of danger struck. They quickly leaped aside. Boom! A colossal figure descended from above. A massive fist crashing down, shattering the ground. Yin beheld a towering creature over 5 meters tall, a gigantic snow monkey, its fur entirely white. Is this the fabled snow monster? Having heard tales from the village chief, Yin was aware of the existence of snow monsters in the northern mountains. But he never anticipated encountering one in such a vast range. The snow monster, enraged, pounded its chest, apparently provoked by the intruders, and swung its fists towards Yin and Yamcha. Combat power at 59 points. Yamcha's power detector revealed, and he was taken aback by the overwhelming strength of the snow monster. At that moment, the creature seemed to have caught his scent, its massive form charging toward Yamcha. Despite its size, the snow monster moved with surprising agility, reaching Yamcha in an instant. Let me see your strength. Long Yafeng Feng Chuan. Yamcha stood his ground, launching his punches. Each strike, infused with his energy, landed on the snow monster. Yet it sustained no visible damage. The creature's thick fur provided formidable protection. As Yamcha's punches met the snow monster, it raised its fists high, preparing to smash down upon him. Yamcha, taken aback, rolled away just in time to evade the monster's powerful blow. Although it missed, the snow monster did not relent. Its long arms extended, covering a significant distance. Despite Yamcha's evasion, he could not escape the range of its attack. The massive fist descended once more, and Yamcha, fatigued from earlier efforts, had no time to dodge. As the fist neared his head, he knew the monstrous strength could easily crush him. But just then, a brilliant light pierced through the snow monster's head. Its cranium vanished amidst the radiance, and the headless creature collapsed to the ground. Yamcha sighed in relief. He had truly felt the edge of mortality, fortunate that Yin had intervened in time. Master, I have disappointed you. Focus on your training, do not be complacent. With greater diligence, even this snow monster would not stand a chance against you. Yes, I shall heed your teachings. After experiencing true defeat, Yamcha felt the inadequacy of his own strength and recognized the vast chasm between himself and his master. Yin, the snow beast, proved to be a formidable challenge. Yet Yin effortlessly vanquished it with a mere casual strike. In contrast, this only deepened the mystery surrounding Yin's true capabilities. Chapter 23. Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi arrive with the snow beast dispatched, just as Yin was about to depart. Yamcha suddenly exclaimed, Master, treasure. It's treasure. He pointed towards the deep pit created by the monkey's assault, where a plethora of jewels lay scattered. It appeared that the coveted treasures sought by the Minghun Tang were indeed these riches. Had it not been for the snow beast, they might never have discovered this bounty, which would have been taken entirely. Although wealth is but a trivial matter, to forego it would be sheer folly. Yin and Yamcha gleefully gathered the treasures until their bags brimmed, then they exited the cave. Not long after they left, 2 individuals, one tall and one small, entered the cave. Upon witnessing the devastation within, they were both taken aback. Tien Shinhan, that seems to be the snow beast. The smaller one identified. The duo, Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi, were currently honing their skills and had heard tales of a formidable snow beast residing in this mountain. They had intended to defeat it, only to find that someone had beaten them to it. Did these people slay it? Jiaozi inquired, eyeing a nearby corpse. Tien Shinhan swept his 3 eyes over the scene and shook his head. This snow beast was not slain by these individuals. Its demise was likely due to some poison. As for the beast, it was struck down in a single blow by a true master. I yearned to engage such a skilled opponent. A glimmer of battle fervor sparked in Tien Shinhan's eyes as he diligently searched the ground. Footprints. They must not have departed long ago. We can still pursue them. Driven by the desire to train against a strong adversary, Tien Shinhan pressed on, while Jiaozi followed closely behind in silence. Meanwhile, Yi Lin and Yamcha returned to the village, where Yi Lin produced an antidote and administered it to the villagers who had been transformed into zombies. Gradually, the villagers began to regain their senses. Ding! The system notification chimed, indicating the completion of a mission and the activation of a divine lottery. Before the vibrant lottery box, Yi Lin's eyes shone with anticipation. This was a challenging task. The rewards were guaranteed to be at least 50 C grade or higher, and Yi Lin was eager to see if fortune favored him. As a flash of light illuminated the space, a small purple orb fell into his hands. Congratulations, host. You have received a C grade reward. Your combat power has doubled. The system's voice echoed, enveloping Yi Lin in a radiant glow that instantly multiplied his combat prowess. Name: Yi Lin. Combat power: 154 points. Skills: 1. Du Huan Wan. Intermediate 201000. Utilizing this skill enhances combat power by 50. 2. Yu Bu. Intermediate 301000. This skill grants the ability to fly. 3. Shi Bei Dong Dong Bo. Intermediate 51,000. Emits light waves from the fingertips. Using this skill boosts combat power by 30. Items: Xian Do X4, Dragon Ball Radar X1, Dragon Ball X6. Yi Lin's combat power surged rapidly, likening the experience to riding an elevator. Thank you for saving us. If not for you. The villagers, now fully awake, expressed profound gratitude towards Yi Lin. There is no need for formality. We merely pass through to uphold justice. However, do remain vigilant. We cannot be certain if the Ming Hun Tang will come after us. Should they seek us out, it suffices to shift the blame onto us. That simply cannot be. This is the best course for the village. Once we depart, even if the Ming Hun Tang seeks vengeance, they will be unable to find us. Yi Lin persuaded the villagers, embodying the role of a benevolent guardian while simultaneously wishing to eradicate the harm wrought by the Ming Hun Tang. Hearing Yi Lin's thoughtful advice, the villagers admired and respected him even more. Village chief, I wish to inquire about someone named Zhanbu Papa. Have you heard of her? Zhanbu Papa? You must mean the eccentric old woman from the desert temple to the west. If you travel west for a day, you will encounter the temple. Having gathered this information, Yi Lin deemed the journey worthwhile. Very well, village chief, we shall take our leave. Yi Lin bid farewell to the villagers, who enthusiastically waved goodbye. Among them, he spotted Pu Er, who seemed determined to stay and contribute to the village. As they departed, Yi Lin instructed Pu Er to drive westward, while Yamcha gleefully clutched a trove of treasures, grinning widely. Wee struck it rich. Yi Lin, too preoccupied to admonish him, noticed 2 figures hastening towards their vehicle in the distance. To his surprise, they were Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi, both of whom possessed formidable combat strength, making it effortless for them to pursue the vehicle. Pu Er, accelerate. Pu Er held Yi Lin and Yamcha's master in high regard, responding promptly to the command by pressing the accelerator. As the vehicle sped up, Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow. Jiaozi, stop their vehicle. Understood, Tien Shinhan. Jiaozi's eyes glimmered with a green light, and suddenly, Yi Lin's vehicle levitated, its wheels spinning in midair, immobilizing it. What is happening? Yamcha sensed the unusual situation, panic creeping into his expression. Our vehicle has been intercepted by a master. A master? At that moment, the 2 figures halted before their vehicle. Pardon the intrusion. May I inquire which of you defeated the snow beast? Tien Shinhan's gaze fixated on Yi Lin and Yamcha, his 3 eyes scrutinizing them as if weighing their merits. It was he who defeated it. Yi Lin pointed at Yamcha, inadvertently shifting the responsibility onto him, leaving Yamcha speechless. Master, did you not wish to grow stronger? Engage with these 2. This will illuminate your understanding of your own strength. Yi Lin earnestly advised Yamcha, who, upon hearing his words, began to believe him. Is that so? Fear not, master. I shall not disgrace you. Yamcha leaped from the vehicle, focusing his gaze on Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi. Odd. Why is the combat power detector malfunctioning? Yamcha noted that his combat power detector failed to register the power of the two before him. Yet Yilin clearly discerned the truth. Jiaozi possessed a combat power of 110, while Tien Shinhan boasted 140, both exceeding 100. Hence, the detector could not display their strength. Chapter 24. Yilin faces two. Yamcha believed the detector was simply faulty, dismissing any further thoughts. Was it you who defeated the snow beast? Tien Shinhan questioned, eyeing Yamcha with skepticism. He could hardly believe this individual was so formidable given his appearance. Indeed, I am Yamcha, and I am the one who vanquished the snow beast. If you seek revenge for it, you have chosen the wrong target. Yamcha assumed a combative stance, ready to engage at any moment. Tien Shinhan, he seems rather weak. Jiaozi pointed at Yamcha, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet his words ridiculed Yamcha's apparent ineptitude. Yamcha's forehead bulged with veins as he pointed at the dumpling. Now, prepare to witness my formidable prowess. The dumpling floated gracefully before him, and as he observed its ability to soar, Yamcha furrowed his brow, realizing he was ill-equipped to confront an aerial adversary. However, with the dumpling now directly in front of him, the moment to strike had finally arrived. Whoosh! Yamcha launched a punch towards the dumpling, his speed remarkable. Yet the dumpling effortlessly blocked it with a single finger. Tien Shinhan, you truly are feeble, the dumpling taunted, and Yamcha, astonished by the dumpling's strength, regained his composure. His master had informed him that the two before him were skilled fighters, and he could not judge by appearances alone, despite seeming like a child. The dumpling possessed overwhelming power. He exhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening as he assumed a combative stance. Tien Shinhan raised an eyebrow, sensing a shift in Yamcha's aura. Dumpling. He means business, he cautioned. At that moment, Yamcha surged towards the dumpling. Wolf Fang fist. A barrage of punches filled the air like cannon fire. The dumpling, taken aback, attempted to evade, preparing to ascend using his flight technique. You shall not escape. Yamcha had anticipated this maneuver, swiftly grasping the dumpling's foot and yanking him down. He then raised his other fist, charged with energy. Though the disparity in combat strength between Yamcha and the dumpling was evident, a successful hit could prove devastating for the dumpling. However, the dumpling's eyes glimmered with a green light, signaling the activation of his most adept superpower. Yamcha suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in his abdomen, his strength waning, yet he gritted his teeth and landed a punch on the dumpling's face. Bang! The dumpling was propelled backward, hastily using his flight technique to mitigate the impact. Despite this, bruises marred his visage, and anger flickered across his features. Dongdongbois. A radiant beam coalesced at the tip of the dumpling's finger. Yamcha's eyes widened in alarm. He recognized this technique, as it was one his master employed. With his abdomen still in agony, he realized he had no time to evade, for the dumpling was unleashing his superpower. Pointing at Yamcha, the dumpling unleashed a shockwave of energy, its slender beam packed with formidable strength. Despair washed over Yamcha's face. He knew he could not withstand such an onslaught. Just then, a figure interposed itself before him. Yilin. With a swift motion, he clapped his palm, channeling energy that dissipated the dumpling's attack. The dumpling gaped in disbelief, astonished that his Dongdongbois had been so easily thwarted. Tien Shinhan's figure flickered as he moved to the dumpling's side, scrutinizing Yilin from head to toe. What is your name? You must be the one who defeated the snow monster. Upon witnessing Yilin's prowess, Tien Shinhan discerned that he was indeed the slayer of the snow monster, feeling an overwhelming power emanating from him. I am Yilin, and it is true that I vanquished the snow monster. I appreciate your guidance with my apprentice, yet I must reclaim my disciple's honor. Come at me together, if you dare. Yilin gestured towards Tien Shinhan and the dumpling, prompting a frown from Tien Shinhan. Master, while it is true my opponent possesses greater strength, it is also true that you have underestimated him. Step back and reflect, then observe how I will deal with them. Yes, Master, Yamcha quickly retreated, yielding the arena to Yilin. You think to take on two? You need not worry about Tien Shinhan. I alone am sufficient. The dumpling bristled at Yilin's words, his eyes once again shimmering with green light. Superpower, is it? But should my energy be sufficiently concentrated, what can your abilities do against me? Yilin stood firm, unaffected. The dumpling frowned, realizing he had exerted all his strength, yet his superpower could not shake Yilin. Now, it is my turn to strike. Yilin lifted a finger, a radiant glow igniting at its tip. The sight of this technique startled both Tien Shinhan and the dumpling. Dongdongbois. How is this possible? Why can you also use Dongdongbua? In response to the dumpling's inquiry, Yilin smiled and shook his head. This is not Dongdongbua. It is a tenfold Dongdongbua. Yilin pointed at Tien Shinhan and the dumpling, unleashing a Dongdongbua that was as thick as a man's arm. Observing the magnitude of this attack, the dumpling's eyes widened in shock. It was on an entirely different level than his own. Dumpling, let us attack together. Tien Shinhan, recognizing the peril of Yilin's technique, positioned himself alongside the dumpling, and they simultaneously unleashed their Dongdongbua. Their combined efforts coalesced, colliding with Yilin's tenfold Dongdongbua. Boom! The tremendous force created a crater in the earth, and the overwhelming shockwave propelled both Dumpling and Tien Shinhan from the dust. Their expressions were grave. Their joint Dongdongbua barely managed to counter Yilin's tenfold Dongdongbua. In stark contrast, Yilin emerged unscathed. Indeed, they are formidable. This journey was not in vain. The dumpling remarked. You shall not interfere. I will face him one-on-one, Tien Shinhan declared to the dumpling. After seeing the determination in Tien Shinhan's eyes, the dumpling nodded and stepped back, leaving only Tien Shinhan and Yilin in the arena. I hope you will not hold back, for I shall give my all. Tien Shinhan shed his clothing, revealing his muscular physique, the product of years of rigorous training. Yilin recognized Tien Shinhan's prowess, even in the latter stages of Dragon Ball. Tien Shinhan remained a formidable warrior, a true martial artist dedicated to his craft. Chapter 25. Yilin vs. Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan's combat strength measured at 140 points. Had it not been for this stroke of luck in the lottery that doubled Yilin's strength, he would have been no match for Tien Shinhan. For demon fists. Muscles bulged on Tien Shinhan's back, morphing into 2 additional arms, granting him a total of 4. Here I come. Tien Shinhan unleashed a barrage of punches with his 4 arms, the intensity of his assault eclipsing even Yamcha's Wolf Fang fist. Yet, amidst this relentless onslaught, Yilin deftly evaded the strikes. Having mastered his energy, and with his combat power heightened, his senses sharpened, he could clearly perceive the tightly woven barrage of fists. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow, yet the fire of determination burned brighter in his eyes. It is not merely the number of limbs that dictates speed. If that were the case, I could match you. At that moment, Yilin retaliated, his arms weaving a similar tapestry of punches, the density of his strikes surpassing even Tien Shinhan's. Bang! Tien Shinhan was inadvertently struck by Yilin's fist, retreating to create distance. What is this? You claim to give your all, yet this is all you can muster? Do you truly believe I would fall to your erratic flailing? Hearing Yilin's words, Tien Shinhan's expression turned serious. I have shamed myself before you. I will now fight with all my might. With a deep breath, he retracted his additional arms. Focusing intently with his third eye locked on Yilin. Light eye? Tien Shinhan pointed both hands at his temples, and from his third eye, a brilliant beam of light shot towards Yilin. Yilin's figure transformed into numerous afterimages, his speed so astonishing that it created a trail of illusions. The beam merely struck one of Yilin's phantoms, and as Tien Shinhan's 3 eyes incessantly searched for Yilin's true position, he was met with a flurry of shadows. Whoosh! Utilizing the technique of Wukong, Tien Shinhan soared into the air, while Yilin appeared behind him, landing a punch in the void. Tien Shinhan had initially believed that Wukong would allow him to evade Yilin's onslaught, but to his surprise, Yilin was now running in the air, defying gravity, and charging towards him with incredible speed. Can he even fly? This is splendid. It makes things fairer. I shall exert my utmost to defeat you. Although Tien Shinhan was astonished by Yilin's ability to ascend, his excitement and fighting spirit surged. The two engaged in a fierce physical confrontation in the skies, their movements so swift that Yamcha could only perceive flickering afterimages of their clashes. Is this the true strength of my master? What level of battle is this? Yamcha clenched his fists, realizing he was like a frog in a well, yearning to become stronger and enter such a realm. Bang! Bang! The air resonated with the sound of their fists colliding, and afterward, Yilin and Tien Shinhan distanced themselves from one another. Tien Shinhan's breath had quickened, but Yilin remained composed. It appears you are indeed more formidable, yet I still possess my hidden treasures. I know you two have your ultimate techniques, so let us unleash them together. Tien Shinhan sensed that Yilin was still at ease, concluding that Lu Xiao had yet to reveal his full power. Yilin too felt a thrill. Even Sun Wukong had struggled against Tien Shinhan during their first encounter. Now, Yi Lin could sense that he held the power to suppress Tien Shinhan. Kikaho, the Yu Xianwan. Tien Shinhan interlocked his fingers, gathering an incredible amount of energy within the triangle formed by his hands, while a massive energy sphere spun rapidly above Yi Lin's palm. This. Tien Shinhan gazed in shock at Yi Lin's the Yu Xianwan, the overwhelming energy surpassing even that of his own master. Here it comes. Yet, Tien Shinhan felt no fear. He shouted, releasing a dazzling brilliance from his hands, a radiance more brilliant than the sun. Meanwhile, Yi Lin charged forward, bearing the Da Yu Xianwan, his movements in the air equally swift. Boom! A deafening roar resonated through the sky, and Yamcha squinted, eager to discern the victor of this extraordinary battle. At that moment, a figure plummeted from the sky. Tien Shinhan. Jiaozi rushed forward, employing Wukong to catch the falling Tien Shinhan, who was now battered and breathless. Just then, Yi Lin descended as well. Though his clothing was tattered, he bore no injuries, showcasing the disparity in their strengths. After all, Yi Lin's the Yu Xianwan could amplify his combat power by 50%, exceeding 200 points, making Tien Shinhan's defeat quite understandable. Yi Lin produced a Senzu bean and tossed it to Jiaozi. Feed it to him, and he will be fine. Jiaozi hesitated upon seeing the Senzu bean. Would I need such means if I wanted to kill you? Jiaozi nodded and administered the Senzu bean to Tien Shinhan. Upon consuming it, Tien Shinhan regained consciousness, rising to his feet, his injuries healed and strength restored. This is a Senzu bean, capable of replenishing energy and healing wounds. Realizing this, Tien Shinhan bowed deeply to Yi Lin. I am grateful for your guidance, and for your kindness in taking care of me. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Tien Shinhan felt no sense of defeat. Instead, he was immensely satisfied. Yi Lin marveled at Tien Shinhan's character, recognizing him as a future martial artist and understanding why he surpassed Yamcha. No need. Through our battle, I have gained much as well. Yi Lin, I wonder if you have intentions of participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament a year from now. I hope to face you once more then. I had intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well. I look forward to our encounter in a year. With Yi Lin's agreement, Tien Shinhan's joy intensified. Following this, Tien Shinhan bid farewell to Yi Lin, now with a clear objective, to surpass Yi Lin. As he watched the two depart, Yi Lin's fervor gradually calmed, realizing he too had been influenced by the Dragon Ball world, now eagerly anticipating battles against formidable opponents. Chapter 26. The assassin organization surrounds headquarters of the Minghun Hall. Thus, all personnel dispatched by our Minghun Hall have been lost, and the treasure has been taken in its entirety. The hall master, Gui Sha, coldly surveyed the gathered crowd. All the Minghun Hall's officials convened. Having heard of the failure of this recent plan, the treasure's funds were of immense importance to Minghun Hall. Their discreet approach was meant to avoid detection. However, the plan ultimately collapsed, not only resulting in the deaths of their members, but also the loss of the treasure, something Minghun Hall had never experienced before. It is indeed rare to see Gui Sha suffer a setback. Just then, a voice interrupted, causing Gui Sha to narrow his eyes. Three figures entered through the main door: Li Xiaodao, Tian Hu, and Along. The presence of these three instantly heightened the tension within Minghun Hall. Although Minghun Hall ranked above the Jamilalu, this was merely due to their greater numbers and efficiency. In terms of strength, Jamilalu was superior, particularly represented by the three before him. Li Xiaodao, what brings you here? I have heard that you suffered considerable losses during a kidnapping mission, including the loss of several skilled individuals. Intelligence amongst assassin organizations is mutually collected, so Minghun Hall was aware of the situation within Jamilalu. Likewise, the target of our mission was to eliminate your members and seize your treasure. Li Xiaodao's words furrowed Gui Sha's brow. Let me be direct, Gui Sha. I need your men. You have a significant number of personnel, and I require your assistance to lure that fellow Yi Lin here. I will handle him when the time comes. I seek no treasure, only Yi Lin's life. Li Xiaodao's gaze was piercing, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Gui Sha was somewhat taken aback. The intelligence he received was incomplete, merely indicating that Jamilalu had suffered significant losses in this mission. However, it was now evident that the losses were indeed immense, or else Li Xiaodao would not be this enraged. Very well, I agree. My men will cooperate with your actions. However, I will not participate in the takedown. I do not wish to lose my subordinates in vain. Gui Sha considered this a worthwhile arrangement. By sacrificing a few personnel, they could reclaim the treasure, and thus he willingly agreed to assist. That is sufficient. I do not require help. I will personally deal with that lad. Li Xiaodao turned and departed with Tian Hu and along observing the retreating figures of the three. Gui Sha's eyes revealed a glimmer of contemplation. As the vehicle progressed smoothly, Yamcha continued to diligently hone his skills. Suddenly, he exclaimed, and a small sphere of energy began to take shape in his hand, only to dissipate effortlessly moments later. Yet, Yamcha did not succumb to despondency. Instead, he persevered in his efforts. Yilin, watching from the side, nodded in approval. Having witnessed the prowess of Tien Shinhan and Jiao Zi, Yamcha felt deeply inspired and aspired to grow stronger. How annoying! What nonsense are you babbling? At that moment, Bulma's door swung open abruptly, and a slipper flew out, striking Yamcha squarely in the face. Startled by Bulma's sudden appearance, Yamcha hurriedly sidestepped, his fear of women still unabated. Bulma, brimming with confidence, brandished her newly developed glasses. Behold, this is my second-generation combat power detector, capable of measuring up to 500 points. Heh, this time I will surely ascertain your battle strength. Bulma donned the glasses and turned her gaze toward Yilin, only to find that the device still failed to register. Yilin was puzzled. Observing the display on the detector, Bulma tugged at her hair in frustration. This is impossible. Have you surpassed 500 points? That exceeds human limits. I neglected to mention that my physique is rather unique, rendering your combat power detector incapable of gauging my true strength. Faced with Bulma's near collapse, Yilin felt compelled to offer her some consolation. Oh, so that is the case. You should have said so earlier, then this device is of no use. Bulma tossed the gadget aside, and Yamcha's eyes lit up. With quick reflexes, he caught the combat power detector, having already recognized its potential benefits. With this tool, one could clearly ascertain the strength of their foes. You have been seeking that desert temple to find the fortune teller, right? Will you truly discover the Dragon Balls after locating her? Bulma cast a curious glance at Yilin. Rest assured, I can guarantee that the fortune teller's efficacy will surpass that of the Dragon Ball radar. Humph, I don't believe in such divination, Bulma scoffed, preparing a cup of coffee before retreating to her room. Suddenly, a screeching sound of brakes pierced the air, and the vehicle jolted violently. Bulma lost her balance and nearly fell. Quick as lightning, Yilin caught her, preventing her from tumbling to the ground. Blushing slightly in Yilin's embrace, Bulma quickly wriggled free. Can you drive? Do you want to kill me? She scolded the driver, Poir, who wore an innocent expression. Master Yamcha, Senior Yilin. We are surrounded. Upon hearing Poir's words, the group approached the driver's seat. Through the window, they could see a multitude of silhouettes outside, dazzling headlights flashing blindingly. There were at least 100 individuals, members of the Ming Huntang. Yamcha narrowed his eyes, recognizing the insignia on their vehicles. Poir. There's a breakthrough to the east. Drive that way. After surveying the surroundings, Yamcha swiftly detected the flaw in the encirclement. Yes, Master Yamcha. Poir promptly steered the vehicle toward the east, but the members of Ming Huntang pursued closely behind them. Yilin sensed that something was amiss. It appeared that their adversaries were deliberately guiding them. Ding. System Task Notification 1. Easy Mode. Evade the pursuit of Ming Huntang and Zhu Mialu. 2. Normal Mode. Eliminate Ming Huntang. 3. Hard Mode. Eliminate both Ming Huntang and Zhu Mialu. Just as Yilin realized the gravity of the situation, the system proactively assigned him a task. Through this task, Yilin understood that Zhu Mialu and Ming Huntang had likely formed an alliance, intent on cornering them. A free hard task? I shall not refuse. I choose hard mode. The system task has been accepted. Please complete it promptly. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Yilin's gaze sharpened, reflecting a cold light. He did not wish to remain entangled with these assassin organizations any longer. It was time to resolve these troublesome matters. In the midst of the pursuit by Ming Huntang, Poir struggled to shake off their attackers, forcing them into a wooded area. However, once they entered the forest, the members of Ming Huntang ceased their pursuit. It seems we have lost them, Yamcha sighed in relief. I wouldn't be so sure, Yilin replied. His eyes fixed ahead. Before them stood numerous figures wielding an array of weapons, with 3 particularly prominent individuals at the forefront. The combat power of the 2 flanking figures exceeded 60 points, while the leading youth boasted a formidable 90 points. Are both assassin organizations here to hunt us? Yamcha was taken aback. Although they had previously been pursued by an assassin organization, He never anticipated that two would join forces to besiege them. Are you not coming out? If you do not show yourselves soon, I shall strike down your vehicle as well. Li Xiaodao, surrounded by flying knives, exuded a palpable murderous intent. So arrogant, let me assess their combat power. Yamcha promptly donned the second-generation combat power detector and was astonished to find the two flanking figures at 63 and the central figure at 95. Each of their strengths surpassed his own, leaving him shaken. It was only natural for the leaders of an assassin organization to possess such power, providing him with an opportunity for practice. Before Yamcha could fully comprehend the situation, Yilin forcibly pulled him from the vehicle. Upon their emergence, all the assassins from Zhumielu fixed their gazes upon them. Are these two the ones obstructing our mission? They don't seem particularly impressive, Along remarked dismissively, while Li Xiaodao sneered coldly. Your inability to gauge their strength is due to your low realm. To truly assess a person, one must observe their breathing, demeanor, and expressions. The one obstructing us is you, Yilin. Li Xiaodao pointed at Yilin, and in that moment, a flying knife hurtled toward him, demonstrating Li Xiaodao's ruthless nature. However, Yilin effortlessly caught the knife between two fingers. Playing with throwing knives? Is this child's play not beneath your dignity? With a flick of his fingers, the knife shot forth like a bullet. A scream echoed as an assassin was pierced by the knife, collapsing into a pool of blood. The surrounding assassins displayed panic at the sight. A first-tier assassin had been dispatched with such ease. Li Xiaodao's eyes narrowed, revealing a chilling murderous intent. And just as he prepared to act, Yilin interjected once more. Li Xiaodao, how about a game? Let your two subordinates face my apprentice in a match. If they win, I shall bind my own hands and feet. What say you? Upon hearing Yilin's words, Li Xiaodao's expression darkened. Are you belittling me? Indeed. I do look down upon you, for should we engage in battle, all of you shall perish. Yilin raised his hand, and a colossal energy sphere began to coalesce above his palm, its radiant light illuminating the darkness of the woods. Li Xiaodao's expression shifted dramatically. He could sense that the power of this strike was terrifying, far beyond what an ordinary human could wield. At that moment, Yilin abruptly retracted the Da Yuxian wand, and as the immense power dissipated, Li Xiaodao finally exhaled in relief. However, he was soon enveloped by an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He was grateful merely for having salvaged his life, his fists clenched tightly. Now do you understand? Engaging me in direct combat leaves you with no chance of victory. Defeating my disciple is your only hope. Of course, I am a man of my word. You need not worry, Yilin declared. Hearing this, Along and Tian who both turned their gaze towards Li Xiaodao. What now? Even if we were to win, Yilin may not uphold his promise. Perhaps we should withdraw, Along proposed. Even the fearless Along, usually undaunted, was now thoroughly intimidated by Yilin's display of power, a profound fear settling within him. Withdraw? Do you think the opponent, having revealed his strength, would fear our escape? Did you not sense how formidable that power was? Who instilled such confidence in you that you could flee from such a master? Li Xiaodao rebuked Along, his heart filled with fury and dread. Despite his relentless contemplation, he could not devise a strategy to surpass Yilin. It seems I must concede to his terms. I observe that Yilin's disciple is inferior to us both in strength. If we join forces, he stands no chance. Should Yilin keep his word and restrain himself, then we might emerge victorious, Tian Hu interjected. Along looked at him in disbelief. Tian Hu, have you lost your senses? You actually believe such foolishness? Do you have any better ideas? Along found himself at a loss for words, as they had come with such conviction, only to discover their opponent was far more terrifying than anticipated. It's up to you too. Li Xiaodao finally acquiesced to Tian Hu's judgment. The two emerged, their gazes fixed on Yilin. Yilin, our enmity arose from our mission. This time, it was the fault of our Zhumielu. We apologize to you. If we prevail, you need not bind yourself. Simply allow us to leave, and we vow that Zhumielu shall never again have dealings with you. What say you? Tian Hu hoped for a reconciliation, believing it to be the best course of action. I must reject this proposal. You have repeatedly troubled me, and you expect to escape unscathed? We shall determine the victor and choose your fates. Yilin's indifferent words elicited a sigh from Tian Hu, who understood that matters were not so simple. Yamcha, still in shock, observed how his master Yilin had quelled so many opponents with a mere utterance. Now, he was embroiled in a crucial trial, and despite his master's prowess, he questioned how one could triumph against such a formidable adversary while restrained. Master, I will surely win. Yamcha declared with unwavering determination, stepping forward into the clearing that had been made in the woods, where only the three of them remained. Yi Lin regarded Yamcha, recognizing that the path ahead would lead him to a grander stage, where many powerful and gifted beings awaited in the cosmos. If Yamcha wished to keep pace with him, he must endure arduous battles, unleashing his potential on the precipice of life and death. Which is why Yi Lin had orchestrated this contest. Chapter 28. Yamcha's Struggle. With the system in place, Yi Lin could perceive Yamcha's combat capabilities clearly. Over the past few days, he had diligently practiced, and under Yi Lin's guidance, his understanding of Qi had deepened significantly. His combat power had now reached 50 points. Yet even so, he remained significantly weaker than Li Xiao Dao's two trusted subordinates. Do we truly require both of us to handle this fellow? I believe I can manage alone, Along scoffed, recognizing that Yamcha's strength was inferior to his own. Do not underestimate this. We cannot afford to lose this match. If we do, facing a fully powered Yi Lin means certain death. Tien, whose words darkened Along's expression. They had but one option, to win this contest. You attack the left, I will attack the right. Tien, who commanded, and Along swiftly complied. Their synergy was flawless, and they launched their assault with ruthless efficiency. Yamcha's pupils contracted. He understood that while his opponents were stronger, their speed was simply overwhelming. The relentless barrage of attacks struck Yamcha, sending him crashing to the ground. Coughing, blood trickled from Yamcha's lips as he felt as if his bones might shatter. In mere moments, he had endured at least 100 blows from their fists. Though we cannot kill you, we can certainly make you suffer. If you wish to avoid further pain, you should concede. Tien, who glared down at Yamcha. Knowing that he was Yi Lin's disciple, they feared that should they kill him, Yi Lin would be driven to madness and seek their demise. Thus, Tien, who could only hope for Yamcha's submission, victory was all that mattered. Who would concede? I have yet to make my move. Yamcha gritted his teeth, rising from the ground, but Along swiftly kicked him in the knee, disrupting his balance. You insolent brat, surrender now, or I shall beat you to death, Along declared, mounting Yamcha and raining blows upon his face. Young master, Pu'er cried out in desperation. Rushing to Yi Lin. Senior Yi Lin, please save young master Yamcha. If this continues, he will be killed. This was a trial that Yamcha needed to overcome. If he could not surpass it, he would not be worthy of being called Yi Lin's disciple. Though Yi Lin felt a pang of sympathy watching Yamcha suffer, he understood that the young man's potential had yet to be fully realized. Are you serious? He could very well be killed in this manner. Yi Lin, I misjudged you. I never anticipated you could be so heartless. Bulma chastised Yi Lin for his perceived ruthlessness. Pu'er, seeing that Yi Lin would not intervene, charged forward, intent on aiding Yamcha. Pu'er, do not come here. I can win. At that moment, Yamcha suddenly shouted. Despite his battered visage and bloodied face, his eyes held no trace of surrender. You arrogant little brat, even in such a state, you still think you can win? Along scoffed, raising his fist to strike Yamcha again. Yet, in that instant, Yamcha caught Along's fist. His determination unwavering. The reason I could not rise is that I was waiting for this opportunity. A radiant aura coalesced in Yamcha's palm, and upon seeing it, Tien, whose expression shifted. Along, it's dangerous. Quick dodge. But Tien, whose warning came too late. The luminous energy in Yamcha's hand erupted. Along, taken aback by the unforeseen power from someone he had dismissed, was sent flying 10 meters away, collapsing unconscious. Huh, I did it. I truly manifested it. Despite the pain etched across his face, Yamcha struggled to articulate his joy at having harnessed his own unique energy technique. Observing the fallen Along, Tien, whose expression shifted to one of gravity. Should he also succumb to defeat, the demise of Jumia Lu would be inevitable. Thus, he resolved to triumph over the young man before him. Tien, who charged fiercely at Yamcha, whose strength had waned and not yet been replenished. The recent energy attack had nearly depleted all of Yamcha's power, rendering him incapable of withstanding Tien, whose assault. With relentless strikes, Tien, who bombarded Yamcha, who could only endure passively. However, having witnessed Along's fate, Tien, who dared not hold back. While he could not kill Yamcha, he could certainly render him unconscious. If that occurred, he would claim victory. Yet, Yamcha's will remained unwavering. Despite the continuous barrage of blows, he maintained clarity of mind. Qigong wave. Drawing upon his last vestiges of strength, Yamcha conjured another sphere of energy. What? Tien, who was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yamcha could unleash the same technique despite being on the brink of collapse. Where did this power emanate from? He could not fathom it. Boom. The Qigong wave struck Tien Hu, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. I won. Just as Yamcha wished to celebrate his victory, an overwhelming fatigue pulled him into slumber, and he too collapsed. The three combatants lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, leaving all spectators in stunned silence. Yilin approached and promptly administered a xiando to Yamcha, who immediately regained his vitality. Master, did I win? Upon awakening, Yamcha's first inquiry was about the outcome. It should be considered a draw, but you performed admirably, very well indeed. Yilin patted Yamcha on the shoulder, acknowledging his achievement. Following that battle, Yamcha's combat prowess had increased to 60 points. And with the addition of his newly acquired Qigong wave, he had delivered an impressive performance. Next, Yilin turned his attention to Li Xiaodao. Since it is a draw, I shall grant you half of your advantage. I shall not move a step. We will confront you as is. Upon hearing Yilin's words, Li Xiaodao's countenance darkened. Two of his trusted subordinates had fallen, and now he faced further insult from his opponent. Dare to underestimate me? Die! Countless flying knives erupted from Li Xiaodao, curving at odd angles and converging upon Yilin from all directions. Yet, Yilin dismissed these projectiles with ease. His fingertips glowed as he unleashed the Dong wave in all directions. Although the beams were weakened, their frequency of attack proved overwhelming. All the flying knives were obliterated by the Dong wave, and Yilin remained unfazed, feeling no sense of threat from Li Xiaodao. In a fit of rage, Li Xiaodao vented his frustration, hurling a finely crafted flying knife that seemed to transcend space, appearing before Yilin in an instant. Futile. Merely wielding flying knives is in vain. I have already warned you. Tenfold Dong wave. A powerful shockwave surged from Yilin's fingertips. Though the flying knife was indeed swift, it could not outpace the near-light speed of the Dong wave. The entirety of Zhu Mielu's assassins was swept away in that singular strike. Chapter 29. The Pursuit of Tao Bai Bai. The renowned assassin organization Zhu Mielu was effortlessly obliterated by Yilin in a single move. Although aware of Yilin's prowess, the reality left Yamcha in awe of his master's formidable abilities. Yamcha, are you still able to move? We have matters to attend to. We cannot allow any escape threats, for they could become a future peril. Rest assured, Master, with your xiando, I am in perfect condition now. Yamcha confidently patted his chest, feeling the prior fatigue dissipate with the aid of the xiando, and his combat strength had improved, leaving him in excellent form. I have no desire for violence. You may deal with it yourselves. Bulma was disinterested in such matters and returned to her laboratory in the RV. At the headquarters of Ming Hun Tang, upon hearing the news from his subordinates, Gue Sha's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhu Mielu has been annihilated? Li Xiaodao and his subordinates were taken down in a single blow? Are you certain you observed closely? Gue Sha could scarcely believe that the formidable Zhu Mielu, of which he himself held a healthy respect, had been so easily vanquished. Boom. At that moment, the door to the room was forcefully blown open, and two figures entered. Having captured several of Ming Hun Tang's subordinates, Yilin easily uncovered the headquarters location and led Yamcha directly to their door. The appearance of the two caused Gue Sha to display signs of tension and unease. This matter does not concern us too greatly. We were merely threatened by Zhu Mielu. To make amends, I can offer you 2 million in cash as compensation. Gue Sha immediately capitulated, knowing that even the mighty Zhu Mielu had been destroyed. With Yilin and Yamcha entering unscathed, it was evident that his subordinates could not withstand them and were effortlessly dispatched. Gue Sha was a shrewd man, well-versed in such dealings. He perceived that he had merely lent a small amount of assistance to Zhu Mielu, and since Ming Hun Tang had suffered losses at Yilin's hands previously, he was more than willing to offer 2 million as compensation, which he considered a generous gesture. Money? I have no need for it. What I seek is the annihilation of Ming Hun Tang. Yilin's ruthless declaration extinguished Gue Sha's last illusions. Seeing Yilin's overwhelming strength, Gue Sha's face contorted with anger. After all, he was the leader of the prestigious Ming Hun Tang. He could not continue to tolerate such provocation. Yilin, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe you can effortlessly obliterate Ming Hun Tang? Now, allow me to demonstrate our might. With a wave of his hand, Purple-black mist began to envelop the room from all sides. Poison gas. It seems you are no better than Li Xiaodao. Yi Lin regarded Gui Sha's trickery with disdain. Raising his palm to conjure the Dai Yu Huan Wan within his grasp, the spiraling currents gathered all the toxic fumes together. Gui Sha was rendered speechless upon witnessing the massive energy sphere. Only by seeing it for himself could he comprehend the extent of Yi Lin's power. You, do not act recklessly. I must inform you that our backer is the foremost assassin Tao Bai Bai. Should you dare to harm us, Tao Bai Bai will personally eliminate you. Gui Sha hastily invoked his powerful ally's name, hoping to deter Yi Lin with the mere mention of Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai, regrettably, you cannot intimidate me with him, for even he would not be my match. Yi Lin wholly disregarded Gui Sha's plea, and the Dai Yu Huan Wan descended, unleashing terrifying power in all directions. Gui Sha's combat strength was merely 60 points. He could not hope to withstand the Dai Yu Huan Wan. With a resounding crash, the illustrious Ming Hun Tang was reduced to rubble by Yi Lin in a single night. As Yi Lin and Yamcha exited the ruins of the Ming Hun Tang headquarters, the sun began to rise in the eastern sky. Master, your intention to eradicate Ming Hun Tang was truly for the sake of the villagers, was it not? You feared that in your absence, the Ming Hun Tang members would vent their anger upon them. Yamcha glanced at Yi Lin, his eyes filled with respect. Yi Lin slightly nodded, motivated solely by the task at hand. After all, the mission explicitly stated the need to eradicate the Ming Hun Tang, and Yi Lin was determined not to abandon it. As for the misunderstanding propagated by Yamcha regarding his intentions, he was more than willing to play the fool. Especially since Yamcha held him in such high regard, it was hardly a disadvantage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The divine level lottery is now open. Before Yi Lin stood the familiar, vibrant lottery box. After a burst of colorful light, a small purple orb descended. Congratulations, host, for receiving a C-level prize from the Dragon Ball universe, the Gravity Training Room. A purple capsule appeared in Yi Lin's hand, and upon hearing about the Gravity Training Room, his eyes gleamed with excitement. This Gravity Training Room was indeed a valuable asset, capable of significantly enhancing one's physical foundational abilities. In fact, Sun Wukong had trained in such a facility for an extended period. Through his previous battles, Yi Lin had recognized certain inadequacies within himself, particularly regarding his physical fundamentals. His combat skills were formidable, yet during his bout with Tien Shinhan, he found it challenging to gain the upper hand against the solid foundational techniques of his opponent. Ultimately, he triumphed through the advantage of his skills. Yi Lin had long intended to enhance his training, and now the arrival of the Gravity Training Room had opened a convenient door for him. Let's go back, he called cheerfully to Yamcha. Although Yamcha felt perplexed by Yi Lin's sudden change in demeanor, he obediently followed along. At the headquarters of the Hongdandai Corps, Vice Officer Barak could scarcely believe his ears upon receiving intelligence from his subordinates. The Jumia Lu and Ming Hun Tang had been annihilated. Once again, it was Yi Lin. Barak clenched his fists tightly. The commander had entrusted him with the mission, and he had never anticipated failure, especially not because of Yi Lin. I hear there have been numerous events in the Hongdandai Corps during my absence, and now my Ming Hun Tang has been obliterated. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the room, donned in a pink martial arts uniform adorned with the character Sha on his chest. Mr. Tao Bai Bai, what brings you here? Aren't you in seclusion? Barak quickly rose to greet Tao Bai Bai upon his arrival. Humph, if I remain in seclusion any longer, the Hongdandai Corps may be utterly destroyed. Tell me where that brat is. I shall take his life. Without a moment's hesitation, Tao Bai Bai prepared to address this troublesome situation. With Mr. Tao Bai Bai on the case, success was all but assured. I will prepare the information on Yi Lin for you. There's no need for that. I do not care how capable he is. No one has ever escaped my grasp. He is currently in the Western Desert. Just as Barak finished speaking, Tao Bai Bai suddenly kicked, toppling a stone pillar, then promptly leaped atop it. The pillar flew out of the window, and in the blink of an eye, Tao Bai Bai vanished into the distance. Watching the enigmatic display of power, Barak marveled and concluded that Yi Lin was undoubtedly doomed, for Tao Bai Bai had never known failure. Chapter 30. The heist by Lan Shi. Yi Lin and Yamcha returned to the RV, where Bulma was leisurely sipping coffee. Now that the matter is resolved, let us set off. Bulma expressed no concern, for she had immense confidence in Yi Lin's strength. Even knowing they were confronting an assassin organization, she did not believe Yi Lin would fail. Before we leave, Is there a larger vehicle available? I intend to equip a new device. Upon hearing Yilin's words, Bulma cast a puzzled glance at him. A new device? What kind of device? Having previously been astonished by Yilin's Dragon Ball radar, Bulma was intrigued by the technology in his possession. After departing the RV, Yilin tossed the purple capsule forward, and a steel room materialized before them. Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the device. The gravity training room. How is this possible? This technology has only recently been theorized. How do you possess such a device? Bulma's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she gazed at the gravity training room. As a scientist, nothing fascinated her more than advanced technology. Yilin revealed the gravity training room before Bulma because he believed in her capabilities. He was confident that she could create something even more remarkable in the future. Shall we enter and explore? Of course, let me in quickly to observe. Bulma was eager to enter and discover what lay within. Entering is certainly no problem. But you must promise me that if you achieve any new breakthroughs, you will share them with me first. Bulma shot Yilin a proud glance. Humph. Now you recognize my prowess and desire to study my inventions? Very well, I agree. I will share my future research findings with you, as we are now collaborators. Yilin used his fingerprint to unlock the gravity training room, and then Bulma hurried inside ahead of him and Yamcha. The gravity training room was immaculate, devoid of any furnishings. Yet Bulma's eyes gleamed with excitement as she perceived things that the others could not. I see. This is truly remarkable. Bulma activated a control panel and began incessantly gathering data from the gravity training room. Her expression indicated that she was thoroughly captivated by its allure. Master, what is the purpose of this gravity training room? Yamcha inquired curiously. This gravity training room can adjust gravity within this space, allowing for superior training. Isn't that just akin to adding weight to the body? What's the big deal about that? Upon hearing Yamcha's comment, Bulma displayed a look of disdain. This is much more complex than merely adding weight. Gravity also affects the body's organs equivalently. You, a simpleton, would not comprehend this just by talking. You must experience it firsthand to understand. 5 times the gravity. Bulma set the gravity to 5 times its normal level, and immediately, Yamcha collapsed to the ground. Unable to move. Quick, stop. I can't breathe. I'm going to die. Yamcha shouted urgently as Bulma promptly switched off the gravity. Once the weightless sensation returned, Yamcha could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He now understood the power of gravity. Just this 5-fold gravity nearly overwhelmed him. However, he also noticed that Yilin appeared completely unfazed. Is this gravity only effective on me? The gravity in the entire training room has been altered. I am in the control room, so I remain unaffected. As for Yilin, he is simply exceptional. Yilin had also felt the pressure of the gravity. But such a 5-fold force was insufficient to crush him. He easily withstood it. Indeed, my master is truly formidable. Even such intense gravity is effortlessly manageable. Yamcha promptly rose, his gaze shifting towards Bulma. I have made my decision. Starting today, I shall train in this gravity training room. However, Bulma was now faced with a dilemma, glancing around the gravity training room. I have not brought a spaceship. Such a large device cannot be transported. If we wish to use it continuously, we must acquire a spaceship. After all, no one carries a spaceship with them when they venture outside. However, if they were to keep the gravity training room confined within a capsule, they would be unable to continuously train, for it is impossible for them to remain stationary. Yilin still has the task of searching for the Dragon Balls. If it comes to purchasing a spaceship, I am aware of a relatively large black market nearby, known as Bulma, where we can procure a spaceship. Before this, Yamcha often traversed various places, thus he possesses some knowledge about the black market. Upon hearing that a spaceship could be acquired, Yilin's eyes gleamed with hope, as long as it could be purchased. Financial concerns were of no consequence to him at present. They had just acquired a substantial amount of gold, silver, and jewels, which would suffice for his indulgence. Therefore, they set off for the black market to secure the spaceship. I shall guide you there, master. Following this, Yilin and his companions altered their course, embarking towards Bulma under Yamcha's direction. Bulma was not particularly far, and they soon arrived at the town. Upon their arrival, a group of individuals surrounded their vehicle. Get out and hand over your valuables obediently, or do not blame me for the gun in my hand. Faced with such bandits, Yilin swiftly appeared before them, effortlessly crushing the firearm in the hands of one of the assailants into a mere heap of scrap. The sight left several bandits wide-eyed in shock. Truly, the local customs are rather unrefined. No wonder it is a black market. Yilin paid no heed to these bandits, whose combat prowess was scarcely above 10, while Yamcha stood beside him. I have been to Bulma before. I know a reputable establishment where we can certainly purchase the spaceship we desire. Upon hearing Yamcha's words, the surrounding bandits' eyes lit up. The ability to afford a spaceship indicated that these individuals were wealthy. Raise your hands and surrender your money. The leader brandished a handgun once more, while his subordinates drew their weapons as well. Even though they recognized Yilin's extraordinary capabilities, the allure of wealth led them to take the risk. It's the scent of money. Hand over your cash, or I'll start shooting. The sound of gunfire erupted, sending all the bandits into a state of panic. Their actions did not align with their words, as they began firing indiscriminately. A blonde woman, wielding 2 submachine guns, laughed mockingly as she unleashed a barrage of bullets. Yilin recognized her as Lan Chi. Chapter 31. New companion Lan Chi. At present, Lan Chi was in a volatile state. Any firearm in her hands felt like an extension of herself, and she was indeed a seasoned criminal. The bandits fled in haste, unwilling to provoke Lan Chi. At that moment, Lan Chi aimed her weapon directly at Yilin. Did you not hear me? Hand over your money. Observing this, Yamcha frowned and stepped forward, preparing to intervene. Although Lan Chi's combat power was merely 15, and her firearm did not pose a significant threat, Yamcha's own combat prowess was already at 60, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective against him. Allow me, Yilin interjected, halting Yamcha's advance. He placed a chest filled with gold and jewels before Lan Chi. Shall we make a wager? If I can catch all your bullets, will you become my companion? While Lan Chi's combat abilities were lacking, in her gentle demeanor, she excelled in household tasks. Yilin's side was in dire need of such talent. Although Pu Er could manage, his transformation abilities were limited, preventing him from performing household chores for extended periods. Lan Chi was the perfect candidate. Catching my bullets with empty hands? Do you underestimate me? Lan Chi's gaze flicked to the jewels before she leveled her weapon at Yilin, her tone dripping with disdain. This should pose no risk to you. Or are you afraid? Fine, I accept your challenge. Just watch as I turn you into a pincushion with a single magazine. Yilin's slight provocation easily coaxed a response from the fiery-tempered Lan Chi, who readily agreed to his terms. It is settled then. I am ready whenever you are. Feel free to fire. At Yilin's words, Lan Chi unleashed a relentless stream of gunfire from her submachine guns, showing no mercy. Die. Lan Chi laughed maniacally. Her bullets, unerring in their trajectory, all aimed at Yilin. Yet, it appeared as though a tempest swirled around Yilin as his hands moved with astonishing speed, catching the bullets before they could reach him. The rapidity of his movements was such that even his afterimages vanished. Soon, Lan Chi's ammunition was depleted, and upon witnessing Yilin unharmed, her brows furrowed in concern. She discarded her submachine guns and retrieved a Gatling gun from her capsule, unleashing a torrential barrage upon Yilin. However, even the renowned firepower of the Gatling gun was rendered futile as a protective barrier seemingly enveloped Yilin. Before long, the Gatling's ammunition ran dry as well. Yilin extended his hands, revealing a multitude of spent bullets that fell to the ground, burying his heels in a sea of metal. It appears you have lost. Lan Chi gritted her teeth and reached for another weapon from her capsule, this time producing a rocket launcher. Isn't this against the rules? Who brings a rocket launcher? Yamcha gaped in disbelief at Lan Chi's audacious actions. No more nonsense. I will not be defeated. Lan Chi pulled the trigger without hesitation, sending a rocket hurtling towards Yilin at an astonishing speed. Yilin merely raised a finger, a beam of light shooting forth. The dong-dong wave pierced through the rocket, causing it to explode mid-air, sending plumes of dust swirling around. Are you some kind of monster? Lan Chi's eyes widened in fear upon realizing her rocket had no effect on Yilin. With no other options left, she found herself at a loss. Welcome to become my new companion. Yilin extended his hand toward Lan Chi, who hesitated, her gaze fixed on his outstretched palm. You want me to concede and become your companion? Absolutely not. Lan Chi drew a knife from behind her and lunged at Yilin. Yet, Yilin had anticipated her move. With a swift motion, he threw a handful of pepper towards her. Achoo! The sudden sneeze caused Lan Chi's golden hair to change to blue in an instant. Where am I? Why am I holding a knife against someone? How rude. Lan Chi's demeanor softened, and Yilin nodded in satisfaction. He had known that the golden-haired Lan Chi would not easily agree to his proposal, so he had prepared a contingency. I am Yilin. You just agreed to become our companion, I look forward to working with you. Yilin offered his hand again. And after a moment of uncertainty, Lan Shi smiled and nodded. All right, I am Lan Shi. Then I shall be your companion. With that, Lan Shi shook Yilin's hand, solidifying her role as their team's household assistant. Master, why is this person so strange? Just a moment ago, she was firing at us. And now she has transformed into this. Could it be an act? Yamcha quietly inquired beside Yilin. She possesses a dual personality. And the key lies in her sneezing. As soon as she sneezes again, she will revert to her original ferocious nature. So it is, Master. How did you discern that she has a dual personality? Yamcha suddenly enlightened, yet he posed another question. This is naturally due to my superior understanding of Qi compared to yours. Focus on your cultivation and refrain from asking trivial matters. So, Qi has such applications. I shall diligently heed your teachings and cultivate earnestly. Yilin nonchalantly dismissed Yamcha's concerns and subsequently led Lan Shi back to the vehicle, where they exchanged introductions with Bulma. Finally, a girl had joined, as it was utterly tedious to engage in constant brawling with you men. Bulma warmly welcomed Lan Shi's presence, pulling her into conversation. Meanwhile, Yilin instructed Pu'er to continue driving into Bulan town. Although they encountered bandits outside the town, the atmosphere within the town was markedly improved, revealing a plethora of merchants bustling about. Many individuals traversed the streets, though Yilin discerned that those frequenting this place were far from virtuous. Some gazes cast upon them were laden with malice, particularly towards Lan Shi and Bulma. Given their striking beauty, Master, this is the store ahead. We are certain to find what we seek here. Yamcha pointed to a somewhat gloomy establishment. While the shop had few patrons, Yamcha's high regard suggested it possessed unique offerings. Let us venture inside, Yilin proposed. The four entered the small shop, where they found only an elderly man leisurely smoking, paying no heed to their arrival. Chapter 32. Restoring order to Bulan town. Yamcha approached the proprietor. Uncle Long, I have brought you some business. These are my friends, and we are in search of a larger airship. Do you have any available? The old man opened his sleepy eyes and glanced at Yilin and his companions. I did have an airship here, but it has since been stolen. Yilin surveyed the disordered room, clearly indicative of a recent robbery. Stolen? Who would dare to act so boldly? Despite the chaos outside, Bulan town should maintain a semblance of order. Upon hearing this, Yamcha was both astonished and puzzled, for he was well aware of the black market in Bulan town. His knowledge of the local rules made the elder's predicament all the more surprising. Indeed, Bulan town once had its order, bolstered by the Shunji Tang, but not long ago, news spread of its destruction. Consequently, order has deteriorated, and my shop was recently ransacked. The mention of Shunji Tang piqued Yilin's interest, and the elder's words led him to understand that this matter was likely connected to his own affairs. Where are the thieves who took your belongings? I shall assist you in retrieving them. Yilin spoke up, feeling compelled to intervene, as this situation involved him. You cannot contend with them. They are a gang of ruffians with hundreds under their command. Bulan town is entirely under their control, and their actions are utterly devoid of principle. You should leave swiftly to avoid attracting their attention, Uncle Long cautioned. Just then, the door was forcefully kicked open. A group of thuggish individuals swaggered in, brandishing clubs. You four have quite the audacity, daring to lay hands on our people. The thugs encircled Yilin and his companions. It was evident that the individuals they spoke of were the bandits they had encountered outside of Bulan town. Are you the ones who robbed this shop? Yilin confronted the thugs, his tone challenging, which displeased them greatly. What is your attitude, brat? Who do you think you are? I am the one asking the questions here. Bang. At that moment, Yamcha delivered a punch that sent the loudmouth thug flying out of the shop. How foolish to be so insolent before my master. Master, allow me to handle these insignificant characters. Leave one alive, Yilin casually replied, reclining with his legs crossed as Yamcha strode towards the remaining thugs. In a mere 3 seconds, all the thugs lay sprawled on the ground, except for one trembling individual who stared at Yamcha in abject fear. Brother, it wasn't us who stole. It was our leader who commanded the theft. We were merely threatened into compliance. We had no choice. The last thug dropped to his knees, pleading for mercy. Yamcha looked to Yilin, seeking his judgment on how to proceed. Yilin rose and regarded the thug. Lead us to your leader, and as long as you guide us obediently, we shall not harm you. And no, I can't. If I lead you, my boss will surely kill me. Whoosh. At that moment, a beam of light flickered past the thug's face, emanating from Yi Lin's fingertip. The wall behind the thug was pierced, creating a hole. Had the light struck his head, it would have resulted in a fatal outcome. Do you have any other options? I will lead you. The thug, now terrified, dared not refuse any further. Boss, if we manage to retrieve your belongings, will you offer a discount on the airship? Yi Lin turned to the astonished Uncle Long, who finally regained his composure. If you can defeat these ruffians and help me reclaim my possessions, I will gift you the airship. Then it is settled. Yi Lin smiled slightly, based on the thug's abilities. He doubted their leader possessed much strength. Assisting in this small matter would earn them an airship without cost. What could be more advantageous? Lead the way. Why yes. The remaining thug was now utterly subservient, trembling in fear before Yi Lin. I truly wonder who the real ruffians are, murmured Bulma quietly, observing Yi Lin. The mayor's residence in Bulan town. A robust man with 2 horns protruding from his head reclined comfortably on a sofa, attended by 2 women feeding him fruit. Enjoying a life of leisure. This man was Niu de Zhuang, the notorious figure currently dominating Bulan town with his brute strength. Ah, this life is rather comfortable. Far better than returning to that infernal fire mountain. Boom. At that moment, a deafening noise erupted from outside. Niu de Zhuang jumped, furrowing his brow as he quickly rose, seizing 2 axes from the wall and rushing outside. Upon exiting, he discovered his underlings sprawled on the ground. Who the hell dared to touch my men? Niu de Zhuang bellowed, and from the swirling dust ahead, 4 figures emerged, 2 men and 2 women. However, what caught Niu de Zhuang's attention were the 2 women, both strikingly beautiful and unlike any women he had encountered in Bulan town. I didn't expect you to deliver beauties to me. If you leave these 2 women behind and depart peacefully, I might spare your lives. Niu de Zhuang brandished the axes at Yi Lin and Yamcha, to which Yamcha shook his head in refusal. His battle power detector revealed that Niu de Zhuang possessed a mere combat strength of 25. Ding. System task notification. Retrieve the defector Niu de Zhuang and return him to Huanshan to present him to Niu Moang. Task difficulty. Simple mode. Just as Yi Lin was poised to effortlessly resolve the encounter, the system unexpectedly issued a task. It became clear that the origins of this character lay in Huanshan. Explaining his appearance. Upon hearing the system's task prompt, Yi Lin finally grasped the situation. It seemed that Niu de Zhuang had fled from Huanshan and had come here to exert his influence. I shall not repeat myself. Comply and follow me back to Huanshan. With that, Yi Lin raised his finger, which glimmered with light. Tenfold Dongdong wave. A brilliant beam shot forth, tearing a chasm 10 meters long and unfathomable in depth into the ground. Niu de Zhuang, dumbfounded by the astonishing spectacle, hastily discarded his 2 axes and knelt in surrender upon meeting Yi Lin's gaze. Chapter 33. Gravity Training Room. In an instant, Niu de Zhuang was subdued, leaving Yamcha somewhat disheartened. He had anticipated a grand battle. However, upon witnessing Niu de Zhuang's combat power, his enthusiasm waned. Return everything you have taken to Bulan town and accompany me to Huanshan, and I shall spare your life. Yes, yes. Faced with Yi Lin's godlike strength, Niu de Zhuang dared not resist. Subsequently, Yi Lin supervised Niu de Zhuang as he commanded his subordinates to return all stolen items to Bulan town. The residents of Bulan town rejoiced upon receiving their belongings back, with many expressing gratitude to Yi Lin and his companions. Uncle Long, observing the goods that had been forcibly taken from him and the sight of Niu de Zhuang kneeling before him in apology, was utterly astonished. He had not expected this unremarkable young man to conquer Niu de Zhuang's gang in such a short span of time. Here is the airship you requested. It is yours as a token of my appreciation. Uncle Long selected a universal capsule from his collection of goods and handed it to Yi Lin. Should you return to Bulan town, feel free to seek me out for the best discounts on any items you wish to purchase. Uncle Long smiled gently at Yi Lin, who graciously accepted the capsule. Thank you very much. After departing from the small dwelling, Yi Lin and his companions were warmly seen off by the townsfolk, who regarded them as heroes. The feeling was quite pleasant, being viewed as heroes. Bulma smiled with satisfaction, her lips curling upwards. Master, I fail to understand why we must take this fellow to that Huanshan instead of simply dealing with him ourselves. Yamcha expressed his confusion while glancing at the compliant Niu de Zhuang, who shivered at the mention of the place. After all, we are outsiders. Family matters should be resolved by the kin themselves, and I am quite keen to see Huanshan. Yi Lin fabricated a rationale, knowing full well it was a requirement of the system task, and he could not explain that to Yamcha. Are you truly going to Huanshan? There is nothing there but a hell on earth, engulfed in flames. Have you all lost your minds? Niu Dazhuang shot a wary glance at Yilin, clearly reluctant to return to Huanshan. A hell on earth? Is Huanshan truly that terrifying? Indeed it is. Huanshan is perpetually ablaze, never ceasing. It is said to be fueled by flames from the underworld, where the heat is relentless enough to roast a person alive. I advise you to reconsider your plans. In response to Niu Dazhuang's incessant ramblings, Yilin delivered a swift punch to his head, knocking him unconscious. Finally, some peace and quiet. Your methods are rather brutal, aren't they? Bulma remarked, utterly speechless at Yilin's actions. Rather than dwell on that, let us examine our airship. Yilin tossed the universal capsule, and amidst a cloud of smoke, a vessel akin to the size of a passenger plane appeared before the four of them. Oh, this is the latest model. The cost of this airship is no trivial sum. It could fetch several million if sold. That owner is indeed generous to give it away so freely. Although Yilin was not well versed in machinery, he understood from Bulma's words that this was Uncle Long repaying a favor. With such ample space, the gravity training room could finally be accommodated. Yilin eagerly anticipated utilizing the gravity training room for his training, and Yamcha shared his eagerness as well. Very well. I understand. You two training fools, I shall assist you in installing the gravity training room. Bulma sighed resignedly as she accepted the task. Within just half a day, the gravity training room was successfully installed. Upon boarding the airship and witnessing its vast interior, Yilin felt a sense of triumph. The airship was equipped with luxurious furnishings akin to a mansion. After sweating profusely from their labor, I need to take a shower. You two can entertain yourselves. Do not set the gravity too high, as it may be dangerous. With that, Bulma lost interest in Yilin and Yamcha, as they were both fixated on the gravity training room. Re-entering the gravity training room, Yilin approached the control panel, which was straightforward and user-friendly. Let us commence with a gravity setting of 1 times. Yilin adjusted the gravity settings, and as soon as he completed the adjustments, Yamcha inside the gravity training room immediately felt the weight bearing down upon him. The sensation of being weighed down was exhilarating. This was indeed the best form of training. Master, 1 times is too easy. Please set it to 4 times. Upon hearing Yamcha's request, Yilin readjusted the gravity. Under 4 times gravity, Yamcha's body became rigid. Having previously experienced the challenge of 5 times gravity, he was prepared. Under 4 times gravity, he felt as though a mountain pressed upon him. However, Yamcha did not succumb easily. He gradually spread his legs and began to squat. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Ultimately, after 5 arduous minutes, he could no longer endure and collapsed onto the ground. Master, I can't go on. Observing Yamcha's surrender, Yilin promptly deactivated the gravity. Adjust it to 10 times. Hearing Yilin's intent to challenge 10 times gravity, Yamcha was taken aback. He found 4 times gravity to be exceedingly difficult, and could not believe his master was preparing to undertake 10 times gravity. Yes, master, I will assist you. Yamcha entered the control room while Yilin stepped into the gravity training room, nodding at Yamcha. Yamcha then activated the gravity switch, setting it to 10 times. In an instant, Yilin felt as though countless hands were pulling him downward. Yet, he did not yield to this force. He braced himself against the gravity and began to take laborious steps forward. Each movement left a trail of moisture on the ground. After 5 full minutes, Yilin continued to endure, surprisingly transitioning from struggling to walk to a brief jog. Yamcha watched Yilin in the gravity training room, feeling a pang of shame. His willpower paled in comparison to Yilin's. He silently vowed to train himself rigorously. However, unbeknownst to Yamcha, Yilin was fully prepared, knowing that even at his limit, he had the Xian Do to sustain him. After jogging for half an hour, he ceased his training and instructed Yamcha to deactivate the gravity switch. Name: Yilin Combat Power, 175 Skills. 1. Diyu Luo Xian Wan, Intermediate 301000. Skill Description: activating this skill enhances combat power by 50. 2. Yubu, Intermediate 401000. Skill Description: activating this skill allows for aerial flight. 3. Shi Bei Dong Dong Bo, Intermediate 201000. Skill Description: emits a light wave from the fingertips. Activating this skill enhances combat power by 30. Items: 3 Xian Do, 1 Long Zhu Lei Da. 6 Long Zhu Chapter 34. golden-haired Lan Shi Yilin exited the gravity training room. Having experienced a slight enhancement in his combat power after such a brief period of training, proving the benefits of such rigorous practice. Meanwhile, Yamcha resolved to continue his training within the gravity chamber. As Yilin stepped out, he caught sight of Bulma, who had changed into a more refreshing outfit. She lounged on the sofa, leisurely tapping away on her computer, while Lan Shi hummed a tune while tidying up the room. Any new developments? Yilin inquired, peering curiously at the computer screen, only to find it cluttered with complex data, prompting him to abandon his inquiry. The gravity training room contained many intriguing elements worthy of study. He pondered the origins of such technology, realizing that if further researched, it could propel the world's technological advancement by centuries. Bulma, with her keen interest in research, animatedly shared her findings with Yilin. Perhaps due to Yilin's penchant for astonishing her with extraordinary items, Bulma regarded him as a kindred spirit, drawing closer to him. Yilin caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance emanating from Bulma, likely a result of her recent grooming, which was utterly captivating. Noticing Yilin's silence, Bulma became aware of the current atmosphere. Her attire was quite revealing, and they could both feel each other's warmth. Their gazes met, and being young, they could discern the desires reflected in each other's eyes. Just then, a distinct sneeze echoed from within the room. Yilin raised his hand, catching several bullets in his grasp. Lan Shi burst into the room, her golden hair flowing, a silenced handgun clutched in her hand. The lack of sound during her gunfire did not escape Yilin's notice, despite the stealth of her actions. Is it really possible to catch bullets? What a monstrous ability! She scoffed, discarding her firearm and spitting in disdain at Yilin's formidable prowess. Lan Shi, now that you are my companion, attacking a fellow comrade is strictly forbidden. Is this really Lan Shi? How did she end up like this? Bulma, astonished, snapped back to reality, having never witnessed Lan Shi in such a state before. Humph. I'll strike if I wanna. What can you do about it? If you have the guts, kill me, Lan Shi retorted, casting a scornful glance at Yilin, confident that he would not harm a companion. It seems you require a lesson to understand the rules. Yilin's figure flickered, appearing behind Lan Shi. Her expression turned to one of surprise as she swung her arm to elbow him. Yet, Yilin was quick, seizing both her arms and restraining her. Attempting to stomp on Yilin's foot, she soon lost her balance as he deftly maneuvered, bringing her crashing to the ground. Yilin pressed down on her, rendering her unable to struggle. Let me go? If I escape, I swear I'll have my revenge. Lan Shi, you are not in this for money. You relish the thrill of the chase. I can offer you greater adventures. Join me as a companion, and you shall never experience boredom. What say you? Yilin's proposition caused Lan Shi to ponder. She had already felt his strength. Following such a powerful ally could lead to thrilling escapades, igniting a flicker of anticipation within her. Humph, you know me well. But remember, I have not yet lost. For now, I can temporarily be your companion, but one day, I will reclaim my honor. Upon hearing this, Yilin smiled slightly. That requires you to possess the capability. Enough already. Lan Shi understands her mistake. Can't you let her go? You, a grown man, pinning a girl down is quite unbecoming, Bulma remarked coldly, prompting Yilin to awkwardly release Lan Shi and rise to his feet. Then, I officially welcome you to the team. Yilin extended his hand once more. And this time, golden-haired Lan Shi did not refuse, allowing him to pull her up from the ground. You reek of sweat. Hurry and take a shower. Bulma pinched her nose and waved her hand to shoo Yilin away, having perspired considerably during his time in the gravity training room. Yilin complied and headed towards the bathroom. Observing Yilin's departing figure, Lan Shi's eyes reflected admiration. He truly is a powerful man. Lan Shi, I believe this is my first time conversing with you in this manner. I'm Bulma, let us have a proper chat. Bulma expressed her curiosity regarding the duality of Lan Shi's personality. Yet, Lan Shi showed no interest in her attempts to bond. Leave me alone. Stay out of my way. With that, Lan Shi turned to walk back into the room, but Bulma was undeterred and followed her. After washing up and changing into fresh attire, Yilin comfortably reclined in a chair. Seeing that golden-haired Lan Shi and Bulma could coexist peacefully brought him a measure of relief. His team was beginning to take shape. While Yilin contemplated the implications of an expanded team, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. System task notification. Defeat Tao by task difficulty, hard mode. The sudden task alert took him by surprise. He swiftly rose from his chair, Acutely sensing a shift in energy in the air, someone was rapidly approaching them. Yilin hurried to the airship control room, where Pu'er was at the helm. Mr. Yilin? Pu'er glanced curiously at Yilin's arrival. Bring up the radar. I need to see, Yilin commanded. Yes, Mr. Yilin. Although Pu'er was puzzled by Yilin's urgency, he complied and projected the radar onto the screen. As the radar scanned, a bright bit suddenly appeared, drawing closer at an alarming speed. Goodness, that is fast. Not even the latest model of spacecraft can match such velocity. What on earth is that? Pu'er marveled at the rapidly approaching red dot, while Yilin gazed ahead. It's not a spacecraft, it's a person. The enemy is approaching. Yilin peered through the airship's window, spotting a shadow hurtling towards them. Tao Bai, hands clasped behind his back, stood effortlessly atop a stone pillar, gliding through the air towards Yilin and the airship. Chapter 35. The defeat of Tao Bai. Yilin sensed a formidable aura emanating from Tao Bai, and according to the system notification, Tao Bai's combat power had reached 170, nearly matching his own. I don't have time to waste here with you. Yilin's fingers glowed with energy, the dazzling light coalescing as Dong Dong Bo took form. As Tao Bai approached, he suddenly felt a powerful energy radiating from the airship ahead. Initially dismissive of his opponent, he now recognized that this adversary was not to be underestimated. It appears that the ability to dismantle 3 notorious assassin organizations indeed signifies extraordinary prowess. However, you have encountered me. The fingertips of Tao Bai gleamed with radiance as he initiated his technique, the Dong Dong Bois. Yilin could discern Tao Bai's movements with clarity. Observing him as he executed the same Dong Dong Bois, a smile curled upon Yilin's lips. Engaging in a clash of techniques with him was akin to inviting one's own demise. The first to strike was Tao Bai, who had mastered the Dong Dong Bois to the extent that he could wield it at will, rapidly condensing its energy. A beam of white light surged towards the airship where Yilin resided. Should it make contact, the airship would likely be brought down. Yet, in tandem, Yilin retaliated with a Dong Dong Bois of tenfold strength, both swifter and more powerful than the ordinary version. What is this? Why is his Dong Dong Bois so formidable? Witnessing the Dong Dong Bois emanating from the airship, Tao Bai's eyes widened. His own technique paled in comparison to Yilin's tenfold version, which devoured it with overwhelming force. The tenfold Dong Dong Bois continued its relentless advance towards Tao Bai. Its potency scarcely diminished. With a resounding boom, the tenfold Dong Dong Bois obliterated a stone pillar, causing it to shatter, yet Tao Bai remained airborne. He employed the Wukong Shu to navigate the skies, evading the direct hit. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Had he been struck, it would have been his end. Tao Bai fixed his steely gaze upon the airship, an icy glint of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Those within the airship, come forth. How dare you pilfer our sect's techniques? Today, I shall eradicate this menace on behalf of my sect. He bellowed, yet he did not approach the airship recklessly. As the foremost assassin, caution was his guiding principle, and Yilin's previous display of power had instilled in him a sense of wariness. He was aware that venturing into the airship could expose him to unknown dangers. Is the illustrious Tao Bai too timid to enter? Very well. I shall come forth to meet you. Yilin emerged from the airship, utilizing the Yuebu to soar through the air with grace. Upon seeing Yilin, Tao Bai was taken aback by his youth and the fact that he too could execute the Wukong Shu. Who are you, to have stolen our sect's techniques? Not only do you wield the Dong Dong Bois, but you also command the Wukong Shu. Tao Bai scrutinized Yilin, his curiosity piqued by this enigmatic youth. Stealing your sect's techniques? Do you not find that laughable? If this truly belongs to your sect, then why have you found yourself at a disadvantage against me? Does this not suggest that you are the ones pilfering my techniques? Yilin's retort caused veins to bulge on Tao Bai's forehead. Humph. Your unwillingness to respond is inconsequential. Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Tao Bai activated the Wukong Shu, pursuing Yilin through the air. Although his speed was considerable, Yilin's swiftness surpassed his own. Yilin, employing the Yuebu, glided effortlessly above, and Tao Bai found himself vexed. Realizing that his Wukong Shu could not catch up to Yilin, it was a novel experience for him to feel outmatched, both in strength and speed. Do you only know how to flee? Have the courage to engage me in a face-to-face confrontation. Tao Bai taunted Yilin. Having already conceded defeat in their previous exchange of Dong Dong Bois, he believed his only chance lay in close-quarters combat. After all, Yilin was merely a child. While he was a seasoned assassin, his combat experience far exceeding that of Yelin. I shall fulfill your request. Yelin stood motionless in midair, leading Tao Bai to secretly smirk at the apparent arrogance of the youth. No matter how superior your techniques may be, watch as I employ my assassination skills to extinguish you. Tao Bai charged towards Yelin, intending to unleash his lethal prowess the moment he drew near. Your time is up, perish. Tao Bai's face bore a mocking smile, but at the moment he lunged to strike, he suddenly noticed a colossal sphere of energy coalescing in Yelin's hands. Return the favor. This is the end. The immense Yuli Jingxuan struck Tao Bai directly, the overwhelming force propelling him through the air, descending from the clouds towards the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed, unlocking divine level lottery. The multicolored lottery box spun, and a small orb fell from it. Yelin had hoped for something extraordinary, but the red orb that landed left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Congratulations, host. You have received a D-class prize from the Dragon Ball realm, the Ba Jiaoshan. A vast fan appeared in Yelin's hands, capable of summoning winds and rain, a truly marvelous artifact, albeit of limited utility for him. Oh, is this not the fan that can extinguish the flames of Huayin Shan? It seems this item may indeed prove useful there. An idea struck Yelin, and he stowed the Ba Jiaoshan before turning and employing the Yuebu to return to the airship. On an open patch of grass, Tao Bai lay bloodied, his right arm severed and one eye lost, his visage revealing the stark outline of his skull. Yet, he still drew breath. Truly, as the foremost assassin, surviving in such a state was remarkable. It would be a pity for him to perish here. Allow me to assist you in becoming even stronger. I require you to gather data on Yelin. I am eager to learn how such a formidable individual cultivates his power. An elder approached Tao Bai, gazing up at the clouds as if he could see the lurking airship beyond them. And who might you be? Tao Bai inquired, his remaining eye fixed on the old man. Me? You may call me Dr. Galua, the scientist of the Red Ribbon Army. Rest assured, I shall save you and enhance your strength, enabling you to seek vengeance against Yelin. With that, Dr. Galua turned and departed, followed by several robots that came forth to transport the severely injured Tao Bai to a medical chamber. Chapter 36. Huayin Shan. The airship continued its journey, and 3 days later, Yelin and his companions finally approached the vicinity of Huayin Shan. From their elevated vantage point, they could clearly see the distant flames billowing from the mountain, engulfing it in a fierce inferno. It resembled a hellish landscape, and Bulma gazed at the fiery mountain, her expression one of astonishment and confusion. Is there truly life in such a place? Can you confirm that people reside here? Bulma turned to Niu Dazhuang, who now appeared remarkably docile, aware that he was no match for Yelin. Disobedience would only lead to his own suffering. The inhabitants of Huayin Shan do not dwell upon the mountain itself, but rather at its base. Although the heat is intense, it remains habitable, and the fertile soil, enriched by the underground fires, yields good harvests. Niu Dazhuang explained to the group. And below their airship lay a village. Let us descend. Yelin, unfamiliar with the region, needed to inquire about where Niu Wang resided. The airship descended slowly and came to a steady halt outside the village. The villagers regarded them with curious eyes, and upon the emergence of Niu Dazhuang, the populace scattered in fear. Run! Niu Dazhuang has returned. Quickly, hide everything, or he will steal it all. Niu Dazhuang has arrived. Quickly hide the children, or he will abduct them. It seems that you have also earned a notorious reputation here in Huayin Shan. Observing the actions of the villagers, Yilin could easily imagine Niu Dazhuang's infamy in this village. However, with the villagers fleeing in all directions, it was quite challenging for Yilin to find someone to inquire about directions, as the villagers regarded them as associates of Niu Dazhuang. Niu Dazhuang, you have returned to commit more mischief. It appears you have yet to learn your lesson. Watch how I deal with you. At that moment, a robust man adorned with a horned hat strode toward them, his physique even more imposing than Niu Dazhuang's, every inch of him a testament to muscle. Upon seeing this figure, Yilin instantly recognized him as Niu Wang. With a mighty swing of his fist, Niu Wang directed a blow toward them, demonstrating considerable strength, as his combat power stood at 50 points. After all, Niu Wang had once claimed victory in the World Martial Arts Tournament and was a disciple of the Turtle Hermit, indicating his formidable prowess. Nevertheless, his strength was still inferior to Yilin's, who effortlessly blocked Niu Wang's punch with one hand. Niu Wang, you misunderstand. I was passing through a small town when I witnessed Niu Dazhuang's wrongdoing. I apprehended him and, upon learning that he was from Yin Shan, intended to return him to you for proper handling, Yilin clarified. Upon hearing this, the initially aggressive Niu Wang was taken aback and quickly bowed to apologize. I apologize for my impulsiveness. I should have asked for clarification before taking action. Please forgive me. Niu Wang's demeanor was sincere, his face filled with remorse. One can understand your reaction. After all, it was in defense of the village, Yilin replied. I am truly grateful to you for bringing Niu Dazhuang back. Please, stay as my guests. I shall host a banquet in your honor. Niu Wang warmly invited Yilin and his companions, but Bulma, feeling the oppressive heat of the weather, hesitated to accept. We have natural hot springs here, which are highly beneficial for maintaining youthful skin. Yilin, since they have extended such genuine hospitality, it would be rather rude to decline. Niu Wang, we shall impose on your kindness. Upon hearing about the hot springs, Bulma's eyes sparkled, and she readily accepted Niu Wang's invitation. In this sweltering weather, you're considering a dip in the hot springs, Yilin remarked, recognizing Bulma's intentions. Humph. What do you know? Bathing in hot springs in this heat is ideal. It helps expel toxins from the body. You boys simply do not understand, Bulma retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. Niu Wang approached Niu Dazhuang and sighed as he regarded him. Niu Dazhuang, have you not caused enough trouble? Are you unaware that each time you act out, it is your mother, Niu Danyang, who cleans up your mess? It is she who pleads with every household to allow you to remain in the village. Upon hearing this, Niu Dazhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. This was news to him. He had never realized the extent of his mother's sacrifices on his behalf. Hurry home. Niu Danyang has been waiting for you. I was wrong. I will mend my ways, Niu Dazhuang said, wiping away his tears as he hurried home. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. The divine level lottery has been unlocked. At that moment, Yilin had fulfilled the task of returning Niu Dazhuang to Yin Shan, though it was merely a simple task, and he did not anticipate any remarkable rewards. From the colorful lottery box, a small white ball fell. Congratulations, host, A-level prize, diamond ring. The prize felt somewhat perplexing, leading Yilin to reflect on his rather unfortunate luck. Subsequently, Niu Wang led Yilin and his companions to his castle, which was quite grand, resembling a large estate in Yin Shan. To welcome Yilin and his companions, Niu Wang had arranged an extravagant feast. Yet none paid much attention to the food. Bulma and Lan Qi immediately headed to the hot springs, while Yamcha, having exhausted himself in the gravity training room, was resting in the airship, with Pool attending to him. Thus, despite the lavish spread laid out, only Niu Wang and Yilin partook. Although Niu Wang did not mind, engaging Yilin in casual conversation. Dad, I'm back. A girl clad in blue battle armor and donning a purple helmet rushed into the room. Hey Dad, who is he? This girl was, of course, Chi-Chi, her large, sparkling eyes fixed curiously on Yilin. Chi-Chi, this is Yilin, a good friend of your father, Niu Wang introduced, also presenting his daughter to Yilin. Yilin was not unfamiliar with Chi-Chi. After all, she was the wife of Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball, and he recalled her well. My name is Chi-Chi. She politely greeted Yilin, just as the ground began to tremble. The entire castle shook, and a falling rock hurtled toward Chi-Chi, who, in her panic, was unable to dodge. Yilin swiftly unleashed a Kamehameha wave, effortlessly destroying the rock. Thank you, Chi-Chi exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Yilin, eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude, though Yilin had no time to notice her emotional shift. System task alert. Extinguish the fire on Yin Shan. Task mode. Difficult. Yilin received the task, marked as difficult, but with the banana fan he had drawn earlier, this task was now within easy reach, essentially a gift. Chapter 37. The banana fan extinguishes fire. The task of extinguishing the fire on Yin Shan was undeniably challenging. Even the turtle hermit had to exert every effort to temporarily suppress the flames, hence the system's classification of the task as difficult. However, with the banana fan in hand, Yilin found the task considerably simpler. Oh no, the fire on Yin Shan is about to erupt again. Chi-Chi, Yilin, you must leave this castle at once. Niu Wang realized the cause of the tremor and urged them to escape while he prepared to buy time. Niu Wang, I have a way to extinguish this fire. Leave it to me, Yilin declared. Upon hearing this, Niu Wang quickly shook his head. That is not possible. The fire on Tien Shinhan is no ordinary wildfire. It erupts from underground lava and is impossible to extinguish. I built this castle to block the volcanic vent, but the recent earthquake has likely cracked it open, and flames will soon spew forth. The only means to quell this fire would be that legendary banana fan, which has gone missing. Tien Shinhan may be doomed. You must take Chi-Chi and leave. The banana fan is right here with me. Seeing Neo-Mo Wang's anxious expression, Yilin produced the banana fan he had drawn. Neo-Mo Wang's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the fan in Yilin's hand, rubbing his eyes in shock. The banana fan is in your possession? Wonderful. Tien Shinhan is saved. Neo-Mo Wang's despair transformed into joy, while Chi-Chi gazed at Yilin with wide, curious eyes, filled with admiration. It's so hot. What happened? Why has the hot spring suddenly become scalding? I almost burned to death. Wrapped in a bath towel, Bulma, along with Lan Chi, approached Yilin, complaining about the temperature of the hot spring while checking her skin for burns, entirely unconcerned about her current state of dress. As the volcanic fire on Tien Shinhan threatened to erupt, Yilin urged, "You two take Chi-Chi and leave. I plan to work with Neo-Mo Wang to extinguish this great fire." Yilin succinctly elucidated the current predicament, leaving Bulma momentarily astonished. Yet her astute mind quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Chi-Chi, let us depart together with your sister," Bulma stated, gently grasping Chi-Chi's hand, preparing to lead her away, though Chi-Chi's gaze lingered longingly on the Ox King. "Father, I wish to stay with father." "Do not worry, Chi-Chi. I assure you I will safely bring your father back to you," Yilin replied with a reassuring smile, calming her anxious heart. Chi-Chi's sparkling eyes fixed on Yilin, and she extended her pinky. "Pinky swear." Observing Chi-Chi's resolute expression, Yilin mirrored her gesture, sealing their promise. Subsequently, Bulma and the golden-haired Lan Chi led Chi-Chi away. "Take me to the Feng Huako. We must extinguish this inferno at its source. Follow me." The Ox King guided Yilin towards the castle's subterranean depths. However, due to the recent tremor, the corridors within the castle had been obstructed by fallen debris. Alas, this is the sole passage to the underground, now blocked off, the Ox King lamented as he gazed anxiously at the sealed path. Unfazed, Yilin advanced and struck the obstruction with a powerful fist, shattering it effortlessly. The Ox King watched in awe as the barrier crumbled before them. "Let us proceed," Yilin urged, prompting the Ox King to regain his focus and continue leading the way. Upon reaching the subterranean staircase, they were met with surging flames, the intense heat rendering it nearly impossible to approach. "Oh no, the fire has already breached," Yilin exclaimed, observing the flames leaping higher. He retrieved the banana leaf fan, eager to test its efficacy. Raising the fan high, he swung it down with force, unleashing a formidable gust that suppressed the rising inferno, clearing the flames from the staircase in a single sweep. Witnessing the fan's might, Yilin's spirits lifted. With this tool, quelling the flames would be considerably easier. Yet, just as the fire was subdued, new flames ignited, causing his brow to furrow. If the Feng Huako remained unsealed, the flames would continue to emerge. They must seal it immediately. The Ox King explained the situation, and Yilin nodded, allowing the Ox King to guide him while wielding the banana leaf fan to carve a path. They rushed to the castle's lowest depths, where the heat intensified as they descended. "We have arrived," the Ox King announced, pointing ahead. After traversing the lengthy staircase, they emerged into a vast open area. At the center lay a colossal fissure, 5 meters wide, from which scorching magma surged forth, threatening to engulf the entire space. Yilin furrowed his brow. Although the banana leaf fan could disperse flames, how could they contend with the magma? Simply extinguishing the surface fire would not suffice. "Yilin, help me quell the flames while I seal this fissure," the Ox King declared, striding towards a massive stone towering 5 men high. Upon reaching the stone, the Ox King embraced it with all his might, and with a low growl, he hoisted it skyward. Yilin discerned the Ox King's intent, to use the boulder to block the fissure. He raised the banana leaf fan and forcefully swung it, sending a gale that pushed back the flames. The Ox King, still clutching the immense stone, advanced towards the fissure's mouth. Despite the flames being extinguished by the fan, the area remained unbearably hot. Undeterred by the oppressive heat and drenched in sweat, the Ox King pressed on. As he neared the fissure, he hurled the boulder into the opening with great force. With a resounding crash, the fissure was sealed by the massive stone. The Ox King exhaled in relief, believing the gap was finally closed. However, flames erupted from beneath the boulder, and the earth trembled as the magma forcefully breached the stone, expanding the opening further. It was now impossible to seal the gap with mere rock. Chapter 38. The Shenron versus magma. An even more fierce fire erupted from the fissure, its ferocity threatening to consume the entire underground chamber. Lin raised the banana leaf fan once more, a whirlwind suppressing the raging flames. But as soon as the gust ceased, an even more violent blaze erupted. The fan was no longer capable of containing the inferno. Lin, this place cannot withstand much longer. You must escape. You have no ties to the fire mountain. There is no need for you to sacrifice yourself here. I will do my utmost to buy time, the Ox King urged, realizing the fan could not extinguish the blazing inferno. Lin found the situation more troublesome than he had anticipated. The widening fissure undoubtedly increased the challenge. The fan alone would not suffice. I will push the magma down, he declared. Push the magma down? How could that possibly be achieved? The Ox King exclaimed, astonished by Lin's audacity, doubting its feasibility. Let us try first. Lin replied, unwilling to concede. He recalled Master Roshi using his Kamehameha to quell the flames of Fire Mountain, and perhaps he could replicate that feat. The Shenron. Lin raised his palm, gathering immense energy, forming a sphere that gradually expanded. The Ox King watched in awe. Though he had sensed Lin's formidable strength before, he now fully grasped the extent of his power. Above Lin, a 2-meter-high energy mass coalesced. A first for him to harness such formidable chi, fatigue washing over him. Yet he persevered, casting a glance at the Ox King. You must leave quickly. I cannot guarantee your safety after this. I do not know what will happen next. Will you be all right? The Ox King queried. Rest assured. I possess the means to protect myself, Lin reassured him. After a final glance at the immense energy sphere, the Ox King swiftly exited the stone chamber. Lin, you must survive, the Ox King called back. Lin raised his other hand in farewell as the Ox King departed, leaving him alone in the underground chamber. Gazing at the bubbling magma, his expression hardened. Should the lava erupt, surrounding villages would face devastation, and Bulma and the others could be in peril. Not to mention his mission would fail. Lin resolved to prevent this inferno at all costs. He retrieved a senzu bean and swallowed it whole. Grow larger, he commanded, intensifying his energy accumulation. The already sizable De Shenron expanded even further, now measuring 3 meters in diameter, the power contained within unfathomable. Lin hurled the De Shenron towards the magma's mouth. The energy within the sphere spun wildly, drawing the magma into its vortex, transforming the energy ball into a molten fireball. Descend, he commanded. Tenfold Dong wave. Lin would certainly not propel the De Shenron into the magma. Instead, he unleashed another skill, the Shi Bei Dong Bow. The Shi Bei Dong Bow transformed into a shockwave, directly impacting the De Shenron, forcing it downward. Sweat poured from Lin's forehead as he simultaneously wielded both the De Shenron and Shi Bei Dong Bow, a feat he had never faced before in such a challenging situation. The De Shenron continued to descend, and Lin endeavored to maintain the internal energy's stability, preventing it from erupting too rapidly. As the De Shenron sank to a depth of 300 meters, the brilliance of the Shi Bei Dong Bow faded, marking its limit. That's enough. Lin released his control over the De Shenron. The earth trembled incessantly as its power erupted underground. The Ox Demon King burst forth from the castle, spotting Chi-Chi and the others nearby. Daddy! Chi-Chi rushed forward, and the Ox Demon King quickly embraced his beloved daughter. Daddy, where's Lin? Chi-Chi questioned, glancing around but failing to locate him. Bulma and Lan Shi approached as well. The Ox Demon King informed them of the situation below, and upon hearing that Lin intended to confront the magma alone, Bulma's eyes widened in disbelief. Has he lost his mind? How could mere human strength contend with such a volcanic eruption? I must go bring him back. Bulma prepared to dash into the castle, but the Ox Demon King stepped in front of her. No, it's too dangerous inside. I cannot allow you to enter. If you encounter peril, I would have no way to explain it to Lin. At that moment, Lan Shi pressed her gun against the Ox Demon King's head. Get out of my way. Lin is my ally, and if you don't move, I'll shoot you. I will not yield, even if it costs me my life. I cannot allow either of you to be in danger. The Ox Demon King stood firm, not retreating an inch despite the gun's muzzle aimed at him. Don't harm my daddy. Chi-Chi spread her arms to shield the Ox Demon King. Lan Chi furrowed her brow, and just as the standoff intensified, the ground beneath them began to tremble once more. What is happening? Another earthquake? Bulma asked, confusion etched on her face. At that moment, the castle began to shake violently, cracks spreading across its structure. Boom! The entire castle suddenly collapsed, transforming the Ox Demon King's stronghold into ruins, with Yi Lin trapped beneath. Yi Lin. Seeing the castle's collapse, Bulma rushed towards the rubble, frantically digging through the debris to unearth Yi Lin. The Ox Demon King also reacted quickly, joining her in the rescue. Chi-Chi and Lan Chi joined the excavation efforts, but the complete destruction of the castle made it exceedingly difficult to retrieve anyone from beneath. What on earth happened? The commotion attracted Yamcha, who arrived to inspect the situation, only to be met with the sight of rubble. Yi Lin is buried beneath this. What? Master? Hearing this, Yamcha dashed to the ruins, took a deep breath, and unleashed the Wolf Fang fist, his fists digging through the debris at an astonishing speed. Even as his hands bled from the exertion, Yamcha did not relent, and everyone joined in the effort to rescue Yi Lin from beneath the wreckage. What are you all doing? Just then, a voice echoed from above. Upon hearing Yi Lin's voice, everyone looked up at the sky. Yi Lin descended gracefully, employing the moon's step, and upon seeing him unharmed, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yi Lin, thank goodness you're safe, Bulma exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. Yi Lin could feel Bulma trembling, clearly overwhelmed with worry for him, and the others shared the same sentiment. Had they not genuinely cared for him, they wouldn't have fought so hard to dig through the ruins. Master, weren't you buried under all that rubble? How did you escape? Yamcha inquired. Curiosity piqued as he noted Yi Lin's injured hands. I suppressed the magma, but the force was too great, causing the castle to collapse. Beneath the ruins, I utilized the Dong Dong bow to carve out a path, and I also redirected the flow of the magma. Earlier, while on the airship, Yi Lin had carefully studied the map of the Fire Mountain, noting a desolate canyon to the west, through which he forcibly created a secret passage. By doing so, I altered the magma's flow, preventing further eruptions from the Fire Mountain. Upon hearing Yi Lin's explanation, the Ox Demon King's eyes widened with gratitude as he grasped Yi Lin's shoulders. Yi Lin, I cannot thank you enough. You are the savior of my Fire Mountain. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I, the Ox Demon King, will surely lend my utmost support. The relentless flames of Fire Mountain had long been a burden on the Ox Demon King's heart, and now that burden had finally been lifted, rendering him indescribably joyful. Chi-Chi stepped forward, extending her small hand. I want a token of our bond. I want to marry you. Her face flushed, and her words left Yi Lin momentarily speechless, struggling to comprehend Chi-Chi's intentions. Oh my, how popular you are. It's just a child's innocent jest. Just give her something. Bulma chuckled, nudging Yi Lin playfully, believing Chi-Chi was merely infatuated with Yi Lin's recent heroic deeds. Yi Lin considered Bulma's words reasonable, acknowledging that Chi-Chi was still young. After a moment, he suddenly recalled having won a diamond ring in a recent lottery. He retrieved the diamond ring and placed it in Chi-Chi's hands. This shall serve as my token. Keep it well, and when you grow up, I shall return to marry you. Yi Lin smiled, ruffling Chi-Chi's hair, and she clasped the diamond ring tightly, her eyes sparkling with delight. Ox Demon King, we shall take our leave now. This banana fan is a gift for you. It should assist in case of another fire outbreak at Fire Mountain. Yi Lin bestowed the banana fan upon the Ox Demon King, for it held little significance for him. The Ox Demon King wished to decline. Yet Yi Lin had already departed with Bulma and the others, leaving him and Chi-Chi to watch them go. Chi-Chi, are you serious? The Ox Demon King queried, casting a curious glance at his daughter. At that moment, Chi-Chi was gleefully clutching the diamond ring, her gaze fixed on Yi Lin's departing figure. I must grow up quickly. I cannot keep Yi Lin waiting. Observing Chi-Chi's earnest expression, the Ox Demon King understood her sincerity. However, he bore no objections. Yi Lin was the benefactor of Fire Mountain, and the Ox Demon King could see that Yi Lin possessed a good nature. Once Yi Lin and his companions returned to the airship, Bulma appeared somewhat fatigued. I never imagined that a simple hot spring visit would be so exhausting. I really drew the short straw this time. Had I known, I wouldn't have joined you. Bulma complained, lazily reclining on the sofa, while Lan Chi busily cleaned her gun, showing no signs of fatigue. Yamcha was tending to his injured hands from digging through the ruins. Yi Lin, on the other hand, appeared to be in a meditative state, eagerly anticipating the upcoming divine lottery. This mission had been perilous, and he had exhausted all of his senzu beans. If he did not receive something extraordinary, he would surely be displeased. While excavating the tunnel, Yi Lin had consumed all the senzu beans to muster enough energy to break through. Standing once more before the magnificent, multicolored lottery box, it began to spin. And Yi Lin gazed intently at the prize outlet. After a dazzling display of multicolored lights, a small ball dropped from the lottery entrance. White. No, the hue was silver. The moment Yi Lin discerned the color of the orb, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The silver ball signified that he had drawn a B-grade prize. This was Yi Lin's first encounter with a B-grade reward, and his curiosity was piqued about the nature of the prize he had obtained. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a B-grade prize from the pirate realm. Haki. Name: Yi Lin. Combat power: 175 point. Skills: 1. Daidama Rasen, intermediate 401000. Skill description: utilizing this skill enhances combat power by 50. 2. Moonwalk, intermediate 501000. Skill description: this skill allows for aerial flight. 3. Tenfold Don Wave, intermediate 301000. Skill description: emits light waves from fingertips, enhancing combat power by 30. 4. Kinbunshika Haki, beginner 0100. Skill description: grants precognition, enabling the user to anticipate opponents' moves. Mastering Haki was akin to adding wings to Yi Lin's abilities, even when facing formidable adversaries. He now possessed a chance to engage in battle. However, he realized that Kinbunshika Haki was relatively weak, and what he truly desired was the Conqueror's Haki. The mere thought of a scene where all fell before him ignited a fervor within his heart. For now, he had only Kinbunshika Haki, which seemed to require skill proficiency to advance. Yi Lin had an arsenal of formidable skills at his disposal, yet he recognized that achieving proficiency was a daunting challenge. Upon reaching intermediate levels, progressing skills became increasingly complex. Employing these skills demanded substantial energy, and although possessing senzu beans alleviated his concerns, they were now depleted. Should he exhaust himself while honing his skills, he would find himself defenseless against impending dangers. It appeared that he must exercise caution in his training henceforth. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. What? Even Mr. Tao Bai Commander Root, upon hearing the words of Officer Black, exhibited a glimmer of fear in his singular eye. Not long ago, Officer Black had lost contact with Tao Bai, and knowing that Tao Bai had pursued Yi Lin, the outcome seemed grim, prompting him to report immediately to Commander Root. Commander, Yi Lin poses a considerable threat. Our Red Ribbon Army is still at odds with him, and he is unlikely to spare us. Fear? What is there to fear, with so many in our ranks? Can we truly be intimidated by one individual? Despite his words, Commander Root was clearly anxious. If Yi Lin could dispatch a powerhouse like Tao Bai, then if he chose to come for him, no amount of troops could withstand his might. Gritting his teeth, Commander Root's resolve hardened. Retrieve that item. Upon hearing this, Officer Black trembled, his face a mask of horror. Commander, do you truly intend to unleash the Demon King Piccolo? If that demon is released, chaos will surely ensue. We can't afford to wait idly for Yi Lin to come for me. If that demon and Yi Lin were to perish together, it would be a win for everyone. Enough of this. Go fetch the pot for me. With Commander Root's gamble set, Officer Black could only sigh in resignation and nodded. Chapter 40. The Awakening of Piccolo. Before Commander Root appeared a rice cooker, adorned with numerous seals. Inside was a formidable demon, known as Demon King Piccolo. The Red Ribbon Army had discovered this entity deep within the ocean, but due to Piccolo's notorious reputation, even Commander Root dared not unseal it lightly. However, now faced with the looming threat of Yi Lin, he cast caution to the wind. Commander, are you truly prepared for this? No one can predict the consequences of unsealing it. Silence. I am in command here. You are to follow my orders. Commander Root glared at Officer Black, and seeing his determination, Officer Black refrained from further persuasion. Commander Root signaled to his subordinates to tear off the seals from the rice cooker. As the seals were ripped away, the rice cooker suddenly popped open, releasing a cloud of smoke. Once the smoke dissipated, a giant stood before them, his appearance strikingly different, with eerie green skin. He appeared ancient, yet his eyes radiated a fierce light. Beside this giant stood a bird-beaked demon, surveying everyone present. You are the ones who unsealed Lord Piccolo? Indeed, I am Rut, the commander of the Red Ribbon Army. Henceforth, I command you to heed my call and assist in eliminating our enemies. But just as Commander Rut finished speaking, the giant lifted him effortlessly. Fire! Quick fire! Commander Rut commanded urgently, but the mere sight of Demon King Piccolo instilled paralyzing fear in everyone, leaving them devoid of the courage to shoot. Do not confuse your roles. From this day forth, you are servants of Lord Piccolo. The Red Ribbon Army is now under his command. Do you comprehend? The murderous intent radiating from Demon King Piccolo caused beads of cold sweat to form on Commander Rut's forehead, his body trembling. Why, yes, understood. Commander Rut could only acquiesce, after which Piccolo carelessly tossed him aside and took his place. The bird-beaked demon approached the table, swiftly sifting through the intelligence collected by the Red Ribbon Army, his eyes gleaming as he extracted a particular report. Lord Piccolo, it is said that on this earth, there exists something known as Dragon Balls. By gathering 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the Eternal Dragon, who might grant wishes, possibly restoring Lord Piccolo to his youth. As the bird-beaked demon relayed the information about the Dragon Balls, a slight smile graced Piccolo's lips. Excellent. Gather the Dragon Balls for me. Thus, Piccolo issued his command. Commander Rut's eyes brightened as he stepped forward. Lord Piccolo, the Dragon Balls are currently in the possession of a martial artist named Yi Lin. He is remarkably powerful, and we are not his match, so, before Rut could finish, the bird-beaked demon glared at him. Nonsense. Do you suggest that Lord Piccolo should personally deal with a mere martial artist? What use are you to me then? Hearing this, Commander Rut's expression soured significantly. He had summoned this great demon precisely to confront Yi Lin, only to find that now he was being relegated to the role of a subordinate in the fight against Yi Lin. If you wish to tackle Yi Lin, I may be of assistance. I happen to have a considerable number of androids on hand, originally slated for disposal, but they may prove useful now. A voice spoke from the doorway as several androids entered, each bearing a number, the highest being android number 8. The voice emanated from these androids, and Commander Rut recognized the owner of that voice all too well. With Dr. Gero's androids at our disposal, capturing Yi Lin should be a piece of cake. Upon witnessing the emergence of the artificial beings, Commander Rut could hardly contain his excitement. The gaze of the great demon Bix swept over these creations, and then he turned to the bird-beaked demon. Allow me to lead these artificial beings into action, declared Lord Bick. There was no objection, with a commander at the helm. The potential of the artificial beings could be fully realized. Dr. Gillo acquiesced to the bird-beaked demon's decision. Now, where is that individual named Yi Lin? Our people have been tracking their whereabouts. I will continuously relay Yi Lin's location to your radar henceforth. Commander Rut responded affirmatively. After acquiring the radar, the bird-beaked demon glanced at the red that displayed and subsequently departed the headquarters of the Red Satin Ribbon Legion with the artificial troop. Now, only the great demon Bick remained, and out of respect for the imposing figure, Commander Rut dared not intrude. After leaving the fiery mountain, Yi Lin and Yamcha had spent 2 days aboard the airship. During this time, they frequently utilized the gravity training room, enhancing their combat prowess. Mr. Yi Lin, we can already see the temple ahead, announced Poole, who was piloting the airship. Yi Lin made his way to the control room and indeed spotted a colossal temple rising from the desert ahead. Its presence amidst the desolation appeared quite uncanny. However, Yi Lin distinctly remembered that this was the abode of the fortune-telling old woman. We have arrived. Prepare for landing, Yi Lin instructed. Understood, Mr. Yi Lin, Poole replied, gently guiding the airship to a stable landing before the temple. At that moment, a dark figure emerged from within the temple. This shadowy figure floated atop a crystal ball, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be an elderly woman. It appears my predictions were accurate. A distinguished guest is arriving, and it was wise of me to prepare for your reception, she remarked. The fortune-telling old woman, known for her avarice, was not one to overlook the allure of wealth, and Yi Lin was fully aware of this. Hence, he had come prepared for this visit. He brought forth the treasures from the airship, and upon seeing the large chest of jewels, the old woman's eyes widened, her breath quickening. What a rare honor to host such esteemed guests. Please, take a seat inside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct me. Displaying a rather mercenary demeanor, the fortune-telling old woman's character elicited disdain from Bulma. Yet they followed her into the desert temple nonetheless. Chapter 41. The fortune-telling old woman upon entering the temple, a sense of vastness enveloped them. as if this grand edifice housed only the fortune-telling old woman. I comprehend your intentions. You seek to divine the location of the Dragon Balls, she stated as she led Yi Lin and his companions into a chamber. It seemed she had anticipated their arrival, waiting at the temple's entrance prior to their approach. With that being said, let us simplify matters. How much do you require for this information? Yi Lin had meticulously prepared a considerable sum of money for his meeting with the fortune-telling old woman, knowing that with adequate compensation, she would prove to be an invaluable ally. I shall not exchange this information for money. You must be martial artists, correct? If you wish to procure my knowledge, you must first defeat my 5 warriors to earn that right. Yi Lin had come equipped with funds, but he was taken aback by the old woman's unexpected shift in demeanor, opting not to demand exorbitant payment, but rather to challenge them. Such conditions left Yi Lin perplexed, as this approach was distinctly uncharacteristic of the fortune-telling old woman. Could you enlighten me as to why? Yi Lin inquired, seeking clarity from her. Although I am indeed fond of wealth, I harbor a profound affection for this world. I perceive your existence as overly perilous. Your actions may endanger all. To obtain my information, you must triumph over my 5 warriors and reveal your true nature to me, she responded, her gaze fixed on Yi Lin, her murky eyes sparkling with insight. The fortune-telling old woman possessed a unique power. She likely sensed something within Yi Lin, prompting her unusual behavior and the abandonment of monetary temptation in favor of assessing his true character. Since you have laid down the challenge, I shall accept, Yi Lin replied readily, and the group proceeded to the rear of the temple, where a vast training arena awaited, perfectly suited for combat. Batsman, you shall go first, commanded the fortune-telling old woman, introducing a slender figure with blue skin, wrapped in bandages, and clad in boxing gloves. With a combat power of merely 38, his level was insufficient to warrant the involvement of a master. Yi Lin could easily handle him. Yamcha, equipped with a battle power detector, looked upon the batsman with disdain and promptly volunteered to engage. That will not do. The challenge must be undertaken solely by him. I wish to observe this individual, the fortune-telling old woman insisted, rejecting Yamcha's offer and insisting that Yi Lin take the stage. Yamcha sighed and shook his head. Old woman, it seems you underestimate my master's prowess. Regardless of the warriors you have prepared, none can rival my master. With a haughty attitude, the fortune-telling old woman retorted. Such bravado can only be articulated now. Batsman, advance. At her command, the batsman charged at Yi Lin. Although his speed might be commendable to an ordinary person, to Yi Lin, it appeared as though time had slowed. He stepped forward and effortlessly swatted the batsman away, who found himself tumbling out of the arena. Eyes wide in disbelief, the batsman stared around, utterly bewildered by his defeat. There are no boundaries here. Batsman, attack. Although the fortune-telling old woman was astonished by the turn of events, she was unwilling to concede defeat and continued to command the batsman to strike. As the batsman prepared to act, a beam of light pierced through the air, illuminating the arena. Yi Lin's fingers shimmered with energy. Shall we conclude this? He remarked. The batsman, having witnessed a stone pillar behind him pierce through, raised his hands in surrender, realizing that should that beam strike him, it would spell his demise. The fortune-telling old woman glanced at Yi Lin and, with a subtle gesture, signaled him. Suddenly aware of an approaching disturbance, Yi Lin furrowed his brow. He recalled that the second warrior under the fortune-telling old woman was the Invisible Man, adept at concealing himself from detection. What a splendid opportunity for skill practice. Yi Lin closed his eyes on the arena floor, activating his Kinbunchika Haki, capturing every movement around him with each breath. Even with his eyes shut, the entirety of the arena materialized in his mind, enabling him to perceive a figure advancing towards him. As the Invisible Man closed in, he launched a fist at Yi Lin, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack. The Invisible Man stared in astonishment at Yi Lin, bewildered as to how he had evaded his strike. It must be a coincidence, he mused inwardly. Thus, he unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks, yet every blow was deftly evaded by Yi Lin. On the arena, a fierce battle of offense and defense ensued, while the onlookers outside remained utterly bewildered. They could only perceive Yi Lin constantly shifting on the stage, seemingly evading something. Yet they were oblivious to the source of his actions. I realized that the adversary was an invisible man. How insidious, to not even introduce the opponent. Yamcha suddenly understood the situation unfolding on the arena. Yamcha, use your energy to sense everything. See if you can locate this invisible man. At that moment, Yilin had the leisure to guide Yamcha. Upon hearing Yilin's advice, Yamcha hastily complied, thinking that if his master could discern the position of the invisible man and evade attacks, then he too must strive to achieve the same. Not wanting to disappoint his master's expectations, he took a deep breath to calm himself, raising his senses to their utmost capacity, allowing no subtle movements in his surroundings to escape him. Finally, he detected faint footsteps on the stage. Indeed, it was the invisible man. I never anticipated such a warrior existed. A careless mistake could lead to severe consequences. My master is truly formidable, effortlessly seeing through the invisible man. Yamcha marveled at Yilin's prowess. Though Yilin had prepared in advance, even if the invisible man launched a sudden attack, it would not be difficult for him to perceive the threat given his strength. Currently, he regarded the invisible man merely as a training dummy for his Haki. His mastery of Kinbunchika Haki was rapidly advancing, and his evasion from the invisible man's strikes became increasingly deft, each time narrowly escaping the assaults. Chapter 42. 5 Warriors on the Arena. Yilin had been locked in a stalemate for nearly half an hour, causing the spectators to grow somewhat impatient. Yilin, how long are you planning to evade? Bulma could hardly bear to watch any longer, while Yamcha questioned Yilin's actions. Perhaps the master was utilizing this invisible man to cultivate a formidable technique. After all, having accompanied Yilin for some time, he believed that his master would not engage in futile endeavors without reason. I've prepared some cold drinks for everyone to quench their thirst, said Lan Shi, now transformed into a blue-haired beauty, as she prepared beverages within the airship and served them to the onlookers. Thank you so much, Lan Shi. Bulma joyfully accepted a drink from her hand, reclining comfortably on the lounge chair Lan Shi had arranged, leisurely watching Yilin's contest. You are quite cunning, Yamcha remarked, casting a bemused glance at Bulma. The transformation of the blonde Lan Shi into blue-haired Lan Shi was, of course, orchestrated by Bulma. She had merely induced a sneeze to facilitate this change, as blue-haired Lan Shi was more beneficial in their current situation. What did you say? Bulma shot Yamcha a glare, prompting him, a man with a fear of women, to hastily retreat and avoid provoking her. Meanwhile, Yilin continued to observe the progress of his skill proficiency. At long last, the mastery of his Kinbunchika Haki reached its zenith. Ding! Congratulations! The mastery of Kinbunchika Haki is complete. The skill has advanced to Busashoka Haki. Name: Yilin Combat Power, 175 point skills. 1. The Yu Luo Xianwan, Intermediate 401000. Skill Introduction. Using this skill increases combat power by 50. 2. Yu Bu, Intermediate 501000. Skill Introduction. This skill enables aerial flight. 3. Shi Bei Dong Dong Bo, Intermediate 301000. Skill Introduction. Emits light waves from fingertips, increasing combat power by 30. 4. Busashoka Haki, Intermediate 01000. Skill Introduction. Increases basic combat power by 50 for 1 minute. Items: Dragon Ball Radar X1. Dragon Ball X6. After enduring rigorous training, Yilin's skills indeed advanced to another type of Haki. Although the duration of Busashoka Haki's augmentation was brief, Yilin believed that this technique could yield unexpected results at critical moments. If he could utilize Busashoka Haki in conjunction with the Yu Luo Xianwan, his combat power would surge dramatically. That will suffice. Yilin's palm grasped the invisible man's fist, only to discover that it lacked strength. After all, he had relentlessly attacked Yilin for half an hour without even brushing against his clothing. Having exhausted all his energy, he could not concede defeat, especially with the fortune teller watching. Yilin gently thrust his palm, sending the invisible man flying, for his combat power was not particularly formidable, akin to that of a Batman. The mere ability to become invisible made him seem more challenging. The defeat of the invisible man at Yilin's hands was anticipated by the crowd, as he had not been touched even once during the half-hour struggle. Now, follow me to meet your third opponent. Despite Yilin defeating 2 warriors in quick succession, the fortune teller remained unfazed, confident in the 3 warriors that remained. The group followed her, traversing a long staircase downwards towards the temple. They eventually arrived at an abyss, where a platform stood at its center, flanked by walkways for access. However, should one fall off the platform, they would plunge into the unfathomable depths below. How deep could this possibly be? Bulma kicked a stone into the chasm, but it fell into silence, never reaching the bottom. If one were to fall, they would surely perish. Yamcha gulped nervously. Yet, Yi Lin approached the platform with ease, confident in his ability to use Yu-Bu to avoid falling into the abyss. It seems you possess some courage. But I wonder if you have true skill, the fortune teller noted, admiring Yi Lin's unwavering composure. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows of the platform, towering over 2 meters. Wrapped in bandages, with only its mouth and eyes visible. Mummy. Bulma gasped, terrified of such apparitions, perceiving the mummy as a monstrous being. This is the third warrior. Entirely distinct from the previous two. Enough with the preamble. Let us begin swiftly, for I am pressed for time. Yi Lin interrupted the fortune teller's introduction. With the enhancement of his Kinbunchika Haki, he had no intention of delaying any further. He needed to swiftly defeat the 5 warriors to uncover the location of the final Dragon Ball. How arrogant, boy! I shall show you my true power. The mummy stepped onto the platform, its bandages unfurling and lunging toward Yi Lin. Swish! In an instant, Yi Lin closed the distance to the mummy, delivering a powerful punch that sent the creature hurtling away. Boom! The mummy's body embedded into the wall, its eyes rolling back as it lost consciousness. With a combat power of nearly 80 points, the mummy posed little challenge for Yi Lin, although Yamcha might face a grueling battle. Yet for Yi Lin, the mummy was hardly worth consideration. The fortune teller's mouth fell agape, astonished that her prized warrior was so effortlessly defeated before Yi Lin. Next, you, do not be so boastful. The next warrior will surely best you. Demon Man, it is your turn to appear. At the fortune teller's command, a figure descended slowly from the air, adorned with a multitude of wings and cloaked in darkness, bearing 2 large horns, a perfect embodiment of a demon. In the midst of the conflict, the figure known as Evil Man was commanded not to hold back, to let this ignorant youth witness his prowess and claim victory in the duel. Perhaps it was the series of defeats that incited the wrath of the fortune-telling matriarch, compelling her to issue a lethal command to Evil Man. Humph. I am not that ineffectual mummy. A mere child stands no chance against me. In an instant, Yi Lin took action. The combat prowess of Evil Man reached an impressive 110 points, a commendable level for an ordinary individual, yet alas, Yi Lin surpassed him greatly. Before Evil Man could comprehend the situation, he met the same fate as the mummy, his body embedded into the stone wall, rendering him unconscious. Next, Yi Lin's swift victory left the fortune-telling matriarch astounded. She had not anticipated that even the formidable Evil Man would be dispatched so quickly. The reason for Yi Lin's decisive action lay in his knowledge of Evil Man's deadly move, the Demon Ray, which could inflate the malevolence within a person's heart, a mental assault Yi Lin felt ill-equipped to counter. Hence, he opted to eliminate the threat before it could manifest. As long as he prevented the adversary from striking, even the most powerful techniques would be rendered ineffective. Chapter 43. Tenfold Dodo Wave versus Kamehameha. After conquering 4 warriors in succession, only one remained. Let the final warrior emerge. Regardless of their identity, none can withstand the might of my master. Yamcha cheered for Yi Lin from the sidelines, while the fortune-telling matriarch cast a disapproving glance at him. Still, her eyes bore an unwavering confidence. This 5th warrior is an unmatched martial artist. You stand no chance against him. You said that before. Now, summon him forth. Bulma interjected, having grown weary of the matriarch's boasting. Observing Yi Lin's string of victories, they believed he would not be defeated. The fortune-telling matriarch, unable to restrain her irritation at Yamcha and Bulma's audacity, declared, Son Gohan, it is your turn to enter the fray. From the opposite side of the arena, an elderly gentleman emerged, adorned with a halo and a rabbit mask. Competing against the youth is no issue, yet I fear even I may not be his match. Son Gohan glanced at Yi Lin, shaking his head slightly, recognizing the depth of Yi Lin's abilities. Truly the grandfather of Sun Wukong. His combat strength reached an astonishing 170 points, placing him on par with Yi Lin. Yi Lin marveled at Son Gohan's might. He was a genuine martial artist who would likely pose a challenge even to Tao Bai Bai. This is impossible. How could this young brat possibly rival you? No matter what, you must secure a victory. The fortune-telling matriarch, incensed by Son Gohan's apparent trepidation before the battle, issued her command in frustration. I shall do my utmost. Son Gohan replied, stepping onto the arena with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon his arrival, Yi Lin bowed respectfully, saying, I welcome your guidance. Son Gohan, surprised by the youth's demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement. Young man, You are indeed formidable. I did not expect to encounter such strong successors in the outside world. Though I am but an old relic, I shall give it my all. It is an honor to spar with a senior like you. Yi Lin executed a moonstep, swiftly closing the distance to Son Gohan, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his mask. Yet, his fist met only air, for Son Gohan had transformed into an afterimage, which soon dissipated. Yi Lin sensed movement behind him but did not evade. Instead, he firmly rooted himself to the ground. Bang! Son Gohan's kick connected with Yi Lin's back. Yet the impact caused him to frown. From Yi Lin's frame, he discerned an unyielding solidity, as if he were an immovable mountain. Armament Haki. Yi Lin retaliated with a punch that amplified his combat strength by 50%, a force to be reckoned with. Son Gohan, astonished by Yi Lin's transformation, opened his palm to encase Yi Lin's fist. The ensuing gust of energy was so potent that Yamcha and the others outside struggled to maintain their footing. They could scarcely fathom the weight of Yi Lin's blow. Yet, what bewildered them most was how Son Gohan managed to withstand it. Receive my attack. Son Gohan's fingers darted towards Yi Lin's eyes, but alas, this strike was thwarted by Yi Lin's other hand. The two engaged in a contest of strength, ultimately yielding to Yi Lin, who forced Son Gohan back, his feet carving grooves into the ground to absorb the impact of Yi Lin's might. What caliber of battle is this? Son Gohan is remarkably on par with my master. Yamcha was deeply stirred by this confrontation, reminiscent of the astonishment he felt after Tien's prowess. Crack! At that moment, the rabbit mask adorning Son Gohan's face shattered under the pressure of Yi Lin's punch, falling in two halves to the ground. The true visage of Son Gohan revealed a kind and gentle elder, surprising those who had speculated about a monstrous entity behind the mask. You are truly remarkable, young man. It appears that in terms of martial arts, I am no match for you. Son Gohan regarded Yi Lin with admiration, his face adorned with a warm smile, perceiving the youth not as an adversary, but as a vibrant successor. Senior, you possess great skill as well. Yi Lin sincerely acknowledged Son Gohan's prowess. Despite employing armament Haki to enhance his strength, he found himself unable to directly overpower the legendary martial artist. If this continues, I may face defeat. I have no choice but to unleash my ultimate technique. Suddenly, Son Gohan began to gather a tremendous amount of energy, coalescing it within his palms, positioned at his waist. Yi Lin, well acquainted with the Kamehameha technique, raised his own finger, channeling a substantial amount of energy that radiated brilliant light, mirroring Son Gohan's actions. Yamcha, witnessing the two amassing energy, paled. We must leave, quickly, he shouted urgently. Bulma, perplexed, complied with his command, taking Lan Chi with her as they exited. The excessive concentration of energy caused the entire underground space to tremor. Yi Lin and Son Gohan locked gazes, while the fortune-telling matriarch hastily evacuated the subterranean realm. Kamehameha, tenfold dodo wave. Once all had departed, Yi Lin and Son Gohan unleashed their energies, two radiant forces colliding with tremendous impact. The clash reverberated through the underground space, producing a deafening roar. Yi Lin bellowed, channeling a vast reservoir of energy into his tenfold dodo wave. Ordinary dodo waves struggle against the Kamehameha, yet Yi Lin's was no ordinary version. It was a tenfold dodo wave, its might rivaling that of the Kamehameha. As he intensified his energy, the tenfold dodo wave surged forward, overpowering the Kamehameha and advancing towards Son Gohan. Boom! Just as Yamcha and the others barely escaped the underground space, they felt a tremendous quake, followed by the complete collapse of the Grand Hall. The ferocity of Yi Lin and Son Gohan's battle had caused the earth to give way. Yet now everyone was eager to discern the victor of this fierce contest. Bang! With a thunderous sound, a figure burst forth from below. Yi Lin, arms encircling the exhausted Son Gohan. The outcome of this contest was quite evident. The victor remained Yi Lin. Chapter 44, The Last Dragon Ball Falls. After a brief respite, Sun Wufan had regained his spirits. Alas, one truly cannot compete with the youth. The current generation has proven to be remarkably formidable. With a smile, Sun Wufan reflected on his defeat to Yi Lin, feeling no resentment, but rather a sense of pride akin to that of an elder witnessing the success of a junior. Thank you for your guidance, young man. Your character is commendable. If only my grandson could be like you. Sun Wufan gazed deeply at Yi Lin, nostalgia evident in his eyes. If I ever meet your grandson, I shall certainly convey my regards. Following this, Yi Lin was confident he would encounter Sun Wukong and would simply relay the message then. Fortune teller, now that I have emerged victorious, may I inquire about the location of the last Dragon Ball? Yi Lin's eyes turned toward the fortune teller, who, despite her reluctance, had lost the match and was not one to go back on her word. I never expected you to truly defeat my 5 warriors. However, I can see that your character is not without merit. The last Dragon Ball is, in fact, with Sun Wufan's grandson. Upon hearing the fortune teller's words, Yi Lin suddenly recalled that he was in search of the 4-star ball, which indeed was in Sun Wukong's possession. Subsequently, the crystal ball in the fortune teller's hands revealed a familiar figure, Sun Wukong, dashing about in the woods, seemingly engaged in some form of training. With the 4-star ball hanging from his neck, encased in a bag, it was likely due to this bag that Yi Lin's Dragon Ball radar had failed to react. Originally, Yi Lin had thought it would take some time before he encountered Sun Wukong, yet this opportunity had arisen swiftly. Who goes there? Sun Wufan exclaimed, his gaze fixed on a shadow emerging from a corner of the temple. It was not human, but rather a mechanical being, armed with advanced weaponry and marked with the number 1 on its chest. However, what captured Yi Lin's attention was the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army emblazoned on its body. An android? It appears to be number 1, a creation discarded by Dr. Gero, unexpectedly appearing here. It had been quite some time since Yi Lin had witnessed any activity from the Red Ribbon Army, and he was taken aback that they had pursued him here. It seems we have an unwelcome guest. Allow me to handle this. The combat power of this android was a mere 50 points, a level of strength that posed no real challenge. As the android raised its weapon, Sun Wufan preemptively struck, effortlessly cleaving the android in 2. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the android disintegrated into scattered parts. They must have been trailing us. If we linger here, the Red Ribbon Army will likely continue to send reinforcements. Now that we have determined the target's location, we should make our departure. Eager to gather the 7 Dragon Balls without delay, Yi Lin was keen to avoid any further time wasted. Staying here offered no advantages to the fortune teller or her companions. Senior Sun Wufan, will you not join us in seeking your grandson? This temple possesses a unique aura, allowing my spirit to linger here. I cannot leave, Sun Wufan explained, shaking his head. Yi Lin nodded in understanding. In that case, should I encounter Sun Wukong, I shall instruct him to come here to find you. After bidding farewell to Sun Wufan and the fortune teller, Yi Lin and his companions departed the temple. Have we discovered the location of the last Dragon Ball? If so, we must acquire it and then threaten that martial artist named Yi Lin. Once we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, Lord Demon King will regain his youth. The Birdbeak Demon had seen the information transmitted back by the android before its demise, and Yi Lin's formidable power left a considerable impression on him. But the information regarding the Dragon Ball was of greater importance. After a moment of contemplation, the Birdbeak Demon dialed the Red Ribbon Army. Report the location of an individual named Sun Wukong to me. Yes, I will have someone conduct a satellite search immediately. A respectful voice responded from the other end. And shortly after, a map bearing the insignia was transmitted to his phone. Excellent. With this, the day when Lord Demon King realizes his wish is now within reach. The Birdbeak Demon then led the remaining androids to the location indicated on the map, determined to seize the 4-star ball before Yi Lin could. As Yi Lin and his companions boarded their airship, the system announced an update regarding Yi Lin's mission. System notification: Lord Demon King Piccolo has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls ahead of you. Protect Sun Wukong and Android 8. The sudden update caught Yi Lin off guard, but he quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that Lord Demon King Piccolo had emerged and was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. The recent android must have been part of his scheme, revealing that Sun Wukong possessed a Dragon Ball. I must hasten to protect Sun Wukong. His combat power is currently too weak. Yi Lin quickly deduced the general circumstances. But the system notification regarding Android 8 indicated that the enemy likely had numerous androids at their disposal. Set course for maximum speed. Sun Wukong may be in danger, and we must arrive as swiftly as possible. Yi Lin's abrupt command astonished everyone aboard the airship, but due to his previous premonitions of danger, they all placed their trust in him. Pu'er, increase the speed of the airship. Understood, Mr. Yamcha, Pu'er replied, piloting the airship at full throttle while Yi Lin could only await anxiously. Sun Wukong thrived in battle, although the androids possessed considerable strength. Capturing him would not be an easy feat. Yi Lin could only hope that Sun Wukong could endure a little longer. In a remote forest, Sun Wukong dashed through the trees, his speed surpassing that of a motorcycle. Currently, Sun Wukong had captured a massive wild boar, his intended dinner. But just as he prepared to head home, he sensed an impending danger. Boom! Sun Wukong narrowly evaded a deadly punch as Android 2's fist struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Quite nimble, but alas, there is no escape for you. The bird-beak demon emerged from the woods, flanked by several androids, among them the most formidable. Android 8, a tall figure clad in a suit, boasting a combat power of 90 points. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong's combat power stood at a mere 15 points. Chapter 45, Rescue Sun Wukong. The combat power of the androids surpassed that of Sun Wukong, and their overwhelming firepower forced him to flee in desperation. Had this not been familiar territory, he would have likely been captured by the androids already. You villains, why are you pursuing me? Sun Wukong glared at the 7 androids and the bird-beak demon trailing behind him. Because you possessed the last Dragon Ball, handed over willingly. No way. This is a relic left to me by my grandfather. I would rather die than part with it. Sun Wukong firmly clutched the small pouch hanging on his chest, within which lay the Dragon Ball, a precious memento of his grandfather. That pesky little demon, the android number 8, sees him. The most formidable among them is indeed android number 8, who now resembles a mere machine, devoid of any emotion, executing commands with unwavering obedience. Whoosh! In a swift motion, android number 8 caught up with Sun Wukong in an instant. Upon seeing the towering figure of android number 8, Sun Wukong was taken aback and threw a punch at him, yet his feeble fist was effortlessly caught by the android. Subsequently, he was hoisted into the air. Let me go? Do not take my grandfather's orb. Sun Wukong kicked and struck at android number 8, but it had no effect on him. Humph. What an agile little brat, expending so much effort. However, this Dragon Ball shall now belong to me. The bird-beak demon sneered at Sun Wukong, extending his hand to grasp the Dragon Ball at Sun Wukong's chest. In response, Sun Wukong opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on the bird-beak demon's hand. Ah, release me, you wretched little brat. The pain from the bite caused the bird-beak demon to strike Sun Wukong with a furious punch, prompting Sun Wukong to let go. Seizing the opportunity, the bird-beak demon snatched away the Dragon Ball from Sun Wukong, shaking his injured hand, which was now bleeding. You audacious little brat. How dare you bite me? Kill him, android number 8. Commanded the bird-beak demon. Android number 8's other hand tightened around Sun Wukong's neck. Return the Dragon Ball to me. Even in the face of death, Sun Wukong remained resolute about the Dragon Ball, as it embodied his cherished memories with his grandfather, and he would not allow it to be taken from him so easily. Observing Sun Wukong, android number 8's grip began to tremble and loosen, his mechanical eyes flickering with a hint of life. What are you doing? Hurry up and act, number 8. The bird-beak demon frowned at android number 8, expecting compliance from him. But this version of android number 8 was clearly behaving unusually. I detest killing. Is there no way to spare him? Android no. 8 turned to the bird-beak demon, now capable of conversing fluently and possessing his own will. What is this? Human technology is indeed unreliable, fortunately. These creatures still have manual operating systems. The bird-beak demon produced a remote control, commanding android number 8 to continue choking Sun Wukong. Ugh! Sun Wukong's face turned crimson as android number 8 shook his head vigorously, unwilling to kill, yet his body remained unresponsive. I cannot control myself. Stop! I do not wish to take a life. Sun Wukong's complexion began to pale, nearing unconsciousness. Wretched brat, perish! The bird-beak demon observed Sun Wukong gasping for breath. And at that moment, a beam of light suddenly pierced through android number 8's hand, allowing Sun Wukong to break free. Huff, huff. Sun Wukong gasped for fresh air, just as 2 figures descended from above. Yilin and Yamcha stood before Sun Wukong, with Yamcha scanning the surroundings. These androids are weaker than I am. Leave them to me. Yamcha was eager to engage, having not had the chance to fight in the fortune-teller's palace. He was itching for action, and now that opportunity had finally presented itself. Yilin nodded in agreement, endorsing Yamcha's initiative. Yamcha charged headlong into the midst of the androids, effortlessly sending them flying with each punch. After a period of training, Yamcha's combat power had soared to 90, rendering these androids no match for him. So fast to arrive. The bird-beak demon grimaced at the sight of Yilin and his companions, having previously witnessed Yilin's formidable strength during the battle at the palace. To acquire the remaining 6 Dragon Balls from Yilin would require meticulous planning. This was not the opportune moment. Are you alright? Your injuries look severe. Bulma and the others disembarked from the airship, examining Sun Wukong's wounds, whose face was bruised and battered. I must reclaim my grandfather's Dragon Ball. Rest assured, I will help you retrieve it, Yilin assured Sun Wukong, then advanced toward the Birdbeak demon. No. Protect me, number 8. The Birdbeak demon shouted. Android no. 8 immediately positioned himself in front of Yilin. Run. I cannot control myself. I might kill you. Android number 8 warned, attempting to dissuade Yilin. But Yilin remained unfazed. As Yilin pressed forward, Android number 8 swung a punch at him, yet Yilin easily blocked it with his hand. Do not worry. I will ensure your safety. Now lie down for a moment. Yilin raised his hand and struck Android number 8's shoulder with great force, causing the massive android to plunge into the ground. With this, Android number 8 was rendered immobile, and Yilin approached the Birdbeak demon. Do not approach. If you dare to make a move, I will initiate a self-destruct sequence for Android number 8. The explosion's power would level this place. If you wish to save him, bring me the other 6 Dragon Balls. In response to the Birdbeak demon's threat, Yilin sighed, and in the next instant, a beam of light shot from his fingertip, obliterating the remote control at lightning speed. Now, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Hearing Yilin's words, the Birdbeak demon trembled. His combat power was a mere 30, making him no match for Yilin. He unfurled his wings, preparing to flee, but Yilin was quicker, firing a beam that pierced through the Birdbeak demon's heart. With a pained scream, it fell to the ground, lifeless. Chapter 46. The appearance of Shenron after the demise of the Birdbeak demon. Yilin approached and retrieved the pouch containing the Dragon Balls from his hands. The pouch appeared quite ordinary, yet it could block the signals emitted by the Dragon Balls, piquing Yilin's curiosity. Grandfather's Dragon Ball. Sun Wukong remained preoccupied with the 4-star ball, and rather than taking it directly, Yilin returned the 4-star ball to Sun Wukong. After all, his mission was essentially complete. Your grandfather's spirit is currently residing in the Fortune Teller's Palace, where you shall meet him. Yilin glanced at Sun Wukong, who, upon hearing this news, stood up as if rejuvenated. Is this true? Indeed, I came from your grandfather. He asked me to convey his regards to you. I must hurry to find grandfather. Sun Wukong dusted off his soiled clothing, preparing to set off. Wait, you do not even know where the desert palace is, correct? Allow me to guide you there. Yilin mused at the remarkable resilience of the Scion bloodline. Just moments ago, Sun Wukong had appeared gravely injured, yet now he seemed to have recovered significantly, and his combat power had increased. Currently, Sun Wukong's combat power had reached 30. This remarkable ability to grow stronger in battle epitomized the strength of the Scion lineage. You are truly a good person. I will heed your advice. You are collecting these orbs, so here, take this one. Sun Wukong joyfully handed the 4-star ball to Yilin. Isn't this the most significant relic of your grandfather? You are giving it to me so readily? You are truly a good person, and being able to see your grandfather alongside you makes this even more precious than the relic itself. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Yilin no longer hesitated. Collecting the Dragon Balls was also a part of his mission, and this would allow him to gather all the Dragon Balls. Finally, Yilin's gaze fell upon the android number 8, who was buried underground with only its head exposed. Though the remote control had been destroyed, a bomb still lay hidden within the android. If it was not removed, it would eventually be controlled again. The android number 8 was not safe. Yilin grasped the head of android number 8 and effortlessly pulled it out. Yet even in its buried state, the android showed no signs of injury, merely appearing somewhat dirty and disheveled, alongside the damage from Yilin's earlier attack. Bulma, there's a bomb embedded in him. Do you have a way to disarm it? Yilin turned his gaze toward Bulma, the only scientist among them. You really know how to delegate, but isn't this fellow one of the bad guys? Why would I help him? Bulma looked at Yilin with confusion. His nature isn't malicious, and he possesses an independent spirit. I can't just stand by and watch him perish, Yilin replied, fabricating a noble reason. After all, his mission also required the rescue of android number 8. If the bomb within him was not removed, it could hardly be considered a rescue. Besides, android number 8 was indeed a kind-hearted being. Oh, you always enjoy making chaotic decisions. Fine, I'll help you, Bulma said, approaching android number 8 to begin her examination. Meanwhile, Yamcha effortlessly completed his task, reducing the soulless androids to mere scrap metal. True to her genius, Bulma tinkered with android number 8 and soon extracted a small chip from its body. This is the self-destruct program. Once removed, he will be safe. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and unlocked a divine grade lottery. After Bulma resolved the issue with android number 8, Yilin's system automatically notified him of the task's completion. The colorful lottery box vibrated with anticipation, and Yilin could not help but wonder what splendid rewards awaited him. After all, he had successfully collected all the Dragon Balls and saved both Sun Wukong and android number 8. The task was no small feat. Had it not been for the talented individuals surrounding him, this mission would have been insurmountable. As the radiant colors faded, a small red orb fell from the lottery box. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a C-grade prize. Skill proficiency increased by 1,000 points. Please select a skill to upgrade. Yilin was taken aback by the reward of skill proficiency, particularly since it was a choice of skills. The tenfold Dong wave was sufficient to deal with ordinary foes, and the moon step was adequate for now. Ultimately, he decided to enhance the Rasen Shuriken for a decisive strike. After careful consideration, Yilin resolved to allocate the 1,000 proficiency points to the Rasen Shuriken. The red orb transformed into a beam of crimson light enveloping Yilin, who felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body. Congratulations, host. Your intermediate Rasen Shuriken skill has advanced to Advanced Wind Release. Rasen Shuriken. Name: Yilin Combat Power. 180 points. Skills. 1. Wind Release. Rasen Shuriken. Advanced 010000. Skill description: increases combat power by 100 when activated. 2. Moon Step. Intermediate 501000. Skill description: allows for aerial flight. 3. Tenfold Dong Wave. Intermediate 301000. Skill description: emits a wave of light from fingertips, increasing combat power by 30 when activated. 4. Armed Color Haki. Intermediate 01000. Skill description: base combat power increase of 50, lasting 1 minute. Items: Dragon Ball Radar 1. Dragon Ball 7. Yilin was immensely pleased to have acquired this advanced skill, which was one of Naruto's most frequently utilized techniques, versatile in both offense and defense. He felt confident in his choice. However, despite reaching the advanced level, skill proficiency still remained, indicating that skills could be further enhanced. Thank you all for helping me. Android number 8 expressed sincerely, bowing in gratitude. As long as you are safe, you are free now. You need not heed the words of those villains anymore. Go live your own life. I understand. I will never assist those evildoers again. Yilin did not intend for android number 8 to accompany him, as he was better suited for a tranquil existence. Yilin, you have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Why not summon the Shenlong here? I wish to see what the Shenlong looks like, Bulma urged, unable to suppress her curiosity. It was impossible for Yilin to feel no curiosity himself. After all, summoning the Shenlong and making a wish was a significant event in the world of Dragon Balls. Very well, let us give it a try. Yilin retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls and arranged them together. Come forth, Shenlong. The 7 Dragon Balls shimmered with golden light, their radiance converging, and a golden beam shot skyward. The sky darkened ominously, and swirling clouds formed a vortex directly above them, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. A massive dragon slowly emerged from the swirling clouds. Chapter 47. The Rejuvenated Piccolo. Witnessing the Shenlong firsthand brought a profound sense of awe that could only be comprehended through experience. Yilin also noted the Shenlong's combat power, which reached an impressive 200 points. The reactions of the others paled in comparison to Yilin's. The majesty of the Shenlong startled them. After recovering from their shock, Bulma took out her phone to capture the Shenlong's likeness and even took a selfie with it. State your wish. Whatever it may be, I shall grant it. The Shenlong's gaze fell upon Yilin and his companions below, and with the opportunity to make a wish at hand, Yilin pondered what to wish for. To be honest, with the divine grade lottery system at his disposal, he could obtain many fine items, making the Shenlong's utility somewhat limited. Thus, he found himself at a loss for a wish. Do any of you have a wish? Yilin inquired, glancing back at his companions. Faced with the opportunity to wish, they hesitated, uncertain of what to ask for. Shenlong, my wish is for Demon King Piccolo to regain his youth. Just as Yilin and his companions were in doubt, a loud shout broke the silence. Yilin swiftly directed the Dong wave, which pierced through the head of the bird-beak demon. The one who had called out the wish was none other than it. Yilin gritted his teeth, silently chastising himself for being careless. He had assumed that his previous strike had dealt with the bird-beak demon, only to discover it was feigning death. The Shenron radiated a brilliant light, gradually fading from sight. The wish has been granted. Afterward, the Shenron vanished, leaving behind 7 glowing orbs that scattered in all directions. This is troublesome. Yi Lin furrowed his brow, glancing at the seemingly lifeless bird-beak demon. Due to his oversight, Demon King Piccolo had regained his youth. Now that the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo likely possessed combat power exceeding 250 points, he would be a challenging opponent to confront. Yi Lin, who is Demon King Piccolo? At this moment, the others regained their senses due to the unexpected situation, although they had lost the opportunity to make wishes. What concerned them more was Yi Lin's grim expression. Reflecting on the peculiar wish just made, it was evident that the Dama Wang, Piccolo, was indeed a nefarious villain. This Piccolo was ruthless, and if left unchecked, it was likely that he would annihilate all of humanity on Earth. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, everyone was left dumbfounded. They trusted that Yi Lin would never speak without reason, and the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on them. Yi Lin cast a glance at Sun Wukong. Piccolo had regained his youthful form far too soon. Given Sun Wukong's current strength, it was impossible for him to defeat Piccolo. The only one likely capable of contending with him was Yi Lin himself. They decided to seek out the fortune teller, hoping she could divine Piccolo's current circumstances. Yi Lin had initially planned to take Sun Wukong to meet Sun Gohan, and this was a perfect opportunity to gather insights from the fortune teller. Once aboard the airship, the group hurried back to the desert palace. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Piccolo sat upon his prepared throne when suddenly a radiant light enveloped him. Under this brilliance, his wrinkled skin began to tighten and his muscles swelled. In mere moments, Piccolo had transformed back into his youthful appearance. Haha, well done. I have finally regained my youth. No one can rival me now. By the way, that cursed Mafengbo, there must still be descendants of that human. My first target is to eliminate all martial artists, Piccolo declared, gathering immense energy before opening his mouth to expel 2 eggs. Upon hitting the ground, the eggs quickly hatched, and 2 demons emerged. We greet you, Lord Piccolo. Dambalin, Ram, I command you to eradicate all martial artists. As for their locations, you may inquire with that trembling fellow over there. Piccolo pointed towards the quaking Commander Rooter, whose fragile psyche was shattered upon witnessing the birth of the 2 demons. Dambalin and Ram turned their gaze toward Commander Rooter, whose anxiety heightened under the scrutiny of the demons. He realized that no one could protect him, and his life was in imminent danger. Surely you have no objections to my decision? Piccolo's gaze bore into Commander Rooter. And no, I, the Red Ribbon Army, will fully cooperate with Lord Piccolo's actions, Commander Rooter stammered, having learned the futility of defiance after witnessing Piccolo's formidable power. By the way, it seems that the one you are after, named Yi Lin, is also a martial artist. Start with him, Piccolo ordered his subordinates. Yes, Lord Piccolo. Equipped with communication devices provided by the Red Ribbon Army, Dambalin and Ram spread their wings and set off in pursuit of Yi Lin. Meanwhile, Yi Lin and his companions swiftly returned to the desert palace, where the fortune teller had arrived early to await them. It appeared she had already divined the current situation. Upon arriving at the temple, Yi Lin noticed that Sun Gohan was also by the fortune teller's side. Grandfather. Upon seeing Sun Gohan, tears of excitement welled up in Sun Wukong's eyes as he leaped into his embrace. Sun Gohan, radiating warmth and kindness, welcomed his eager grandfather. It's been a long time. You've grown quite robust, little one, he said with a smile. Seeing the heartfelt reunion between Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong brought Yi Lin a sense of comfort. Just as the fortune teller's gaze fell upon him, Yi Lin, follow me. I have much to discuss with you, she stated with a serious demeanor. Without further inquiry, Yi Lin trailed behind her, followed by Yamcha and the others as they entered the palace. Fortune teller, you must be aware of what has transpired, Yi Lin remarked. Indeed, I have grasped the situation. I never anticipated it would escalate to this point. Defeating Piccolo is nearly impossible. Only the Mafengbo of Wutai Do has the power to do so. His 2 esteemed disciples are the Turtle Hermit and the Crane Hermit. Though the latter's laziness may have hindered him from fully inheriting Wutai Do's legacy, the fortune teller explained. So, are we required to seek the Turtle Hermit for assistance? Bulma inquired. No, you must split into 2 groups. The rest should seek the Turtle Hermit, while Yi Lin and Yamcha will head to Kalen Tower. You 2 are the finest warriors I have encountered, and your training at Kalen Tower will provide invaluable experience. Only then will you have a chance to defeat Piccolo. The fortune teller asserted with grave seriousness. Ding. System task prompt. Accept the fortune teller's commission to train at Kalen Tower. Task difficulty, simple mode. As soon as the fortune teller concluded, Yi Lin accepted the task presented by the system. Kalen Tower, it seems I am destined to train atop that sacred edifice, he mused, recalling that Sun Wukong had trained there, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. For Yi Lin, it was undoubtedly an excellent training ground. Chapter 48. Yamcha's Kikaho. Having received the fortune teller's counsel, Yi Lin and Yamcha resolved to journey to Kalen Tower, while Bulma and Launch would seek out the Turtle Hermit. Sun Wukong would accompany them to train as well, a suggestion from Sun Gohan. You two must exercise caution, Bulma warned. Her gaze filled with concern for Yi Lin and Yamcha, knowing the dangers they would inevitably face, while feeling powerless to assist them. Rest assured, at least the common foes pose no challenge to us. Upon hearing Yi Lin's reassurance, Bulma nodded, aware of his capabilities. Subsequently, Bulma handed Yi Lin a capsule. I've already disassembled that gravity training chamber for you. It should prove useful during your training, she said. Thank you. Yi Lin replied gratefully as he accepted the gravity training chamber. With it, the duration of their training at Kalen Tower would likely be shortened. Let us set off, Yi Lin declared, grasping Yamcha's hand as he activated his moon step, leaping into the air toward their destination, with the map of Kalen Tower in hand. The future savior may very well rest upon the shoulders of this young man, the fortune teller reflected, watching Yi Lin's departure. Initially skeptical of Yi Lin, she had come to recognize his character and held high hopes for him. Most importantly, her earlier divinations had hinted at a future in which this young man, named Yi Lin, would undoubtedly rescue Earth from peril. As he soared through the sky, Yi Lin, now strengthened by training and enhanced combat abilities, felt no fatigue even while employing the moon step for extended periods. Thus, he resolved to continue using it on his way to Kalen Tower. It seems the Mafengbo may prove insufficient. My only hope for achieving the power to defeat Piccolo rests on the success of this training, Yi Lin pondered, preparing for their journey to Kalen Tower. At that moment, he suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Oh, are Piccolo's minions finally here? Yi Lin had long foreseen that having killed Baiku's subordinate, coupled with Baiku's apprehension towards martial artists, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance, likely dispatching someone to hunt him down. Yi Lin even contemplated the possibility of the great demon Baiku personally pursuing him. However, it appears that Baiku was rather overconfident, merely sending two of his subordinates to confront him. Master, it seems something is approaching. At this moment, Yamcha also sensed the presence of adversaries. Equipped with a combat power detector, he scrutinized the enemy's abilities. Upon seeing their combat powers, he was left astonished, his eyes filled with disbelief. One possessed a combat power of 120, the other 160. How could such formidable individuals exist? Master, are these two truly just Baiku's subordinates? Naturally. The great demon Baiku's true strength is likely even more formidable. To think such power exists, it's no wonder Master is so serious. Yamcha now comprehended the enemy's might. As they conversed, Dan Ba Lin and La Mu had already flown before them. Which of you is Yi Lin? La Mu's gaze scrutinized both Yi Lin and Yamcha, while Dan Ba Lin's focus was solely on Yi Lin, clearly identifying him as the stronger opponent. No need for idle chatter. Come with me. Yi Lin swiftly descended with Yamcha, ensuring his safety. Although he could fight in the air, Yamcha was not yet capable of such feats. In the air, he would be unable to exert his full strength, and Yi Lin needed to look after him. Once they landed, Dan Ba Lin and La Mu followed suit. Yamcha, give it a try. Don't worry, I have your back. Yi Lin patted Yamcha's shoulder. He could easily deal with the two adversaries before him, yet he desired to hone Yamcha's skills. As opportunities to spar with experts were rare, and engaging with strong opponents would foster the development of his potential. Leave it to me, Master. Yamcha, eager to test his abilities, stepped forward. The previous artificial beings had posed no challenge, but these two opponents exuded an immense sense of pressure. La Mu, go have some fun with him. Dan Ba Lin crossed his arms, a scornful smile on his face, completely dismissing Yamcha, his sights solely set on Yi Lin. Then I'll stretch my limbs. La Mu strode towards Yamcha, towering at over 2.5 meters, resembling a mountain of muscle. The moment La Mu approached, Yamcha threw a punch, but his fist halted midair. With a serious expression, He realized Lan Mu had caught his fist, despite appearing cumbersome. The opponent's reflexes were surprisingly swift. Is this all the strength you possess? Can you even call that a punch? Allow me to demonstrate what a real punch is. Lan Mu clenched his fist and swung it with force, a fierce gust rushing towards Yamcha, who hastily raised his arms to shield himself. Lan Mu's powerful blow sent him flying, his feet carving 2 trenches into the ground as he retreated 5 meters to dissipate the force. So strong. Although he had already perceived the disparity in combat power, experiencing the impact firsthand revealed the true extent of their strength difference. In terms of sheer power, he stood no chance, yet he noted that Lan Mu's agility, while commendable, did not render him entirely without opportunity. Regaining his composure, Yamcha took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Wolf Fang Fist. Yamcha's fist transformed into a flurry of strikes, raining down upon Lan Mu's body. Lan Mu wore a mocking grin, completely unfazed by the barrage, deeming the force ineffective. However, as time progressed, Lan Mu's expression grew serious. Initially intending to wait for Yamcha's assault to weaken before countering, he found himself unable to withstand the increasing intensity of the onslaught. Observing closely, Yilin noted that while Yamcha's combat power was only 98, he had mastered his energy control remarkably well. With each punch of the Wolf Fang Fist, his energy became more concentrated, leading to Lan Mu's perception of the blows becoming heavier. Lan Mu, what are you doing? Hurry up and finish off this brat. Dan Balin, unable to tolerate Lan Mu's predicament against such a trivial opponent, felt humiliated. You little brat, I will kill you. Lan Mu, disregarding the punches, lunged directly at Yamcha. If he could seize him, Lan Mu's strength would easily annihilate him. However, at that moment, Yamcha's flurry of punches ceased. It's over. Kiko Wave. During the execution of the Wolf Fang Fist, Yamcha's energy had been steadily accumulating, culminating in the successful formation of the Kiko Wave. A beam of light surged forward, catching Lan Mu completely off guard. The Kiko Wave struck him head-on, sending the powerful Lan Mu flying dozens of meters away. His body scorched and lifeless upon landing. Chapter 49. Yilin vs. Dan Balin. Witnessing Lan Mu's demise, Dan Balin's face contorted with shock and rage. His companion had been slain before his very eyes. You scoundrel, I will make you pay for Lan Mu's death. In an instant, Dan Balin appeared before Yamcha, who, after his arduous battle, was now devoid of strength. Furthermore, Dan Balin's power surpassed that of Lan Mu. As the wind of Dan Balin's approaching fist rushed towards him, Yamcha felt as if death were imminent. Just then, a beam of light streaked past Yamcha, causing Dan Balin's expression to shift. He immediately retreated, his narrowed gaze fixed upon Yilin, the light having emanated from his hand. It seems my true opponent is you. A combative glint sparkled in Dan Balin's eyes as Yilin approached, patting Yamcha on the shoulder. Well done, you fought splendidly. Yilin could not help but commend Yamcha's performance. This battle, which initially seemed unwinnable, saw Yamcha unleash a formidable power under pressure. The previous Kiko Wave had elevated Yamcha's combat power beyond 130, which explained Lan Mu's swift defeat. As a result of this encounter, Yamcha's combat power had significantly improved, now reaching 110. Thank you, Master. I will strive to train harder. Yamcha recognized the substantial growth he had achieved from this battle, a chance meticulously arranged by Yilin that he did not squander. Yet, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although he had triumphed over Lan Mu, the formidable Dan Balin, with a combat power of 160, remained an insurmountable challenge. Though Dan Balin had not struck him directly, Yamcha had sensed the threat of death. Facing Dan Balin, victory seemed impossible. Yilin stood before Dan Balin. Though he acknowledged the latter's formidable combat power, he remained confident in his own abilities. I can let you strike first, lest you accuse me of bullying you. Arrogant brat, die? Upon hearing Yilin's words, Dan Balin's forehead bulged with veins as he charged at Yilin with incredible speed. A flurry of punches rained down upon Yilin. This was not a martial technique, merely a testament to Dan Balin's rapid striking speed. Each blow possessed far more power than Yamcha's. And even from the rear, Yamcha could sense the overwhelming pressure of the assault. Should he be hit directly, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Yet, amidst such an intense onslaught, Yilin moved through the chaos like a leaf drifting through a garden of flowers, untouched by the shadows of fists that failed to graze him. With the power of Kinbunshika Haki, Yi effortlessly discerned the trajectories of his opponent's attacks, gracefully evading each strike. It was time for me to retaliate, he thought. His fist transformed into a deep violet hue, embodying the strength of Busashoku Haki. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the air as Dambelin's expression shifted dramatically. He was struck by Yi Lin's sudden blow. Like a cannonball, he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against a massive boulder. The rock shattered into countless fragments, burying Dambelin beneath the rubble. Yi Lin approached the debris nonchalantly, seemingly unguarded. Yet he was far from vulnerable, as his Kinbunchika Haki left him without any flaws to exploit. Just as Yi Lin closed in within 5 meters of the ruins, a brilliant light erupted from within. Die! Dambelin shouted. His mouth agape as a wave of energy surged forth from him. Tenfold Doton wave. However, facing Yi Lin's merciless counterattack, the thick wave, as robust as an arm, was effortlessly neutralized. Dambelin's pupils dilated in shock. A tremendous rumble followed as the ruins were blasted into a deep crater. Yi Lin stood quietly before the wreckage, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the debris, struggling to ascend towards the sky. Dambelin's right arm was severed, his body marred with wounds, blood dripping incessantly. Yet, he cared not for his injuries. His sole desire was to escape swiftly, for failure meant certain death. Is this human a monster? How can he be so formidable? After a brief encounter with Yi Lin, Dambelin was utterly awestruck by his power. He was no match for Yi Lin, who was simply too powerful. In such a hurry to flee? Allow me to escort you. Yi Lin's voice echoed behind him. Dambelin glanced back, his pupils constricting in fear. In Yi Lin's palm, a swirling energy formed into the shape of a shuriken, from which Dambelin sensed an overwhelming threat. Even from afar, without a moment's hesitation, he flapped his wings with all his might, desperate to escape. But Yi Lin had already launched his wind-based spiral shuriken. Lord Piccolo! Dambelin cried out in a final, desperate plea. The shuriken surged forth at blinding speed, exploding upon contact and tearing Dambelin into fragments. As the battle concluded, Yi Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. It was his first time executing skills in such fluid succession. In preparation for the impending confrontation with Lord Piccolo, Yi Lin had to test himself against Dambelin, and he was satisfied with the outcome, though his combat prowess surpassed Dambelin's. The true advantage lay in the multitude of formidable skills at his disposal, which allowed him to dominate Dambelin so effortlessly. Incredible! This is the true strength of my master, remarked Yamcha, who watched in awe at Yi Lin's full capabilities. Let us proceed to Kalen Tower. With our current strength, we are still no match for Lord Piccolo, Yi Lin stated, fully aware of his limitations regarding Piccolo's power. At the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, Lord Piccolo abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a countenance filled with anger and disbelief. The energies of Dambelin and Ram had vanished. Had that Yi Lin truly slain them? He had not anticipated such strength from Yi Lin. The ease with which his subordinates were dispatched ignited a fury within him, compelling him to pursue Yi Lin personally. Lord Piccolo, allow me to handle that Yi Lin. A figure stepped into the room. This individual bore mechanical eyes and had replaced his right arm with a mechanical prosthetic. Mr. Tao Pai Pai, you are still alive, exclaimed Commander Rid, astonished to see him, as he had believed Tao Pai Pai had fallen to Yi Lin. Oh, you wish to take him on? Piccolo surveyed Tao Pai Pai with a discerning gaze before nodding. I shall entrust him to you. Should you succeed in eliminating Yi Lin, I will regard you as my most trusted confidant. In the future, when I rule the world, I will assign this nation to your governance. Thank you for your recognition, Lord Piccolo. However, my sole desire is to eliminate that Yi Lin. It is my only wish, Tao Pai Pai replied before departing. Piccolo watched him leave, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips. Chapter 50. Yakalobi having dealt with Dambelin and Ram, Yi Lin and Yamcha set forth towards Kalen Tower. Despite the fatigue from their earlier battle and the continuous use of skills, Yi Lin found that this weariness did not hinder his ability to utilize the moon step technique. Through this method of aerial travel, his proficiency in skills was steadily improving, a most fortunate development for him. Name: Yi Lin Combat Power, 190 points Skills, 1. Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, Advanced 110000. Description: using this skill increases combat power by 100. 2. Moon Step, Intermediate 901000. Description: this skill allows for aerial movement. 3. Tenfold Doton Wave, Intermediate 501000. Description: A light wave is emitted from the fingertips. Using this skill increases combat power by 30. 4. Busashoko Haki, intermediate 51,000. Description: increases base combat power by 50 for 1 minute. Items: Dragon Ball Radar X1 after 2 days of relentless travel. Yilin and Yamcha finally caught sight of the distant Kalen Tower. Their stomachs growled with hunger, having gone without food during their journey. Despite their formidable combat prowess, they could not ignore the basic need for sustenance. At that moment, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing their appetites to intensify. "Master, I apologize. My stomach is betraying me," Yamcha remarked. "It has indeed been a long journey. Let us find something to eat, for Kalen Tower is now within reach. There is no need to rush any further. We must conserve our strength for the upcoming training." Yilin led Yamcha towards the source of the delightful scent. And as they emerged from the forest, they discovered a clearing. In the center of the clearing lay a colossal roasted fish, towering as high as 2 men. The alluring fragrance emanating from it. Both Yilin and Yamcha's stomachs growled in unison, yet they saw no one around the massive fish. "Master, let's take a bit." "It shouldn't be a problem, considering how large this fish is," Yamcha suggested as he approached the feast. Yilin watched him, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. "Damn fish thief." Suddenly, a voice rang out as a figure leaped down from above, brandishing a katana. The blade sliced towards Yamcha with incredible speed, causing his pupils to dilate as he realized he could not evade the strike. Just then, Yilin's fist collided with the sword, blocking the attack. He had arrived in time, employing Busashoka Haki to enhance his blow. The slightly overweight warrior before him displayed surprise on his face. Bang! Yilin forced his opponent back. His gaze fixed upon the rotund warrior with a round face. This was Yakalobi. Upon witnessing the enormous roasted fish, Yilin had already formed a conjecture, which was confirmed by the imposing figure of Yachi Luo Bei standing before him. With a combat power of 170. This individual was indeed more formidable than the 2 subordinates of the great demon king, Baiku. The battle power detector carried by Yamcha had already registered the impressive strength of this rotund warrior, leaving him astonished. "What do you two want? Are you here to steal my fish? If so, do not expect me to be polite," Yachi Luo Bei threatened, brandishing his sword at Yilin and Yamcha. "We merely passed by and noticed your exquisite roasted fish. We have no intention of stealing it. Rather, we wish to join you for a meal." Yilin candidly stated his intentions, eliciting a look of irritation from Yachi Luo Bei. "I caught this fish myself, and it took me quite some time to do so. You two shall not contest with me over it," Yachi Luo Bei declared protectively, akin to a hen guarding her chicks. "If that is the case, it would be quite a pity, for I was about to inform you of a place where you can enjoy a grand feast, with delicacies that would fill your belly far better than this roasted fish," Yilin suggested, causing Yachi Luo Bei to swallow in anticipation. "Is this place truly capable of satisfying my hunger?" Yachi Luo Bei gazed at Yilin with longing. Even if he consumed the entire roasted fish, it would not suffice to satiate his immense appetite, which was as boundless as his innate strength. "Indeed, it depends on whether you are willing to make this trade. Share your roasted fish with us, and we will take you to this place where you can feast to your heart's content," Yilin proposed. Yachi Luo Bei glanced back at the roasted fish, and after a moment of contemplation, he resolved, "Very well, I shall share half of the roasted fish with you. However, should you deceive me, do not blame me for being unfriendly." With that, Yachi Luo Bei lifted the entire roasted fish high and leaped into the air, deftly slicing it in half with his sword. "Here is your portion, the half of the roasted fish I promised you," he said, tossing the half to Yilin and Yamcha. Despite being only half, the sheer size of the fish ensured it would suffice for both Yilin and Yamcha's meal. The trio indulged in the massive fish, with Yachi Luo Bei devouring his share at an astonishing pace, finishing it in mere moments, leaving even Yamcha curious about the capacity of his stomach. Among the 3, Yachi Luo Bei consumed the most, followed by Yilin, while Yamcha could only manage a third before needing to rest. "Who are you two? What brings you here?" Yachi Luo Bei inquired, his curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar faces of Yilin and Yamcha, leading him to suspect they were outsiders. "We have come to challenge Kalenta. The delectable foods you seek are indeed atop Kalenta," Yilin explained. "Kalenta? You mean that dilapidated tower? Is there really good food up there?" Yachi Luo Bei questioned skeptically. "Whether you believe it or not, you will know once you ascend Kalenta," Yilin replied, rising to his feet. Seeing Yi Lin's confident demeanor instilled some belief in Yachi Luo Bei. Although he had heard that climbing Kalin Ta was exceedingly challenging. "Are you confident in your ability to scale Kalin Ta?" he asked. Yi Lin did not respond directly to Yachi Luo Bei's inquiry. Instead, he grasped both Yamcha and Yachi Luo Bei, and together they ascended into the skies, leaving Yachi Luo Bei astonished by the spectacle. "You are indeed impressive. You can fly." Yachi Luo Bei expressed his admiration for Yi Lin's abilities. Even for Yi Lin, carrying both Yachi Luo Bei and Yamcha made the ascent of Kalin Ta no simple task. The demands of using Moon Step on his chi were quite rigorous, resulting in a slower climbing speed. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air from below. Yi Lin looked down to see a spear hurtling toward him. With a furrowed brow, he recognized that carrying both companions significantly hampered his ability to evade such a projectile. "Leave this to me," Yachi Luo Bei shouted, swinging his sword to effortlessly cleave the spear in two. "A trivial matter," he added with a smug grin. "Another one is coming." Yamcha pointed downwards, where a barrage of spears rained down from the ground, resembling a fierce storm. Yachi Luo Bei hurriedly swung his sword like a whirlwind, desperately deflecting the incoming spears. "Who has such a lack of civic duty to keep throwing things around? I will make you pay," he bellowed in frustration at a figure below who was relentlessly hurling spears at them. "Is that the guardian of Kalin Ta, Bola?" Yi Lin recalled the name vaguely. This individual had long protected the tower from intruders, likely mistaking Yi Lin and his companions for villains. However, Yi Lin had no time to argue about being good or bad. "If I fly higher, he won't be able to hit us," Yi Lin thought, quickening his ascent. Sure enough, once they reached a height of over 100 meters, Bo La's spears lost their potency, prompting him to abandon his attack. His duty was to guard Kalin Ta, and since Yi Lin and his companions had already breached his defenses, he could do nothing to stop them. After all, if he continued to pursue them, he risked allowing others to intrude while he was preoccupied. Yi Lin, along with Yamcha and Yachi Luo Bei, continued their ascent, drawing closer to the summit of Kalin Ta, which loomed high above the clouds. Amidst the tumult of thunder, bolts of lightning occasionally flashed past them. It was not that the lightning did not strike them. Yi Lin skillfully utilized Kinbunchika Haki to anticipate the strikes, allowing them to evade the bolts time and again. Before long, they emerged above the storm clouds, and before them lay a circular temple perched atop Kalin Ta. "Is that the place you spoke of, where I can indulge in a hearty meal?" Yachi Luo Bei gazed at the temple with intrigue, sensing its mystical aura. This was Yi Lin's first time witnessing Kalin Ta up close. He executed several quick steps in midair, utilizing Moon Step to swiftly approach the temple. In mere moments, Yi Lin, along with Yamcha and Yachi Luo Bei, entered the spacious temple, only to find it eerily empty. "Where is everyone? And where is the delicious food you mentioned?" Yachi Luo Bei queried, scanning the surroundings in search of delectable offerings. "You didn't climb up here, did you?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Startled, Yachi Luo Bei and Yamcha turned to see a portly white cat, leaning on a cane, scrutinizing them. "The cat can talk?" Yamcha exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What a plump cat. Is it edible?" Yachi Luo Bei drooled in anticipation, clearly on the verge of hunger madness, despite having consumed half a fish earlier. Upon hearing himself referred to as a fat cat, Ka Lin grew irate and tapped Yachi Luo Bei on the head with his wooden cane, causing him to crouch down in pain, cradling his head. Ka Lin then shifted his gaze to Yamcha before finally resting his eyes on Yi Lin. Noticing Yi Lin, Ka Lin's brow furrowed, his expression reflecting a hint of confusion. "Why am I unable to perceive your inner state?" Upon hearing the words of Master Ka Lin, Yi Lin was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly comprehend that Master Ka Lin must be discerning the nature of individuals by peering into their hearts. However, due to the protective system enveloping Yi Lin, Master Ka Lin was unable to penetrate his inner realm, which naturally led to the elder's confusion. "Master Ka Lin, we were recommended by the fortune-telling grandmother to train here, as we seek to bolster our strength to confront the formidable Demon King Bick." The mere mention of the name Bick caused Master Ka Lin's pupils to constrict, and a look of alarm crossed his face, revealing his trepidation towards the Demon King. Not long ago, Bick had broken free from his seal, and with the aid of Shenlong's power, he had regained his youth. The situation had indeed deteriorated drastically. With a furrowed brow, Master Ka Lin paced back and forth, contemplating the gravity of the matter. Didn't you say there was food here? All I see are these handfuls of beans. Can this truly be called a feast? Are you attempting to deceive me? While Ka Lin and Yi Lin engaged in discussion, Achiloabe had already begun rummaging through the temple, ultimately unearthing a small jar filled to the brim with celestial beans. Starving, Achiloabe seized a large handful and stuffed it into his mouth. Witnessing Achiloabe's gluttonous display, Ka Lin's eyes widened in shock as he observed the scene. After consuming 2 handfuls of the celestial beans, Achiloabe's countenance suddenly changed, and his belly swelled rapidly. He ballooned into a round shape, belching in utter fullness. You glutton! To consume so many celestial beings without meeting your demise is quite remarkable. Ka Lin, equally astonished, gazed at the now immobile Achiloabe, who could only wait for the power of the celestial beings to digest. If you wish to defeat the Demon King Bick, training with me will be of little use. I can recommend you to train with the deity. Only through such training might you stand a chance against Bick. It was evident that Master Ka Lin intended to introduce them to the deity, which was indeed the true objective of Yi Lin's journey. In the past, Goku had made tremendous strides in strength under the deity's tutelage, enabling him to overcome the Demon King Bick. However, Ka Lin lamented, though I wish to take you to meet the deity, the pillars leading to the temple have vanished, leading Yi Lin and Yamcha to the edge. Ka Lin pointed his staff towards the sky. Though they could see nothing, Yi Lin was aware that above them floated a temple where the deity resided. The so-called pillars leading to the temple were, in fact, Sun Wukong's Rui Bang. For this journey to Ka Lin Tower, Yi Lin had made prior arrangements and borrowed the Rui Bang from Sun Wukong. Is this the pillar you mentioned? Yi Lin produced the Rui Bang, and upon seeing the red staff, Ka Lin's eyes lit up. Indeed, that is it. How fortunate that you possess it. It seems this is fate. Follow me. Ka Lin led Yi Lin and Yamcha to ascend the circular dome. The surrounding winds howled fiercely, causing Yamcha to tremble in fear, realizing that a fall from this height would likely be fatal. Upon reaching the summit of the tower, they encountered a circular opening where Yi Lin inserted the Rui Bang. Grip it tightly, we are about to depart. Hearing Yi Lin's reminder, Yamcha hastily grasped the staff, and Yi Lin cast a final glance at Master Ka Lin. Ka Lin, given that we are on a mission to save Earth, you should offer some assistance. 1,000 or 800 celestial beings should not be too much to ask. 1,000 or 800. Do you think I have such an abundance of celestial beings? However, I cannot neglect your needs. I shall give you 200. Yi Lin's eyes brightened. 200 celestial beings would suffice for a considerable time. And if they ran short, they could always return to Master Ka Lin. I express my gratitude in advance. Yi Lin accepted the 200 celestial beings from Ka Lin. Extend, Rui Bang, Yi Lin exclaimed, and soon the Rui Bang propelled him and Yamcha swiftly towards the pinnacle of the sky. Chapter 52, Yi Lin vs. Bo. The Rui Bang ascended rapidly, its speed surpassing even Yi Lin's moon step, which was precisely why he had chosen to bring it along. Master, it appears there is something ahead. Braving the wind, Yamcha squinted to examine the situation above. Spotting a small island floating in the air, this was the temple of the deity. It seems we have arrived. Before long, the Rui Bang's speed began to decelerate as they approached the temple, allowing Yi Lin and Yamcha to fully appreciate its grandeur. The Rui Bang soon made contact. And though there was a ladder nearby, Yi Lin, feeling indolent, pulled Yamcha along and utilized his moon step to swiftly ascend to the temple's upper level. With a whoosh, Yi Lin and Yamcha landed securely on the ground, stepping onto a smooth, square floor. Upon closer inspection, they observed a vast courtyard above the temple. At the center of the courtyard stood a palace, flanked by rows of lush vegetation. In front of the palace sat a figure clad in black, adorned with a sand belt, perched upon a mat. Small bowls filled with food rested nearby, and numerous birds perched affectionately upon him. Is he the deity? Yamcha questioned, eyeing the peculiar individual with curiosity. I am not the deity, but rather a servant of the deity. My name is Bo, and I welcome your arrival, esteemed guests of Ka Lin. Bo rose to his feet. Yet the birds remained perched upon him, seemingly adoring him. We have come to train with the deity. May we meet him? Yi Lin regarded Bo. Recognizing that this individual was no ordinary person, having served many deities and possessing formidable strength. Strange, could it be my device is malfunctioning? His battle power reads 290. Yamcha tapped his power meter, doubting its accuracy. You are not mistaken. That is indeed his battle power. Yi Lin confirmed the value detected by Yamcha. acknowledging Bo as the strongest individual he had ever encountered. Even the Demon King Bick would likely fall short against him. This is astounding. If the servant is this powerful, how formidable must the deity be? Yamcha could not contain his excitement, while Bo shook his head. I understand your intentions and objectives, yet I cannot permit you to meet the deity, for you are not yet worthy of an audience. Despite Ka Lin's recommendation, if you cannot pass my test, you shall not meet the deity. What kind of test? Your challenge is simple. If you can touch me even once, you will have passed. Upon hearing Bo's proposed challenge, Yamcha's eyes lit up. I thought it would be a difficult trial. It turns out to be so simple. Leave it to me, master. Yamcha stepped forward confidently, aware that he was no match for Bo, but believing that merely touching him would be a far simpler task. Yamcha assumed a stance, his focus sharpened. Wolf Fang Fist. Countless punches rained down upon Bo like a torrential downpour. Yet amidst the barrage of fists, Bo moved with grace, evading Yamcha's attacks effortlessly. Yamcha, undeterred, continued to unleash his Wolf Fang Fist. With each relentless assault, the concentration of his energy only intensified, resulting in an acceleration of both speed and power. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of his attacks, even those launched from behind, he could not land a single blow on Bo. The disparity in their abilities left Yamcha in awe of Bo's prowess. He realized that mere visual perception would not suffice to connect with Bo. One must feel with the heart and intuitively sense everything around them. Bo, evading Yamcha's strikes with apparent ease, seemed almost effortless in his movements. Receive this. After a prolonged moment of preparation, Yamcha propelled a wave of energy directly towards Bo. It appeared that Bo had no means of evasion, yet in that moment, he opened his mouth and drew in a deep breath. To Yamcha's astonishment, Bo consumed the energy wave effortlessly, staring in disbelief at this unfathomable scene. Yamcha was taken aback by how easily his energy had been neutralized in such an extraordinary manner. After devouring the energy wave, Bo's breathing remained steady, rendering the previous evasive maneuvers merely a warm-up. Master, I concede. Although reluctant, Yamcha had to admit defeat, as even his energy wave had been consumed. Yilin stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Bo. Bo regarded him silently, his expression and gaze betraying no thoughts, as if he had emptied himself of all distractions. To truly feel everything may be beyond my grasp, but perhaps I can find another way, Yilin mused as he stepped closer to Bo, nearly face to face. Although Bo had just taken a step back, Yilin's observation Haki allowed him to anticipate Bo's movements, granting him the initiative. Impressive. To keep pace with Bo right from the outset. Now, let the true contest begin. Yamcha's eyes widened as he observed the two masters, should either falter, their movements would become undetectable. The two began to flicker around the courtyard, with Lu Xiao utilizing his observation Haki to track Bo's position. Nonetheless, Bo's form remained elusive, and despite Lu Xiao's efforts, he consistently found himself a step behind. Contemplating how to close the gap, Yilin acknowledged that he was not a true martial artist. The idea of feeling everything was easier said than done. Since pursuit proved futile, he decided to change tactics. Tenfold Doton Wave. Yilin unleashed a shockwave. The power of the tenfold Doton Wave formidable. However, Bo responded in kind, inhaling deeply and consuming the wave with ease. Master, energy attacks are ineffective against him. Yamcha cautioned urgently, though Yilin disagreed. Bo might be capable of swallowing the tenfold Doton Wave's energy, yet there must be a limit to his capacity. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Yilin raised his palm, rapidly forming a spiraling energy into the shape of a shuriken. Bo, while you may consume my tenfold Doton Wave, I wonder if you can handle this. Yilin hurled the wind release, spiraling shuriken, his combat power boosted by 100, resulting in a total of 380 points, an attack even Bo would find impossible to consume. A bead of sweat trickled down Bo's forehead as he contemplated retreating. Yet the tenfold Doton Wave remained in effect under Yilin's control. If Bo did not continue to consume the wave, he would be struck directly. Conversely, if he persisted in consuming it, he would be unable to evade the spiraling shuriken. I surrender. Faced with this dilemma, Bo raised his hands in capitulation. Seeing his surrender, Yilin smiled faintly and retracted both the tenfold Doton Wave and the spiraling shuriken. Chapter 53. Training with the Divine Being. Having witnessed this remarkable duel, Yamcha reflected on the high caliber of combat a rarity to behold. So, can we meet the divine now? Yilin glanced at Bobo, who had no further excuses now that Yilin had passed his test. Follow me. Bobo led Yilin and Yamcha into the palace. Inside, the palace was spacious yet simple, with a colossal figure meditating at its center. Sensing their presence, the figure opened his eyes. You must be Yilin. I am aware of your intentions. You wish to cultivate here to attain the strength to defeat the Demon King Piccolo, correct? Are you the divine being? Yamcha stared in astonishment at the giant, realizing that the divine and Piccolo were of the same essence, both Namekians, and thus his surprise was understandable. I merely oversee matters. I am not as extraordinary as you might think. Noticing Yamcha's astonishment, the divine being smiled gently. Yamcha then perceived that the divine's combat power reached an astounding 310 points, a level far beyond his own. I will diligently train you until you can successfully defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Master, if the Demon King Piccolo perishes, you too will face demise. Bobo, unable to hold his tongue any longer, divulged a secret. Yilin was already aware of this, but Yamcha was left bewildered. Why would the divine perish if Piccolo dies? Because the Demon King Piccolo and the Master are one. Piccolo is a manifestation of the Master's dark thoughts. If Piccolo dies, the Master will suffer the consequences. Yamcha's mouth fell agape at this shocking revelation, struggling to accept such a truth. Bobo, I have already accepted my fate. I am resolved. Rather than allow this dark thought to wreak havoc, I would rather perish alongside him. However, I cannot intervene directly in the mortal realm. So the task of eliminating the Demon King Piccolo must fall to you. The divine's gaze fixed upon Yilin, sensing an extraordinary aura emanating from him, which suggested he might have the potential to vanquish Piccolo. I will train with all my might to eradicate the Demon King Piccolo as swiftly as possible. Yilin's eyes held no trace of confusion, prompting the divine to nod in satisfaction. In the days that followed, Yilin and Yamcha began their training under the guidance of the divine being and Bobo. With the aid of Senzu beans and the gravity training chamber, their combat prowess soared to unprecedented heights. Tien Shinhan, having heard of the Demon King Piccolo's awakening from Bulma and the others, wore a grave expression. I cannot believe that after all these years, Piccolo has returned. I will enter seclusion for training. No one is to disturb me. Leaning on his cane, Tien Shinhan departed, leaving everyone in uncertainty about his intentions. To defeat the Demon King Piccolo, the only hope lay in the Mafuba technique. Even if it cost him his life, he was determined to use the Mafuba to seal Piccolo once more, preventing him from continuing his reign of terror. Tien Shinhan had resigned himself to the fact that invoking the Mafuba was a path fraught with peril, but for the sake of humanity, he had no other choice. Bulma and her companions settled into the humble abode of the Turtle Hermit, where Sun Wukong discovered the presence of two additional individuals. Are you disciples of that old man? He inquired. What old man? You truly lack discernment. Listen well, that is the illustrious Master Wu Tian, and I am his second disciple, named Krillin. I shall undoubtedly become a renowned martial arts master. Krillin had recently joined the Turtle Hermit's tutelage, and within the confines of the dwelling was another figure. A robust dragon man. Krillin, one must always show respect to guests. If Yelin were present, he would surely be astonished, for the current Kirin resembled a deflated balloon, though his physique was taut with muscle. Yes, brother. Krillin exhibited great deference before Kirin, aligning his demeanor accordingly. You appear quite formidable, Sun Wukong remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Kirin, sensing his imposing aura. My skills are yet to be fully refined. If we speak of true prowess, my elder brother Yelin is unparalleled. He is the most formidable individual I have ever encountered. Kirin's eyes glimmered with admiration. During his rigorous training under the Turtle Hermit, his combat strength had notably escalated, now reaching a formidable 100 points. You are Yelin's younger brother? Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise at the mention of Yelin. Kirin, equally perplexed, regarded them with curiosity. Do you also know my elder brother? He queried, bewildered. Not just know him. We are Yelin's companions. We had no inkling that he had a younger brother. Though you two do not resemble each other at all, Bulma mused, eyeing Kirin quizzically. I acknowledge Yelin as my elder brother. I never anticipated encountering his companions here. Upon learning of Bulma and her friend's association with Yelin, Kirin's enthusiasm surged, eager to glean information about Yelin's circumstances from them. Bulma, equally delighted, recounted their shared experiences and adventures since meeting Yelin. My elder brother has become so powerful, training with the gods. It appears I cannot afford to be complacent. Otherwise, how could I ever keep pace with him? Kieran clenched his fists, having devised an ambitious new training regimen, vowing to surprise Yellen upon their next meeting. May I train alongside you? Sun Wukong inquired. Humph, with your abilities, how could you possibly keep up with our training regimen? Bringing you along would merely hinder us. Krillin scoffed dismissively. Indeed, you possess the eyes of a strong warrior. Kieran consented to Sun Wukong's request. The eyes of a strong warrior? I doubt that. I will surely outpace you in training, Krillin retorted, pointing at Sun Wukong, his competitive spirit ignited. The two seemed to engage in a rivalry, and Kieran welcomed this dynamic. Having a rival would only enhance their motivation to train harder. It seems I cannot remain idle here either. I must continue to delve into my research, Bulma remarked. Observing Kieran and the other's earnest determination to train, she rose and made her way to a private room, aware that her strengths lay in her intellect rather than martial arts. She sought to refine her research further, ensuring she would not lag behind Yellen, as she had no desire to fall behind in this team. Meanwhile, Lan Shi, having changed her hair to blue, adopted a gentle demeanor, attending to everyone's needs. Chapter 54. The Scion bloodline. Each day spent training in the temple proved fulfilling for Yellen, as both Bobo and the gods surpassed him in combat strength. Without utilizing skills, it was challenging for Yellen to match their prowess. To enhance his combat ability, Yellen refrained from using skills in battle, relying solely on his raw strength in sparring sessions with Bobo. Throughout these encounters, Bobo continually pointed out Yellen's shortcomings. And after each session, Yellen returned to the gravity training chamber. Under the intense tenfold gravity, Yellen experienced rapid growth in his combat strength, truly grasping the arduous journey of a martial artist. This efficient training was made possible thanks to the support of the Senzu beans. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to endure such rigorous trials. Yamcha also trained diligently, perhaps striving to catch up with Yellen. He pushed himself even harder than Yellen did. Perhaps this was the reason for his swift increase in combat strength, as Yellen observed his progress. In merely a month, Yamcha's strength had risen to 125 points. In contrast, Yellen had climbed to 200 points. Although both underwent the same training intensity, Yellen's growth rate was evidently slower. Indeed, I am merely an ordinary individual. My combat strength growth through conventional training pales in comparison to Yamcha's martial arts prowess. Yellen recognized that his combat strength advancement was primarily tied to the rewards from system tasks. If he were to train systematically like Yamcha, his results would undoubtedly be inferior. Is there any way to elevate my level? After a grueling training session, a fatigued Yellen lay quietly in the gravity training chamber, now alone. This period of practice allowed Yellen to fully acknowledge his limitations. Without a consistent influx of system tasks, his rate of improvement would be exceedingly slow. This issue might not manifest in the early stages, but in the future, when he ventured beyond Earth and encountered formidable beings in the cosmos, his mediocre constitution would struggle to keep pace with those masters. It seems I still have a chance for one more draw. Having completed the fortune teller's task, Yellen possessed a single draw opportunity, albeit from a simple mode task. No matter how he attempted to draw, the best he could obtain would be an E-level prize, which held little value for him. However, with leisure at hand, Yellen resolved to utilize this draw. Before him, the familiar multicolored lottery box materialized, and during the drawing process, he suddenly noticed the box shaking more vigorously. What is happening? The unexpected occurrence left Yellen momentarily bewildered, and just as he pondered the cause, a small orb fell from the lottery box's opening. It was a glimmering golden sphere, and Yellen stared at it in astonishment, fearing he might be mistaken. He rubbed his eyes. Golden. Could this be an A-level prize? Throughout his time drawing, Yellen had never encountered an A-level prize. He could hardly believe that he had drawn such a reward for completing the simplest task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the A-level prize from the Dragon Ball universe, Scion Bloodline. The golden sphere opened, its radiant light blinding Yellen momentarily. As he squinted to regain his vision, he found himself still within the gravity training chamber, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Could it be that I was merely dreaming? He hurriedly summoned the system to display his character attributes. Name, Yi Lin. Combat Power, 200 points. Bloodline, Scion, Level 1, 0-100. Skills, 1. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, Advanced, 210000. Skill Description. Utilizing this skill increases combat power by 100. 2. Moon Step, Intermediate, 951000. Skill description. This skill allows for aerial flight. 3. Tenfold energy wave. Intermediate. 531000. Skill description. Emits light waves from the fingertips. Utilizing this skill increases combat power by 30. 4. Armament Haki. Intermediate, 91,000. Skill description. Base combat power increases by 50. Lasting for 1 minute. Items. Dragon Ball Radar X1. Yi Lin meticulously scrutinized his character attributes, his gaze drawn to the newly added bloodline, confirming that he was indeed not dreaming, but had genuinely acquired the bloodline of a scion. It is well known throughout the cosmos that the scion bloodline is undeniably powerful. The prerequisites for Vegeta and Sun Wukong to transform into Super Saiyans are that they are both scions. Now, Yi Lin also possessed this prerequisite. However, he pondered why this had occurred, as he believed he had merely completed a simple task. Why had he drawn an A-level prize instead? System prompt. The God-level lottery system accompanies lottery probabilities. The chance of drawing an A-level prize from a simple task is 0.001. Realization dawned upon Yi Lin, prompting him to burst into laughter. To have drawn a 1 in 100,000 chance, I must be the legendary lucky one. For a long time, Yi Lin had felt his luck was exceedingly poor, and he had not anticipated such a fortunate turn of events this time. However, he found it curious as to why there was a proficiency level associated with the Scion bloodline. System prompt. The Scion bloodline can grow. Proficiency in its growth can only be enhanced through arduous battles. This time, the system kindly addressed all of Yi Lin's questions, igniting his anticipation. Perhaps in the future, he might evolve into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, his combat power would undergo a qualitative leap. Master, what are you laughing about? Have you made new gains? At that moment, Yamcha entered the gravity training chamber, his attire tattered, presumably from a previous encounter with Bobo. Yi Lin had divided his time in the gravity training chamber, allowing him and Yamcha to alternate usage. Well, I suppose it's a gain. You can use the gravity training chamber. I wish to seek out Bobo for a test. Yi Lin swallowed a Senzu bean to dispel his fatigue, stood up, and walked out. Having acquired the Scion bloodline's power, Yi Lin was eager not to waste time. With the bloodline of this valiant race, he was confident that his combat power would accelerate significantly. Observing Yi Lin's departure, Yamcha displayed a look of admiration. He had been training for a month and still had yet to grasp the so-called heartfelt sensation. Yet, it appeared his master had already achieved it, which only deepened Yamcha's resolve to strive harder and become stronger. After leaving the gravity training chamber, Yi Lin approached Bobo. Mr. Bobo, please instruct me. Very well. I shall refine your skills diligently. Following that, Yi Lin charged forward. He did not employ any skills, but engaged Bobo purely with his own combat power. Chapter 55. The Thief of Senzu Beans. Another month passed in the temple, and during this period, Yi Lin's training speed was nothing short of meteoric. Initially, he could barely withstand Bobo's assaults, but he soon began to exchange blows, and now he was already starting to suppress Bobo in battle. Bang! Yi Lin's fist landed before Bobo's face, the powerful wind from the punch causing a bead of cold sweat to form on Bobo's forehead. Had that punch connected, he would surely have sustained an injury. However, Yi Lin managed to halt his offensive. Yi Lin, your training speed is indeed remarkable. You are the most gifted martial artist I have ever encountered. Bobo marveled at Yi Lin's growth, having seen numerous martial artists, but few possessed the prowess of Yi Lin. Through a month of training with the Scion bloodline, Yi Lin's combat power surged, now exceeding Bobo's and reaching an astonishing 300 points, just shy of a deity's strength. Indeed, Master, you truly are formidable. Yamcha watched the battle in awe, gaining invaluable insights. During this month, Yamcha had also trained diligently, and his efforts bore fruit. His combat power had risen to 150 points. Such an increase was already quite impressive, had Yi Lin not possessed the Scion bloodline. His growth rate would likely have been only half of Yamcha's. After all, in the original work, Yamcha's combat power had long surpassed the limits of Earthlings, and his training talent was exceptional, albeit not comparable to the likes of Sun Wukong and others, who were training prodigies. Master, with our current strength, are we capable of confronting the Demon King Piccolo? Yi Lin pondered. According to the Dragon Ball lore, he should now be stronger than the Demon King Piccolo. I believe it's about time. We should put an end to this. Yi Lin felt it was indeed time to face the Demon King Piccolo, as he had been wreaking havoc for far too long. Even within the temple, the deity could monitor the events below, displaying the situation to Yi Lin. The Demon King Piccolo was attacking the royal palace. No matter how the king gathered his forces, they were no match for the Demon King Piccolo, and throughout this conflict, countless Earthlings had fallen victim to his merciless slaughter. Furthermore, the Demon King Piccolo's indiscriminate massacre instilled terror throughout the nation, despite having contributed to the entire country. He continued to unleash ruthless violence upon the Earthlings. Yi Lin, with your current strength, defeating the Demon King Piccolo should pose no challenge. The task of safeguarding Earth now rests solely upon your shoulders. The deity, alongside Bobo, expressed heartfelt wishes for Yi Lin's success in his impending endeavors. System Task Reminder 1. Defeat the Demon King Piccolo. Task Difficulty, Easy Mode. 2. Defeat the Demon King Piccolo without taking damage. Task Difficulty, Normal Mode. 3. Defeat the Demon King Piccolo without any casualties. Task Difficulty, Hard Mode. Task Reward, 1 chance for a God-level draw. Please choose Host. Once the deity concluded his instructions, the system indeed provided Yi Lin with the opportunity to make a choice, and as usual, Yi Lin instinctively opted for Hard Mode, as it maximized potential rewards. I will defeat the Demon King Piccolo, and I shall ensure that the deity does not perish, Yi Lin declared to the deity and Bobo. Then, taking Yamcha by the hand, the two leaped directly from the temple. As they vanished from sight, the deity and Bobo watched their departure. Master, do you think what Yi Lin just said is feasible? Bobo questioned. I am one with Piccolo. If he dies, I cannot survive either. This is an immutable truth. Although Yi Lin possesses a kind heart, this is simply unattainable. As long as he can defeat the Demon King Piccolo, that will suffice to avert this disaster. With that, the deity retreated to his chambers, leaving Bobo contemplating Yi Lin's departure, lost in thought. Over time, he had gradually come to understand Yi Lin. He would not utter such words without preparation. Having spent many years alongside the deity, Bobo fervently wished for the deity's survival. May Yi Lin succeed. Bobo could only pray for Yi Lin in the temple, hoping he could truly accomplish the seemingly impossible. Yi Lin and Yamcha were enduring the baptism of a fierce wind. Amidst this tempest, Yamcha exhibited no fear despite being high above the ground. Soon, they could spot Ka-Lin-Ta below, as Yi Lin utilized the lunar step technique to halt his descent. Meanwhile, Yamcha also managed to decelerate his fall. Over the past 2 months, he had not only enhanced his combat prowess, but had also mastered the art of aerial maneuvering. He could now dissipate his energy in midair, allowing himself to glide gracefully. The two of them gently touched down within Ka-Lin-Ta, where Ka-Lin awaited them, clearly having anticipated their return. Inside Ka-Lin-Ta, they also noticed the languid figure of Yachi Luo Bei, who was idly watching television. It was surprising that Yachi Luo Bei had remained there for the entire 2 months of their absence. You two have returned rather late. It has been 2 months, and I have nearly perished from boredom. Yachi Luo Bei yawned as he spoke. Then you could have left this place. Why remain here? Yamcha inquired, puzzled. Of course, it is because of these magical beans. Just one is enough to satiate my hunger. Where else could I find such treasures? Yachi Luo Bei replied, popping another magical bean into his mouth. Yi Lin perceived these magical beans as akin to his snacks. Suspecting that Yachi Luo Bei had been lured by their allure to stay at Ka-Lin-Ta. I plan to leave here soon. Would you like to join us? Yachi Luo Bei? Yi Lin extended an invitation, recognizing that their reunion was serendipitous. Yachi Luo Bei glanced at Yi Lin, then shifted his gaze towards Ka-Lin before shaking his head. Perhaps not. I find this place quite comfortable, and I have no concerns about food or drink. He reclined on the blanket and waved dismissively at Yi Lin. Yi Lin nodded, understanding that everyone has their own aspirations, and he did not wish to impose. Thank you for your care during this time, Master Ka-Lin. It is but a trivial matter. After all, it is to safeguard the earth. I am more than willing to assist, Ka-Lin replied with a gentle smile, mirroring Yi Lin's amiable expression. I knew you were magnanimous, Master Ka-Lin. You would not be so petty as to deny me some magical beans, Yi Lin said as he helped himself to a generous handful. Wait. You are taking too many, Ka-Lin protested. Well then, Master Ka-Lin, until we meet again, Yi Lin declared as he filled his arms with magical beans and promptly leapt down from Ka-Lin-Ta with Yamcha. When Ka-Lin approached the jar, he discovered that half of the magical beans had vanished. You thief of magical beans. Chapter 56. Armed Haki against nuclear bombs after jumping from Ka-Lin-Ta. Yi Lin was elated. He had acquired 400 magical beans, a bounty ample enough for his indulgence. He could almost envision Ka Lin's furious expression. As the wind whipped against their cheeks, both Yi Lin and Yamcha remained unperturbed, having both mastered the ability to fly. Even plunging from Ka Lin posed no danger to them. Soon, as they pierced through the clouds, the ground became increasingly visible. Upon breaking through the cloud cover, Yi Lin furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous aura coalescing below. Super Dong Wave. A brilliant beam surged from below, hurtling towards Yi Lin and Yamcha atop Ka Lin Ta. The force of this shock wave was formidable, even at a distance of several hundred meters. It exuded a palpable pressure. Master, allow me to showcase the fruits of my training, Yamcha declared, channeling energy into one hand as a glowing energy sphere materialized in his palm, astonishingly detaching itself from his grasp. Yi Lin narrowed his eyes. To manipulate the energy sphere away from one's body required exquisite control, and in just 2 months, Yamcha had made remarkable progress. Yamcha shouted, sending the energy sphere racing towards the Super Dong Wave. The two forces collided in midair, resulting in a deafening explosion that halted the Super Dong Wave in its tracks. Yi Lin and Yamcha remained unaffected by the ensuing blast. Master, how do you find this technique? I call it the Chi Manipulation Sphere. Yi Lin nodded approvingly. Impressive. This Chi Manipulation Sphere has rendered your energy control far more agile. It is evident that you have not been idle, and as your mentor, I am quite pleased. With Yi Lin's acknowledgement, Yamcha beamed with joy, and the two engaged in light conversation as they descended safely to the ground. Following their initial assault, the enemy refrained from further attacks, seemingly disinclined to resort to ambush tactics for victory. Their gazes fell upon a figure seated upon a large stone below Ka Lin Ta, adorned with a conspicuous character for kill, signifying his identity as the renowned assassin Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai, I did not expect you to still be alive. Daring to confront us once more, Yi Lin remarked, taken aback by Tao Bai Bai's transformed appearance. He now sported a mechanical arm and had replaced one eye with a mechanical implant, his body augmented with numerous mechanical components. I have returned for vengeance. I am no longer the same as before. Do not presume that what you witnessed earlier was my full strength. I merely came to greet you. The mechanical Tao Bai Bai proclaimed with a confident grin. Combat power, 210. Quite formidable, Yamcha's power detector indicated. And he was taken aback by such overwhelming might. Having believed his own power had risen to 150, he was shocked to confront an opponent so vastly superior in strength. And what of the Bra brothers, the guardians of Ka Lin Ta? Yi Lin inquired, curious as to why they had not intervened against the mechanical Tao Bai Bai. You mean those two natives? I injured one. They have fled, Tao Bai Bai replied. Having had little interaction with the Bra brothers, but reassuring Yi Lin that they had not perished at his hands. I am pressed for time and cannot afford to linger here, Yi Lin stated, raising a finger as tenfold Dong Wave coalesced at its tip, with the surrounding winds intensifying. Seeing Yi Lin's burgeoning battle aura, Tao Bai Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his mechanical enhancements, he now found himself weaker than Yi Lin, a reality he could scarcely accept. You have grown so formidable. Tao Bai Bai's expression twisted with rage. His vow for revenge now overshadowed by the stark reality of their widened disparity. However, do not think you have triumphed, even if I perish. I shall ensure you accompany me to the grave. With that, Tao Bai Bai plunged his mechanical arm into his own chest, causing Yi Lin to pause momentarily before sensing the lethal aura emanating from Tao Bai Bai. Get behind me, Yi Lin commanded sternly, startling Yamcha, who quickly complied. As Yamcha sheltered himself behind Yi Lin, a searing white light erupted from Tao Bai Bai's body. Let us perish together, Yi Lin. Tao Bai Bai cackled maniacally, and as the white light reached its zenith, a terrifying explosion radiated outward. Boom! The earth was rent asunder, and the surrounding trees and vegetation were reduced to ashes. In the face of this terrifying aftershock of the explosion, Yi Lin enveloped his body in the Haki of armament. His skin transformed into a deep purple-black hue, and under the protective embrace of this Haki, his defensive capabilities reached their zenith. The force of the explosion impacted him. Yet this dreadful power could not breach Yi Lin's defenses. With the Haki of armament, Yi Lin effortlessly withstood the self-detonation of Tao Bai Bai. Cowering behind Yi Lin, Yamcha was filled with dread. He lacked Yi Lin's prowess, and had it not been for Yi Lin shielding him, he likely would have been incinerated by the blast. The explosions might persisted for a brief moment, and as the chaos gradually subsided, Yin and Yamcha remained unharmed in the air, while the ground beneath them lay utterly devastated. A massive crater, 30 meters wide and 10 meters deep, had formed, with not only the pit itself but also hundreds of meters of surrounding forest obliterated. Such utter destruction suggested that Tao Bai Bai must have concealed a miniature nuclear device within himself during his transformation into this mechanical form, intending to perish alongside his foes. However, it seemed Tao Bai Bai did not anticipate that even with such a device, he would be unable to vanquish Yin. That was terrifying. Thank goodness for my master. I narrowly escaped disaster, Yamcha reflected, feeling a wave of relief. Had Yin not been there, he would have undoubtedly met his demise, as the explosion's radius was far too extensive for him to escape in time. It was only because of Yin that he had been granted a second chance at life. In the future, he vowed to exercise utmost caution against any adversary, lest he find himself in peril once more. Yin imparted this wisdom to Yamcha, as it also served as a reminder to himself. After his training with the deity, he believed his combat prowess had surged to the point of being unmatched on Earth, a notion fraught with danger. Had the recent explosion involved a true nuclear bomb rather than a mere miniature version, his Haki of armament might not have sufficed to withstand such might. Let us depart, Yin declared. With Tao Bai Bai now deceased, he had to press onward to confront Baikuda Mo Wang and safeguard the entirety of Earth. Chapter 57. Confrontation with Baikuda Mo Wang. Currently, Baikuda Mo Wang held dominion over the entire kingdom, having established himself as the ruler, with the Red Ribbon Army enforcing order on his behalf. Any who dared to resist were swiftly suppressed by this formidable force. Moreover, Baikuda Mo Wang had summoned 7 loyal subordinates, the most formidable among them being Dualamo. Reporting to you, Lord Baikuda Mo Wang. We have eradicated all martial artists in the entire nation, Dualamo announced. Baikuda Mo Wang, in a moment of repose, cast a glance at him. Well done, but do not grow complacent. Beyond this country, many martial artists lie in hiding throughout the world. Seek them out and eliminate them all. Yes, my lord, Dualamo replied, rising to depart. Yet, Baikuda Mo Wang's expression remained tense. He sensed a growing threat that loomed ever closer. It had been 2 months since Yin and his companions ascended to Ka Lin Ta for training. It was said that the one named Tao Bai Bai was a valuable asset, and Baikuda Mo Wang believed he would accomplish his mission. Nonetheless, the most pressing concern remained the sealing technique, as he could not rest easy until he located the successor of that old man. A presence approaches. As Baikuda Mo Wang prepared to rest further, he keenly sensed an approaching aura, one that bore considerable strength. A mere swarm of ants. If you seek death, let my subordinates handle you, he scoffed, dispatching his 7 subordinates with a mere thought. Outside the palace, a group stealthily drew near, evading the watchful eyes of the Red Ribbon Army. I can assist you no further. The task of confronting Baikuda Mo Wang lies solely in your hands. Bulma's voice reached the ears of the Turtle Hermit and his companions. Throughout their journey, Bulma had hacked into the Red Ribbon Army's systems, rendering them incapable of surveillance, which allowed the Turtle Hermit and his group to approach the palace undetected. To confront Baikuda Mo Wang, the party consisted of Krillin, Sun Wukong, Jiren, and the Turtle Hermit himself. You 3, once we engage, I will face Baikuda Mo Wang alone. Do not intervene. Your powers are vastly inferior, and a single glance from him could easily spell your demise. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifice. The 3 nodded in understanding, and seeing their comprehension, the Turtle Hermit felt a sense of relief, knowing that he alone would bear the burden of sacrifice. The quartet stealthily infiltrated the palace, but as they stepped onto its grounds, they were immediately surrounded by 7 figures. You 4 must be the mice that Lord Baikuda Mo Wang mentioned. Those foolish humans have indeed proven useless, allowing intruders to slip in here, Dualamo sneered, surveying the Turtle Hermit and his companions. The Turtle Hermit frowned at the 7 adversaries encircling them. Each appeared formidable, particularly the one before him, whose strength surpassed his own. Dualamo's combat power had reached 190, making him far more powerful than the earlier foes Dan Ba Lin and Lam. Master, leave this to us. You should go confront Baikuda Mo Wang, Jiren urged. Having significantly enhanced his own combat power to 155 through rigorous training, the Turtle Hermit was pleased with his disciple's growth, But pitting Jiren against this group was overly ambitious, especially against the towering Dualamo, as even he might struggle for victory. No, we must unite our efforts to overcome them, otherwise, we shall be picked off one by one. Though the Turtle Hermit wished to avoid a prolonged battle, the current situation left him no choice. Arrogant fools, if you seek death, allow me, Dualamo, to grant it to you, he declared, appearing before the Turtle Hermit and his companions in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch that unleashed a terrifying gust akin to a tempest. Bang! Dualamo's fist was caught by a single hand, the hand of the Turtle Hermit himself. Young man, do not be so hasty, it is not good for your health. The Turtle Hermit seized Dualamo's arm and, utilizing his strength against him, hurled the massive figure 10 meters away. Dualamo crashed heavily to the ground, colliding with a wall, yet this hardly fazed him. He rose slowly and scathed. Old man, you possess some skill. It seems we shall have quite the enjoyable duel, Dualamo taunted, a mocking smile gracing his lips. With the Turtle Hermit's combat power now at 180, he found himself somewhat outmatched by Dualamo, and engaging in a protracted battle was far from ideal. Yet he had no alternative. We shall join in, Jiren announced, leading Sun Wukong and Krillin to confront the remaining subordinates of Baikuda Mo Wang. Although the combat prowess of the other 6 individuals does not match that of Dalyumu, each possesses a battle strength exceeding 100 points, with the strongest among them reaching an impressive 150 points, nearly on par with Jillian. Within their ranks, aside from Jillian, both Sun Wukong and Klin have yet to surpass a battle strength of 100 points. They must engage in a 2-on-1 strategy to contend with one of the minions of Bik, the Great Demon King. Jillian furrowed his brow. If this situation continued, it would only become increasingly unfavorable for them. Kamehameha. Drawing a deep breath, Jillian unleashed the Kamehameha, a formidable technique inherited from the Turtle Hermit, which astonished all present with its sheer power. Jillian's intention was to eliminate a few of Bik's minions, thereby easing the burden of battle. However, in response to Jillian's sudden assault, those minions banded together, successfully blocking his Kamehameha. Foolishness. One minion, with a combat strength of 150 points, charged from behind Jillian, aiming to rend his body apart with a powerful swipe. Yet, upon striking Jillian, he found his form to be astonishingly resilient. His claws could not penetrate Jillian's body. Moreover, an invisible layer of sticky substance clung to Jillian's skin, rendering the minion's claws immobile. Looks like you've fallen for my super gum. Escape is no longer an option for you. Jillian ensnared the Bik minion before him in a chokehold. Let go of me. The minion struggled in vain, unable to break free from Jillian's grip. Soon, under Jillian's immense strength, the minion ceased to breathe. With one adversary vanquished, Jillian exhaled in relief and turned his gaze towards the remaining minions. The combat strength of the remaining foes was inferior to his own, and he felt capable of dispatching them. Just as Jillian prepared to act, a sudden flash pierced through his shoulder, causing pain to furrow his brow. He clutched his shoulder to staunch the flow of blood, fixing his gaze towards the depths of the palace. A figure emerged slowly, emanating an overwhelming aura. It was Bik, the Great Demon King. Chapter 58. The failure of the demon sealing wave. Bik, the Great Demon King's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the scene, noting his fallen minion. Such audacity to challenge me. What a collection of fools. With arms crossed, he looked down upon the Turtle Hermit and his companions with disdain. The Turtle Hermit retreated to Jillian's side, casting a glance at Jillian's wounded shoulder. Do you still possess the strength to fight? Fear not, master. This minor injury is inconsequential, and I am still able to battle. Jillian raised his uninjured arm and replied. The Turtle Hermit frowned. Delay them for a few seconds. I will perform the demon sealing wave to seal Bik, the Great Demon King. Under the current circumstances, the Turtle Hermit did not wish for Jillian to risk further conflict. Yet he knew that Bik's minions would not allow him to succeed easily. I will protect you, master, until the demon sealing wave is complete. A resolute glimmer shone in Jillian's eyes. The Turtle Hermit nodded. He had no choice but to give his all, for if this continued, defeat was certain. Bik, the Great Demon King's strength was far too formidable, and their only hope of victory lay in the demon sealing wave. The Turtle Hermit retrieved a rice cooker and removed his upper garment, his physique swelling once more, muscles rippling across his body. Upon seeing the rice cooker, Bik's previously contemptuous expression shifted dramatically. Damn it, that old fool indeed has a successor. Attack, eliminate that old man. Bik commanded his minions to act. while the turtle hermit amassed an incredible amount of energy, raising his arms above his head. Demon Sealing Wave. A spiral of energy surged toward Bick, who found himself ensnared within the vortex. Bick struggled fiercely against the swirling force, which stretched his form as he was pulled uncontrollably. Damn it! I will not be sealed. Bick roared in fury, resisting the demon sealing wave with all his might. The turtle hermit, blood streaming from his nose, exerted every ounce of his strength, yet Bick's resistance was far greater than he had anticipated. Protect Lord Bick. Eliminate that old man. Dalimu led the remaining 5 minions toward the turtle hermit, while Julian, Sun Wukong, and Klin stood in defense. However, Julian was already wounded, and Sun Wukong and Klin lacked sufficient combat experience, rendering them unable to aid effectively. The three fought valiantly, but they were outnumbered and outmatched. Seizing an opportunity, Dalimu broke free from their entanglement and lunged at the turtle hermit. Old man, die! His claw-like hand aimed for the turtle hermit's heart, a strike potent enough to pierce through. Master, Julian shouted, having developed a bond with the turtle hermit during his training. He could not bear the thought of his master falling here. Sun Wukong and Klin also sought to assist, but found themselves overwhelmed, unable to intervene. Tenfold Kamehameha. At that critical moment, a beam of light descended from the heavens. Dalimu's arm was severed by the radiant force, and he retreated in pain. The turtle hermit, disrupted by this sudden influx of energy, found the demon sealing wave interrupted. Cough. The turtle hermit spat blood. The failure of the demon sealing wave had backfired, inflicting serious injury upon him. Yet he had salvaged his life, albeit not in the manner he had hoped. At that moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. Yilin and Yamcha had finally arrived in the nick of time. Yilin sighed in relief. Despite the injuries sustained by the turtle hermit and the others, they were still alive, ensuring the success of his mission. From the heavens, Yilin produced several senzu beans and distributed them to the turtle hermit and his companions. These are senzu beans. They will heal your wounds. Consume them at once. Upon hearing Yilin's words, all 4 swallowed the beans, which rapidly healed their injuries, even mending Julian's shoulder. Boss, you finally arrived, Julian exclaimed, filled with excitement upon seeing Yilin. You are Julian? Yilin's gaze fell upon Julian, momentarily stunned before recognition dawned upon him. The transformation in Julian's appearance was striking. When they last parted, he had been quite rotund, but now he was lean and muscular, resembling an entirely different person. Yes. Boss, I am Julian. Have you forgotten me? Apologies, your change is so drastic that I momentarily failed to recognize you. Yilin replied, slightly embarrassed. Yet once he recognized Julian, he approached and clapped him on the shoulder. In just a few months, you've grown significantly stronger, thanks to Master Wu Tian's guidance. Julian replied, feeling bashful at the compliment. Although it may be a disturbance to reunite after a long absence, the current predicament of Yelin appears rather grim. Tien Shinhan offered Yelin a cautionary word, prompting Yelin to gaze forward. At that moment, Piccolo Daimao had extricated himself from the confines of the Mafubo, panting with trepidation. His malevolent gaze fixated on Yelin and the others, his eyes betraying an icy intent to kill. Master, is this truly Piccolo Daimao? His combat power is indeed formidable. Reaching 260 points, Yamcha remarked, as his combat power detector revealed Piccolo's strength. Although he had previously heard Yelin speak of Piccolo's might, witnessing that terrifying aura and immense power firsthand allowed him to grasp the true extent of Piccolo's prowess. Kirin cast a glance at Yamcha. Are you the disciple of the boss? I presume you are one of his little brothers. Leave Piccolo Daimao to master. We shall deal with that pudgy fellow. Yamcha pointed towards Dalimu, who, despite having lost an arm, still possessed considerable strength. Yamcha had matured since the outset, now contemplating his opponent's capabilities before taking action. Do not hold me back. You should worry more about yourself. Kirin and Yamcha exchanged glances before charging at Dalimu. Chapter 59. Overwhelming Piccolo Daimao. Yelin surveyed the battlefield. With Yamcha and Kirin's current combat prowess, they could contend with the injured Dalimu without falling behind. However, 5 servants of Piccolo Daimao, each with combat power exceeding 100, still posed a significant threat to Tien Shinhan and the others. Goku and Krillin remained too weak, while Tien Shinhan had expended much of his strength after employing the Mafubo. Although the senzu beans could heal injuries, they could not restore one's full power in a short time. Let us clean up the battlefield first. With a flick of his fingers, Yellen unleashed a tenfold Don wave, sweeping across the entire battlefield. The 5 servants of Piccolo Daimao attempted to flee, but it was in vain. The disparity between their combat power and Yellen's was too vast. In the blink of an eye, the 5 servants were reduced to ashes. Piccolo Daimao's gaze locked onto Yellen, his eyes narrowing, revealing a glimmer of cold light. You must be Yellen, the one who caused the deaths of Dambalin and Ram. Do you truly believe that after merely 2 months of training, you can stand against me? Piccolo Daimao looked down upon Yellen with disdain, entirely dismissing him. In contrast to his arrogance, Yellen executed the moonwalk while simultaneously employing Haki. His fist, enveloped in Haki, boasted a power exceeding 300 points. In an instant, Yellen appeared before Piccolo Daimao, who unleashed a powerful strike. No one present could withstand it. Yet, this attack, landing upon Yellen, who was shrouded in Haki, felt no more threatening than a mosquito bite. Yellen, braving the onslaught of energy, delivered a punch directly to the astonished face of Piccolo Daimao. Boom! Piccolo Daimao was sent hurtling away, crashing violently into the palace, which collapsed entirely under the force of the blow, burying him in ruins. Tien Shinhan stared in awe at the scene, fully aware of how powerful the rejuvenated Piccolo Daimao was. And yet Yellen had managed to send him flying with a single punch. Perhaps he could genuinely defeat Piccolo Daimao, Tien Shinhan murmured to himself. After the failure of the Mafubo, he had resigned himself to defeat, never imagining that Yellen would emerge with such formidable strength. Rumble. At that moment, the palace ruins exploded, and Piccolo Daimao burst forth, veins bulging on his forehead. Blood trickled from his mouth, as he had not anticipated Yellen's extraordinary power. Do not misunderstand. I am not here to engage you in equal measure. I am here to kill you. Yellen cast a cold glance at Piccolo Daimao, who was inherently ruthless. Even without the premise of a mission, Yellen did not wish for him to continue wreaking havoc upon the world. If you wish to kill me, let us see if you possess the capability. Piccolo Daimao charged forward, believing that he had merely been careless and could not possibly lose to a mere young man from Earth. Still unwilling to give up? Then prepare to be defeated. As Piccolo Daimao sought to engage in close combat, a smirk crept across Yellen's face. He had sparred countless times with Bobo, and his skills in hand-to-hand combat had advanced remarkably. Even Bobo would have to commend Yellen's prowess in close quarters. Additionally, Yellen's Haki enveloped him, albeit for a brief minute. Yet, a minute was ample time for Yellen. With the moonwalk and Haki enveloping him, Yellen unleashed a series of iron fists, teaching Piccolo Daimao a lesson. Those present were left dumbfounded. The once mighty Piccolo Daimao appeared as a mere child before Yellen, forced to cower under the weight of Yellen's overwhelming might. I have had enough. It's time for you to die? Piccolo Daimao, having reached his limit, unleashed a Kamehameha wave from his palm, hurtling it towards Yellen. Yet, Yellen did not flinch. He braced himself against the oncoming attack with Haki. His combat power already surpassed that of Piccolo, augmented by the strength of Haki, rendering Piccolo Daimao's Kamehameha ineffective against Yellen's defenses. What is this? Piccolo Daimao stared in disbelief at Yellen, who was advancing against his Kamehameha, his face a mask of shock. Receive this punch. Yellen clenched his fist and struck Piccolo Daimao squarely in the face. Boom. Piccolo Daimao was sent flying once more, crashing heavily into the remnants of the palace. At this moment, Yellen's Haki dissipated. The minute had elapsed, but this did not hinder Yellen. All present gazed in silence at the ruins, unable to comprehend how the formidable Piccolo Daimao had been reduced to a mere plaything in Yellen's hands, leaving them all in a state of shock. Lord Piccolo Daimao. Dalamo watched anxiously as the ruins shifted. Do you have time to be looking around? Super bubblegum. Kirin took a deep breath and then expelled a white viscous substance, ensnaring Dalamo, who struggled desperately to break free, but the super bubblegum was far too resilient. Well done. Let us combine our efforts to eliminate him. Yamcha gathered energy in his palm, forming an energy sphere, while Kirin assumed a stance with his hands at his waist. Chi-bomb. Kamehameha. Yamcha launched his energy sphere, while Kirin unleashed a shockwave, their combined forces striking Dalamo. Even Dalamo could not withstand the dual onslaught from Yamcha and Kirin. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the powerful Dalamo was utterly vanquished by the collaboration of Kirin and Yamcha. The two exchanged glances, and within each other's eyes, they recognized mutual admiration. Now only Piccolo Daimao remains. The two individuals cast their gazes upon the ruins, when suddenly, A figure erupted from within. The visage of Kadama Wong was swollen, and upon surveying the surrounding chaos, the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. This was his first encounter with such a devastating defeat, and the sight of Yelin before him filled him with unending humiliation. I want all of you to perish. Kadama Wong shouted, soaring into the sky, his form towering above. Yelin could see the veins bulging across Kadama Wong's body as an immense amount of energy began to coalesce around him. This is not good. Everyone must leave this place at once. Bulma should be nearby with the spaceship. You must evacuate the palace immediately. The farther away the better. What will you do, master? Upon hearing Yelin's serious tone, Yamcha looked at him with confusion. Do you not have faith in me? Fear not. I shall settle matters with Kadama Wong here. I understand. Take care, master. We shall retreat now. Yamcha had always been by Yelin's side and was acutely aware of his strength. Since Yelin had said so, he had no doubt. A group began to hastily evacuate the palace, leaving Yelin alone within its confines. He gazed upward at the frantically gathering energy of Kadama Wong, his expression betraying no hint of anxiety. Chapter 60. Yelin versus Kadama Wong. The energy amassed by Kadama Wong was indeed astonishing, capable of obliterating everything in its vicinity. However, this presented a perfect opportunity to test my limits and unearth the potential of the Scion bloodline. Yelin looked up at Kadama Wong in the sky. He refrained from intervening, deliberately wishing to engage in a fierce battle. The Scion lineage is characterized by becoming stronger with each confrontation, and Yelin hoped to elevate his abilities through this clash. You are doomed, Yelin. After I eliminate you, I will hunt down your associates and slay them one by one. At this moment, Kadama Wong had completely finished gathering energy, and his combat power surged to an astonishing 300 points. Indeed, the Namekian's innate talent for energy manipulation was extraordinary. Yelin marveled at Kadama Wong, realizing he could not match such reckless energy accumulation. Now saturated with energy, Kadama Wong's body had swollen. Die! Explosive magic wave, he bellowed, unleashing the amassed energy downwards, the terrifying force utterly obliterating everything below, resulting in a colossal explosion within the palace. Far away, in the escaping spaceship, Shenron and his companions were stunned by the massive mushroom cloud, the explosion's power akin to that of a nuclear bomb. Lightning crackled around the cloud, the explosive force continuing to radiate outward. What is happening? I do not wish to perish here. Accelerate the ship, Bulma shouted in a panic, desperate to distance themselves from the blast. Is the boss all right? Keelan gazed towards the explosion, worry etched upon his face. Rest assured, Master has become exceptionally powerful. If he says he is fine, then he certainly is, Yamcha reassured, having immense confidence in Yelin. Even such a tremendous explosion would not harm him. Now, we can only trust in Yelin. He is the only one capable of defeating Kadama Wong. Shenron also observed the terrifying explosion, acknowledging that with Kadama Wong wielding such strength, it was beyond human capability to contend with. Should Yelin fail, it seemed no one could possibly triumph over Kadama Wong. The explosive force gradually diminished, dust swirling below as Kadama Wong, drenched in sweat, gasped for breath, aging several years in an instant. Utilizing such immense power consumed a significant portion of his lifespan, yet he could not afford to dwell on that. This adversary warranted such exertion. I have completely locked onto that brat's energy. He cannot escape. He is likely nothing but ashes now. A triumphant smile spread across Kadama Wong's face, convinced that he had outmatched Yelin. Tenfold Dodon wave. At that moment, a beam of light burst forth from the debris below, surging toward Kadama Wong, now significantly drained of energy. Kadama Wong believed Yelin to be dead, never anticipating that he might survive such an explosion. The tenfold Dodon wave pierced through Kadama Wong's abdomen, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. You are still alive. Kadama Wong exclaimed in shock, staring at the debris below. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the dust, revealing a 2-kilometer radius of devastation and a 500-meter deep pit beneath Yelin's feet. This abyss was unfathomably deep, illustrating the tremendous force of the explosion. Yelin's armed color Haki dissipated. He had relied on it to withstand such an assault, yet even so, he was not unscathed. Countless wounds marred his body, blood trickling from his scalp. He retrieved a senzu bean, consuming it swiftly as it rapidly healed his injuries. That was close. Indeed, that power is formidable. Yelin felt a twinge of fear, surveying the surrounding devastation and the pit beneath him. It was a stroke of luck that he had survived such an onslaught. Had Bikada Mal Wang's power been any greater, he might have been torn apart by the shockwave. Now, with Bikada Mal Wang having expended most of his strength and suffering a wound in his abdomen, he could no longer rise. Meanwhile, Yelin's injuries were healing, and he still possessed a significant amount of energy. The outcome of this battle was becoming increasingly clear. Explosive magic cannon. Bikada Mal Wang gathered his remaining energy, launching another attack, but Yelin had already surpassed him in strength. This assault was in vain. With a swift motion, Yelin dispersed the impact of the explosive magic cannon with his armed color Haki. Haha, you are indeed stronger than I, but do not think this is the end. Yelin, my son will seek vengeance for me. He will grow with hatred for you and ultimately annihilate you. Bikada Mal Wang opened his mouth, expelling an egg that shimmered as it flew away. Yet, Yelin had been anticipating this opportunity. He did not wish for the deity to perish. And if the deity wished to survive, then Conqueror was the key. He employed the moon step, rapidly closing the distance to catch the fleeing egg. Though the egg was swift, Yelin's moon step was swifter, and having prepared beforehand, he ultimately seized the egg. Bikada Mal Wang, it seems your plans have come to naught. I shall take Conqueror back to the temple and entrust him to the deity for guidance, eradicating the malevolence within him. Upon hearing Yelin's words, Bikada Mal Wang was consumed with rage, attempting to charge at Yelin to reclaim the egg. But Yelin would not grant him such an opportunity. He raised his palm. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Yelin hurled the concentrated energy from his palm. The wind release, spiraling shuriken tearing Bikada Mal Wang apart. In the wake of overwhelming power, he was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. After resolving the fierce battle, Yelin let out a sigh of relief. The confrontation was far from easy. The might of Bik the Great Demon King was formidable, and he had exerted all his strength to achieve victory. However, in light of the current outcome, Yelin had indeed triumphed, for not a single life was lost, and he successfully vanquished Bik the Great Demon King. Yelin glanced at the egg in his hand. Bik II was being instructed in cultivation by the deity, and he believed that this would gradually erase the resentment within him. Bik was also a pivotal figure in the realm of Dragon Balls, and Yelin hoped that he would not harbor hatred towards him indefinitely. Chapter 61. King Kai's planet after defeating Bik the Great Demon King. Yelin departed from the ruins to reunite with Yamcha and the others. Although they had fled the royal palace, they had not ventured far, and were anxiously observing the situation within the now desolate palace. Someone was approaching. It was his master. How wonderful. It seemed his master had emerged victorious. Yamcha was the first to sense Yelin's aura, his face lighting up with joy as he gazed at Yelin hurrying towards them. Soon, Yelin stood before them. Yelin, you have defeated Bik the Great Demon King. Tien Shinhan eagerly sought information from Yelin, and the eyes of the group were filled with anticipation. I have indeed vanquished Bik the Great Demon King. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces radiated with happiness. Given the terrifying power possessed by Bik, had he still been alive, Earth would surely have faced dire peril. This is splendid news. Yelin, you have saved the entire Earth. Tien Shinhan sighed in relief, looking at Yelin with a profound sense of awe. In just a few short months of acquaintance, Yelin had grown immensely, having not only defeated Bik the Great Demon King, but also achieved remarkable strength, which left Tien Shinhan in disbelief. While Earth had narrowly escaped this calamity, greater challenges loomed in the future. Yelin expressed his hope that everyone present would engage in earnest cultivation to prepare for the trials ahead. Nods of agreement rippled through the group. The encounter with Bik had instilled in them a deep awareness of their own inadequacies. Had they possessed greater strength, Bik would have posed no threat. I propose we utilize the Tournament of Martial Arts as a platform for mutual training. Every 3 years, after dedicated cultivation, we shall determine the victor. The Tournament of Martial Arts, you say? That is indeed an excellent suggestion. With less than a year until the next tournament, let us devote ourselves to training and reconvene then. Tien Shinhan wholeheartedly endorsed Yelin's proposal. Without pressure, there can be no motivation. Currently, they were all under Yelin's protection, but this was unsustainable. They must grow stronger on their own. Then let us meet again in a year's time. Eager to witness each other's growth, they agreed. Inspired by the peril posed by Bik the Great Demon King, the group resolved to train diligently and enhance their strength. Kirin decided to train alongside Yamcha, while Sun Wukong and Krillin continued their studies under Tien Shinhan. Bulma, on the other hand, opted to return home for a while. Expressing that her research had made significant progress, Lan Shi chose to accompany Bulma home, leaving Yilin to embark on his journey alone. He first took Bik II's egg to the deity. Upon hearing Yilin's intentions, the deity was taken aback but ultimately resolved to personally intervene. Though Bik represented his malevolent side, it was conceivable that this malevolence could be reformed. Yilin shared this sentiment, which was why he entrusted Bik II to the deity and Bobo for guidance. After addressing the matter of Bik II, Yilin decided to set forth, eager to cultivate while exploring the world of Dragon Balls. Although he had traversed into this realm, the past couple of months had been consumed by various tasks, preventing him from truly experiencing it. Now, with leisure at last, he yearned to witness the essence of the Dragon Ball world. Oh, and there was also a chance for a system lottery draw. Having defeated Bik the Great Demon King, Yilin had completed the task assigned by the system, which was a draw from the difficult mode. Standing beneath the colorful lottery box, he anticipated the rewards that awaited him. Before long, the vibrant lights ceased their dance, and a small ball descended. It was a purple orb. Yilin's eyes sparkled. It appeared that fortune was on his side, as the difficult mode draw only had a 50% chance of yielding a sea-level prize, and he had indeed struck gold. Yilin's spirits soared as he anticipated the prize's unveiling. Congratulations, host. You have received a ticket to King Kai's planet. Commencing transport. Before Yilin could fully comprehend the situation, he noticed the scenery around him transforming dramatically. The moment his feet touched the ground, he felt a heavy force pressing down upon him. 10 times the gravity. King Kai's planet. Was this where he had arrived? A sudden realization struck him, just as a large gorilla bounded toward him, followed closely by a stout figure clad in black and wearing sunglasses. Return my hat, you foolish gorilla. The man and the ape were embroiled in a playful chase, but they soon caught sight of Yilin. King Kai's planet was not vast. It resembled a courtyard, making Yilin's presence easily noticeable. Are you a living being from the mortal realm? How did you come to be here? King Kai regarded Yilin with a puzzled expression, his curiosity piqued by Yilin's unexpected arrival. After all, Yilin had been transported by the system, making King Kai's bewilderment entirely reasonable. Arriving at King Kai's planet was entirely unexpected for Yilin, yet it presented an excellent opportunity for cultivation. The space here was far more expansive than that of the gravity training room, and it maintained a gravitational force 10 times stronger, especially with King Kai present. I am Yilin from Earth, here specifically to cultivate, he introduced himself. King Kai pondered for a moment, seemingly verifying something with a finger to his forehead, before his gaze returned to Yilin. Ah, I see. You are the one who defeated Bik, the Great Demon King. I am aware of your exploits. Your power is already quite formidable. Few on Earth could rival you. Why seek further training here? To safeguard Earth, I must grow even stronger. For there exist mightier beings within the cosmos, Yilin proclaimed, offering a noble rationale, uncertain whether King Kai would accept it. Upon arriving at King Kai's planet, Yilin's first thought turned to the Kaioken technique, an exceptionally powerful maneuver frequently employed by Sun Wukong in later battles against formidable foes. Thus, Yilin's foremost desire was to learn the Kaioken here. Training here? But I have nothing to offer, nor is this a suitable place for cultivation. No matter. I can train independently here. Very well, then. That poses no issue. King Kai, upon hearing Yilin's words, welcomed him to remain on King Kai's planet. Chapter 62. Training on King Kai's planet. Having spent an extended period under such tenfold gravity, Yilin gradually acclimatized to the weight. And following his battle with Bik the Great Demon King, his combat strength had notably increased. His power had now risen to 320 points. Such an enhancement from a single battle compelled Yilin to marvel at the potency of his scion lineage. However, mere physical training would likely prove insufficient. He resolved to hone his skill proficiency during his time here. The planet Jia Wangxing is distinct from other places, even if it suffers damage. It possesses the ability to self-repair. Hence, Yilin need not worry about harming Jia Wangxing. He repeatedly executed his skills, tenfold Do-Do Wave, Moon Step, Armament Haki, and Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. On Jia Wangxing, his proficiency in these skills rapidly advanced. Whenever fatigue set in, he would consume a Senzu bean to recuperate before continuing his training. That young man is indeed quite boisterous, the North Jia Wang yawned, observing Yilin's relentless training with a contemplative expression. The monotony of training lacked excitement. He wondered if the Jia Wang would be interested in joining the fray. Yi Lin's gaze shifted toward the North Jia Wang. No, no, I cannot do that. I am not a martial artist. The North Jia Wang hastily shook his head. However, Yi Lin was unconvinced. Utilizing the system, he could clearly see the Jia Wang's formidable combat power. The North Jia Wang possessed a staggering combat strength of 3,000 points, far beyond Yi Lin's current capabilities. Yet, the North Jia Wang was not one to seek conflict, a fact that Yi Lin understood well. Nevertheless, training without a sparring partner is indeed less effective. While I cannot engage directly, I can have Baburis and Gilligly assist you in your training. The North Jia Wang gestured toward his two pets, a monkey and a grasshopper. Although these creatures appeared unremarkable, Yi Lin dared not underestimate them. Each possessed combat power exceeding 800 points. In their presence, Lord Piccolo seemed like a mere shadow. Then I shall be in your care, Yi Lin declared, dashing toward Baburis with his moonstep. His speed, though impressive, paled in comparison to the tenfold gravity of Jia Wang Xing, rendering him only marginally quicker than an ordinary person. Against Baburis, such speed proved utterly futile. Baburis effortlessly evaded Yi Lin's attacks, leaving him striking at empty air. Yi Lin furrowed his brow. Despite knowing he was outmatched, the reality of their disparity struck him profoundly. Truly, combat power exceeding 800 points was no trifling matter. In that case, prepare to receive my attack. Yi Lin concentrated, summoning the wind release, spiraling shuriken, a technique capable of doubling his combat power. Pushing it beyond 600 points, the spiraling shuriken hurtled toward Baburis, but the creature merely waved its arm. The immense energy was effortlessly torn apart, and Yi Lin's attack bore no consequence. Indeed, as a companion of the Jia Wang, this creature's power is exceptional. Understanding this, I realize that I cannot pose a threat to Baburis. Thus, I must rely on numbers. Tenfold Dodo Wave. Yi Lin unleashed a barrage of laser beams from his fingertips, transforming the technique into luminous projectiles aimed at Baburis. Yet, it was Gilligly who responded, moving faster than Baburis, easily dispersing the tenfold Dodo Wave with its agile legs. This marked the first time Yi Lin faced repeated setbacks in battle. While his skills were impressive, they yielded no results against adversaries of such caliber. Nevertheless, despite being bested by the Jia Wang's two pets, the experience proved invaluable for his training. Baburis and Gilligly bore no malice. They merely reveled in defeating Yi Lin, with Baburis even pulling faces at him. This is a rare opportunity. I shall use you to hone my skills. On Jia Wang Xing, Yi Lin persistently executed one technique after another. Though none could effectively contend with Baburis and Gilligly, his speed could not match Gilligly, nor could his strength rival Baburis. Despite their playful demeanor, the true power of these pets was undeniable. Yi Lin had prepared a substantial supply of senza beans, allowing him to train with minimal rest as he continuously launched attacks against the formidable duo. Baburis and Gilligly, as the Jia Wang's pets, seemed impervious to fatigue, consistently resisting Yi Lin's onslaught. Half a year swiftly passed in this arduous training, on Jia Wang Xing, with no sunrises or sunsets to mark the passage of time. It was challenging to gauge how long he had been training. However, with the system at his disposal, Yi Lin quietly calculated the elapsed time, recognizing significant progress over the year. Name: Yi Lin. Combat Power: 600 points. Bloodline: Scion. Level 1, 3100. Skills: 1. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, Advanced. 990 10,000. This skill enhances combat power by 100. 2. Moon Step, Intermediate, 989 1000. This skill allows for aerial movement. 3. Tenfold Dodo Wave, Intermediate, 993 1000. This skill emits light waves from the fingertips, enhancing combat power by 30. 4. Armament Haki, Intermediate, 900 1000. This skill increases base combat power by 50 for 1 minute. Items: Dragon Ball Radar X1. Over the course of the year, Yi Lin made remarkable strides, continually battling Baburis and Gilligly, his Scion bloodline compelling him to grow stronger. His combat power surged, and he exhausted all his senza beans, yielding significant results as his skill proficiency reached its zenith. Although Yi Lin desired to continue his training, the time for the World Martial Arts Tournament drew near, compelling him to abandon further practice. North Jia Wang, I kindly request your assistance in returning me to Earth. Yi Lin approached the North Jia Wang. knowing that only he could facilitate his return. Rest assured, I shall return you. However, once you have returned, the journey back here will not be so easily accomplished. The North, Jie Wang cautioned. I am confident I will return to Jie Wang Xing. Until then, I hope to receive your guidance once more. Most eloquent. I anticipate your return to my Jie Wang Xing. The North, Jie Wang replied, waving his hand. When Yi Lin regained his senses, he found himself back on Earth. Chapter 63. The World Martial Arts Tournament. After a year of training on Jie Wang Xing, Yi Lin felt as though time had flown by. My body feels so light. The difference in tenfold gravity is indeed substantial. Yi Lin lightly pressed his foot against the ground, launching himself high into the air amidst dense clouds, with birds soaring nearby. The sky? Yi Lin gazed in astonishment below. He had ascended into the air without employing any skills, merely executing a simple jump that effortlessly propelled him aloft. Although he recognized the disparity between Earth's gravity and that of Jie Wang Xing, he had not anticipated such a vast difference. I must be cautious. If I exert too much force, I might leap off the planet entirely. Yi Lin allowed himself to descend back to the ground and began to run, his speed far surpassing that of any spaceship. Surrounding onlookers could only perceive a gust of wind, their eyes unable to catch a glimpse of Yi Lin's figure. Yet, for Yi Lin, such speed was merely a leisurely jog. After enhancing his combat prowess, Yi Lin keenly felt that he was no longer an ordinary individual, having transcended the capabilities of an earthling. As he journeyed forth, he inquired about the location of the prestigious Tien Shinhan. Despite being several thousand kilometers away from the venue. However, with his speed, he would arrive in merely half a day's time. The Tien Shinhan is a highly anticipated competition that attracts numerous martial artists and skilled practitioners, all vying for the championship. It seems we are among the first to arrive. I wonder how Yi Lin and the others have fared during this past year. Bulma, clad in an alluring outfit, and Lan Shi, now sporting golden hair, both caught attention. Lan Shi brandished a submachine gun, using it to part the crowd and clear a path for them. Master Roshi trailed behind with Sun Wukong and Krillin, trying to avoid the curious gazes of onlookers, as both he and Krillin bowed their heads to escape recognition, fearing the embarrassment that might ensue. I trust we shall see them soon, considering we agreed to meet after a year. Kirin and Yamcha have become exceptional talents, and they must be formidable by now. As for Yi Lin, his strength is beyond my ability to assess. When Master Roshi thought of Yi Lin, he could not fathom just how powerful he had become, surpassing the standards of an ordinary human. I truly hope to see them soon and engage in combat. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You are indeed in high spirits. Krillin shot a glance at Wukong. Both had undergone intense training over the past year, and Wukong had already mastered his skills to the extent that even Master Roshi found him challenging to overcome. While Krillin was reluctant to admit it, he understood that Wukong's talent surpassed his own. Yet, through a year of shared training, their bond had grown significantly, akin to that of brothers. Master, it has been a long time. As they conversed, a voice suddenly rang out, and they turned to see two figures approaching. Kirin greeted them warmly with a wave, while Yamcha simply raised a hand in a modest salute. What a surprise, you two seem unchanged after a year. Bulma appraised them closely. Kirin and Yamcha appeared nearly identical to a year prior, although Master Roshi distinctly sensed that their auras had evolved considerably. It seems you have endured rigorous training. Is it truly that impressive? Bulma retrieved a brand new pair of glasses, featuring a single lens equipped with finely crafted components. Let me see. Yamcha has a combat power of 290, and Kirin has 295. You both have become remarkably powerful. In just a year's time, your strengths have nearly doubled. Bulma's face was filled with astonishment, and Yamcha's eyes lit up upon seeing the glasses. Bulma, is that a combat power detector? Is it a new model? Yamcha was particularly intrigued by the combat power detector, and Bulma wore a proud expression. This is my latest invention, do not be surprised, as it can measure combat power values up to 10,000 and monitor fluctuations in real time. Over the past year, Bulma had dedicated considerable effort to perfecting this detector, and she had finally completed it in time. Yamcha gazed longingly at the combat power detector, while Bulma produced several capsules. I have prepared multiple pairs of these glasses. One for each of you. Thank you so much. Yamcha gratefully accepted the capsule and donned the latest combat power detector. His gaze swept across the surroundings, with each person's combat power values accurately displayed. Master Wu Tian's combat power is 300. He truly lives up to his reputation. Master Roshi rubbed his bald head. Oh, I did not expect such a machine to exist. It seems I have been exposed, but I am not as formidable as you young ones. I suppose I should put this old body to good use. Master Wu Tian, you are being modest, Your combat power is 280. When Yamcha's gaze shifted to Sun Wukong, he discovered that Wukong's combat power was impressively high as well, considering he had only recently begun training, achieving such growth in a mere year. He was akin to a monstrous existence. Wukong, you are remarkable. I am only at 180. Krillin also donned the combat power detector, feeling quite disheartened by the disparity between himself and Sun Wukong. Not at all. I feel everyone is quite impressive. I simply wish to spar with all of you. Sun Wukong's face radiated excitement as he looked at Yamcha and Kirin. Those two individuals. Suddenly, Yamcha sensed the approach of powerful foes, as his combat power detector detected formidable energy signatures. Tien Shinhan has a combat power of 300, and Jiaozi has a combat power of 250. Yamcha recalled encountering Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi a year ago, when he was powerless to contend with them. Now, however, his combat power was sufficient to engage them. It appears this Tianxia Di Iwudao Hui will be exceptionally thrilling. Yamcha clenched his fists in anticipation. Tien Shinhan also noticed Yamcha's gaze, his three eyes scanning the area with curiosity. Has Yilin not arrived? Rest assured, Master will attend the Tianxia Di Iwudao Hui. But if you wish to face him, you must first overcome me. Yamcha patted his chest, and Tien Shinhan examined him closely, smiling slightly. It seems you have grown considerably stronger. I look forward to your performance. Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi proceeded deeper into the martial arts competition, and in the next instant, everyone felt a tremor in their bodies, sensing an overwhelming presence approaching. What could it be? All eyes turned toward the entrance of the Tianxia Di Iwudao Hui, where Yilin stepped through the doorway. He scanned the crowd with curiosity, and upon recognizing familiar faces, he smiled and waved. Chapter 64. The most powerful boss, Yilin. Yilin's arrival captured the attention of everyone present. Greetings, everyone. It has been a while, he said cheerfully as he approached. Bulma circled around Yilin. Where have you been this past year? Not a single clue, and you seem to have lost some weight. Having spent an entire year training under 10 times the normal gravity on King Kai's planet, along with continuous battles against Baburis and Gureguli, his physique had indeed transformed. A testament to his training. Combat power, 600. Truly impressive, Master. Yamcha stared in disbelief at the readings on the combat power detector, while Yilin noted the new version of the device. It appears the combat power detector has been upgraded. You have certainly put in significant effort. Naturally, this is my latest masterpiece, and my inventions do not end here. Prepare to be amazed in the future. Bulma puffed her chest with pride upon receiving Yilin's compliment. Yilin, you truly are extraordinary. It seems the gap between us is widened once more. Kirin marveled at Yilin's combat power, feeling both awe and pride for having such an impressive older brother. Yilin, you have once again surpassed all expectations. Surely, the title of champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament belongs to you. The Turtle Sage marvels at the incredible pace of Yilin's growth and strength. He has exceeded all predictions, leaving one to ponder the nature of his training over the past year. Yilin, too, perceives the changes in everyone's combat power, his astonishment matching that of the crowd. By the timeline established in the original Dragon Ball, we are merely at the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. Yet everyone's strength has escalated remarkably, with nearly all surpassing 200 points of combat power. This rate of advancement is at least a decade ahead of the original narrative, and the cause of this phenomenon likely stems from the changes he has introduced. However, Yilin cannot shake a sense of foreboding. If progress is hastened, does that not imply that the dangers awaiting Earth in the Dragon Ball saga may also arrive prematurely? Contemplating this, Yilin remains vigilant. At that moment, Tien Shinhan approached with Jiaozi, his three eyes fixed intently on Yilin. Kirin and Yamcha stepped forward, positioning themselves between Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi. Tien Shinhan. Initiating a confrontation before the match is a breach of regulations. If you wish to challenge my master, you must first contend with me, otherwise, you lack the right to engage him. Yamcha's gaze was provocatively directed at Tien Shinhan, but Tien Shinhan remained undeterred, maintaining his focus on Yilin. It seems you have undergone rigorous training this past year, but I, too, have dedicated myself to my own arduous practice. I shall face you on the tournament stage to determine the victor. I initially had similar intentions. However, I have since reconsidered. Upon hearing Yilin's words, Tien Shinhan's brow furrowed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Do you think I am unworthy of challenging you? Not at all. You are a martial artist deserving of respect. Yet, rather than fixate on victory or defeat, I wish to witness the growth of everyone. Thus, I have decided to amend the rules. In this World Martial Arts Tournament, the grand finale will involve all of you challenging me, including this concealed friend of mine. Yilin's gaze shifted toward a figure draped in a white robe within the crowd. Under Yilin's watchful eyes, the robed figure appeared startled. There is no need for concealment. Your presence at the World Martial Arts Tournament indicates your interest in me. All eyes turned toward the enigmatic figure, who eventually lowered their hood to reveal green skin and a visage reminiscent of Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo Daimao. In an instant, Yamcha, Killern, and the Turtle Sage prepared for battle. Save for Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi, who remained bewildered, the others recognized the formidable and malevolent power of Piccolo Daimao. Hold it. He is not Piccolo Daimao. He is Piccolo Jr., the son of Piccolo Daimao. I have brought him to the gods for redemption. The crowd looked at Yilin with confusion. He had never mentioned Piccolo Jr. before. However, trust in Yilin prevailed, and they accepted his word without question. Are you not afraid of me? I could very well be here to kill you, to avenge my father. Piccolo's gaze bore into Yilin's eyes, but upon hearing this, Yilin merely smiled. I do not regret vanquishing your father. After all, he committed numerous atrocities, and I believe many would agree that his demise was for the best. However, you, being the son of Piccolo, naturally wish to avenge him. Yet, if that is the case, you should consent to my proposal, join forces with everyone, and face me in the climactic battle of this World Martial Arts Tournament. It would be to your advantage, do you not think? Piccolo regarded Yilin thoughtfully before turning away and swiftly vanishing into the crowd. Master, is this truly wise? That is the son of Piccolo Daimao, and he is here to kill you, possessing formidable strength with a combat power of 350 points. He has surpassed his father. Yamcha cast a concerned glance at Yilin. While Piccolo's combat power may not match Yilin's, allowing someone intent on his demise to join the fray is undeniably perilous. I do not sense malice from him. It seems the gods have guided him well over the past year. And even if he sought to trouble me, do you think I would be defeated? Instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about yourselves. I am the boss you all must overcome in this World Martial Arts Tournament. I assure you, should anyone manage to defeat me, I will collect all the Dragon Balls for that victor and grant them a wish before the dragon. Yilin resolved to make this event even more exhilarating. Upon hearing this enticing promise, the audience's eyes lit up. It's a deal. Master, do not think to cheat. I will make sure you taste defeat. Yilin, I too shall hold nothing back. Yamcha and Killern were invigorated, while Tien Shinhan smiled slightly, turning away with Jiaozi. Interesting. A joint assault on the boss. I can hardly wait. Tien Shinhan, are you pleased? Jiaozi questioned, puzzled. For Yilin's invitation for everyone to join forces seemed to carry an air of condescension. Yet, Tien Shinhan wore a smile, his lips curving upward. Of course I am. Where else would I find an opportunity to battle such a master? If I can overcome him, my martial arts journey will surely ascend to new heights. Tien Shinhan clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Thanks to Yilin's sudden initiative, the martial artist ignited with fervent enthusiasm. Even the Turtle Sage's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, gleamed with youthful excitement. Has the stimulation perhaps gone too far? Yilin mused, sensing the collective fervor. He chuckled wryly, scratching his head. This decision had been a spontaneous whim upon seeing everyone, and he had not anticipated such a significant upheaval. You really don't consider the consequences and just make decisions on your own. I am truly astounded. I shall enjoy watching you get thoroughly beaten. Upon hearing Bulma's teasing words, Yilin leaned closer to her. Should I emerge victorious, might I have the honor of treating you to a meal? Feeling the warmth of Yilin's breath, Bulma's cheeks flushed. Prepare to be pummeled into a pulp. Then I shall take that as your tacit agreement. Bulma quickly pulled Launch away, fleeing as Yilin smiled at her retreating figure before stepping into the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 65. The list of the top 8 within the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Many renowned martial artists had registered for this event, totaling an impressive 142 participants. Yilin scanned the entire venue, soon spotting a familiar figure. His body moved swiftly, appearing instantly behind a plump individual, patting them on the shoulder. Yachirobe, I did not expect to see you here. Yi Lin smiled at the comical figure before him, who, despite attempting to disguise himself, was still recognizable to Yi Lin. Even in such a disguise, you can still discern my identity? I am truly impressed. I merely grew weary on Korin Tower and decided to come down for a stroll. Have you encountered that Piccolo? Yes, I met him briefly. Did you bring him here? I didn't wish to, but it was the will of the gods, so I had no choice but to bring him along and join in the festivities. Yachirobe hurriedly explained, anxious that Yi Lin might blame him. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards Baiku. In fact, I warmly welcome his participation in this illustrious Tianxia Dai Wudao Dahui. If you wish to join the fray, that is permissible. However, given your current prowess, I fear that qualifying may prove to be a formidable challenge. Have you forgotten the formidable might of your esteemed master, Yichi Luobei? With the resounding clang of a gong, all eyes turned toward its source. A young man clad in a suit, donning dark sunglasses, ascended the platform. Welcome, esteemed martial artists, to the 21st Tianxia Dai Wudao Dahui. As there are only 8 slots available for the competition, we must first conduct elimination rounds. Each participant is invited to draw a number, and those who draw numbers will compete. The victors will advance, while the vanquished will be eliminated. The host, Yi Lin, was a familiar face at the Tianxia Dai Wudao Dahui. As everyone proceeded to draw numbers, Yi Lin remained aloof. After all, he was not here to engage in the tournament's proceedings. He intended to challenge all in the end, rendering participation unnecessary. Yi Lin, do you remember me? At that moment, a young girl dashed toward Yi Lin. Upon seeing her vibrant blue hair, he was momentarily taken aback. Is that you, Chi-Chi? Yi Lin did not anticipate encountering Chi-Chi here. Merely a year had passed, yet she had grown significantly, now resembling a young lady rather than a mere child. How wonderful. You remember me. I knew you would come to the Tianxia Dai Wudao Dahui. It feels like destiny. As if two lovers are fated to reunite and step into the sacred hall of matrimony. Chi-Chi clasped her cheeks, her eyes reflecting a dreamy expression. Yi Lin hesitated for a moment, recalling that he had once promised to marry her when she grew up, merely to console her tears. At the time, he had thought it a child's whimsy, yet here she was, a year later, still holding on to that promise. Chi-Chi, it has been a long time. You have grown so tall. Let us find a quiet place to reminisce, away from the chaos of these battles. Just as Yi Lin found himself in a quandary, Bulma approached with a smile, whisking Chi-Chi away. Before departing, Bulma turned back and made a playful face at Yi Lin, signaling that he owed her a favor. Yi Lin did not share such peculiar inclinations. After all, Chi-Chi was still merely a young girl, and the thought of marrying her made him feel a twinge of guilt. At that moment, the elimination round commenced. To expedite the process, 4 arenas would host simultaneous matches. Yi Lin stood by, observing the battles unfold, eager to witness the fighters' prowess firsthand. In the first match, Yichi Luobei faced off against Sun Wukong. Upon hearing his opponent's name, Sun Wukong was the first to step onto the stage. Seeing such a young child as his adversary, Yichi Luobei wore a derisive smile. It appeared that victory would come easily. Underestimate me, will you? I'll show you the fruits of my training with the Xiando. Yichi Luobei stepped onto the platform, and they took their respective positions. Please guide me. Sun Wukong bowed to Yichi Luobei. Humph, bring it on. I will even let you strike first, Yichi Luobei replied confidently. Watching Yichi Luobei's overconfidence, Yi Lin could not help but feel a sense of mourning for him. Indeed, Yichi Luobei had seen an increase in his combat strength over the past year. Yet, he lacked the diligence characteristic of true martial artists, having only practiced briefly in the company of Ka Lin. Presently, his combat power stood at 190, impressive for an ordinary person, yet woefully inadequate against Sun Wukong. With a resounding bang, as the host called the match to begin, Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared before Yichi Luobei, landing a punch squarely on the unsuspecting boy. Yichi Luobei gasped, sent flying out of the competition arena. Yichi Luobei has been eliminated. Sun Wukong is the victor. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion and cheerfully exited the stage. Hey, did you even see his movements? It was impossible to catch what just happened. Indeed, Sun Wukong's overwhelming strength left the ordinary martial artists in shock. However, to Yi Lin, the contenders for this edition of the Tianxia Dai Wudao Dahui were predetermined, and these individuals were merely participants in a foregone conclusion. How humiliating. Is that fellow a monster? Yichi Luo Bei lamented, approaching Yi Lin to voice his grievances. Yi Lin could only shake his head with a wry smile. While Sun Wukong possessed Scion blood, it was through arduous training that he had achieved such a remarkable increase in strength within just a year. In contrast, Yichi Luo Bei had squandered his time, leading to his inevitable defeat. Battles unfolded as anticipated. Bate-Lian versus Yamu Cha, with Yamu Cha emerging victorious. Na-Mu versus Tien Shinhan, with Tien Shinhan victorious. Na-Fong versus Baiku, with Baiku victorious. As Yi Lin had predicted, these ordinary martial artists stood no chance against those with combat power exceeding 200. How could there be so many monsters? What has happened to this world? Yichi Luo Bei pondered, barely able to comprehend the gap between himself and his opponents. The other participants, upon witnessing the extraordinary strength of the 8 contenders, swiftly realized their lack of hope against them. Consequently, many chose to forfeit rather than face defeat. This expedited the process significantly, leading to the announcement of the final 8. I hereby declare that the top 8 contenders for the 21st Tianxia Daiwudadoe are as follows: Kulin, Yamu Cha, Baiku, Tien Shinhan, Jiao Zi, Wu Tian Lao Shi, Ji La In, and Sun Wukong. These 8 will proceed to the subsequent arena matches. Upon the revelation of the final list, there was little to say. The strength of these 8 was undeniably formidable and conspicuous. Chapter 66. Yamu Cha versus Tien Shinhan. Following the announcement of the top 8, the matchups were quickly arranged, with results displayed prominently. Sun Wukong faced Kulin. Yamu Cha squared off against Tien Shinhan. Ji Lan faced Baiku, and Wu Tian Lao Shi battled Jiao Zi. Observing the matchup board, Yi Lin felt a sense of satisfaction. He had not anticipated encountering Tien Shinhan so early. It was indeed fortuitous. Yamu Cha's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. Since witnessing the battle between Yi Lin and Tien Shinhan a year ago, he had resolved to grow stronger. Now a year had passed, and he sought to determine whether he had entered the realm of true strength through his confrontation with Tien Shinhan. Give it your all. Do not bring shame upon your master. Yi Lin patted Yamu Cha on the shoulder, offering encouragement. He then departed from the competitors' lounge, intending to observe as a spectator while awaiting his own climactic appearance. Outside the venue, Bulma waved him over, and he approached her. Where is Chi-Chi? I informed her of some delicious food stalls. She should be indulging in treats now. Bulma made a gesture of reassurance. After all, Chi-Chi was still quite young and easily swayed by Bulma's charm. Over the past year, since I dealt with Baikuda Mo Wang, has anything significant transpired? What of the Red Ribbon Army? This was a matter of great concern for Yi Lin, as the threat posed by the Red Ribbon Army was not to be underestimated. He could not afford to overlook their existence. Once the serious matters were addressed, Bulma's expression grew markedly more solemn. Initially, the Red Ribbon Army had surrendered to Bick the Great Demon, leading to their forces occupying the capital. However, the fierce confrontation between Yu and Bick had devastating consequences, reducing the capital to its current state. The Red Ribbon Army suffered heavy casualties, with reports indicating that their commander and leadership perished in the cataclysmic explosion. Hearing such news, Yi Lin was somewhat taken aback, yet upon reflection, it was understandable, as the majority of the Red Ribbon Army comprised ordinary individuals who could not withstand Bick's energy release. As for Dr. Gero, did he meet his end in that explosion as well? Dr. Gero? Who is that? I had my father's associate investigate the Red Ribbon Army. Yet there was no mention of this Dr. Gero. Bulma gazed at Yi Lin with a puzzled expression. Her words made Yi Lin realize that Dr. Gero was likely lurking in deeper shadows. He was acutely aware that this very Dr. Gero was the architect of the androids, whose emergence would pose a significant threat in the future. If Dr. Gero could be dealt with preemptively, perhaps the crisis of the androids could be averted. However, his opponent was evidently cunning, hiding far too well. Never mind. The river will flow naturally to the bridge. If he perished in the explosion, that would be for the best. Should he survive and dare to plot against Earth again, I shall not let him escape. A resolute expression graced Yi Lin's face. Let us proceed to witness the tournament. I have secured front row tickets. Bulma gestured towards the blonde-haired launch, who was currently brandishing a submachine gun. Make way for me if you wish to live. The gunfire startled everyone, prompting them to clear a path for Yi Lin and his companions. See that? Bulma arched an eyebrow, a smug expression adorning her face, while Yi Lin could only muster a stiff smile as they made their way to the front row amid the peculiar gazes of the crowd. At that moment, Two fighters ascended the arena. The first match commenced. Sun Wukong versus Krillin. Let the battle begin. The resounding clang of the bell marked the official start of the contest. Wukong, do not hold back. Krillin shouted. I will give it my all, Sun Wukong replied with a nod. In an instant, Krillin charged at Sun Wukong with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, launching a punch. Yet, his fist passed through Sun Wukong's form. Oh no, it's an afterimage. Bang! Sun Wukong had already appeared behind Krillin, delivering a punch that sent the unsuspecting fighter off the stage. The host's face was a picture of astonishment, as the outcome had been determined in the blink of an eye. First match concluded. Sun Wukong is the victor. Recovering quickly, the host adeptly announced Sun Wukong's triumph. Krillin, are you alright? After the match, Sun Wukong approached to assist Krillin. I truly was no match for you, Wukong. Your prowess is astounding. Krillin touched his bald head, expressing admiration for Sun Wukong's strength, displaying no signs of dismay despite his loss. I am still not formidable enough. I wish to face more skilled opponents and become stronger. Sun Wukong's gaze shifted toward Yi Lin, their eyes locking in a moment of silent challenge. From Sun Wukong's eyes, Yi Lin perceived a strong desire for battle, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. A year had passed, and he too yearned to witness the fruits of Sun Wukong's training. The second match was announced, Yamcha versus Tien Shinhan. Observing Yamcha and Tien Shinhan as they stepped onto the stage, Bulma's curiosity piqued. Yi Lin, does Yamcha stand a chance against that three-eyed guy? Yi Lin scrutinized the two competitors before shaking his head. It's hard to say, in terms of combat power. Tien Shinhan indeed appears stronger. However, sometimes sheer power does not dictate everything. If Yamcha aims for victory, it will depend on how diligently he has trained this past year. You really are partial to your disciple, yet I too hope Yamcha triumphs. Bulma regarded Yi Lin with surprise at his faith in Yamcha. If he loses, I shall have him taste my bullets, Launch declared, still wielding her submachine gun, leaving Yi Lin and Bulma speechless. Perhaps we should change her state to prevent any mishaps. Yi Lin suggested. Fear not. I have a plan, Bulma replied with a mischievous smile, retrieving a bottle of pepper from her pocket and blowing it towards Launch. Achoo! Launch sneezed, transforming into her blue-haired self. Where am I? The blue-haired Launch looked around in confusion. Ding! The bell rang on the stage, signaling the start of the battle, with Yamcha and Tien Shinhan standing motionless, their gazes locked in mutual vigilance. Today, I will defeat you and prove I have entered the realm of the strong. You have changed significantly since we last met. You are undoubtedly a formidable fighter now. Yet you cannot possibly defeat me. Let us see about that. Suddenly, Yamcha sprang into action, his body becoming a blur of afterimages, reaching astonishing speeds with mere movement. Tien Shinhan remained stationary, yet his three eyes tracked Yamcha's every move. No matter how fast Yamcha was, he could not elude the gaze of those three eyes. Receive my attack. Afterimage Fist combined with Wolf Fang Fist. Afterimage Wolf Fang Fist. For Yamcha's appeared on the stage, encircling Tien Shinhan, unleashing a torrent of punches akin to a rain of bullets. This afterimage fist was a technique Yamcha had mastered while training under Kirin over the past year, and he had melded it with his Wolf Fang Fist to create this afterimage Wolf Fang Fist. Even Yi Lin was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this technique. Chapter 67. The Hostility from Kame Senin. The power of Yamcha's newly devised afterimage Wolf Fang Fist was indeed impressive, amidst such a relentless barrage of punches. Even Yi Lin would hesitate to guarantee he could evade every strike. Yet, he did not seal the openings, and it appeared the assault was drawing to a close. Yi Lin sighed, noticing Bulma's puzzled expression beside him. Isn't Yamcha currently overpowering that three-eyed guy? Yi Lin pointed upwards, prompting Bulma to glance up, where she was astonished to see Tien Shinhan had somehow ascended into the air. Yamcha also sensed his attacks had lost their target, halting his assault as the four afterimages dissipated, leaving only his original form gazing at Tien Shinhan in the sky. You have indeed grown considerably, yet your move has clear weaknesses. Had you sealed off the area above, I would not have been able to escape. Tien Shinhan loomed above, looking down at Yamcha, having utilized the opening to employ his flight technique. A slight smile crept onto Yamcha's face. What if I purposely left a gap? With that, Yamcha's gaze sharpened, and he pressed his palm downward. Energy sphere. Tien Shinhan felt an overwhelming pressure from above, glancing up in shock as an energy ball plummeted from the sky. Yamcha's use of the afterimage Wolf Fang Fist was merely a ruse to create an opportunity for his energy sphere, which he had already positioned high above, waiting for Tien Shinhan to escape upward from his assault. Everything had unfolded perfectly, and Tien Shinhan was left with no time to evade the impending attack. In midair, Tien Shinhan brought his index fingers together and shouted, "Kick-a-ho rebound." The energy sphere that had been aimed at Tien Shinhan was unexpectedly deflected back toward Yamcha as he uttered the incantation. As Yamcha gazed at the energy sphere hurtling towards him, he was taken aback. He hurriedly manipulated his energy blast, exerting immense effort, and at the last moment, managed to divert the energy sphere to the side. However, seizing this opportunity, Tien Shinhan charged right in front of him. "This is bad, it's over." Yamcha's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to resist, but Tien Shinhan delivered a powerful kick that struck Yamcha solidly. Yamcha was sent flying, ultimately being forcefully ejected from the arena. The match concluded, and the announcer proclaimed with fervor, "Tien Shinhan emerges victorious." A sigh of relief escaped Tien Shinhan, who then raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, only to feel a sharp pain in his palm. To his astonishment, he discovered that both of his hands were raw and bleeding, evidently the result of rebounding the energy blast. Yamcha, indeed, is a formidable opponent. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. A smile crept onto Tien Shinhan's face as he joyfully approached the ring. "Are you all right?" Yilin asked as he approached, gently tapping Yamcha's face. Yamcha regained consciousness, glancing at the ground outside the arena with a wry smile. "I'm sorry, Master, I've embarrassed you." Observing Yamcha's despondent demeanor, Yilin rose to his feet. "You haven't embarrassed me. Rather, you've embarrassed yourself. No shame and strive for improvement. One failure is inconsequential. What matters is the lessons learned from it." Upon hearing Yilin's words, Yamcha stood tall, shaking off his earlier gloom. "You're right, Master. If I had better controlled the energy blast, I wouldn't have been rebounded. Even if rebounded, I could have continued my assault. Ultimately, it's a matter of insufficient training. That's a fair assessment. However, it's essential to note that you have made progress. Your residual image wind fist was quite impressive, and your strategy and tactics were commendable. Continue to train diligently." Encouraged by Yilin, Yamcha completely dispelled his feelings of despair. In the third match of the tournament, Master Wu Tian faced off against Jiaozi. Both the Turtle Hermit and Jiaozi took to the ring. Despite the significant age difference, one should not underestimate Jiaozi, whose battle prowess is equally formidable. "The youth of today are truly remarkable. I fear my old bones can hardly withstand the strain," mused the Turtle Hermit, feeling the strain on his back as he attempted to steady himself. Jiaozi looked at the Turtle Hermit with a puzzled expression, seemingly assessing his strength. Suddenly, the bell rang. In that instant, the Turtle Hermit lunged at Jiaozi with remarkable speed, catching Jiaozi off guard and causing him to react a beat too late. Yet, he still raised his finger. Too slow. The Turtle Hermit's hand seized Jiaozi's finger, extinguishing the energy that had coalesced there. Startled, Jiaozi's eyes glowed with a jade light. Superpower. This was Jiaozi's unique ability, allowing him to control his opponent's movements. "Youngster, such tricks are of no use against someone of my age. With a little grit, I can easily withstand this." The Turtle Hermit raised his finger, completely unaffected, and flicked Jiaozi's forehead. Jiaozi exclaimed as he was sent flying, teetering on the brink of being thrown out of the ring. In a hurry, he utilized his flight technique to suspend himself in the air. Before he could catch his breath, a shadow loomed above him. Looking up in shock, he saw the Turtle Hermit standing on him, with Jiaozi's feet firmly planted on the ground. The match concluded, declaring Master Wu Tian the victor. The Turtle Hermit effortlessly leapt off Jiaozi. "Little one, I've tried to go easy on you. You possess potential, but you lack practical experience. Train hard." With that, the Turtle Hermit turned and left the arena, while Jiaozi slinked away with his head hung low. "Old scoundrel, at your age, bullying my disciple." An elderly man in a green robe and a crane hat shouted from the audience. This man was the master of Tien Shinhan and Jiaozi, the Crane Hermit. The Turtle Hermit cast a furious glance at the Crane Hermit. "I didn't expect you to show up, little crane. Have you forgotten the original intent of martial arts?" Recently, observing these young fighters, I feel I can't remain idle any longer. Unlike you, I refuse to stagnate. The Turtle Hermit averted his gaze and walked toward the resting area, while the Crane Hermit frowned, sensing a change in his senior brother. The reason for practicing martial arts? The Crane Hermit looked up at the sky. Both were disciples of the great martial artist Wu Tai Do, But as time passed, they diverged into their own paths. While the Crane Hermit lost the desire to strengthen himself, the Turtle Hermit clearly took a different route. Humph, stubborn old man, you'll soon find yourself humbled. The Crane Hermit dismissed, then turned his gaze to a corner where Yi Lin stood. Yi Lin, you killed my brother. Do not think this matter will be resolved so simply. A glint of coldness flickered in the Crane Hermit's eyes, while Yi Lin merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. At present, Yi Lin possessed an acute awareness of his surroundings. He would instantly perceive any hostility directed towards him. Upon seeing the Crane Hermit, Yi Lin understood his intentions and refrained from making any elaborate preparations. Regardless of the methods employed against him, he would simply counter with appropriate measures. Chapter 68. All of you, together. In the fourth match, Jillian faced off against Piccolo. This battle piqued Yi Lin's interest, for Jillian was not a prominent character in the Dragon Ball original series. However, due to his encounters with Yi Lin, Jillian had become a disciple of the Turtle Hermit. Over the past year, Jillian's strength had significantly improved, and Yi Lin was eager to see if Jillian could match Piccolo's prowess. As both fighters took their positions in the arena, Jillian focused intently on Piccolo. Having discerned through his power detector that Piccolo's combat strength surpassed his own, with the ringing of the bell, Jillian surged forward with remarkable speed, creating numerous afterimages in his wake. Piccolo, arms crossed, exuded a natural air of arrogance. Even in his stillness, Jillian found no openings to exploit. If there are no openings, I shall create one. Super gum. Jillian opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of viscous liquid that cascaded from above like rain. This powerful adhesive, once it adhered to anything, would prove nearly impossible to escape, effectively sealing off the entire fighting area. Attempting to flee would result in being thrown out of the ring. Such petty tricks, how tiresome. Piccolo began to gather a substantial amount of energy, igniting it in flames around him. Jillian's adhesive met the flames and was instantly incinerated to ashes. This is no mere trick. I have upgraded this technique. Super Gum Modify. Jillian clenched his fist, causing a massive amount of adhesive to rapidly coalesce around Piccolo, enveloping him entirely in mere moments. Seizing this opportunity, Jillian prepared to strike. Kamehameha Wave. Having mastered the Turtle School's ultimate technique, Jillian unleashed the formidable Kamehameha Wave, knowing that if it connected, even Piccolo would not emerge unscathed. Demon Flash. Piccolo clenched his fists, crossed them over his chest, and a dazzling golden light burst forth from the slime, shooting straight at Killian. Killian's Kamehameha was instantly dispersed, and then Killian was knocked out of the ring by the demonic flash. Match over. Piccolo wins. The gap between Killian and Piccolo was still quite obvious. Facing such a strong opponent as Piccolo, Killian still lost. However, Killian was very resilient. Even after being knocked out of the ring by the demonic flash, he was unharmed. He simply scratched his head at the defeat, showing no discouragement whatsoever. It seems he still needs to train harder. There are so many powerful people out there. Seeing Killian's good attitude, Yi Lin didn't offer any words of comfort. With that, the semi-finalists were determined, and the subsequent matches were arranged. The semi-final match, Tien Shinhan vs. Master Roshi. Tien Shinhan and Master Roshi stepped onto the ring. Looking at the old man before him, Tien Shinhan showed no carelessness. I've heard you're my master's senior brother, so please allow me to address you as Uncle Master. But even as Uncle Master, I won't hold back in this match. Young man, you certainly have vigor, but being too complacent will lead to great losses. Master Roshi removed his shirt, his muscles bulging rapidly, a powerful aura gathering around him. Wow, what terrifying aura! Tien Shinhan was startled. The aura gathered by Master Roshi far surpassed his own. He hadn't expected Master Roshi to unleash such a thunderous attack right from the start. However, this leaves you with many openings. Tien Shinhan charged towards Master Roshi, determined to defeat him before he could even make a move. World-shaking palm. Master Roshi roared, raising his hands high. A golden light emanated from his outstretched palms, enveloping Tien Shinhan. Ki blast reflected. Tien Shinhan tried to deflect the world-shocking palm, but the golden light still enveloped him. Useless young man, my move combines strength and flexibility. You can't deflect it. Master Roshi shouted, flicking his hands, sending Tien Shinhan flying out of the arena before crashing heavily to the ground. Tien Shinhan landed on his hands and feet, staring wide-eyed at the ground, his face filled with shock. He hadn't been careless. After all, Kaiatsu had lost in the same way, but even with his preparedness, he had still lost to Master Roshi. Young man, you were too arrogant. Although you learned some skills from Master Crane, your arrogance has ruined your advantage. Having said that, Master Roshi walked past Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan gritted his teeth, then let out a long sigh of relief, accepting the result. He knew Master Roshi was right. Unbelievable. Master Roshi has won this match. The host was also very surprised by the result and announced Master Roshi's victory. Even Yi Lin hadn't expected Master Roshi to win so easily. He gave Master Roshi's back a deep look. This was the spirit of a martial artist. Even in the later stages of Dragon Ball, Master Roshi's strength was not to be underestimated. The next match was Goku versus Piccolo. This match, which followed immediately, intrigued Yi Lin even more. Because of his intervention, Piccolo and Goku had barely interacted. Goku hadn't experienced many grueling battles. Could he still defeat Piccolo under these circumstances? This aroused his deep curiosity. Piccolo's gaze fell upon Goku. He was puzzled that such a young child had managed to win so far, but he wasn't particularly concerned. His real opponent was Yi Lin. Dong. With the ringing of a bronze bell, Goku struck first, his speed exceeding all expectations. Goku launched a flurry of punches and kicks at Piccolo, his astonishing speed surprising everyone. Piccolo's eyes narrowed slightly, then he extended his hand. But to Piccolo's surprise, his hand grasped something soft. It was Goku's tail. Ah, he's exhausted. Goku, who had been relentlessly attacking, suddenly lost his strength. Piccolo, with one hand, easily lifted Goku and tossed him out of the arena. This result surprised everyone. Piccolo couldn't understand what had happened. He could only assume Goku's training wasn't up to par. The match is over. Piccolo wins. While the process was astonishing, Piccolo's victory was undeniable. Now, only the final decisive match remained to determine the champion of this world's greatest martial arts tournament. However, no one present seemed to care about the championship. They were all waiting for the last person to enter. After round of matches, the moon was now hanging in the sky. Just as the host was about to announce the start of the final match, a figure suddenly appeared on the stage. Then let the final match begin. The rules are simple. Whoever defeats me, I will grant them the wish of Shenron. They can use any means necessary. I will beat them until they can no longer fight. Yi Lin stood on the stage, speaking with extreme arrogance. Sir, what's this? My name is Yi Lin. Don't you think this kind of match is more interesting? Yi Lin retorted to the host, and at this moment, the audience outside the arena erupted in cheers. Seeing the high level of excitement, the host's eyes lit up. Ladies and gentlemen, the final match has been changed at the last minute. This Mr. Yi Lin, who suddenly appeared, is ready to accept all the challenges from the participants and has boasted that he will make them all unable to fight again. Now, I declare the final match open. Oh! The entire arena erupted in cheers. Yi Lin's gaze defiantly swept over the crowd. Go get your senzu beans from Yajirobe. Once you've recovered your fighting strength, come up to the ring. All of you, come at me together. A smirk played on Yi Lin's lips. Before the battle, a fighting spirit seemed to burn within him. Chapter 69. The threat of the bomb. Faced with Yi Lin's provocation, the 8 selected participants stepped onto the ring. Yi Lin, I'm here too. Yajirobe also rushed onto the ring. A wicked grin on his face, seemingly very interested in ganging up on Yi Lin. Don't worry, I'll take care of you too. I've made the rules very clear. You can attack anytime. Yi Lin spread his hands, indicating that everyone was ready to attack at any time. Tien Shinhan, kill this brat. He's the one who murdered your master. Tao Pai Pai. Just then, outside the arena, Master Shin shouted at Tien Shinhan. Tien Shinhan was startled, his gaze turning to Yi Lin. Using this move? But your master is right. I did kill Tao Pai Pai, though not intentionally. He died in his own self-destruction. Yamcha is a witness. Of course, if you think we're in cahoots. There's nothing I can do. If you want revenge, you're welcome anytime. After hearing Yi Lin's words, Tien Shinhan closed his eyes. Tien Shinhan, what are you hesitating for? If you go all out, that kid named Yi Lin won't be a match for you. Master Shun continued shouting from the sidelines. Whoosh. A beam of light shot from Yi Lin's finger, the dudong wave passing past Master Shin's face. Old man, if you want revenge for your brother, come up here and exchange a few blows yourself. Or do you not even have the courage to step onto the stage? Yi Lin looked coldly at Crane Master. Hearing Yi Lin's words, a ferocious look appeared on Crane Master's face. Yi Lin, don't be too arrogant. Do you think you'll have a way out today? Today is your death day. Shenron let out a boisterous laugh, and suddenly, numerous helicopters appeared in the sky. At that moment, the mechanical roar of tanks entered the venue. This unexpected turn of events frightened the audience, causing them to flee in all directions. The Hong Dandai army? Yilin noticed that the helicopters and tanks bore the insignia of the Hong Dandai army. Indeed, over the past year, I have reassembled these individuals from the Hong Dandai army. I have heard from Tien Shinhan that you would arrive here a year later to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. I have been preparing this plan for a year, and everyone present today must perish. Shenron laughed heartily, exuding an air of confidence in his victory. Surely, you do not believe that such helicopters and tanks can subdue me? Of course, I am well aware of your prowess, which is precisely why I have prepared a grand gift for you. Beneath the World Martial Arts Tournament, I have buried an immense quantity of explosives, powerful enough to rival a nuclear bomb. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot survive the detonation of such explosives. Shenron coldly revealed his entire scheme, and Yilin glanced at the ground beneath him. If such powerful explosives truly lay buried below, while he might escape unharmed, the others around him, especially Lan Chi, Bulma, and Chi, who were mere mortals, would not be so fortunate. Master, how could you be so despicable? Tien Shinhan glared at Shenron, fury blazing in his eyes. You two have grown wings and dare defy your master's orders. Very well, I shall consider you both forfeited as my disciples. And today you shall accompany my brother in death. Shenron had completely lost his sanity, evidently intent on dragging everyone down with him. Go ahead and detonate it if you wish. Shenron originally made this statement to instill fear in Yilin, hoping he would kneel and plead for mercy. But to his astonishment, Yilin remained unperturbed and directly invited him to set off the explosives. Yilin, have you lost your mind? If the bombs explode, we will all perish. Bulma exclaimed, her eyes wide with horror, while Achiloa Bay had already collapsed to the ground. Am I to die here today? I said not to meddle. Why must I attend the World Martial Arts Tournament? Now look, I am going to die here. Achiloa Bay despaired. Yilin, do you have a plan? Master, he must have thought of a good solution. Kira, En, and Yamcha looked to Yilin, their unwavering trust in him evident. They believed he had devised a plan. No plan exists. If the bomb detonates, I will merely shield everyone from it. If sacrifice is required, I will resurrect everyone with Shenron. Surrendering to the villain, does he think I will not detonate the bomb? Upon hearing Yilin's words, everyone was stunned. But soon they understood his intention. Gather all your energy and channel it into me. I will absorb the bomb's impact. The group exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. The 8 of them concentrated their energy, infusing it into Yilin. At that moment, Yilin's battle power surged, swiftly surpassing the threshold of 1,000. Armed Haki. Yilin roared, his body seemingly clad in armor, and his battle power doubled to 2,000. A terrifying aura enveloped Yilin, causing the earth around him to crack. Utilizing Kinbunshika Haki, Yilin perceived everything in his vicinity. Even the depths below could not escape his gaze. He quickly pinpointed the location of the bomb and raised his finger. Tenfold doo-doo wave. A beam of light coalesced at his fingertip, shooting straight into the ground, effortlessly piercing through the surface. The force of this strike, amplified by the tenfold doo-doo wave, reached a staggering 2,600 battle power. You shall not succeed. We shall all perish together. Shenron bellowed, pressing the switch in his hand as the buried explosives prepared to detonate. However, at that moment, the tenfold doo-doo wave collided with the explosives. The entire earth trembled as if an earthquake had struck, and Bulma and Lan Chi clung to each other, both believing they were about to be annihilated. Yet, the earth merely shook violently. A massive explosion did not occur. What is happening? Why didn't the bomb detonate? That is because I used the tenfold doo-doo wave to neutralize the bomb's power. Any excess energy has been redirected deep underground. Yilin coldly regarded Shenron, whose face shifted through a spectrum of colors, shocked that his flawless plan had been thwarted by Yilin. In the vast universe, aboard a spaceship traversing the starry expanse, Vegeta occupied a position of authority, preparing to invade the next planet. At that moment, he felt a flicker in his brow, a fluctuation in battle power, intertwined with psion energy. Could it be planet M78? I recall there being an underclass warrior there. Raditz, your brother is on that planet, correct? Yes, Lord Vegeta. You are to visit planet M78 and bring that underclass warrior back to me. Based on the recent battle power reading, he should prove useful. As commanded, Raditz, who had been kneeling, rose and departed the spaceship, embarking on his small craft towards planet M78. Chapter 70. The Unstoppable Yilin. Now that the crisis posed by the bomb had dissipated, Yi Lin intended to deal with Shenron as well. Huh, what just happened? Was that an earthquake? At that moment, a girl passed through the front lines, clutching a candy apple. It was Chi-Chi. She had just gone to grab a snack and was unaware of the chaos that had unfolded at the venue, returning only now. Innocently, she assumed a celebratory event was taking place, entirely oblivious to the tension. Shenron furrowed his brow at Chi-Chi, having seen his plan foiled by Yi Lin. He was seething with rage. Upon encountering this mindless girl, he unleashed his wrath upon her. Where did this little brat come from? Die? Shenron's hand transformed into a claw, aiming for Chi-Chi's chest. With Shenron's battle power of 120, this strike could likely pierce through her heart. Danger! In that critical moment, the closest Sun Wukong lunged forward, embracing Chi-Chi. Shenron's palm struck Sun Wukong's back directly. Sun Wukong rolled with Chi-Chi, using the momentum to distance himself from Shenron. The claw of Shenron tore a gash in Sun Wukong's back, blood streaming forth. Are you alright? You're bleeding. Chi-Chi exclaimed in panic, gazing at Sun Wukong's injury, while he shook his head. It's just a superficial wound, but he truly is a despicable villain. Attacking an unarmed girl. Do not worry, I will protect you. Sun Wukong glared fiercely at Shenron, shielding Chi-Chi behind him. Chi-Chi's gaze fixated on the laceration on Sun Wukong's back, captivated by his determination. What a scoundrel! Raging within him, Yi Lin felt a surge of anger. If Shenron had targeted him directly, he might have understood, given that he had indirectly killed the man's kin. However, to assail a child ignited his fury. Yi Lin unleashed a powerful punch through the air. Bang! Qianxing never anticipated the immense power of Yi Lin. He was directly sent flying by a punch from a distance, and in midair, the overwhelming energy caused blood to flow from his 7 orifices. When Qianxing landed, he had already lost his breath. As the aura around Yi Lin began to dissipate, he released his Haki and cast a glance at Tien Shinhan. If you seek vengeance for your master, feel free to do so. However, I do not regret killing him. Of course, should you choose to seek revenge, I will not allow you to kill me without resistance. Yi Lin's blunt words struck Tien Shinhan's heart, prompting him to shake his head. I witnessed what transpired. His actions were indeed vile and shameless. I will forego revenge, but I will still issue a challenge. I wish to defeat you. Hearing Tien Shinhan's words, Yi Lin smiled slightly. You are welcome to challenge me at any time, but first, we must deal with the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army. Just as Yi Lin was about to take action, Piccolo stepped forward. You have already expended considerable energy. It would be unfair to let you continue. I will handle these foes. Piccolo took a step forward, gathering energy around him. Special beam cannon. Piccolo shouted, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres from his hands. These energy spheres accurately struck the planes and tanks, turning the surroundings into a sea of flames in the blink of an eye. All the aircraft and tanks were obliterated. And after completing this task, Piccolo exhaled, showing no signs of fatigue. Such an offensive was not a significant burden for him, and once again, everyone marveled at Piccolo's strength. Now let us officially commence the final match. Yi Lin stood in the center of the arena, his gaze sweeping over those present. Do you not need a moment to rest? Kirin asked, looking at Yi Lin with curiosity. Upon hearing the inquiry, Yi Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. Against you all, I believe I am more than adequate. Truly arrogant. Then let this old man test you. Master Roshi was the first to step forward, his muscles bulging. Observing his robust physique, Yi Lin couldn't help but feel speechless at his claim of being an old man. Master Roshi's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, he rapidly approached Yi Lin. Yi Lin raised his hand to grasp Master Roshi's fist. As Master Roshi's fist was caught, he launched a kick towards Yi Lin's abdomen. But Yi Lin's other hand accurately intercepted the strike once more. Master Roshi unleashed an incredible burst of energy, attempting to push Yi Lin away. However, Yi Lin seized the opportunity to release his grip. In the next instant, instead of retreating, Yi Lin surged forward, crashing his shoulder into Master Roshi. Bang! Master Roshi was sent flying back, landing 10 meters away before finally coming to a stop. After their brief exchange, Master Roshi had already gleaned some understanding of Yi Lin's abilities and relayed this information. A direct confrontation suits me perfectly, Piccolo shouted, gathering an astonishing amount of energy that quickly concentrated at his fingertips. The onlookers were taken aback by this overwhelming aura. Special beam cannon. A beam of light shot from Piccolo's fingertips, spiraling with incredible speed towards Yi Lin. Boom. Piccolo sensed the impact of his special beam cannon, but to his astonishment, Yi Lin's aura remained intact. Over the past year, through relentless training, I have mastered the ability to continuously use Haki. Emerging from the debris of the explosion, Yi Lin walked forth, his skin now resembling armor. He had withstood the special beam cannon with his body, leaving Piccolo wide-eyed, astonished that his strongest attack had been endured by Yi Lin. Throughout the past year, Yi Lin had endured rigorous training on King Kai's planet, facing opponents like Babarusu and Guriguri, whose combat prowess surpassed his own, significantly enhancing his resilience. Now, coupled with his Haki, his defensive capabilities had reached new heights. Allow me to first reduce their numbers. Shave. Yi Lin's speed exceeded everyone's expectations as he almost instantaneously appeared before Kuririn. Kuririn was startled and attempted to evade, but found himself unable to escape in time. Bang! Kuririn was sent flying by Yi Lin's punch, akin to a cannonball, landing outside the arena and failing to rise again. The first one is down. Just as Yi Lin spoke, a shockwave struck him, launched by Jiaozi. How could this be? Seeing his Dodone Ray hit Yi Lin without inflicting any damage, Jiaozi felt a wave of defeat. At this moment, Yi Lin charged forward, replicating his previous action and sending Jiaozi flying out of the arena with a single punch. The second one is done. Yi Lin declared his victory with ease. Maintain your distance. This state of his should have a time limit, as he just released it. Master Roshi issued a tactical directive, prompting everyone to scatter in an attempt to avoid the oncoming threat. After all, under the influence of Haki, their attacks had all lost effectiveness. A commendable strategy. But your speed is simply too slow. Yi Lin utilized Shave, appearing before Yachirobe in an instant. Damn it, I'll fight you. Yachirobe swung his sword towards Yi Lin. But Yi Lin's fist was evidently faster. With a grunt, Yachirobe became the third to be sent flying out of the arena. Yi Lin surveyed the remaining participants, all of whom wore grave expressions. Even with their numerical advantage, they realized they could not suppress Yi Lin. He was far too powerful. In an instant, he had dispatched 3 opponents, and Yi Lin retracted his Haki, his combat power dropping back to 600 points. Upon seeing Yi Lin withdraw his Haki, Master Roshi quickly began to coordinate a strategy. For individuals surrounded Yi Lin from all sides: Master Roshi, Yamcha, Kirin, and Tien Shinhan. Each of these 4 possessed formidable combat prowess, and at that moment, they simultaneously unleashed their ki blasts. For beams of energy surged towards Yi Lin, and faced with this predicament, he executed a moonwalk to evade into the air. I've been waiting for you. Let us see how you handle my special beam cannon this time. Piccolo had positioned himself above, ready for Yi Lin's arrival. It was a trap specifically designed for him. A beam of light surged toward Yi Lin. Previously, with Haki, he could withstand this strike, but now he could no longer maintain it. Super Rasen Shuriken. In response to the incoming beam, Yi Lin raised his other arm, generating a massive energy sphere. The Super Rasen Shuriken collided with the special beam cannon, but Yi Lin's combat power far surpassed Piccolo's, and he forcibly pushed through the special beam cannon towards Piccolo. What? Piccolo had not anticipated that Yi Lin possessed such a technique, while simultaneously, the 4 below adjusted the trajectory of their ki blasts, redirecting their attacks towards the airborne Yi Lin. Now, Yi Lin found himself besieged from all sides. Within such a brief moment, these 5 had executed such coordination that he couldn't help but commend them. Yet amidst this sense of crisis, Yi Lin could distinctly feel the blood within him boiling. Tenfold Dodone Ray. Yi Lin raised his other arm, simultaneously firing 10 Dodone Rays, using his strength to counter the 5 ki blasts. The 5 individuals roared in unison, exerting their utmost strength, yet no matter how hard they tried, they could not breach Yi Lin's defenses. Amidst this encirclement, Yi Lin could distinctly hear the powerful beating of his own heart. Break through, he bellowed, as he propelled his Deyu Wan directly towards Piccolo, countering the might of the Mo Guan Guang Sha Pao. Even someone as formidable as Piccolo was thrust aside by this force. With Piccolo no longer a hindrance, Yi Lin unleashed his Shubei Dongdong bow with full vigor. A tremendous boom resonated from the arena, and the 4 individuals below were sent flying off the stage by the sheer impact of the shockwave. Outside the arena, the 5 lay on the ground, gasping for breath, having exhausted their strength, yet still faced defeat. Is this fellow a monster? How could he be so strong? No wonder my father fell to him. Piccolo, drenched in sweat, realized the toll his earlier assaults had taken on his energy, making it exceedingly difficult to mount another effective offense. The turtle hermit and the others shared this sentiment, their eyes fixed on Yi Lin, who remained standing atop the stage, resigned to the truth that they were outmatched. Observing from the sidelines, Sun Wukong's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he watched Yi Lin. Yi Lin is incredibly strong. I too wish to test my skills against him. No. You are injured. You cannot hope to match Yi Lin, Chi exclaimed in alarm, hastily restraining Sun Wukong. Do not worry. It is merely a surface wound. It is of no consequence. I am safe now. I will proceed to compete. Sun Wukong pounded his chest vigorously to affirm his vitality before leaping onto the stage. Yi Lin's gaze shifted to Sun Wukong, fully aware that he was a scion and that he too bore the blood of a scion within him. Wondering if this heritage influenced him, Yi Lin had long intended to engage in combat with Sun Wukong. I shall give it my all. Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance, his focus unwaveringly fixed on Yi Lin. From Sun Wukong, Yi Lin sensed a fervent fighting spirit. Indeed, he was a warrior imbued with scion blood, and this desire for battle stemmed from the influence of that bloodline. In the next moment, Sun Wukong struck, appearing before Yi Lin in an instant. His flurry of punches rained down like a hailstorm, yet Yi Lin effortlessly evaded each attack. Under the influence of Kinbunshika Haki, he anticipated every move Sun Wukong made. Is the disparity in combat power too vast? Despite Yi Lin's yearning for a duel with Sun Wukong, he recognized that his current strength was insufficient. Clenching his fists, Yi Lin delivered a powerful blow to Sun Wukong's abdomen, sending the latter flying backwards. Wukong. Krillin looked on with concern as Sun Wukong lay rigid on the ground. Yi Lin's strike had shown no mercy. He had calculated Sun Wukong's resilience, and given the force behind his punch, Sun Wukong could no longer rise. Wukong, hang in there. Seeing Sun Wukong fall, Chi began to cheer for him. The image of Sun Wukong saving her was etched deeply in Chi's mind, and witnessing his downfall ignited her desire to support him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong lay still on the ground, yet his eyes were fixed on the full moon above. His energy surged uncontrollably, his body undergoing a transformation. His eyes glowed a fierce red, and he sprouted a coat of fur, growing increasingly robust. Oh no! How could I forget that this transformation turns him into a giant ape? Yi Lin scolded himself for his oversight. Scions could indeed transform into this primal state, and in this form, Sun Wukong's power would escalate tenfold. Originally possessing a combat power of 280, his transformation skyrocketed it to 2,800. Such power would be a formidable challenge for Yi Lin, bordering on catastrophic. Everyone, evacuate immediately, Yi Lin shouted with a grave expression, as all present sensed the overwhelming surge of energy emanating from Sun Wukong, leaving them deeply shaken. However, they also recognized that Sun Wukong had lost his rationality. Yi Lin, will Wukong be all right? This was the first time they witnessed a scion in such a battle state, and Chi was the most apprehensive. Rest assured, I will help him revert from this state. You all need to find safety, Yi Lin assured Chi. Subsequently, everyone fled the venue in haste, leaving Yi Lin alone to confront the transformed Sun Wukong. Yi Lin, catch these senzu beans. Yachirobe tossed a small pouch of senzu beans to Yi Lin before making his escape. Yi Lin caught the beans. Thanks, now hurry. Yachirobe, witnessing the towering giant ape, let out a terrified scream and scrambled away. Now, how shall I deal with you? Yi Lin gazed up at the giant ape that was once Sun Wukong and consumed a senzu bean, its restorative power replenishing his energy. Chapter 72. Subduing the giant ape version of Sun Wukong had completely lost his sanity, rampaging and wreaking havoc all around. The venue for the World Martial Arts Tournament lay in ruins, having been nearly demolished. You need to calm down, Yi Lin declared as he dashed towards the giant ape's head, but just then, a shadow lunged at him. Even in its frenzied state, the giant ape retained a keen sense of hostility. The shadow was the giant ape's fist. Armored Haki. After consuming the senzu bean, Yi Lin regained some strength and was able to activate his armored Haki once more. With Haki enveloping him, his defensive capabilities surged, and his combat power rose to 1,200. Yet, even in this state, the gap in strength between him and the giant ape was still monumental. Yi Lin was struck down by Sun Wukong's punch, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Rising from the pit, Yi Lin wiped the blood from his mouth. a rare injury marking his lips despite his armored Haki and inherent resilience. Yi Lin had not faced such a situation in a long time. Gazing at the giant ape before him, the blood within him boiled, influenced by the Scion lineage coursing through him. However, Yi Lin knew it was unnecessary to engage in a decisive battle with the current giant ape form of Sun Wukong. Rather, he needed to awaken him from this state. Futon, Raisin Shuriken. Yi Lin raised his palm, conjuring an energy shuriken that spun rapidly. The giant ape roared in fury, perhaps sensing the formidable energy emanating from Yi Lin. Undeterred, Yi Lin raised his other arm, sending a shockwave directly towards the giant ape's face. Sherbei Dong Dong Bo. The shockwave struck the giant ape, its dazzling light causing it to close its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Lin hurled the spinning futon, Raisin Shuriken. The shuriken circled behind the giant ape, its sharp edges severing the creature's tail. The mighty gorilla emitted a feeble roar, its body rapidly diminishing until the formidable figure of the gorilla vanished, replaced by the bare form of Sun Wukong. Naturally, the tail behind him had been severed by Yi Lin. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong revert to his original state, Yi Lin felt a slight sense of relief. Given his current strength, subduing Sun Wukong in his gorilla form would have proven quite challenging. Observing the sleeping Sun Wukong, Yi Lin glanced up at the full moon hanging in the sky. It appeared that although the system had bestowed upon him the bloodline of the Scions, it was likely distinct from that of true Scions, suggesting that he would not transform into a gorilla. Yi Lin secretly rejoiced. Should he have transformed into a gorilla and caused widespread destruction, the consequences would have been unimaginable. With his battle prowess, transforming into a gorilla would have rendered him unstoppable, and he certainly did not wish to lose his mind in such a form. It seemed that this grand martial arts tournament had reached its conclusion. Eyeing the surrounding ruins, Yi Lin scratched his head, having not anticipated the battle would escalate to such intensity. Ding. System task notification. Eliminate the invading Raditz. Difficulty level, hard. Task reward, 1 divine lottery draw. Just as Yi Lin contemplated what lay ahead, the system's task reminder startled him. How could Raditz arrive on Earth so swiftly? He was not due for at least another 5 or 6 years. This sudden turn of events caught Yi Lin completely off guard, for he could foresee that upon Raditz's arrival, Earth would inevitably become entangled in cosmic affairs, attracting powerful beings from the universe. Although his strength was currently sufficient on Earth, formidable entities abound in the cosmos, especially Raditz's master, Vegeta. It was evident that he must intensify his training. Shortly thereafter, as the absence of the gorilla became apparent, everyone returned. Wukong. Chi-Chi rushed towards Sun Wukong, who lay motionless on the ground, and embraced him. Do not worry. He merely fainted. He is not seriously harmed. Yi Lin reassured as he approached and administered a Senzu bean to Sun Wukong. After consuming the bean, Sun Wukong opened his eyes. What happened? Sun Wukong, perplexed, surveyed his surroundings, having completely lost memory of his transformation into a gorilla, a scenario Yi Lin had anticipated. You transformed into a gorilla, your battle power surged, and you lost your rationality. I severed your tail to temporarily suppress the power of your Scion bloodline, Yi Lin explained. His gaze fixed on Sun Wukong as he recounted the events. Sun Wukong touched the spot where his tail had been, his face reflecting surprise at its absence. Do not fret, the tail will regrow. I had no choice but to seal your bloodline's power temporarily. You must strengthen yourself sufficiently to control the Scion power. Yi Lin advised. Master, what is a Scion? At this moment, the surrounding crowd could no longer contain their curiosity, for the recent events had been astounding to them. Scions are a warrior race from the cosmos, possessing remarkable combat talent. Transforming into that gorilla form is their battle state. The cosmos? Science. So, Wukong is an extraterrestrial. Krillin exclaimed in disbelief after hearing Yi Lin's explanation. Wait a moment, Yi Lin, how do you know so much? Are you also from the cosmos? Bulma inquired. Her brow furrowed as she absorbed the new information. I am not entirely of this earth. I too possess the Scion bloodline, Yi Lin replied ambiguously, acknowledging his origins as a traveler from another world. I see now. No wonder Yi Lin is so formidable. In essence, he is fundamentally different from us. Achi Luo Bei realized, and the others nodded in agreement, finally understanding the source of Yi Lin's extraordinary abilities. Observing the lively chatter among the group, Yi Lin smiled slightly. Perhaps due to the earlier battle, their bonds had grown significantly closer. I have a request for everyone. In the near future, Earth may face considerable tribulations. I hope you can swiftly enhance your combat strength. For training, I recommend seeking the guidance of the gods. Acknowledging that the timeline of the Dragon Balls might be accelerated, Yi Lin understood that strengthening himself was paramount, but it was equally essential for his companions to enhance their abilities. Yi Lin, why are you so anxious? Is someone coming to challenge us on Earth? Master Roshi, with his seasoned experience, sensed something amiss from Yi Lin's words. The onlookers gazed at him expectantly, and after much consideration, Yi Lin decided to share some information to motivate everyone. Indeed, powerful beings from the cosmos will soon arrive on Earth. These individuals are exceptionally strong. Even I cannot compare to them at present. Therefore, diligent training is our only recourse to face the impending crisis. Yi Lin worried that his words might incite undue panic among them. Cosmic experts are on their way. I can hardly wait to engage them. Yamcha exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Cosmic experts? I wonder if the martial arts practiced on Earth will be effective, Tien Shinhan remarked, clenching his fists, eyes gleaming with determination. Piccolo, arms crossed, gazed skyward. His thoughts unclear, yet it was evident he was not intimidated. Yi Lin recognized that his concerns were unfounded. The individuals before him were genuine warriors, undeterred by the knowledge of their formidable foes. Chapter 73. Journey to Hell. A month had passed since the conclusion of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Due to numerous occurrences during the event, the title of champion fell to Yi Lin, who stood victorious in the end. However, he had no time to bask in accolades, for the imminent arrival of Raditz loomed large in his mind. Meanwhile, the other participants who reached the top 8, including Master Roshi, had accompanied Piccolo to train under the gods. Yi Lin was confident that their training would elevate their abilities significantly. As for himself, he returned alone to the King Kai's planet. Now, he faced the combined assault of Girigeli and Baburus, maintaining his ground without faltering. Let us take a break. The North Kai halted Yi Lin's training. Yi Lin exhaled in relief as he examined his attributes. Name: Yi Lin. Battle Power, 700 points. Bloodline, Scion, level 114. 100 Skills, 1. Wind Release, Spiral Shuriken, Advanced, 99, 210, 000. Increases battle power by 100 upon use. 2. Lunar Step, Intermediate, 99, 310, 000. Enables aerial flight. 3. Tenfold Kamehameha, Intermediate, 99, 710, 000. Emits light waves from fingertips, increasing battle power by 30 upon use. 4. Armed Haki, Intermediate, 91, 010, 000. Increases base battle power by 50 for 1 minute. Items: Dragon Ball Radar X1. During this period, especially through participation in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, his battle power had risen rapidly. He had focused on enhancing his battle strength without devoting much attention to refining his skills. Yi Lin, your strength is already formidable on Earth. There is no need for such relentless training. The gaze of the Beijia Wang fell upon Yi Lin, perplexed by his eagerness to cultivate. Although he might have already attained considerable power on Earth, the universe holds far greater masters. Without further enhancement, he would be unable to safeguard the planet. The Beijia Wang lapsed into silence before casting a glance at Yi Lin. In that case, I recommend you cultivate in Hell. There, you should be able to hone your skills more effectively. Upon hearing this suggestion, Yi Lin's expression turned to one of confusion. Am I still alive and able to venture into Hell? Naturally, Yi Lin was aware of Hell's formidable inhabitants, including the likes of Sun Wukong, who had also trained there. There is no issue. I have a good rapport with the Yinluo Wang, and I shall recommend you. The Beijia Wang raised his finger and tapped it on Yi Lin's forehead, instantly imparting a refreshing sensation throughout his body. To his astonishment, Yi Lin noticed a circular halo hovering above his head. This will suffice. I will ensure the Yinluo Wang looks after you. The Beijia Wang regarded Yi Lin's state with satisfaction and spoke with a benevolent smile. Beijia Wang, are you sending me to Hell because you find me bothersome? Yi Lin eyed the Beijia Wang skeptically, causing the latter to stiffen. How could that be? I merely see your diligence in cultivation and wish to direct you to a suitable place for training. There are absolutely no ulterior motives. The Beijia Wang hastily shook his head, and Yi Lin, not wishing to pursue the matter, indeed harbored thoughts of training in Hell. However, he did not wish to follow in Sun Wukong's footsteps and perish before entering, as he could not guarantee that his current self would be resurrected after death. With the Beijia Wang's recommendation, he could not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Thank you, Beijia Wang. I would like to train in hell. Excellent. I believe you will enhance your abilities significantly in hell. However, before I depart, I would like to practice a bit. Please pardon me. During the more than a year that Yi Lin had been training, the Beijia Wang had not enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, as the sounds of Yi Lin's training and battles were exceedingly vexing. Now that he was finally able to send off this troublesome individual, the Beijia Wang felt a sense of joy but was taken aback when Yi Lin made another request. Nonetheless, considering Yi Lin's imminent departure, he decided to endure it a little longer. Do as you wish. The Beijia Wang generously acquiesced to Yi Lin's request. Having observed his attributes earlier, Yi Lin realized that his skill proficiency was nearing perfection. He intended to upgrade his skills before heading to hell. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated a vast amount of energy around him. Tenfold Dodo Wave. Moonstep. Tenfold Dodo Wave. Moonstep. Yi Lin unleashed his skills towards the King of Worlds, causing the Beijia Wang and Baburis, as well as Gilejali, to hurriedly dodge. Hey Yi Lin, what on earth are you doing? Do not recklessly damage the King of Worlds. Yet, as the Beijia Wang had granted him freedom, he felt confident that the esteemed Beijia Wang would not go back on his word. With an innocent look, Yi Lin gazed at the Beijia Wang, who was furious, while he continued to unleash his skills. Ding! Congratulations, the proficiency of your moon step has reached perfection, and the skill has been upgraded to a high-level skill, Gale Step, capable of generating vacuum attacks and forming slashes. Ding! Congratulations, the proficiency of your tenfold Dodo Wave has reached perfection, and the skill has been upgraded to a high-level skill, Dodo Wave Extreme, enhancing combat power by 80. A series of notifications erupted in Yi Lin's mind, and he finally completed his skill training. Name: Yi Lin Combat Power, 700 points Bloodline. Scion, Level 14100, Skills, 1. Wind Style Spiral Shuriken, High Level 992100000. Skill Description: activating this skill enhances combat power by 102. Gale Step, High Level 010000. Skill Description: activating this skill generates vacuum attacks and forms slashes 3. Dodo Wave Extreme, High Level Max. Skill Description: emits light waves from fingertips. Activating this skill enhances combat power by 84. Armed Color Haki, Intermediate 9101000. Skill Description: basic combat power increase of 50, lasts for 1 minute. Items: Dragon Ball Radar X1. This recent skill enhancement brought Yi Lin considerable delight, as mastering Gale Step represented an additional method for aerial combat. However, with Dodo Wave Extreme reaching its limit, it indicated that the skill could no longer be further improved. Armed with these upgraded skills, Yi Lin was confident that his journey to the region would yield greater rewards. Beijia Wang, I am ready and can depart at any moment. Very well. Be on your way. The Beijia Wang snapped his fingers, and Yi Lin instantly vanished from the King of Worlds. Observing the battered state of the King of Worlds, the Beijia Wang sighed. Although this realm would eventually restore itself, witnessing its current condition was disheartening. However, after sending off Yi Lin, he could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. Chapter 74. Meeting the Yanluo Wang in a burst of light, Yi Lin found himself transported to a grand palace, where he beheld a towering figure exceeding 5 meters in height, his physique resembling that of a small mountain. With red skin, a thick beard, and adorned with a horned hat, he emanated a powerful presence. Flanking him were 2 greenish little demons, acting as his secretaries. You must be Yi Lin. I have already heard from that fellow, Beijia Wang. You wish to cultivate in hell, do you? That fellow truly has a way of getting things wrong. Do you think hell is merely a playground? Hell has its own rules, and its order must not be disrupted. The Yanluo Wang fixed his cold gaze upon Yi Lin, who felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, even greater than that of the Beijia Wang. Combat power 5,000. Indeed, he is worthy of the title of Yanluo Wang. Yi Lin thought to himself. Through the system, he could now see the Yanluo Wang's combat power. As far as hell on earth was concerned, the Yanluo Wang was the strongest. Yanluo Wang, I do not intend to disrupt the order of hell, but rather to assist in managing the regional order. Oh, what do you mean by that? The Yanluo Wang expressed curiosity at Yi Lin's statement. There are many unruly individuals within hell. You are aware of this, are you not? If I could gain entry, I could temper their fervor, making regional control much more manageable. What do you think, Yanluo Wang? Oh, that is indeed an intriguing idea. The lower realms are often turbulent. If they could be made to behave, it would indeed be beneficial. However, Those ruffians in the lower realms are not easy to deal with. How can I trust that you possess the strength to handle them? The Yinluo Wang looked down upon Yi Lin, doubting his abilities. If you believe that, why not try your hand against me? Although Yi Lin was certainly no match for the Yinluo Wang, this was a rare opportunity to engage in combat with such a formidable opponent. Haha, you dare to challenge me? You are indeed a naive little brat, unafraid of tigers. Rest assured, I have already chosen your opponent. Bring forth the green demon and red demon from the 3rd special district of the 1st layer. Yes, Yinluo Wang. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures entered the grand hall, each wielding enormous spiked clubs. One was clad in red, and the other in green. These were the adversaries selected by the Yinluo Wang for Yi Lin. Combat power 300 and 290. Indeed, they are considered experts here on Earth. Yi Lin had already assessed the combat power of the red demon and green demon. To gain my consent, you must conquer the Qinggui and Hongui, the overseers of the 1st tier. If you cannot surpass them, it is futile to consider descending further. Yinluo Wang scrutinized Yi Lin, seemingly intent on evaluating his prowess. Yinluo Wang, are you truly considering a battle with such a diminutive creature? Is this not somewhat unfair? The towering figures of Qinggui and Hongui, each exceeding 2 meters in height, made Yi Lin appear as a mere child in their presence. With a resounding crash, a gust of wind swept through, propelling Qinggui and Hongui backward, embedding them deeply into the wall. Surely this suffices as proof, Yinluo Wang. Yinluo Wang, taken aback by Yi Lin's strength, nodded in acknowledgement. With such power, you indeed possess the qualifications. Very well, I shall permit you to test your mettle. However, do not blame me for the consequences. Should your actions disrupt the order of hell, I shall not show leniency. Subsequently, Yinluo Wang produced a token, tossing it to Yi Lin, inscribed with the characters Yinluo. With this token, you may navigate freely within hell, but I advise against venturing beyond the 10th tier. It is not a realm suited for your current capabilities. Yi Lin accepted the token from Yinluo Wang, recognizing that within this hell, myriad powerful entities awaited. It was undoubtedly the ideal place for him to hone his skills. Thank you, Yinluo Wang. I shall ensure the order of hell is managed more effectively. With a respectful nod, Yi Lin dashed toward the serpentine pathway, leaping and vanishing into its depths. What an intriguing individual, mused Yinluo Wang. Is it truly wise to allow a living soul to traverse hell? The secretary beside him displayed a look of concern. This is a concession to the Northern Realm King and a favor to Yi Lin. The tyrant Bick has caused a severe influx of souls into hell, nearly saturating the upper tiers. Fortunately, Yi Lin has dealt with Bick, and his proposal merits consideration. If he can temper the rebellious spirits of hell, it would be a remarkable achievement. A satisfied smile spread across Yinluo Wang's face, prompting the secretary to refrain from further comment as Yinluo Wang immersed himself in affairs of state, subsequently dismissing thoughts of Yi Lin. Upon descending the serpentine path, Yi Lin arrived at the 1st tier of hell, where the ambience was predominantly crimson, yet the environment remained tolerable. He observed countless white souls diligently engaged in labor, with humanoid figures like his own being exceptionally rare. The combat prowess of these souls rarely exceeded 10. The 1st tier was not Yi Lin's destination, according to Yinluo Wang. His limits lay at the 10th tier. He decided to delve deeper. As Yi Lin traversed the ground of the 1st tier, he realized this was not his intended destination. The surrounding souls were too weak. Hey, who are you? What brings you here? A towering minotaur wielding a massive battle axe approached, boasting a combat strength of 300 points. And who might you be? Yi Lin replied. I am Gubadin, the overseer of this 1st special district. I don't recall seeing you before. Who are you? Upon hearing Gubadin's words, Yi Lin's eyes lit up. He was unfamiliar with the path deeper into hell, and as a manager, this minotaur would undoubtedly be well acquainted with the realm, making him the ideal guide. I am Yi Lin, the Hell Order manager appointed by Yinluo Wang. Do you not kneel in the presence of your superior? Yi Lin produced the token bestowed by Yinluo Wang. Gubadin, startled by the token, trembled and promptly knelt before Yi Lin. I did not recognize your arrival, my lord. Please forgive my lack of courtesy. I intend to inspect the order of hell, and I entrust you with the honor of guiding me. Are you willing? To serve as your guide is my honor, my lord. Please, follow me. Yi Lin smiled slightly at Gubadin's eagerness to comply. Being an official made matters significantly easier for him. As Gubadin led Yi Lin through hell, the souls appeared to live relatively stable lives, and each tier of hell was vast, far exceeding the expanse of earth. Upon reaching the center of the first tier, Gubadin pointed to a chasm below. My lord Yilin, the second tier lies beneath. Allow me to escort you down. With a sharp whistle, Gubadin summoned descending clouds, which arranged themselves into a staircase leading to the abyss. As Gubadin led the way, Yilin felt no trepidation despite the chasm's depth, for he possessed the moon step to safeguard himself. After traversing the lengthy staircase, Yilin finally arrived at the second tier, which bore little difference from the first. Scanning the souls in the vicinity, he noted that the strongest among them barely exceeded 100 points in combat prowess. Clearly, this was not his target. Let us proceed to the next tier. Yes, my lord Yilin. Gubadin guided him further into hell, where the descent continued through another chasm. Upon reaching the third tier, Yilin discovered souls with combat strengths reaching 500 points. Yet, he sought even more formidable adversaries. This level was still insufficient. Proceed to the next layer. My lord Yilin, my authority extends only to the first 3 tiers. Beyond this, I lack the necessary permissions. Gubadin appeared troubled, realizing he could only accompany Yilin to this third tier. In that case, take me to someone who can lead me to higher levels. Yes, my lord Yilin. Please follow me this way. Gubadin led Yilin onward. The vast expanse of hell allowed them to sense each other's locations, facilitating their journey. As they traveled, they soon found themselves at a pond's edge, where a figure shrouded in a white robe was fishing. Lord Gubadin, this is Lord Yilin, appointed by Yanluo Wang as the Hell Order Manager. My permissions are insufficient, so I hope you can escort Lord Yilin to the next tier. Upon hearing Gubadin's words, the fishing figure removed his hat, revealing green skin, pointed ears, and 2 antennae atop his head. A Namekian? Yilin gasped at the sight. Noting the figure's resemblance to a Namekian, albeit adorned with a soul-state halo. Hell Order Manager? I have not heard of such a title. I am Badu, the overseer of this 3rd special district. Badu regarded Yilin with a hint of skepticism. In Yilin's eyes, however, Badu's combat strength was astonishing. Badu, a Namekian, with a combat strength of 10,000. Such overwhelming might eclipse Yilin entirely. Is it typical for a 3rd-tier overseer to possess such strength? You can discern my combat power? I am a combat-specialized Namekian, and my strength is sufficient to assume the role of a manager on the 5th level. However, I find solace in the tranquility of this 3rd realm. Are you truly the envoy designated by Lord Yanluo? Batten has realized that Yelin has discerned his true strength, and he proceeds to offer an explanation. Following this, Yelin produces a token, and upon seeing it, Batten nods in acknowledgement. Indeed, the aura of Lord Yanluo is present. The token must be genuine. Although I am uncertain of the position of the Hell Order's administrator, you wish to descend to the next layer, and I can guide you. Although I would like to express my gratitude, I wonder if I might challenge you to a duel first. A combat-specialized Namekian is a rare find. As in the original tale, only one such Namekian remained when Sun Wukong and his companions arrived on Namek. He did not anticipate his fortune in encountering such a formidable opponent so soon. A duel? While I am a combat-specialized Namekian, I am not inherently aggressive. It is precisely my aversion to conflict that led me to choose this 3rd realm. In my view, there exists no necessity for a contest between us. Yelin's eyes narrowed. It was clear that his opponent was underestimating him. It seems you possess great confidence. Why not engage in a wager? If you cannot surpass me within a minute, you must serve as my training partner. I have stated that I do not enjoy fighting. Thus, I shall not wager with you. Nevertheless, Batten was not swayed by Yelin's provocation. Namekians inherently favor peace, and even a combat-specialized Namekian like Batten maintains the disposition of his kin. If you win this wager, I shall provide you with information regarding the existence of our kind on Earth. Upon hearing this, Batten's gaze fixated on Yelin. There are still my kin on Earth? If you desire information, you must triumph over me. Witnessing Batten's excitement, a slight smile graced Yelin's lips. His opponent had fallen into his trap. Very well. I accept your wager. Should I prevail, you must divulge all information concerning my kin. It is settled. Guba Dun will serve as the judge. Guba Dun, standing nearby, appeared anxious, having not anticipated the situation would unfold in this manner, and he hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. Prepare, begin. Once Guba Dun had distanced himself sufficiently, he issued the command to commence. Armed color Haki. Yelin immediately unleashed his skill, augmenting his combat power by 50 to reach 1050. Yet, even with this boost, the disparity between him and Batten remained vast. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Yellen conjured an energy shuriken, elevating his combat power by 100 to a staggering 2,100. Despite this, the gap between him and Batten was still immense. It appears this is your limit. Thus, I claim victory in this wager. Batten regarded Yellen. His combat power was 5 times that of Yellen's, and such a gap rendered any resistance futile. In an instant, Batten vanished and reappeared behind Yellen with astonishing speed. It is over. Batten's hand, shaped like a blade, sliced towards Yellen's back. However, Yellen, wielding the wind release, spiraling shuriken, struck behind him. Batten frowned. Having not anticipated his actions would be anticipated, Yellen remained vigilant, prepared with observation Haki, sensing Batten's movements the moment he acted. Humph, and what of it? Batten gathered an immense energy in his palm, intent on crushing the shuriken with a single motion. Explosion. Yet Yellen detonated the wind release, spiraling shuriken, unleashing a powerful shockwave that ravaged the surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, Yellen executed a moon step while simultaneously employing Gale Foot. Batten found himself taken aback by Yellen's relentless barrage of attacks, his eyes gleaming with cold determination as he prepared to teach Yellen a lesson. Lord Yinluo, why have you come? As Batten charged into the air, he heard Yellen's words and turned back in confusion, only to find nothing behind him. Batten paused momentarily, then erupted in rage, realizing he had been toyed with. You scoundrel! Batten charged towards Yellen, who remained entirely unresistant, standing calmly in place. Time's up. Just as Batten's fist neared Yellen's face, Gooba Dun shouted, and Batten's fist halted in its tracks. It appears victory is mine. A subtle smile graced Yellen's lips, while Batten clenched his fists in frustration, ultimately conceding, for he had lost the wager. Chapter 76, Training in Hell. Batten gazed at Yellen, admiration evident in his expression, completely devoid of his earlier bitterness and anger. It seems I indeed underestimated you. You are far stronger than I imagined. A bet is a bet. I shall serve as your training partner. Yellen felt a weight lift from his heart upon witnessing Batten's willingness. Had Batten been unreasonable and resorted to violence, Yellen would have had no choice but to abandon this expedition. Nonetheless, Batten was a peace-loving Namekian. Despite his combat specialization, he retained a gentle temperament. Gooba Dun, you may return. From now on, Batten will guide me. Yes, Lord Yellen, I shall take my leave now. Gooba Dun wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had been anxious about potential mishaps, but now he felt relieved to have fulfilled his duty. You have come to Hell for training, correct? I can direct you to an excellent training location, but in exchange, might you share information regarding my compatriots on Earth? After Gooba Dun departed, Batten proposed his trade to Yellen. Rest assured, I intended to inform you of your kin regardless of victory or defeat. However, if there is a better training ground available, that would be even more splendid. Subsequently, Yellen detailed the situation regarding Piccolo on Earth. Upon hearing Yellen's account, Batten was thoroughly astonished, a look of contemplation crossing his features. The environment on Namek is indeed harsh. Sending Piccolo to Earth was perhaps a wise decision. I never anticipated there were my kin on Earth. This is truly astonishing information. Allow me to lead you to the training site. Batten then guided Yellen through the third layer of Hell, and they traversed the terrain swiftly, arriving at a rocky plateau within an hour. The entire plateau displayed an ancient yellow hue and appeared remarkably unremarkable. This is gravity rock. The gravity here is 30 times that of normal conditions. Training in this environment will yield significant benefits. Batten picked up a small stone and cast it into the gravity rock. Bang! The stone, no larger than a thumbnail, produced a thunderous sound upon impact and was utterly shattered. You should attempt to walk upon this gravity rock first. Thereafter, we can proceed with the training. However, before Batten could finish his sentence, Yellen leaped into the gravity rock. The 30-fold gravity bore down on him, and the moment he landed, Yellen felt an immense weight. Armed Color Haki. Activating his Armed Color Haki, he found the heaviness alleviated somewhat. This was his first encounter with such intense 30-fold gravity. The gravity training chamber he had previously encountered only exerted 10 times the gravity, and the same applied to King Kai's planet. The 30-fold gravity presented Yellen with an entirely new experience. His body felt burdened as if he were carrying 3,000 to 4,000 jin, the heaviness rendering him breathless. Fortunately, Yilin maintained his Armed Color Haki and began to run on the gravity rock, which was as expansive as a football field. Under 30 times the gravity, Yilin sprinted with fervor. In the air, Barton silently observed Yilin's training. although Yi Lin had unleashed a peculiar technique that temporarily augmented his combat power. Such prowess was unlikely to endure. Once the technique's duration expired, his combat power would inevitably diminish, and at that point, he would struggle to run on the gravity rock. Yi Lin was fully aware of the limited duration of his armed color Haki, which lasted only a minute. Thus, his goal was to extract every ounce of potential within that fleeting time. As he dashed across the gravity rock, beads of sweat cascaded down like raindrops, his breaths resonating with the intensity of an engine, while his heart raced wildly. The Scion bloodline within him surged to life, causing his combat power to soar. Combat power, 1500, 1800, 2000. Yi Lin vigilantly monitored the fluctuations in his combat power, which escalated rapidly under the extreme pressure of potential suppression. As the minute elapsed, Yi Lin's armed color Haki gradually waned, yet he persisted in his sprint across the gravity rock. His technique should have been dispelled by now. Why can he still endure? Barton had originally planned to extract Yi Lin from the gravity rock when his technique faltered, but he was astonished to witness Yi Lin withstand the gravity and adapt to it. Even Barton had suffered considerably during his first encounter with this gravity rock. Yet Yi Lin's performance was remarkably superior. It was truly astonishing how much he had grown in such a short span. The combat-specialized Barton believed his own combat talent to be commendable, yet Yi Lin evidently surpassed him. After exhausting his potential, Yi Lin consumed a senzu bean. Now revitalized, he refrained from continuing his run on the gravity rock. He was not Sun Wukong. Yi Lin understood the Scion trait of becoming stronger with battle. With the natural pressure of the gravity rock, he needed to amplify that pressure further. Barton, let us spar. Upon hearing Yi Lin's call, Barton nodded and descended onto the gravity rock. With a combat power of 10,000, he was barely affected by the gravity. Do not hold back. I have senzu beans to restore my energy. Come at me with the intent to kill. Yi Lin's eyes radiated fierce determination, prompting a serious expression from Barton. For an extended duration thereafter, Yi Lin and Barton engaged in intense combat on the gravity rock. Naturally, it was Yi Lin who endured the punishment. However, he did not suffer in vain. Under such harsh conditions, his combat power experienced significant enhancement. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed since Yi Lin trained on the gravity rock of the third layer of hell, and he had made remarkable progress. On the gravity rock, he launched rapid assaults against Barton, the two exchanging blows. Yi Lin, trouble is brewing. Scions have arrived on your Earth. While immersed in training, Yi Lin suddenly heard the voice of the North Kai. Have they already come? Lord Kai, can you transport me back to Earth? Of course. Clear your mind. I shall assist in your transfer to Earth. Yi Lin glanced at Barton, who had also sensed his urgency, and ceased his attack. I'll handle this minor inconvenience and return shortly. Very well, I shall await your return. Barton settled into a meditative posture on the gravity rock, while Yi Lin communicated with the North Kai. In the next instant, Yi Lin was transported from Hell to Earth. Chapter 77. The Instantaneous Defeat of Raditz Beyond Earth. A circular spaceship descended rapidly. The vessel landed smoothly, and the hatch opened, revealing a figure stepping out. Is this Earth? The gravity is surprisingly weak. It appears the quality of this planet is quite low. I can sense some notable energy gathering together. Conqueror must be there. Raditz, clad in a tan battle suit with a power detector over his left eye, gazed ahead. He then soared toward the direction of the temple at an astonishing speed. In the Karen's sacred land, the temple, Kami and Popo were instructing Master Roshi and his disciples in their training, but the moment Raditz appeared, everyone trembled, sensing an unsettling energy approaching at high speed. This is bad. The cosmic powerhouse Yi Lin spoke of has arrived sooner than expected. With just a month of time, our strength is insufficient to contend with them. Master Roshi's expression turned grave. Although their combat power had improved significantly within such a short period, surpassing 300 points each, it was still woefully inadequate against the imminent threat. Even from a distance, they could clearly feel the overwhelming strength of the approaching enemy, who was evidently heading directly toward them, having locked onto their position. At this juncture, it seemed there were no alternatives left. Piccolo, I will merge with you. Afterward, you shall take my place and defeat this cosmic invader. Kami's sudden declaration made Piccolo furrow his brow. If that is the case, you will completely vanish. Are you certain about this? Kami shook his head in response to Piccolo's inquiry. It no longer matters. I have lived long enough. If my sacrifice can bring peace to Earth, that is sufficient. Kami exhibited no fear regarding his impending disappearance. Kami, you cannot simply sacrifice yourself like this. Popo interjected, tears welling in his eyes, unwilling to witness Kami's demise. Popo was correct. There was no need for such self-sacrifice. Moreover, even if we merged, it was uncertain how much stronger we would become. Your aging body might even weaken me. I have more faith in my current strength, Piccolo retorted coldly, a gentler sentiment underlying his words. They're here. Yamcha's brow furrowed as he fixed his sharp gaze towards the sky, and in the next moment, a figure materialized. Raditz crossed his arms and looked down with an air of superiority. With all of your combat powers hovering around 300, you must be the strongest beings on this planet. How convenient for me to find you all gathered here. Raditz sneered at the group below. Then his gaze settled on Sun Wukong. Found you, Kakarot. I can't believe you're actually alive. You'll be a valuable pawn for Lord Vegeta, exterminating the strong on this planet, and then you will leave with me without resistance. All eyes turned toward Sun Wukong, who gazed at Raditz in confusion. I don't know you, but since you intend to harm my friends, you must be a villain. I will defeat you. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Raditz sighed. It seems you are still just a child at heart. Truly a defective product, with such poor comprehension. Since you refuse to leave, I shall eliminate your friends and forcibly take you away. That will suffice for reporting to Lord Vegeta. Raditz raised his right hand, gathering an astonishing amount of energy in his palm. The combat power is an astonishing 1500. Yamcha's power detector displayed the adversary's combat power clearly, and it was a figure that completely overshadowed everyone present. Even if they joined forces, they would have no chance of victory. Radic's strength firmly surpassed theirs. Just as Radic was preparing to unleash an energy blast to obliterate the entire temple, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Radic, you have arrived a tad late. Had you come a month earlier, you might have posed some trouble for me. Yi Lin's unexpected presence loomed over Radic, who was gathering energy. Radic frowned, casting a puzzled glance at Yi Lin. Who are you? How do you know my name? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply know that you shall perish at my hands. Radic, uninterested in further conversation, casually hurled the energy orb he had amassed at Yi Lin. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, sending forth a powerful gust of wind that forced everyone within the temple to shield their eyes. Master, boss, the onlookers expressed their concern for Yi Lin's safety. Although they were aware of his formidable strength, Radic, a cosmic powerhouse with a combat power of 1500, was a daunting adversary. What a noisy insect. Though I am unsure how you learned my name, your impending demise is of no consequence to me. Radic sneered, but as the dust settled, Yi Lin remained unscathed in midair, unharmed. This is impossible. My energy blast should have obliterated you, yet you stand there without a scratch. What is your true combat power? Radic's smile faltered as he activated his power detector to assess Yi Lin's strength. However, the device displayed unable to detect, leaving him bewildered. I forgot. You can also measure combat power, so let me show you mine. Yi Lin commanded the system to reveal his hidden strength, which then manifested on Radic's detector. Combat power, 4000. The moment Radic registered the reading, he turned to flee. Such power was nearly 3 times his own, leaving him with no hope of victory. Trying to escape? My mission rewards rely entirely on you. Yi Lin unleashed a dong-dong wave, transforming Radic into ashes before he could even emit a cry, vanishing from existence. All present in the temple watched in awe, their spirits crushed by the sight of the once feared cosmic warrior Radic being effortlessly vanquished by Yi Lin in a single encounter. More astonishing was the revelation that Yi Lin's combat power had surged to 4000 in merely 1 month. After dispatching Radic, Yi Lin descended to the temple's ground. Chapter 78. The Gravity Training Room Improvement Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. A divine-level lottery is now available. Following Radic's defeat, Yi Lin's system task was fulfilled, and this lottery was classified as a challenging mode, significantly increasing the chances of winning. Yi Lin's consciousness stood once more before the vibrant lottery box, radiating a spectrum of colors. As the lights danced, a small ball fell, shimmering with a purple hue. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the C-level prize, instant transmission. The system's voice echoed in Yi Lin's mind, and the acquisition of this ability sparked a glimmer of excitement. It was precisely the skill he desired. In his current state, relying solely on speed was insufficient for travel, and instant transmission was undoubtedly a pivotal skill within the Dragon Ball realm. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong had relied on this ability to arrive at battlefields just in time. Name: Yi Lin. Combat power: 4000 bloodline. Scion, level 1. 20,100 skills, 1. Wind release: Spiral Shuriken, advanced, 1050100000. Increases combat power by 100 upon use. 2. Gale Leg, advanced, 5010000. Creates vacuum attacks that generate slashing strikes. 3. Dongdong Wave, advanced, max, emits light waves from fingertips, increasing combat power by 80 when executed. 4. Armed Haki, intermediate, 9701000. Provides a 50-point boost to base combat power, lasting 1 minute. 5. Instant Transmission, max, allows the user to teleport to any location by sensing the opponent's energy. Items: Dragon Ball Radar X1. Fortunately, instant transmission required no upgrades, which relieved Yi Lin. He had feared that the skill might come with limitations, which would have posed a significant inconvenience. Master, are you alright? You just withstood that guy's energy wave. Yamcha approached first, concern etched on his face, as he recalled witnessing Radic's formidable combat power of 1500, far exceeding that of anyone present. Despite Yi Lin's apparent ease in overcoming the opponent, Yamcha worried that Yi Lin was merely feigning strength. What? Do you think your master, would lose to such a weakling? Do you lack confidence in me? And no, that is impossible. Master, you are the unparalleled existence. No one could possibly rival you. Yamcha hurriedly offered flattery, prompting Yi Lin to shake his head. To declare myself invincible is premature. I previously mentioned that we will face formidable foes. This Radic is merely the vanguard, and his strength is, at best, mediocre. Radic is considered weak? The audience gasped in unison. Just Radic alone could annihilate them all, let alone stronger entities. A heavy sense of dread enveloped them. Rest assured, they still have quite some time before they arrive. Yi Lin, attempting to alleviate the tension, was interrupted by the system's alert resonating in his mind once again. Ding. System task alert. Defeat Vegeta and Nappa within 1 year. Task mode, challenging mode. Task rewards, 2 divine level lotteries. Yi Lin's expression turned grave, and his companions noticed the shift in his demeanor. While I wish to assure you that we have time, it appears I misjudged the speed of our adversaries. In a year's time, 2 Scion warriors will arrive on Earth, each possessing strength several times that of Radic. The onlookers inhaled sharply, realizing the magnitude of the threat ahead. Though a year remained, the enemy's power far exceeded their expectations. Only 1 year to confront monsters stronger than Radic by several folds? How could we possibly manage this? Earth is doomed, Krillin lamented, sinking into despair, prompting Master Roshi to tap him gently with his staff. As my disciple, do not succumb to fear before the battle. Show your spirit as a martial artist. Master Roshi's reprimand jolted Krillin, compelling him to straighten up. Yes, I understand, Master. After Master Roshi's guidance, Krillin regained his composure, while Yi Lin surveyed the group. He noted that their expressions remained resolute, not entirely crushed by the looming pressure. Yet, 1 year truly felt too short. Given their current training progress, it was utterly inadequate. Master Roshi furrowed his brow. Under the mentorship of Shun and Bobo, they had indeed made significant strides in the past month, but such a pace was far from sufficient. Although Yi Lin could single-handedly deal with that Vegeta and that Nappa, he also hoped that the people on Earth could enhance their abilities. He lacked the authority to bring everyone to Hell for training. After all, Hell has its own rules. And the King of Hell allowing him to train, there was already a special exception. As for the training methods, I have already sorted that out for you. Just then, a jet sound echoed from above the temple, and a spacecraft gradually descended from the sky. Bulma, adorned with sunglasses and dressed in striking blue attire, jumped down from the spacecraft once it had come to a halt. Bulma, what brings you here? Yamcha asked, puzzled at Bulma's arrival. Don't think I've been idle. By analyzing Yi Lin's gravity training chamber, I've improved it. Bulma declared as she produced a capsule and tossed it onto the ground, revealing a massive structure that resembled a small factory, occupying half of the temple. This is my modified gravity training chamber, where the gravity can be adjusted up to 100 times. Hearing such an achievement, Yi Lin's eyes sparkled. 100 times gravity was indeed extraordinary. After all, during his training on the gravity boulders in Hell, he only experienced 30 times gravity. However, training in Hell allowed him to engage with powerful adversaries, thus enabling him to further tap into the potential of his Scion bloodline. The reason his combat power had surged to 4,000 within just a month was not solely due to the rigorous conditions of 30 times gravity training. Rather, it was the accumulation of battles that contributed significantly. The improvement in his Scion bloodline proficiency indicated the arduous battles he had faced. Bulma, you've done splendidly. For the next year, everyone will utilize this gravity training chamber. My requirement is that within a year, everyone's combat power exceeds 2,000 points. Upon hearing Yi Lin's stipulation, a sense of pressure enveloped the group, yet this pressure also ignited their fighting spirit. Chapter 79. A year of training. After outlining the training plan for the year, Yi Lin prepared to set off for Hell. Originally, he had contemplated going to King Kai's planet to continue learning the Kaioken technique, but after spending an extended period training under the North Kai, Yi Lin discerned a limitation within himself. He could not learn skills through active study. Thus, while in the original storyline, Sun Wukong learned the Kaioken from the North Kai and subsequently defeated by Vegeta, Yi Lin could not replicate this. He needed to fight utilizing his own abilities. Yet he remained untroubled, as the skills he acquired from the system were far from weak. Well then, everyone, until we meet again in a year. Yi Lin surveyed the crowd atop the temple before executing instant transmission. In the first special district of the third layer of Hell, Batten awaited Yi Lin atop the gravity boulders. Yi Lin materialized beside him, startling Batten. You've already mastered instant transmission? Yes, this technique makes movement considerably more convenient. Batten gazed at Yi Lin with admiration, mistakenly believing Yi Lin had learned it from observing him. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Lin had acquired the skill through a system lottery. Let us continue our training, Batten suggested, but then shook his head. Your growth rate is astonishingly rapid. I fear I can no longer keep up alone. Thus, I have brought a few friends to assist in your training. Following Batten's words, 8 silhouettes appeared around the gravity boulders, all of whom were Namekians. From them, Yi Lin sensed immense combat power. Each of them possessed a combat power exceeding 8,000, with the strongest boasting a staggering 15,000. All of you are combat-specialized Namekians? Yi Lin had not anticipated there would be so many. Indeed, there are 10 of us combat-specialized Namekians in total, except for Neru, who is still alive. All the others have perished, leading us to seclude ourselves in this hell. We have heard from Batten about your prowess. To be honest, we still harbor a desire to fight within us. This hell is far too peaceful, and opportunities to engage in battle are exceedingly rare. We have heard of your strength, so we wish to join in the fun. You don't mind, do you? Yi Lin's lips curled slightly upward as he felt his heart racing fiercely, the power of his Scion bloodline stirring within him. Perfect, all 9 of you can attack at once. Do not hold back. I have Senzu beans that can aid in my recovery. Strike with the intent to kill. The other 8 were taken aback by Yi Lin's declaration, casting puzzled glances at Batten. Follow Yi Lin's lead. His growth rate is truly remarkable. Do not be too astonished. Having trained alongside Yi Lin for a while, Batten was well aware of his talent. In merely a month, Yi Lin's strength had multiplied several times over, a growth rate that even they, as combat-specialized Namekians, could not help but envy. Since Batten has said so, we shall not be polite. Prepare yourselves. The 9 Namekians launched an assault on Yi Lin. And atop the gravity boulders, Yi Lin faced 9 formidable combat-specialized Namekians, engaging in an extended training bout. In the vastness of the cosmic starry sky, a particular planet was under siege by only 2 individuals. Vegeta and Nappa stood atop a mound of corpses, surrounded by endless flames of war, yet no living beings remained. The suppression of this planet is concluded, but by Vegeta, it seems Raditz' communication device has been destroyed. He is likely in grave danger. Nappa examined the communication device on his head, only to find Raditz' signal completely vanished. Humph. To perish on such a weak native planet is a disgrace to our Scion race. He must have been defeated by his own brother, which indicates that the brother possesses some skill. With this planet's matter resolved, let us head to Earth and bring that low-class warrior Conqueror with us. Vegeta and Nappa stepped into their spacecraft, setting their coordinates before departing from the war-torn planet, heading towards Earth. Throughout the year of training, Yi Lin remained engaged in combat with the 9 combat-specialized Namekians, seldom leaving the third layer of Hell, only doing so when his Senzu beans ran out. With instant transmission at his disposal, he merely needed to teleport to Karen Tower to borrow more Senzu beans from Karen. Initially, Karen was quite generous, but as Yi Lin's visits became increasingly frequent, he grew somewhat exasperated, as his Senzu beans were being consumed at an alarming rate. Even when he attempted to hide them, Yi Lin would inevitably discover their location and secretly borrow them. On the gravity boulders in the first special district of the third layer of hell, Yi Lin's gaze sharpened as he surveyed his surroundings. In the next instant, his figure turned into a blur and vanished as a Namekian's punch passed through his afterimage. Seizing the moment when the Namekian was taken aback, Yi Lin delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. Lock onto him. Attack together. Huh. At the moment Yi Lin made his move, four Namekians surrounded him from all sides. For energy waves struck Yi Lin, yet he effortlessly absorbed the impact. Armament Haki. Yi Lin's skin turned a deep purple-black, his combat power skyrocketing, and the four energy waves that struck him failed to inflict any damage. Dodo Wave. Yi Lin raised his finger, and the energy wave in his hand transformed into a radiant beam that swept forth, resembling a sword, effortlessly defeating the four Namekians. Allow me. A robust Namekian charged at him, the strongest among the combat-specialized Namekians, boasting a power level of 15,000. Yet, Yi Lin faced him without fear, both delivering powerful punches. But it was the sturdy Namekian who was sent flying. At that moment, the remaining three Namekians attempted to advance, but Yi Lin offered them no opportunity. He lifted his palm and declared, "Du Luo Shenron." He smashed the spiraling sphere downward, its size exceeding 10 meters. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, and when it dissipated, all 9 Namekians lay defeated on the ground. "Thank you all for your guidance. I appreciate your hard work over the past year," Yi Lin said, retracting his skill and landing gracefully. He flicked his fingers, distributing the Senzu beans to the 9 warriors. As they consumed the beans, their fatigue gradually faded. They looked at Yi Lin with a mixture of helplessness and a bitter smile. "In just 1 year, your growth is astonishing, Yi Lin. You are the most remarkable individual I have ever encountered in terms of rapid advancement," Barton remarked, admiring Yi Lin, who took a moment to assess his own progress after a year of training. Name: Yi Lin. Combat Power 12,000 Bloodline. Scion, Level 1, 90, 100 Skills, 1. Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken, Advanced, 150, 010, 000. Increases combat power by 100. 2. Gale Foot, Advanced, 500, 100, 000. Creates a vacuum attack that delivers slashing strikes. 3. Energy Wave Extreme, Advanced, Max, emits light waves from fingertips, increasing combat power by 80. 4. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced, 0, 100, 000. Boosts base combat power by 100, effective within a 500-meter radius. Enemies with lower combat power are rendered incapacitated. 5. Instant Transmission, Max, allows movement to any location by sensing the opponent's energy. Items: Dragon Ball Radar X1 Chapter 80. The 6th layer of Hell. Yi Lin's greatest gain from a year of training was not only the enhancement of his combat power, but also the further development of his skills. His armed Haki evolved into Conqueror's Haki, ensuring his dominance over weaker foes. Yi Lin, it seems you are preparing to depart, as we can no longer serve as suitable training partners, Barton noted. Not at all. Your strength is still quite impressive, Yi Lin attempted to reassure him. But Barton shook his head. After such prolonged training, we are all acutely aware of your rapid growth. Continuing to train with us will only hinder your progress. I can introduce you to the 6th layer of Hell, which is the highest level within my authority. There, you should find worthy opponents. Upon hearing Barton's words, Yi Lin's eyes lit up. Engaging with formidable adversaries was of utmost importance to him, as it was the most effective way to amplify a scion's combat prowess. "Then I shall rely on you. Follow me," Barton instructed, placing his hand on Yi Lin's shoulder. In an instant, they vanished from the gravity rock. In the 6th layer of Hell, Yi Lin and Barton materialized atop a colossal boulder. Unlike the 3rd layer, this 6th layer comprised floating islands in the sky, with the ground beneath them being one such island. "Newcomers have arrived. Let us show them a lesson. Brothers, charge." Before Yi Lin could comprehend the situation, a large gang of bikers, all extraterrestrial beings, rushed toward them, shouting boisterously. They rode flaming motorcycles, numbering in the hundreds, each boasting a combat power exceeding 2,000. Is this the level of strength in the 6th layer? Yi Lin was astonished, realizing that each biker surpassed Raditz in power. Just as Barton was about to take action, Yi Lin stepped forward. "Let me handle this. I've been eager to test my newly acquired techniques." Barton glanced at Yi Lin and nodded, stepping aside as Yi Lin approached the gang. "Dare to come alone? Show no mercy. Brothers, strike them down. The leader of the bikers, sporting a pompadour, a red scarf, and sunglasses, shouted. Armed with blades, guns, and clubs, the bikers surrounded Yi Lin with great fervor. As they charged forward, a flash of brilliance ignited in Yi Lin's eyes. An intangible aura emanated outward like ripples, causing all bikers within a 500-meter radius to roll their eyes back and foam at the mouth, collapsing unconscious. Conqueror's Haki. Yi Lin unleashed his newly advanced skill. Any opponent with lower combat power than his would be incapacitated. With all the bikers swiftly subdued, Yi Lin turned to Barton, who, to his dismay, was half kneeling on the ground, his expression troubled. Oh no, I forgot he was within the 500-meter range. Yi Lin's face flushed with embarrassment for having overlooked Barton in his eagerness to showcase the new skill. Barton's combat power was 10,000, which paled in comparison to Yi Lin's 12,000. Fortunately, Barton's strength was not weak. Otherwise, he might have succumbed alongside the bikers. Yi Lin approached and offered Barton a senza bean. After consuming it, Barton's demeanor improved significantly. My apologies for the oversight. It's no problem. However, I never expected you to possess such remarkable techniques. Clearly, you have been holding back during our training sessions. We can no longer keep pace with your progress. Barton said with a wry smile, fully aware of the gap between them. Rest assured, the individual I will introduce you to is exceptionally formidable and will certainly facilitate your training. Yi Lin felt a surge of anticipation at Barton's words, curious about the kind of opponent he would be introduced to. How did the Ghost Fire biker gang get wiped out? Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. The moment he materialized, Yi Lin felt a chill run down his spine. Looking up, he saw a Namekian, not particularly large in stature, yet exuding an overwhelming presence, especially with his piercing eyes that radiated immense authority. Sherlock who? It has been a while. Barton waved at the figure in the air. Upon noticing Barton and Yi Lin below, Sherlock who promptly descended before them. Ah, Barton, what brings you here? Did you take care of these Ghost Fire bikers? They were not my doing. This is my friend Yi Lin, who single-handedly took down the bikers after they attacked us. Barton introduced Yi Lin to Sherlock who now focused his attention on Yi Lin. Combat power, 200,000. Yi Lin assessed Sherlock who's power through the system. May I inquire about your relationship with Sherlock who? Your names are quite similar, Yi Lin asked curiously. Upon hearing the name Sherlock who, a glint of coldness flickered in Sherlock who's eyes. That is my wretched brother. He has taken everything from me and killed me when I was unguarded. Do you know him? Sensing the hostility emanating from Sherlock, Yi Lin hastily shook his head. No, I have only heard of him. At that moment, Barton seized the opportunity to interject. Sherlock, Yi Lin is the Hell Order manager appointed by Lord Yin Luo Wang, who holds him in high regard. The jurisdiction of Earth's Yin Luo Wang extends only to the first 3 levels. This 6th level exceeds his authority, regardless of whom he appoints. I am under no obligation to obey. Sherlock interrupted Barton, and the atmosphere grew tense. I am not here to interfere with Hell's management. I have come to cultivate and wish to practice in this 6th level. This should not pose a problem, should it? Yi Lin produced the token of Yin Luo Wang, which Sherlock glanced at before crossing his arms and snorting disdainfully. Indeed, possessing this token grants 1 passage within Hell. However, I am the supreme manager of this 6th realm. Should you wish to act recklessly here, I will not be lenient. With that, Sherlock suddenly vanished from their sight. The sudden escalation took Yi Lin by surprise. He had not anticipated such an abrupt turn of events. Sherlock's anger was evidently provoked by the name Sherlock. Do not worry, Sherlock is not a petty individual. He is likely just angry at the moment. I will speak to him on your behalf later. Sherlock is a super Namekian, renowned for his extraordinary power and talent among our kind. Barton expressed immense pride in Sherlock, and Yi Lin nodded in agreement upon hearing the title of Super Namekian. This Super Namekian is indeed comparable to the Super Scion. However, Yi Lin pondered, Super Namekians are typically malevolent beings, yet Sherlock did not appear to embody such traits. Oh, this is Hell. Malevolent thoughts are suppressed and dispersed, which explains how Sherlock attained his position as the manager of this 6th realm, Yi Lin mused. Upon recognizing Sherlock as a formidable opponent, Yi Lin remained resolute in his intent to continue his training. Just then, he heard the voice of North Kai in his mind. Yi Lin, the Scions have arrived on your Earth. You must return quickly. It seems my training must conclude for now. Thank you for your companionship, Barton. I appreciate your guidance during this time. Do not mention it. Training with you has been quite enjoyable. Witnessing your growth has inspired me to resume my own training." As Yi Lin expressed his gratitude, Barton merely smiled, a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. "I believe you will become even stronger, and I look forward to our next encounter. I shall take my leave now." "Yes, goodbye." After bidding farewell to Barton, Yi Lin utilized instant transmission to depart from Hell temporarily. Earth, Temple. Yi Lin's figure suddenly materialized atop the temple, where Master Roshi and the others were engaged in training. They quickly sensed Yi Lin's energy. Yi Lin surveyed the group, and his eyes sparkled with delight. It appeared that over the past year, none had been idle. Their progress was evidently substantial. Among the 8 present, the weakest fighters, Krillin and Dent, had surpassed a power level of 2,500, while the strongest were Piccolo and Sun Wukong, boasting power levels of 3,004 and 3,005, respectively. Yamcha, Tien, Master Roshi, and Kaiatsu also exceeded 3,000. Their remarkable advancement was beyond Yi Lin's expectations, clearly illustrating the benefits of the gravity training room. "Yi Lin, you have returned, which means the enemy has arrived," Master Roshi asked gravely upon seeing Yi Lin's return. The others also focused intently on him, their expressions serious. "I just received news from North Kai that the Scions have begun entering Earth, and we are preparing for battle." Yi Lin's presence had accelerated the growth of the Dragon Ball warriors. Although this hastened Earth's entry into the cosmic conflict, he felt no concern, for these individuals were all well-trained elites. "Are you prepared for battle? I have procured some excellent items for you." Bulma's voice emanated from a nearby robot, which held 9 pairs of glasses. "These are the latest combat power detectors. They can measure power levels exceeding 1 million. This is the result of a year of my research, so please use them wisely, as they are quite expensive." Yi Lin did not require them, but for the others, these would be invaluable tools to effectively gauge their power disparities. However, Yi Lin cast a puzzled glance at the robot. "Are you not at the temple?" he inquired, perplexed. At that moment, Bulma's slightly fatigued voice replied, "I am currently gathering the Dragon Balls. According to your words, this opponent is extraordinary. If you all perish, I will wish for your revival from Shenron." Though Bulma's words were unsettling, she undoubtedly had prepared for the worst. Yi Lin, uncertain whether the Dragon Balls could indeed bring him back, had no intention of sacrificing himself to face the approaching Vegeta. He had dedicated a year of arduous training and could not afford to fail. Master Roshi and the others donned the power detectors and, led by Yi Lin, awaited the arrival of Vegeta and Nappa. Under a cloudless sky, 2 spaceships descended upon the Earth with astonishing speed, causing a tremendous noise as the ground buckled beneath them, leaving 2 10-meter-wide craters. The sturdy bodies of the circular spacecraft endured the impact without significant damage. The hatches soon opened, revealing 2 figures emerging from within. "Is this Earth? It truly is a resource-rich planet. It is a pity that no one has come to exploit it." Lord Vegeta, after capturing the lowly warrior Conqueror, "I believe we should seize this planet. I am certain it can fetch a good price." Nappa surveyed the Earth, evidently pleased with the blue planet. "Do as you wish. Have you located Conqueror yet? Please wait a moment. I am gathering intelligence." Nappa began sensing the powerful energies on this planet and quickly pinpointed the area of concentrated power. "Lord Vegeta, to the north, I can sense numerous powerful energies. Conqueror must be there." "Very well, let us prepare to depart. However, it appears there are still many weaklings around. I am too lazy to deal with them. Do you have the seeds for the Cybermen ready?" "Rest assured, Lord Vegeta. I have prepared 100. The soil on this planet is excellent, and I expect the Cybermen will thrive." Nappa retrieved a small bag, pouring its contents into his palm, and the seeds scattered widely. The moment they touched the ground, they burrowed into the earth, and soon, figures began to emerge from below. These Cybermen, green-skinned with large heads resembling cabbages, possessed formidable power, each boasting a battle power of 1,200. Wow, what are these creatures? There are hundreds of them. This is indeed an army. In the temple, the deity showcased a vision of Vegeta and Nappa. The scene of Na-Ba creating the cultivators was crystal clear to all, with hundreds of them startling the onlookers. Even through the screen, their formidable combat prowess was evident, which is why Klin was so astonished. Suddenly, Vegeta's gaze shifted towards them, and he raised a finger. A beam of light shot forth, causing the image to vanish without a trace. "What is it, Lord Vegeta?" Na-Ba questioned, puzzled by Vegeta's sudden action. "It's nothing, merely the sensation of being watched. However, they are likely still at a distance, preparing to set off. We shall take Conqueror and then subdue this planet. Yes, Lord Vegeta, let us depart. Leading the way, Vegeta was flanked by Naba, while the hundreds of cultivator soldiers marched in perfect formation behind them, swiftly approaching the location of the temple. Chapter 82. A single punch sends Vegeta flying. Yilin and his companions had already departed from the temple, understanding that the ensuing battle would likely have far-reaching consequences. Should a conflict arise within the temple, it would surely lead to its destruction. There were 9 of them participating in this battle, facing hundreds of cultivators and 2 Scions. The weight of pressure was palpable among them. Even before the enemy arrived, they were fully focused and prepared for combat. They are here, Yilin exclaimed, looking up at the sky. In the next moment, a group appeared above, 100 cultivators emanating immense power, each nearly equal to Raditz. Had this occurred a year prior, Earth would have faced utter annihilation. Yet, after a year of training, their strengths had significantly increased. Yilin was not in a hurry to engage. He wished to observe the fruits of their labor over the past year. So we were indeed being monitored. They already knew we were coming, yet only prepared this small force. It appears this is the entirety of Earth's combat strength, Vegeta declared, crossing his arms and looking down arrogantly at the crowd below. Lord Vegeta, it seems Conqueror is indeed here. Naba's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong, whose tail had once again grown back after a year. This tail symbolized the Scion lineage, and Naba immediately recognized Sun Wukong's identity. Humph, this saves me considerable effort. Vegeta glanced at Sun Wukong before losing interest. Conqueror, what are you doing still? Come meet Lord Vegeta. He is the Prince of Planet Vegeta, and as a descendant of the lower-class warrior bloodline, you should quickly come to pay your respects. Naba shot a glare at Sun Wukong, who looked utterly bewildered upon hearing their discussion. I am not Conqueror. My name is Sun Wukong. You are the villains come to destroy Earth, and I will not allow you to harm it. Sun Wukong assumed a fighting stance, and the others were also prepared for battle. Foolish, how dare you show disrespect to Lord Vegeta, and to associate with such lowly earthlings? What a disgrace to our Scion pride. I see no need to take you back. Cultivator warriors, attack. Naba glared at Sun Wukong before issuing the command to strike. Hundreds of cultivators charged forward, their speed remarkable, boasting battle powers of 1200. Such power far exceeded Earth's top fighters, yet the Turtle Hermit and his group were no longer what they once were. This is Earth's defense battle. Show no mercy, eliminate them. The seasoned Turtle Hermit reminded everyone, having mentally prepared himself well before the fight. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong, Krillin, and the Turtle Hermit unleashed the Kamehameha wave, for beams colliding with the cultivators. A dozen of them were unable to evade, meeting their demise under the impact. Their battle powers are all above 2,000. What is happening? Conqueror I can understand, but there are other warriors of this caliber on Earth? Naba's scouter registered the changes in the 4 fighters' power levels, astonished by the increase among those other than Sun Wukong. Vegeta, however, remained indifferent to the power levels, continuing to look down upon the battle with disdain. At that moment, Vegeta noticed a gaze directed at him. Within the opposing ranks, one individual had yet to engage. His eyes locked onto Vegeta. Vegeta, as the Prince of Planet Vegeta, do you lack the courage to fight on the battlefield yourself? Yilin's primary objective was Vegeta. Naba was of no concern to him. Earthling, are you seeking death? Vegeta's eyes gleamed with malice. To him, warriors like Yilin were merely primitive natives, unworthy of comparison. I believe it is you who are courting death by daring to invade Earth. Who gave you such audacity, Vegeta? Yilin's tone was unabashedly disrespectful, causing veins to bulge on Vegeta's forehead. To disrespect Lord Vegeta is to die, Earth warrior. Naba's hand opened, unleashing an energy wave towards Yilin. You have no place speaking here, step aside. Yilin flicked his finger, and a beam of light shot skyward. Naba's energy wave was obliterated by the beam, which then hurtled towards Naba. Sensing the overwhelming energy emanating from the light, Naba's eyes widened as he hastily attempted to evade. Yet, he was a moment too slow. One of his arms was annihilated by the beam. Now, Naba's power level was merely 4,000. How could such a level pose any threat to Yilin? Beads of sweat formed on Naba's forehead as he stared in disbelief at Yilin. 12,000 battle power. How can this be? How can an Earthling possess such formidable strength? Naba's expression was one of panic as he regarded Yilin, while Vegeta also widened his eyes, unable to fathom the Earthling's power. Earthling, state your name. I do not change my name or my surname. I am Yi Lin, the Great One. In response to Vegeta's inquiry, Yi Lin, filled with mirth, adopted the tone of a bandit leader. Vegeta frowned at this peculiar reply. Yet he comprehended Yi Lin's intent. Earthling Yi Lin, you should feel honored to have the opportunity to challenge me. It is a privilege. Armament Haki. Yi Lin moved with blinding speed, appearing before Vegeta and throwing a punch, sending Vegeta hurtling away like a cannonball. Boom. Vegeta crashed into a small mountain, creating a deep crater, his figure buried beneath the rubble. Lord Vegeta. Naba was left dumbfounded. Witnessing the once mighty Vegeta being struck away by an Earthling with a single punch, something Naba had never witnessed before. His scouter once again assessed Yi Lin's power. 18,000 battle power? How could it rise so dramatically in such a short time? What is the origin of this Earthling? Naba trembled as he gazed at Yi Lin. Even at his peak, he barely reached 8,000, yet this Earthling's power far surpassed his own. Boom. At that moment, Vegeta exploded from the rubble, leveling the entire mountain beneath his tremendous aura. The sky darkened as he gathered a massive amount of energy, his power rapidly increasing. You, how dare you injure me? Vegeta's lips bore the trace of crimson blood, and half of his visage had swollen considerably. The recent punch delivered by Yi Lin had been merciless, catching Vegeta off guard and resulting in a significant setback. Chapter 83. A-Class Prize. Kaioken Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unleashing a fierce aura of murderous intent. Was this merely a matter of injury? Then allow me to impart another lesson. Conqueror S. Haki. A wave of scarlet energy emanated from Yi Lin, enveloping the battlefield. Thud after thud. The cultivators collapsed to the ground, utterly incapable of withstanding Yi Lin's Conqueror S. Haki, losing their combat ability en masse. The Turtle Hermit and his companions, engaged in combat with the cultivators, gazed around in astonishment. They too found themselves within the range of the Conqueror S. Haki. However, due to his previous encounter with Barton, Yi Lin deliberately controlled the Haki to avoid affecting his allies. That scion is yours to handle. Vegeta is mine to confront. Yi Lin pointed towards the figure of Naba, and the 8 members of the Turtle Hermit nodded in agreement. They sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from Vegeta, far beyond their capacity to contend with, prompting them to shift their focus to Naba. What? A combat power of 24,000. This is impossible. How can a mere Earthling surpass me? Vegeta's expression changed dramatically as he revealed his combat strength, yet Yi Lin's power had evidently overtaken his. Nothing is impossible, it merely reflects your own weakness. In an instant, Yi Lin appeared beside Vegeta, swinging his arm. Vegeta hastily defended himself, but the sheer force sent him hurtling away. Boom. Vegeta was once more thrust into the ruins, but soon erupted from the debris in a fit of rage. How dare this Earthling humiliate me twice? I shall obliterate this planet along with you. Vegeta's hands pressed together, gathering immense energy that rapidly coalesced. A dazzling purple aura flickered around his hands. And Master Vegeta, if you proceed with that, I will perish here too. Naba, entangled with the Turtle Hermit and his companions, displayed a look of panic as he beheld Vegeta's actions. Enough with the chatter. If you cannot even handle a few Earthlings, then perish along with this planet. Vegeta glared at Naba, who was now visibly despondent. Final flash. Vegeta shouted, unleashing a beam of purple energy that shot down from above. In that moment, his combat power soared to 24,000. Dodo Wave. Yi Lin, unfazed, released a beam of white light from his finger, meeting the final flash head-on. Yet, the overwhelmingly powerful final flash was pierced through by the Dodo Wave, the white light passing by Vegeta's face, leaving scorched marks in its wake. Is this all? You think this could destroy Earth? Vegeta, you are indeed overly arrogant. With the Dodo Wave amplifying his combat power by 80, Yi Lin's strength now stood at an impressive 32,400, firmly overshadowing Vegeta. No, this cannot be. My final flash was so easily countered. Who are you? Vegeta's expression reflected his growing panic. Despite exerting all his strength, he remained no match for Yi Lin. I am merely a humble Earthling. Yi Lin, this is impossible. How can a member of the Earthling race possess such power? What I am is irrelevant. If you lack any other means, then prepare to exit the stage. Yi Lin raised a finger, channeling terrifying energy, his combat power now at 32,400, something Vegeta could never withstand. The moon. If only I could transform. Then this Yi Lin would be finished. Vegeta frantically scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking the moon for his transformation. Seeking transformation? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Go to hell and reflect on your arrogance. Yi Lin raised his hand, gathering an immense amount of energy, causing Vegeta's complexion to shift dramatically. Wind release, Rasengan. Yi Lin hurled a mass of energy, which transformed into a shuriken, cleaving directly into Vegeta. The force of Yi Lin's strike exceeded 36,000 in combat power, shredding Vegeta apart, causing him to vanish from Earth. Master Vegeta. Naba stared in shock at this scene, witnessing the fall of their prince from planet Vegeta. Now, only you remain. Yi Lin's gaze shifted to Naba, who was filled with dread under Yi Lin's scrutiny. Whoosh. Gathering all his energy, Naba soared into the sky, no longer daring to remain. He only wished to escape this place of turmoil as swiftly as possible. You too shall descend to hell for further training. You are merely squandering the Scion bloodline. Yi Lin raised a finger, and the dodo wave shot skyward. As Naba fled, he suddenly saw a beam of light descending. Yi Lin's dodo wave struck like a blade of light, obliterating the already injured Naba into ashes. In an instant, the battle concluded, and the turtle hermit and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. The overwhelming power of those two scions had instilled a profound sense of pressure in them. Had it not been for Yi Lin's intervention, they would have had no hope of victory. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host has earned the right to 2 divine-level draws. Before Yi Lin, the enigmatic lottery space materialized once more, the colorful lottery box gleaming before him. As the 7 colored lights flickered, the lottery box began to spin. Soon, a purple ball fell, catching Yi Lin's attention. With a 50% chance of receiving a C-class prize, it was evident that fortune smiled upon him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a C-class prize, the ability to fully master any skill. Upon hearing this, Yi Lin contemplated briefly. The effects of Conqueror's Haki were decent, and enhancing the Gale Foot might yield substantial results. However, the Dodo Wave and Instant Transmission were incapable of improvement, so it seemed he could only opt for the Wind Release, Rasengan. I choose Wind Release, Rasengan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving full mastery of Wind Release, Rasengan. The skill has been upgraded to a special class, Wind Release, Super Large Rasengan. Utilizing this skill will enhance combat power by 200. The enhancement of skills was immensely significant for Yi Lin. Unbeknownst to him, the colorful lottery box began to spin once again, this time for an unusually extended duration. After what felt like an eternity, a bead finally fell, its golden radiance momentarily blinding Yi Lin. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an A-class prize from the Dragon Ball world, Kaioken. Upon hearing this system notification, Yi Lin was utterly flabbergasted. Having already been elated at receiving a C-class prize, he could hardly fathom that a greater surprise awaited him. Chapter 84. The Journey to Kai Wengxing Name. Yi Lin Battle Power, 13,000 Bloodline. Scion, Level 1. 92, 100 Skills. 1. Wind Release, Super Large Spiral Shuriken, Special Grade. 1. 100, 000. Skill Description. This skill boosts battle power by 200. 2. Storm Kick, Advanced. 50, 010, 000. Skill Description. This skill generates a vacuum attack, creating slashing strikes. 3. Dodo Wave, Advanced. Max, Skill Description. Emits light waves from the fingertips, enhancing battle power by 80. 4. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. 1. 000. Skill Description. Increases base battle power by 100 within a 500-meter radius. Enemies with battle power lower than Yi Lin's will lose their combat ability. 5. Instant Transmission, Max, Skill Description. By grasping the opponent's energy, one can move to any location. 6. Kaioken, 1x. 1000. Skill Description. Increases base battle power by 100. Items. Dragon Ball Radar X1 in the recent lottery draws. Yi Lin's fortune had been extraordinary, particularly with the acquisition of the Kaioken, which was nothing short of a tremendous boon for him. It is well known that the Kaioken status among Dragon Balls is second only to that of the Super Saiyan. In the absence of Super Saiyans in the early stages, the Kaioken serves as a formidable weapon. Did his battle power truly increase by 1,000? Indeed. Engaging with powerful opponents accelerates the enhancement of one's abilities. Just from his battle with Vegeta, Yi Lin's battle power surged rapidly. However, such an increase still fell short of Yi Lin's aspirations. He had sensed a deficiency in his capabilities during this encounter. Had Vegeta transformed successfully, he feared he would have been unable to subdue him with his current strength. It was evident that he needed to continue enhancing his power. Meanwhile, Master Roshi and the others awaited Yilin, for although Vegeta and Nappa had been dealt with, numerous cultivators remained on the ground. They had merely fainted due to Yilin's Conqueror's Haki. Yilin, how shall we handle these creatures? Master Roshi inquired, casting his gaze toward the unconscious cultivators. Unfamiliar beings to them on Earth. They were uncertain of the nature of these cultivators and sought Yilin's guidance. These beings were inherently vicious, possessing little intelligence. They rampaged without restraint, and should they encounter a formidable foe, they would resort to self-destruction. The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate them. Yilin showed no mercy. He had already taken many lives along the way, and in the world of Dragon Balls, death merely meant a journey to the afterlife, leaving him with little guilt. If that is the case, we might as well allow them to serve their remaining purpose as our sparring partners. It seems like a fitting choice, Master Roshi responded, deep in thought. In their previous battle, everyone had recognized their own inadequacies. Without Yilin's intervention, they would have stood no chance against Vegeta. Let us proceed with that plan. And please inform Bulma that the spacecraft of Vegeta and Nappa could serve as valuable research material for her. Master, are you planning to leave again? Upon hearing Yilin's words, Yamcha also sensed his intent. From this battle, I believe everyone has seen that Earth lacks sufficient strength. Vegeta and his ilk are certainly not the only foes that will come to our planet. I hope everyone can grow stronger. Yilin expressed his expectations, instilling a sense of responsibility in all. It appeared the task ahead was significant. The master had high hopes for them, and Yamcha sighed, feeling that their training under the god had reached a bottleneck. Stay here for a moment, Yilin instructed, and then, using instant transmission, he appeared before the North Kai. The North Kai, who had been resting, was startled by Yilin's sudden arrival. Ah, it's you, Yilin. I see you've resolved Earth's crisis. You've truly become formidable. Just a year has transformed you completely. The North Kai scrutinized Yilin, sensing a significant change in his battle power. North Kai, I have a humble request. I wish for a few of my Earth companions to come to Kaiwangsing for training. Absolutely not. This is not a place one can just visit, the North Kai vehemently refused. North Kai, it would be quite dull to be alone here. There are many forms of entertainment on Earth. If you would consent to my request, I could have my friends bring some leisure items, such as game consoles, comics, and delicacies. Upon hearing Yilin's proposal, the North Kai's eyes lit up. It's a deal then, but you must not attempt to cheat me. Of course. Afterward, Yilin used instant transmission once more, returning to Earth. I have secured North Kai's agreement. You may train with him from now on. He will guide you. North Kai? Is he truly that powerful? The others were oblivious to the North Kai's existence, and Yamcha curiously inquired. Indeed, it is the North Kai. He has agreed to train you. The voice of God resonated in everyone's minds, revealing that he had been watching the situation. Upon hearing Yilin's words, he understood the North Kai's formidable nature and expressed his astonishment. With the North Kai personally overseeing your training, your strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. You must train diligently and uphold proper conduct before the North Kai. Yilin briefed everyone on the North Kai's conditions, and they found it exceedingly simple to prepare the necessary items. Before departing for Kaiwangsing, Yilin supervised a battle between 8 individuals and the cultivators. The outcome was a resounding defeat for the cultivators, who were no match for Master Roshi and the others. Yilin then transported them to Kaiwangsing, where the North Kai awaited them. Upon receiving the gifts from the 8, the North Kai appeared particularly delighted. I shall train you well. This is the agreement I made with Yilin. The North Kai exuded an authoritative demeanor, assigning them to battle Babyrus and Girigiri. However, Yilin believed that Master Roshi and the others could easily handle this challenge. Yet upon observing the battle power of Babyrus and Girigiri, Yilin was astonished to discover that it exceeded 3,000. Both Babyrus and Girigiri were exceptional beasts with formidable combat instincts, and after engaging with them, their strength had significantly increased. The North Kai explained, and Yilin noted that the North Kai's battle power had also risen to 5,000. Should he employ the Kaioken, his power would likely multiply several times, proving that the North Kai's capabilities were not to be underestimated. Chapter 85. I am here to give him a good beating after entrusting Master Roshi and the other 8 to the North Kai for training. Yi Lin directly employed instant transmission to arrive at the 6th layer of hell. Upon reaching the 6th layer, Yi Lin surveyed the entire realm. Sherlake was the overseer of this layer, but it was evident that there were also managers for special zones. He decided to start with these zone managers. Although Sherlake declined Yi Lin's request for assistance in his training, Yi Lin had his own plans. If I continuously provoke and defeat the administrators of the special zone, surely he cannot remain indifferent. For Yi Lin, the most effective way to enhance his combat prowess is to engage in battle with formidable foes. However, where exactly are the administrators of the special zone? This infernal territory is vast, and relying solely on sensing their aura is utterly futile. If they intentionally conceal their presence, finding them becomes even more impossible. Brothers, charge with me. Suddenly, Yi Lin heard a cacophony of noise. He turned his gaze towards the source and saw a gang of Ghost Fire Motorcycle Club members speeding towards him. This was the same group that had previously attacked him. May I inquire about something? Yi Lin abruptly appeared before them, startling the Ghost Fire Motorcycle Club members. The leader, a man with a pompadour, looked extremely anxious. What are you doing here? We had no intention of attacking you. Rest assured, I am not here to trouble you. Which special zone is this? This is the 4th special zone. The 4th special zone, you say? Then take me to meet the administrator. Upon hearing this, the pompadour leader's expression turned complicated. Brother, it's not that we don't want to lead you, but we often stir up trouble in the 6th layer. If we go to meet the administrator, he won't let us off easily. All members of the Ghost Fire Motorcycle Club wore expressions of distress. The administrators were their greatest fear. Choose one. Face the wrath of the special zone administrator or mine, Yi Lin declared, raising a finger that shimmered with white light. The members of the Ghost Fire Motorcycle Club were taken aback. Even if they banded together, they were no match for Yi Lin. A fact they had already learned the hard way. All right, brother, we will guide you. But if we encounter the administrator, we must take our leave. We cannot afford to be caught and punished. That is acceptable. As long as you lead me to the administrator, your involvement ends there. The pompadour leader gritted his teeth and resolved to lead Yi Lin, selflessly leaving his subordinates behind. Chief, enough. You all return first. I will join you later. If I do not return, choose another leader. The Ghost Fire Motorcycle Club must maintain its style. The pompadour leader turned his back, giving a heroic visage to his subordinates, who watched him with teary eyes. However, Yi Lin had no time to indulge in such melodrama. Seizing the pompadour leader, he began to soar through the air. Guide me. Whoa, brother, take it easy. Turn left, please slow down a bit. The fierce wind battered the pompadour leader's face, but Yi Lin showed no sign of slowing. The leader directed him as they sped forward, their figures tracing a beautiful silver streak through the mouth of the 6th layer. Here we are. Ahead lies the residence of Ling Bake, the administrator of the 4th special zone. The pompadour leader pointed towards a magnificent palace that appeared to be entirely made of gold. Within this opulent palace, many servants were present. In the courtyard, a short and plump man lounged comfortably in a chair, legs crossed, enjoying grapes while 2 servants fanned him. Is this Ling Bake? Indeed, he is the administrator of the 4th special zone. This fellow often bullies our gentle spirits and engages in various misdeeds. Aren't you similar? Not at all. While we of the Ghost Fire Motorcycle Club enjoy causing mischief, we do not bully the innocent. We target only the wicked. The pompadour leader spoke passionately, and Yi Lin cast him a sidelong glance. So, upon our first meeting, do you consider me a villain? This is a misunderstanding. We thought you were here to attack us due to your sudden appearance and formidable presence. How could you possibly be a villain? We misjudged you. The pompadour leader hastily explained as Yi Lin continued to assess Ling Bake. Ling Bake, combat power of 25,000. Yi Lin discerned Ling Bake's strength through the system's eyes. Are you tired? Fan harder. This infernal weather is unbearable. If you dare slack off, I will make you regret it. Ling Bake's glare was menacing as he directed it towards a nearby female servant, who immediately intensified her efforts, despite her pale and exhausted countenance. You are the administrator of the 4th special zone, correct? Who are you? Ling Bake's beady eyes scanned Yi Lin, narrowing as he recognized the pompadour leader. A cold smirk spread across his face. I thought it was someone significant. Isn't this the notorious leader of the Ghost Fire Motorcycle Club? What brings you here? Willingly seeking punishment? Ling Bake's gaze shifted to the pompadour leader, whose expression changed dramatically. Brother, I have brought you here. May I leave now? The pompadour leader was keen to escape Ling Bake's grasp, fearing harsh punishment. Yes, your involvement ends here. You may depart. Upon hearing Yilin's words, the Pompadour leader breathed a sigh of relief, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. Brother, what business do you have with the administrator of the 4th Special Zone? I forgot to mention, I am here to give him a thorough beating. With that, Yilin moved at high speed, appearing directly before Ling Bake. Ling Bake's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Yilin's sudden attack, believing he was merely accompanying the leader for commendation. Boom! Yilin's punch sent Ling Bake flying, crashing through the palace wall, which collapsed upon him. The Pompadour leader stared in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone dared to strike an administrator within hell, a blatant challenge to its authority. Chapter 86. The brutal assault on the Hellish Zone administrator. The surrounding servants and attendants were rendered speechless by the scene before them. How could anyone dare to lay a hand on the administrator? This was a grave act of disrespect. Do you understand what you have done? That is the administrator of the Special Zone, and you dared to strike him. What is there to fear? You two have likely harbored grievances against him for some time. That is not the point. Brother, you should flee quickly. Provoking the administrator will not end well. If Ling Bake captures you, you will surely suffer. The Pompadour leader urged Yilin to escape. Flee. None shall escape. You all will receive your punishment. The ruins suddenly exploded as Ling Bake emerged from the rubble, charging towards Yilin. With a combat power of 25,000, he was no ordinary foe, even surpassing Vegeta. Kaioken. Yilin was eager to test the effects of the Kaioken technique. A red aura enveloped him, making his body feel remarkably light. Observation Haki. Ling Bake's movements appeared to slow in Yilin's eyes as he slightly sidestepped. The rushing fist of Ling Bake passed narrowly beside Yilin's face. Ling Bake's pupils constricted as he sensed a sudden surge in Yilin's strength, feeling it even surpassed his own. Originally, Yilin's combat power stood at 13,000. But now, with the application of the Realm King Fist, it had doubled to 26,000, elevating him above Ling Bake. Coupled with his mastery of Kenbunchika Haki, he could anticipate his opponent's moves. Dodging Ling Bake's punch, Yilin retaliated with a kick, sending Ling Bake, with his stout frame, soaring like a ball. The impact reverberated as Ling Bake was propelled out of his own palace, the walls crumbling in his wake. The man with the crew cut gaped in astonishment. If Yilin's earlier strike was a sneak attack, what followed now was pure, unadulterated power. The formidable administrator of the 4th Special Zone, Ling Bake, was utterly defenseless against his assault. Who exactly was this person? Curiosity swelled within Ling Bake regarding Yilin's identity. At this moment, blood trickled from the corner of Ling Bake's mouth, rendering him a pitiful sight, his once arrogant demeanor now replaced with palpable fear. As the administrator of a special zone, he had always enjoyed an unchallenged reign, with no one daring to disrespect him. Yet now, in his state of comfort, he found himself bested by an opponent whose might eclipsed his own. In this unexpected turn of events, Ling Bake experienced fear for the first time. Yilin advanced toward him step by step, intensifying Ling Bake's trepidation. What do you intend to do? I am the administrator of the special zone. If you dare to lay a hand on me, Lord Sherlake, the realm administrator, will not let you off easily. Oh, if that is the case, then it aligns perfectly with my intentions. A slight smirk graced Yilin's lips. He sought confrontation with Sherlake and had been uncertain of Ling Bake's significance to him. However, Ling Bake's words confirmed the validity of his actions. Ling Bake stared in disbelief at Yilin, unable to comprehend the mindset of this individual who seemed intent on provoking the realm administrator, a clear path to self-destruction. Seizing the opportunity while Yilin was unguarded, Ling Bake unleashed a wave of energy towards him. Yilin casually swatted it away, scattering the energy shockwave effortlessly. Ling Bake stared in astonishment at the disparity before him. It was clear that despite his privileged life, he lacked practical combat experience. Yilin cast a cold glance at Ling Bake and had already assessed his strength through their brief encounter. Although Ling Bake's combat power appeared comparable to Vegeta's, in reality, Vegeta was likely the stronger of the two. The thought of eliminating a special zone administrator raised the question of whether Sherlake would arrive immediately. Yilin raised a finger, gathering immense energy at its tip. Ling Bake's face paled as he felt the overwhelming force. No, please don't kill me. Terror gripped Ling Bake. And just as Yilin prepared to strike, a powerful aura surged toward them. Die, Yilin. Flash cannon. A violet shockwave hurtled toward Yilin, who redirected his Dodo wave toward the flash cannon. The two pure energies collided, and the explosion sent Ling Bake flying. while the fierce winds could not penetrate Yi Lin's realm king fist pressure. Vegeta appeared in midair, a halo above his head, now in a spiritual form. Yi Lin had not expected to encounter Vegeta so soon. He had anticipated their next meeting would be in the afterlife, not so quickly. I, the Prince of Planet Vegeta, shall not perish at the hands of a mere earthling, Vegeta declared vehemently, pointing at Yi Lin with fierce determination in his eyes. Indeed, the tenacity of a Saiyan was evident in his fighting spirit. You speak as if you possess a deep understanding of Saiyans, earthling. What do you know? I know well, for I too carry Saiyan blood within me. Yi Lin's figure suddenly materialized before Vegeta, who had been on guard from the outset, aware that he had previously fallen to Yi Lin's prowess. However, Yi Lin's speed and strength had significantly improved since their last encounter, catching Vegeta off guard. He was sent reeling by a single punch, and Yi Lin seamlessly followed up with the Do-Do wave, requiring no lengthy energy accumulation, a stark contrast to Vegeta's style. Boom. Vegeta could only awkwardly dodge Yi Lin's Do-Do wave, which sliced through the air like a colossal sword of light. The tremendous force sent him crashing to the ground. This is impossible. How could you become so powerful in such a short time? Having faced defeat by Yi Lin twice, Vegeta was deeply shaken by the latter's rapid advancement in strength. I told you, I also possess Saiyan blood. Stop rambling. All Saiyans are documented in the archives. I couldn't find your name among them, nor do you bear the marks of a true Saiyan. Vegeta's tail, a defining feature of Saiyans, flicked behind him, indicating his belief that Yi Lin was merely mocking him. Yi Lin, uninterested in debating his lineage, turned his gaze forward as three formidable figures approached, each radiating strength exceeding 30,000, with the most powerful among them boasting a staggering 45,000. Haha, you're finished. I secretly contacted 3 other Special Zone administrators earlier. There is no escape for you now. Ling Bake laughed triumphantly, having remained silent until now, as reinforcements finally arrived, alleviating his crisis. What is the meaning of this? Ling Bake, as the administrator of the 4th Special Zone, being cornered by the spirits of his own domain is utterly disgraceful. A man with a rat-like face glared at Ling Bake, his combat power reaching 38,000. I have long asserted that this man is nothing but a useless drunkard. It is only due to his tribute to Lord Rabuk that he was ever appointed as the administrator of the 4th Special Zone. Another man with a beak-like face chimed in, his strength at 37,000, both of them considerably stronger than Ling Bake. Their wings hinted at their origins from the demon realm, as Yi Lin suspected. Lord Jingli, Lord Futsu, please assist me. This brat attacked me without warning, and I suffered greatly because of it. Enough of your explanations, you worthless fool. For your position as the administrator, I shall resolve the situation today, but expect to pay handsomely afterward. The rat-faced man stepped forward, greed glimmering in his eyes. Ling Bake furrowed his brow, knowing Jingli was a greedy individual who would demand exorbitant recompense afterward. Yet, Ling Bake had no other options. He could not handle the situation alone. Then I must trouble you, Lord Jingli. Ling Bake reluctantly requested Jingli's intervention. Jingli smirked, stepping closer to Yi Lin. Your appearance suggests that you are a stranger here, perhaps a wandering spirit. I fear that before this moment, you have not encountered any true masters. Today, I, Lord Jingli of the 2nd Special Zone, shall broaden your horizons. A chilling glimmer danced in Jingli's eyes as he waved his hand, summoning 5 beams of light that shot forth like elixirs. These were 5 key projectiles. Their speed was astonishing. But just then, a hand emerged to shield Yi Lin, knocking all 5 projectiles to the ground. You, talking to yourself and disregarding me, think you can challenge Yi Lin? You are unqualified to interfere. Vegeta glared at Jingli, feeling overlooked by this group from the very beginning. He sensed their formidable energy, and the lack of recognition from such powerful beings was a deep humiliation for him. Are you here to cause trouble as well? No matter. I will subdue you alongside him. Interesting, foolish one. You will soon learn the consequences of provoking me, Vegeta. With that, Vegeta charged at Jingli. Although his fighting power paled in comparison to Jingli's, after his previous defeat, he had shed his arrogance. He did not attack recklessly. Rather, he sought to adapt to Jingli's rhythm. Yi Lin had not anticipated Vegeta would assist him, yet upon observing the group before him, his focus fixated on the last individual. This person, with azure skin and wings sprouting from his back, bore 2 horns upon his head, resembling the demon he had encountered at the fortune teller's. However, This being's combat prowess soared to 45,000, far surpassing any demon. It seemed I, too, must join the fray. Prepare to reward me for the task at hand, Futsu. Futsu approached Yi Lin, as Jingli was momentarily unable to conclude the battle. Futsu intended to take care of Yi Lin himself. Ling Bake furrowed his brow, given their identities. The reward they sought would be substantial, potentially exhausting all of his wealth. Yet, money could be earned again, but if he lost his life, everything would be in vain. Thus, Ling Bake consented to Futsu's terms and resolved to pay him afterward. Now that the conditions were set, it was time to conclude this farce. Futsu, with his eagle-like visage, appeared utterly relaxed, as if he had already delivered a verdict. Yi Lin took a deep breath, fervently gathering his ki. One-fold Kaioken. One-fold Kaioken. Yi Lin repeated the one-fold Kaioken continuously. Though it appeared futile, his intention was to enhance his skill's proficiency. Ding. Congratulations to the host. One-fold Kaioken proficiency maximized. Skill upgraded to two-fold Kaioken, doubling battle power. Since mastering the one-fold Kaioken required only 10 repetitions, Yi Lin effortlessly advanced to the two-fold Kaioken. Boom. A magnificent red energy wave surged forth, more potent than before. Under the two-fold Kaioken, Yi Lin's combat power soared to an astounding 39,000. Upon witnessing Yi Lin's sudden surge in strength, Futsu's expression shifted. He attempted to retreat, but Yi Lin was already before him. With his newfound might, Yi Lin's speed and power had reached an unprecedented level. Futsu was no longer his match. Yi Lin's fist struck Futsu, sending the once arrogant third special zone administrator flying. Futsu's body careened through the air, ultimately crashing into a hill 1,000 meters away, burying him beneath the rubble. Ling Bake stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded by the spectacle. Not only was he no match for Yi Lin, but even Futsu, the third special zone's administrator, appeared utterly powerless before him. Is it the Kaioken? What is your connection to the North Kai? At that moment, the first special zone's administrator, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. His eyes narrowed, fixated on the red energy emanating from Yi Lin. Even though Yi Lin exhibited the power of the two-fold Kaioken, he remained unfazed, possessing absolute confidence in his strength. If you wish to know, perhaps you should test whether you can extract the information from me. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, the first special zone's administrator radiated a terrifying aura, his overwhelming power tearing at the ground. A fierce gust of wind rushed toward Yi Lin, whipping his hair back. Yet his eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Opportunities to battle formidable opponents were rare. Yi Lin's scion blood boiled within him. The first special zone's administrator before him was undoubtedly a formidable adversary, far exceeding Yi Lin's capabilities. Even with the two-fold Kaioken, Yi Lin's power remained vastly inferior. While I am unaware of your connection to the North Kai, if you believe that such strength will secure your victory over me, you are gravely mistaken. In an instant, Yi Lin lost sight of the first special zone's administrator, a sense of danger creeping up from behind. He swiftly turned to defend himself. Bang! A terrifying force collided with him, sending Yi Lin flying hundreds of meters before he could halt his retreat. The power transmitted from the first special zone's administrator's fist made it clear that he was a seasoned warrior. My name is Tut, the administrator of the Sixth Realm's first special zone. I have trained under the North Kai for a time, but now I serve Lord Rabuk. Anyone who dares disrupt the order of the Sixth Realm shall face my suppression. Yi Lin paid no heed to his words. Regardless of the opponent's training under the North Kai, his sole desire was to triumph. Dotadop Wave. A beam of light surged forth from Yi Lin's fingertips, resembling a long sword. Now capable of unleashing the Dotadop Wave over a distance of thousands of meters, Yi Lin wielded it like a colossal sword of light. Under the sweeping arc of this light sword, Tut could not evade. Instead, he chose to confront it directly with his fists. Boom! Tut's fist collided with Yi Lin's Dotadop Wave, and even he was sent reeling from the impact. With Yi Lin's combat power now at 39,000, and the Dotadop Wave's 80% enhancement, that strike reached a staggering 70,000 in power. Yet, even this was insufficient to finish Tut. Though somewhat disheveled and marked with injuries, Tut remained largely unscathed. To Yi Lin's perception, the system indicated that Tut's combat power was now surging, rising from 45,000 to 60,000. So this is true power? Yi Lin had anticipated that the opponent's strength surpassed mere 45,000. Now that Tut had attained 60,000, Yi Lin felt no shock. Rather, the surge in Tut's power ignited the fervor within him. You have earned pride by forcing me to unleash my full strength. Now, I shall deliver judgment upon you. Tut's eyes sparkled with intensity, prompting Yi Lin to immediately close his eyes. Devil's Ray, dotted up wave. In Yi Lin's hand, a radiant shockwave once again burst forth. While Tu Ti's eyes emitted a violet beam of light, the two beams intertwined, and in terms of combat prowess, Yi Lin's Dong Dong wave had ascended to a new pinnacle. How is this possible? You actually know my ultimate technique, Tu Ti exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Yi Lin. The true strength of his demonic ray did not lie merely in its power. Rather, it was the ability to provoke negative emotions in others, leading them to self-destruction. This was his unique ability. Yet Yi Lin appeared to be well prepared, effortlessly countering his assault. I have encountered beings of your kind before, so I have already experienced this move. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Tu Ti's forehead bulged with veins. His signature move being so easily countered ignited a fierce rage within him. Even so, do you think I will lose? Tu Ti charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent Yi Lin flying once more. Boom! Yi Lin's body crashed heavily against a massive rock, shattering it into fragments. At that moment, the crimson aura enveloping Yi Lin dissipated. He had released his Ba Wang fist. Concurrently, his combat power diminished. Yet despite this setback, Yi Lin's strength had significantly increased. His combat prowess had now reached 18,000, a foundational strength achieved without activating any skills. Through the previous battle, his base combat power had risen rapidly. The Scion Constitution dictates that the more one engages with formidable opponents, the faster their combat power increases. This was precisely why Yi Lin sought out such skilled adversaries. It seems you no longer possess the strength to utilize your previous techniques. Victory is mine, Tu Ti remarked coldly, having detected the decline in Yi Lin's combat power. Slowly rising from the rubble, Yi Lin felt utterly fatigued, more so than during his previous life's marathon runs, with every muscle trembling. This was the side effect of employing the Ba Wang fist. The enhancement of his combat power stemmed from unleashing his body's potential. And maintaining such a high-stress state for extended periods would inevitably lead to exhaustion. Nevertheless, Yi Lin remained steadfast. Armed with Haki, a layer of purplish-black skin enveloped him, further elevating his combat power to 27,000. This newfound strength, however, was evidently inferior to that achieved through the Kaioken, leading Tu Ti to conclude that Yi Lin had exhausted all options. In a flash, Tu Ti lunged forward, delivering a fierce kick towards Yi Lin. Rather than evade, Yi Lin absorbed the oncoming attack head-on. Boom! Yi Lin was propelled backwards yet again, crashing to the ground, but in the next instant, he rose once more. His gaze fixed intently on Tu Ti's every move. The disparity in their combat prowess was immense, yet this gap was not insurmountable. The Haki could provide Yi Lin with superior defensive capabilities. Although Tu Ti's assault was undeniably painful, Yi Lin had ascertained that his Haki could endure brief bursts of attack. Seeing the intensity in Yi Lin's eyes, Tu Ti felt a chilling threat emanating from him. Should Yi Lin unleash the Ba Wang fist once more, Tu Ti realized he could be in grave danger. This peril must be extinguished at its inception. Tu Ti launched into a frenzied offensive, showing no mercy, while Yi Lin, adopting a defensive stance, braced himself against Tu Ti's relentless onslaught. Boom, boom. The ground reverberated with thunderous roars, and above, Vegeta, engaged in battle with Jing Li, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the turmoil below. Damn it, I told you that guy is my prey. I won't allow you to interfere. Vegeta wished to rush in to assist, but Jing Li had no intention of permitting this. He intensified his own assault. Moreover, Jing Li sensed that this Vegeta was no easy opponent. Their brief skirmish had revealed a remarkable surge in his strength, making it increasingly difficult for Jing Li to contain him. Fortunately, Tu Ti had gained the upper hand below. As long as he dealt with that pesky adversary, he could then turn his attention to Vegeta, thus quelling this disturbance. Under the relentless barrage, Yi Lin's fighting spirit intensified, and his combat power surged rapidly. Despite employing Haki, numerous injuries began to mar Yi Lin's physique. Boom! Another deafening sound echoed as Yi Lin was sent flying yet again, his combat power falling short of Tu Ti's. Although Tu Ti held the advantage, a growing sense of unease plagued him. He could distinctly sense that this adversary was becoming increasingly dangerous. If this continued, it would not be long before he faced defeat. Realizing this, Tu Ti clenched his fists and unleashed an even more aggressive assault. It doesn't seem to hurt as much as before. Yi Lin perceived that his body was gradually acclimating to 2T's attacks, and his haki had been sustained for an extended duration, while the skill's description indicated it could only last for a minute. Yi Lin's enhanced combat power allowed him to maintain it far longer. His combat power had now reached a staggering 45,000, solely through the benefits of haki. With a sigh of relief, Yi Lin deactivated his haki, blood staining the corner of his mouth, and numerous bruises dotted his body as his combat power once again diminished. However, even after releasing the haki, his combat power stabilized around 30,000. The relentless barrage had allowed his base combat power to accumulate steadily. Battling such formidable foes had propelled his scion bloodline to elevate his strength to new heights. It appeared he had finally reached his limit. 2T, witnessing Yi Lin's deactivation of haki, believed Yi Lin had reached the pinnacle of his physical capabilities. But at that moment, Yi Lin retrieved a senzu bean and consumed it. His injuries and energy were rapidly restored, catching 2T off guard. In his moment of complacency, he had missed the opportunity to react promptly. Just as he intended to charge and thwart Yi Lin had already reactivated his skill. Double Kaioken. A terrifying crimson aura erupted once more from Yi Lin, doubling his combat power. What? How can he possess such formidable strength? 2T gaped in disbelief at Yi Lin, while even the combatants in the air paused their skirmish, their gazes drawn to Yi Lin below. Damn it, that bastard has grown even stronger. Vegeta seethed, sensing an alarming shift in Yi Lin's power. Aside from Lord Shilik, how could there be another with such immense power? Beside him, Jing Li was equally astonished, as everyone felt the overwhelming surge of Yi Lin's combat power. A force that surpassed their own by a considerable margin. 90,000 combat power. Indeed, enhancing base combat power was the most prudent approach. Yi Lin tightened his fists. He had not endured 2T's onslaught in vain. Leveraging haki to bolster his defensive capabilities, he withstood the formidable assault. In order to fully unleash the latent power of the Scion bloodline, he frequently disengaged from his skills, deliberately amplifying the disparity in combat strength between the two fighters. The outcome was rather dire. Within a mere span of time, his battle prowess surged to a terrifying level. However, this was an exceedingly perilous tactic, as the gap in strength between them was monumental. One misstep could lead to Yi Lin being mercilessly struck down by 2T, akin to walking a tightrope. Fortunately, it seemed that he had indeed triumphed in this gamble. You seem to enjoy beating me just now. Now it's my turn. Yi Lin clenched his fists, harboring a seething anger after enduring relentless blows. I surrender. Upon sensing the overwhelming difference in their combat abilities, 2T realized that victory was beyond his grasp, especially since his most formidable technique, the Demon Beam, had been countered by Yi Lin, relying solely on his physical instincts. He was no match for Yi Lin. Do you think that is possible? In an instant, Yi Lin appeared before 2T and unleashed a powerful kick. With a resounding boom, 2T was sent flying, his body colliding with a small mountain, yet he did not cease his trajectory. Yi Lin swiftly pursued, landing another devastating kick that drove 2T deep into the ground, creating a significant crater. Under Yi Lin's foot, 2T grimaced in discomfort. And had Yi Lin not restrained his strength, 2T might have perished under his brute force. Despite 2T no longer being his opponent, Yi Lin showed no signs of relenting. He delivered another kick, sending 2T soaring like a ball, though he carefully controlled his power to ensure 2T's safety. Enough. You are going too far. We are the administrators of the special district. If you continue like this, Lord Sherlock will. At that moment, Jing Li could no longer bear to watch, and stepped forward to advocate for 2T. Yi Lin's gaze shifted towards him. In a flash, Yi Lin teleported directly in front of Jing Li and, without hesitation, kicked him away. Now wielding the power of the double Kaioken, Yi Lin's speed was astonishing, creating afterimages as he pummeled both Jing Li and 2T from various angles, reducing them to mere playthings. That guy belongs to me. How dare you take him? Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction upon witnessing Yi Lin snatch Jing Li away. However, before Vegeta could react, Yi Lin suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a swift kick that sent him flying as well. Those spectating the fierce battle on the 6th floor were left in utter shock. The lofty administrators of the special district were being so brutally bullied. Such an unprecedented sight. Just then, the atmosphere grew tense, dark clouds enveloping the sky, and a terrifying sense of oppression began to emanate from the distance. Has he finally arrived? Yi Lin propelled the three combatants away, their bodies embedding into the ruins of the earth. From above, a figure descended, Sherlock Hu, gazing down upon Yi Lin with an expression of cold indifference. Even if you are a friend of Badan, this matter cannot be dismissed with a mere jest. Yi Lin felt a surge of hostility from Sherlock Hu, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Even under the double Kaioken, the disparity in battle strength between him and Sherlock Hu was glaringly evident. I am not joking. My intention is quite simple, to wait for your strike. You are courting death. Sherlock Hu's eyes glinted with a chilling light upon hearing Yi Lin's purpose. Chapter 90. Yi Lin reaches his limit to provoke Sherlock Hu into action. Yi Lin deliberately sought trouble on the 6th floor, wreaking havoc on 4 of the district's administrators. In his capacity as the 6th layer's overseer, Sherlock Hu had no choice but to intervene. Though he now presented a formidable threat, with a combat power exceeding 200,000, he towered far above Yi Lin. Yi Lin was acutely aware of the vast gulf between himself and Sherlock Hu, yet he understood that without immense pressure, his progress would be agonizingly slow. He was not a true martial artist. Only through such practical combat could he amass experience and elevate his strength. Mere efforts were insufficient. He needed to advance further. Conqueror's Haki. A fierce red light glimmered in Yi Lin's eyes. Already under the influence of the double Kaioken, he now added the Conqueror's Haki to his arsenal. His power surged, reaching a staggering 18,000. However, under the strain of these dual enhancements, Yi Lin's body bore the brunt of tearing wounds, blood beginning to spill forth. Sherlock Hu frowned as he felt the burgeoning power radiating from Yi Lin. Initially, he had regarded Yi Lin as an inconsequential nuisance, but now he recognized him as a genuine threat. That is enough. It ends here. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yi Lin's mind, and he found himself transported to a familiar locale. Is this the Kai's planet? Yi Lin stared in astonishment. Having been prepared to engage in a life-or-death struggle with La Baku, only to be abruptly shifted here. North Kai. Why? Yi Lin, you have long surpassed your limits. Your body is cracking, signifying that it can no longer endure. Even with Scion blood coursing through your veins, you cannot recklessly exploit your own potential. The North Kai's demeanor shifted from its usual languor to one of solemnity. But I believe I still possess the strength to fight. Strength to fight? With your current state? The North Kai remarked, your blind desire for battle has clouded your perception of reality. Raising a finger, he directed it towards Yi Lin. With a single touch, Yi Lin found himself flung to the ground, his body collapsing without a hint of resistance. Do you understand now? You have excessively strained your potential. You have reached your limit. The North Kai looked down at Yi Lin, who had released both the Conqueror's Haki and the double Kaioken, causing his power to plummet. Not merely back to 30,000, but below 10,000, as the overwhelming fatigue had drastically diminished his strength. Rest assured, the decline in your combat power is solely due to your exhaustion. After a proper rest, you will regain your original strength. I must also advise against relying on senzu beans for recovery. While they are beneficial, excessive consumption will burden your body. The reason you feel capable of continuing is merely a manifestation of the side effects from consuming senzu beans. Beneath the North Kai's shades, a pair of wise eyes seemed to pierce through Yi Lin's thoughts. Yi Lin was astonished that the North Kai could discern his Scion lineage, especially since he did not resemble the typical Scion. Yet, as a deity, it was not surprising that the North Kai could comprehend such information. North Kai, do you not require a reason for forcibly taking someone away? At that moment, a menacing aura surged forth, warping the space around them. As a rift was violently torn open, through the fissure, Sherlock Hu appeared, his cold gaze fixated on the immobilized Yi Lin, his eyes brimming with genuine murderous intent. He had pursued Yi Lin all the way from the 6th layer of hell, showcasing his formidable prowess. Upon encountering Sherlock, the expression of Bei Jiawang turned grave. Given Bei Jiawang's prowess, he was no match for Sherlock, and it was only by seizing an opportune moment that he managed to bring Yi Lin to this realm. Sherlock, this is not my personal decision, but rather the command of Lord Kaishin, he declared. Upon hearing the name of Kaishin, Sherlock furrowed his brow and scrutinized Bei Jiawang. You wouldn't be lying, would you? Sherlock's gaze narrowed as he fixed his eyes on Bei Jiawang, causing the latter to tremble slightly at his words, accompanied by an awkward smile. Of course, it is absolutely authentic. I lack the audacity to feign a command from Kaishin. Sherlock appraised Bei Jiawang once more before letting out a sigh. I understand. Since this is the command from Lord Kaishin, I shall turn a blind eye to this matter. However, this fellow had better not set foot in my sixth realm again. Otherwise, I shall not be so courteous. With a final glance at Yi Lin, Shirlake turned to depart, the rift in space healing behind him. Once assured of Shilake's departure, Bei Jiawang released a long sigh of relief. Finally, he has left. You certainly stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Shirlake is the realm overseer of the 6th level, and every overseer is a formidable entity. Even I doubt he would regard me with much respect. With your current strength, it is far too early to consider confronting him. Bei Jiawang's gaze fell upon Yi Lin, who harbored no regrets. He merely felt a tinge of regret. Had his physical form endured a little longer, he might have been able to challenge Shirlake. After half a day's cultivation, Yi Lin rose from the ground. His recovery speed remarkably swift post the enhancement of his combat power. He glanced at his attributes. Name, Yi Lin Combat Power, 13,000 points Bloodline. Scion, Level 2, 4. 200, Skills. 1. Wind Escape Super Great Spiral Shuriken. Special Level 2, 100,000. Skill Description. Increases combat power by 200 when activated. 2. Gale Foot, Advanced 50, 210,000. Skill Description. This skill generates a vacuum attack, producing slashing strikes. 3. Dongdong Boji, Advanced Max. Skill Description. Emits light waves from the fingertips, enhancing combat power by 80 when utilized. 4. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced 510,000. Skill Description. Basic combat power enhancement of 100 within a 500-meter radius. Enemies with combat power lower than his basic combat power will lose their fighting ability. 5. Instant Transmission, Max. Skill Description. By grasping the opponent's energy, one can teleport to any location. 6. Double Kaioken, Double 220. Skill Description. Basic combat power enhancement of 200. Items. Dragon Ball Radar X1 Chapter 91. Journey to Namek. The greatest gain from his perilous battle was undoubtedly the enhancement of his basic combat power, which had tripled. Such gains, however, came at a significant cost. Without the protection of Armament Haki, Yi Lin would have long been defeated. Armament Haki had withstood a considerable number of attacks from Tutu, yet despite this, Yi Lin felt as though his entire body was on the verge of collapsing. Perhaps due to the waning fervor of his Scion bloodline, fatigue swept over him entirely. After Shilake's departure, Yi Lin lay down on the ground and fell into a deep slumber, feeling safe on this realm. He lost track of time in his sleep, and upon awakening, he noticed several figures surrounding him. Yi Lin, are you all right? The gathered figures were none other than Master Roshi and the others, who had remained on the realm to cultivate and had discovered the sleeping Yi Lin. Naturally, Bei Jiawang had not divulged the specifics of the situation to Master Roshi, but they understood that Yi Lin must have undergone unimaginable hardships in his training, resulting in his exhaustion. This ignited a spirit of determination within them. If Yi Lin could toil so diligently, how could they allow themselves to lag behind? Upon seeing Yi Lin awake, they hurried to check on him. How long have I been asleep? Yi Lin inquired, intrigued by the duration of his unconsciousness, as this was the first time he had experienced such a deep slumber. Losing all awareness. Master, you have been asleep for 3 days. Lord Bei Jiawang assured us that you are fine, so we need not worry. Yamcha responded to Yi Lin's question. The revelation that he had slept for 3 days astonished Yi Lin. While he had suspected he had been asleep for a considerable time, he did not expect it to be 3 full days. Rising to his feet, he realized that after this period of rest, he felt devoid of the initial fatigue he had experienced and had fully restored his condition. It seems you all have not neglected your training and have significantly improved. Yi Lin surveyed the 8 individuals present, noticing varying degrees of enhancement in their combat power. However, the disparity in talent among them was beginning to manifest, with Sun Wukong and Piccolo showing the most significant improvements, both exceeding 6,000 in combat power. The others hovered around the 4,000 mark. But Yi Lin was pleasantly surprised to see that Yamcha and Krillin had both reached 5,000. Additionally, Tien Shinhan had also achieved a combat power of 5,000, placing them in the 2nd tier. Yet, you surpass us all. Your combat power has become a distant goal for us, Piccolo remarked as he appraised Yi Lin. Though lacking a power detector, as a Namekian, he possessed a keen sensitivity to energy and could sense that Yi Lin's strength had grown considerably beyond their expectations. This is not entirely true. Your potential should not be underestimated either. It is precisely because of your pursuit that I am motivated to train even harder. Yi Lin replied sincerely, acknowledging the capabilities of those before him. Most of them were protagonists from Dragon Ball, while he considered himself an outsider. If he did not strive diligently, it was entirely possible he would fall behind Sun Wukong's training pace in the future. In truth, with your current strength, there is little I can offer you on this realm. I can facilitate your transfer to other planets, where you will be able to cultivate more effectively than here. Bei Jiawang interjected, scrutinizing Master Roshi and the others. He had observed everyone's training progress during this time, realizing that Babarusu and Gilejali could hardly keep up with the pace of this group. Continuing to keep them there would yield little benefit. Thus, Bei Jiawang planned to send these boisterous individuals away to enjoy some peace. Training on other planets? That is indeed a splendid idea. Yi Lin pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Eventually, they would encounter the forces and strong beings of other planets. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy. And you will never be defeated. Experiencing foreign worlds in advance would better prepare them for future crises on Earth. With that in mind, Bei Jiawang, I request that you take us to Namek. Yi Lin put forth his request. Upon hearing Yi Lin's chosen planet, surprise flickered across Bei Jiawang's face. The Namekians are not fond of conflict. If you desire a harsh training environment, I believe there are better options. That is unnecessary. Namek will suffice, and besides, we have Namekians here, so it would be an opportune time for him to return home. Yi Lin cast his gaze upon Bai Ku, who was taken aback by the unexpected revelation that Yi Lin intended to take him to planet Namek. Among the knowledge Bai Ku had inherited, there were tales of planet Namek, yet the passage of time had dulled his memories, leaving him with only a vague awareness of his origins. If that is the case, I understand, he said. The North Kai waved his hand, opening a spatial gateway on Kao-sama's planet. You may pass through this portal to reach planet Namek. However, while I can easily facilitate your departure, returning may prove to be somewhat arduous. It is advisable for you to prepare for a prolonged stay, as returning may not be as straightforward. Rest assured, should any issues arise, I will utilize instant transmission for your return. Upon hearing this, the North Kai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, with Yi Lin at the helm, he led the group to planet Namek. After their departure, the North Kai exhaled a sigh of relief. Have they finally left? What a troublesome group, particularly that Yi Lin, who seems to attract chaos. Ever since his arrival, I have not had a moment of peace. Oh, so that young man is Yi Lin? He appears rather youthful indeed. Just as the North Kai finished speaking, someone echoed his sentiments. The North Kai turned to the source of the voice, and his expression shifted dramatically. Oh, old Kaioshin. He hastily knelt before the venerable figure, who was none other than the esteemed Kaioshin, albeit a former one, an individual whose status was beyond reproach. The four Kai from the east, west, north, and south were all under the command of the Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin, hunched over, bore eyes that seemed unable to fully open, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. That Yi Lin is likely not a being from this world. He may very well originate from another universe, the old Kaioshin remarked. The North Kai was momentarily stunned, then trembled at the thought. Could it be that Yi Lin is a spy from another universe? No. This young man appears quite benevolent and possesses a strong sense of justice. I believe he has inadvertently wandered into this seventh universe. If we can assist him, we should do so. The old Kaioshin interrupted the North Kai's speculation before turning and departing slowly. After the old Kaioshin had completely left, the North Kai exhaled once more. Astonished that Yi Lin had garnered the attention of the old Kaioshin, which signified that he possessed great fortune and potential. He resolved to facilitate Yi Lin's endeavors as much as possible henceforth. Chapter 92. The Battle on Planet Namek. Yi Lin surveyed his surroundings, realizing that they were now on planet Namek. A fierce black whirlwind swept through, with a colossal tornado rising as high as a mountain, hurling debris like razor-sharp blades. Once, planet Namek had been a land of pristine beauty akin to Earth, but it had since undergone a transformation, resulting in a harsh environment and a significant decline in the Namekian population. Witnessing the approaching tornado, Master Roshi and the others were astonished, not anticipating such a hostile environment upon their arrival. Yi Lin raised a finger, unleashing a powerful energy wave that transformed into a massive sword of light, cleaving the tornado in two and dispersing the raging winds. The group breathed a sigh of relief, while they were not in imminent danger of death from the storm. Being caught in such a tempest would be no trivial matter. The climate on planet Namek is treacherous, and geological disasters could occur at any moment. Proceed with caution, Yilin advised. At that moment, Krillin looked up in curiosity, noting the sky's unusual green hue and the presence of 3 suns. An astonishing sight indeed. As they moved along with Yilin, they absorbed the stark differences of planet Namek. Suddenly, Baiku's antennae glowed as he sensed the presence of his kin. There are others of my kind nearby. They are approaching, he declared. As a Namekian, sensing the aura of his fellow beings was second nature to him. In a mere moment, a multitude of figures surrounded Yilin and his companions, all resembling Baiku. They were Namekians. This is splendid. Since they are Baiku's kin, they should be amicable, perhaps even hospitable, Krillin remarked joyfully. Things may not be as simple as they appear, Yilin interjected, furrowing his brow as he regarded the encircling Namekians, who bore expressions of hostility and fear. Once a peaceful race, the Namekians had been hardened by the relentless adversities brought on by environmental shifts, leading them to abandon their naive beliefs. While they had not descended into malevolence, they were no longer quick to trust outsiders. Who are you? What brings you to our planet Namek? Demanded a middle-aged Namekian. His sharp gaze locked onto Yilin and his companions. This individual possessed a combat power of approximately 9,000, placing him among the elite of his kind. Look, they have one of our own among them. They must be slavers, here to abduct us, a young Namekian exclaimed, pointing at Baiku. At this accusation, the other Namekians displayed palpable hostility. Wait, we are not villains or slavers. Kirin quickly attempted to clarify. No evildoer would openly declare themselves as such. Let us subdue them and rescue our kin. The multitude of Namekians surged forth, each wielding a combat power exceeding 2,000. Faced with the encirclement of dozens of Namekians, Krillin felt a surge of anxiety. Baiku, will you not clarify the misunderstanding? All it takes is a conversation. There is no need. These individuals are already consumed by fear. Even an explanation would fall on deaf ears. I am eager to gauge the capabilities of my kin, Baiku replied, his expression indifferent. Yilin nodded in agreement with Baiku's assessment. Prepare for battle, but ensure not to harm them, merely incapacitate them. The 8 of them stood ready. Their training under the North Kai and previous battles had accelerated their growth, and in an instant, they were primed for combat. Figures clashed in midair, each adversary boasting combat power exceeding 2,000, indicating a certain level of strength. However, they were clearly inexperienced in battle, despite their power. They were no match for the seasoned warriors like Master Roshi. Although the Namekians had the advantage in numbers, it took only a few exchanges before several of them fell to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Meanwhile, Baiku had locked his sights on the middle-aged Namekian with a combat power of 8,000. As a fellow Namekian, why do you aid these outsiders? He inquired, his expression one of indifference. Is there truly no trust for your own kin? Do you genuinely believe we are villains? The middle-aged Namekian surveyed the battlefield, noting that his kin lay defeated, yet recognized that their opponents had shown restraint. Otherwise, his brethren would surely be dead. Observing the hesitation in his adversary's demeanor, Baiku let out a cold huff. Thus, there is little left to discuss. Allow me to witness the true strength of you, a fellow Namekian. As the battle commenced, Piccolo charged forward. In terms of combat prowess, Piccolo's power level stood at 6,000, slightly inferior to that of the middle-aged Namekian before him. However, raw power is not the sole determinant of victory. Piccolo's battle techniques clearly surpassed those of this middle-aged Namekian. Special beam cannon. During the confrontation, Piccolo seized an opportunity, unleashing a Kamehameha wave from his palm. The blast struck the middle-aged Namekian squarely on the back, causing him to exclaim in surprise before crashing heavily to the ground. Rendered incapable of further combat, Piccolo had shown restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, the middle-aged Namekian would have surely faced grave injury or worse. With the defeat of the middle-aged Namekian, the outcome became glaringly evident, and Master Roshi and the others remained largely unharmed. As for the dozens of Namekians sprawled on the ground, they believed the conflict had concluded, yet a formidable power suddenly descended upon them from above. Sensing this overwhelming force, the expressions of Master Roshi and his companions turned grave. What is the meaning of this? You wretched outsiders dare to harm my kin? Today I, Nairu, shall not let you escape. The newly arrived Namekian was none other than the last remaining combat-specialized Namekian on planet Namek. In the blink of an eye, Nairu appeared before the group, his speed far surpassing their reactions. With a resounding crash, despite Master Roshi and the others attempting to defend themselves. They were no match for Nairu's staggering power level of 42,000, which far exceeded their capabilities. The 8 of them were sent sprawling away. Die, outsiders! Nairu conjured a ki blast in his hand and hurled it toward Master Roshi and the others. Yet, as the ki blast soared through the air, it was unexpectedly deflected far away by none other than Yilin, who swatted it aside with a single hand. The blast detonated in the distance with a thunderous roar, obliterating a significant portion of the mountainside. Chapter 93. The Elder's request. Yilin positioned himself before Nairu, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, which caused Nairu's expression to turn serious. He could perceive a powerful energy from Yilin, one that rivaled or even surpassed his own. This was due to Yilin utilizing the Haki of armament, for even he could not withstand such a ki blast with mere flesh. However, the Haki not only bolstered his combat strength, but also fortified his body, allowing him to effortlessly knock the ki blast away. Who are you? What business do you have on my Namek? Nairu's gaze remained fixed on Yilin, wary of any sudden movements. We hail from Earth, having come to planet Namek solely for the purpose of training. Yilin did not conceal their intentions, but upon hearing his words, Nairu fell into a contemplative silence. Do not deceive me. You expect me to believe such absurd reasoning? Nairu bellowed, clearly perceiving Yilin's words as mockery. Yilin had anticipated such a response and was already prepared for battle. Just as the two sides were poised to clash, a voice resonated in the minds of all present. Nairu, they are not adversaries. Bring them back. The voice echoed like a persistent hum in their thoughts. Yilin furrowed his brow, recognizing the power of this mental communication, a domain in which he found himself lacking. He surmised that this voice belonged to the Grand Elder of the Namekians, for only he could wield such influence. Upon hearing this voice, Nairu's demeanor relaxed significantly, and he bowed respectfully to Yilin and the others. I apologize for my rashness, Nairu said sincerely, and at that moment, the Namekians retracted their hostility, trusting the Grand Elder's words without question. Esteemed guests, our Grand Elder requests your presence. Please accompany us to meet him in the village. The group turned their gazes toward Yilin, for he was undoubtedly the strongest among them, their leader. As we are newcomers, it is only fitting that we pay our respects to the Grand Elder. Please, lead the way. With Yilin's acquiescence, Nairu guided the group forward, and the 9 of them set off toward the Namekian village. As they walked, the harsh environment of planet Namek became increasingly evident. The fierce storms they had encountered were merely commonplace occurrences. Ordinary Earthlings would struggle to survive in such conditions, yet the Namekians possessed remarkable talents and strength. It was precisely this prowess that allowed them to endure in such a harsh environment. After an hour of travel, Yilin and his companions finally glimpsed a verdant oasis. The oasis was dotted with earthen dwellings, and numerous Namekians could be seen thriving there. Upon stepping into the oasis, Yilin sensed a unique force. This is the power of our Grand Elder. He has bestowed upon us this last refuge, and it is due to his presence that we endure. We all revere the Grand Elder, Nairu explained, as if sensing Yilin's curiosity regarding their village. Upon entering the village, Yilin truly felt the sincerity and kindness emanating from the Namekians. They were a peaceful people at heart. All lived in harmony, though their combat prowess far surpassed that of Earthlings. The harsh conditions of planet Namek necessitated that they grow stronger to survive. Lord Nairu. Along the way, several villagers greeted him warmly, and Nairu responded with equal warmth. This is indeed a peaceful village, Yilin remarked. Nairu glanced at him and nodded in agreement. Though life here is challenging, we Namekians find fulfillment within our community. As long as we are free from those outsiders, a shadow crossed Nairu's eyes, leading Yilin to sense an underlying issue. Yet Nairu seemed unwilling to elaborate, and thus Yilin chose not to press further. Soon, Nairu led the group to a large building, where 2 formidable Namekians stood guard at the entrance. They are guests of the Grand Elder. Upon hearing Nairu's words, the guards exchanged glances with Yilin and the others before stepping aside. Please, enter, Nairu urged, with Yilin leading the way and the others following closely behind. Upon entering the grand building, Yilin beheld a colossal figure seated upon an enormous chair at the far end of the room. Grand Elder, the guests have arrived, Nairu announced, kneeling before the Grand Elder. As the immense figure opened his eyes, Yilin discerned a murky gaze, yet within it, he still perceived a glimmer of vitality. Welcome, friends from Earth. The voice of the Grand Elder resonated in the minds of all present. His advanced age rendered speech a strenuous endeavor. Thus, this telepathic communication proved to be far more convenient. Despite their recent encounter, the Grand Elder had already discerned the identities of Yi Lin and his companions. Yi Lin was astonished by this perceptiveness, yet it was not entirely surprising, for the Grand Elder of the Namekians was renowned for his vast knowledge. It is indeed an honor to meet you, Grand Elder. We apologize for intruding upon planet Namek. Yi Lin exhibited commendable grace, and Nyla's expression softened considerably. This matter is not of great consequence. Under different circumstances, we would have gladly hosted you as esteemed guests. However, at present, planet Namek is facing a crisis, and our spirits are not inclined toward hospitality. Is this regarding the outsiders? Yi Lin's gaze turned toward the Grand Elder, a deduction that was not particularly challenging. It seems you have already surmised, for a band of cosmic slave traders has set their sights on us Namekians. 2 of our companions were captured by them 2 weeks ago. While we wish to mount a rescue, we are oblivious to the whereabouts of these slave traders. Regrettably, they are likely to return, which is why I have instructed Nylu and others to patrol the area. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, Yi Lin understood the reason for their ambush by Nylu and his group. Esteemed guests from Earth, I have a request. I hope you can assist us Namekians in rescuing our kin. If you are willing to help, I shall reveal to you locations where combat prowess can be significantly enhanced. The all-knowing Grand Elder had discerned Yi Lin's intentions and used their purpose as leverage in the negotiation. Ding. The mission system prompted. Rescue 2 Namekians. Difficulty level. Hard mode. Reward. 1 divine lottery draw. The mission prompt echoed in Yi Lin's mind, and the system had automatically registered his acceptance of the task, leaving him with no option for refusal. Since the system has already assigned me this task, I cannot decline. We have come seeking enlightenment. Should there be a suitable training location, we would be most eager to accept the Grand Elder's commission. We shall retrieve the 2 Namekians. Yi Lin readily agreed to the Grand Elder's proposal, and upon hearing their willingness to assist, Nylu's eyes brightened. While the others may not have realized it, he understood that Yi Lin was a formidable expert. If he chose to intervene, the hope of rescuing their kin would become tangible. Yet, the cosmos is vast. How shall we discern the whereabouts of the 2 captured kin? Yi Lin's gaze shifted back to the Grand Elder. Though he had accepted the commission, searching aimlessly across the starry expanse seemed utterly fanciful, and he hoped to glean some clues from the Grand Elder. We have leads regarding the whereabouts of our 2 companions. They are located on planet F-345, not far from Namek. Nylu, afterward, please guide our friends from Earth. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Nyla nodded. Friends from Earth, please follow me. I shall lead the way. Yi Lin and his companions departed from the Grand Elder's abode, and before leaving, Yi Lin cast a glance back at the Grand Elder. Although they had suddenly taken on such a mission, no one expressed confusion. They believed that since Bik was also a Namekian, aiding them was only natural. Bik was their comrade. Nylu, before we set off, I wish to know why. Despite being aware of the enemy's position, you have yet to rescue your companions? Yi Lin's sudden inquiry brought clarity to everyone, as they had overlooked this crucial point. If the Namekians wished to rescue their kin, why had they remained inactive upon learning the enemy's movements? This was indeed illogical. Until now, they had only considered assisting Bik's kin and had not pondered deeply. With Yi Lin's prompt, they regained their focus. Nylu had not anticipated Yi Lin would pose such a question. He hesitated slightly before letting out a resigned sigh. Given the circumstances, I do not wish to conceal the truth. It is not that we do not wish to rescue our companions, but rather that we lack the strength to do so. The enemy is more powerful than us, and we have no chance of victory. More formidable than you? Yi Lin regarded Nylu with surprise, given Nylu's strength. Ordinary cosmic marauders would pose no challenge to him. In a one-on-one scenario, I might stand a chance, but the adversary does not fight alone. He has a powerful ally, and together they are beyond my capacity to defeat. Nylu candidly explained, revealing that among the Namekians, aside from himself, the combat capabilities of others were not particularly robust. I see. Thus you believe that with an ally of equivalent strength, victory would be assured. Precisely, I sincerely apologize for my previous concealment. Nyla bowed earnestly toward Yi Lin and his companions. If that is the case, it matters not. After all, engaging with formidable foes is a vital aspect of our cultivation. Upon learning of the Namekian's concealment, Yi Lin was unconcerned. The stronger the adversary, the better for him, as greater challenges would expedite his growth in combat prowess. In order to reach planet F-345, Nailu guided Yilin and the others aboard a Namekian spacecraft, setting forth into the cosmos. Regarding the nefarious group that abducted the two Namekians, does anyone possess further intelligence? Master Roshi stepped forward to inquire, ever cautious. For knowledge of oneself and the enemy is the key to victory. It is essential to understand the nature of the adversaries we face before making arrangements. It is said that the group attempting to capture our Namekians is affiliated with Frieza. Frieza is the most malevolent entity in this universe, having annihilated countless planets. However, this expedition merely constitutes an advance unit of Frieza's forces, and we still possess a chance of overcoming them. Upon hearing the name Frieza, Yilin's face expressed astonishment. Although he believed that those audacious enough to plunder planet Namek were no ordinary foes, he had not anticipated they would be from Frieza's ranks. Even if they were merely an advance unit, Frieza's subordinates were formidable. Could it be that it is the Ginyu force that has bested Nailu? Yilin mused inwardly. Yet, he surmised that it likely was not. The Ginyu force's prowess would easily obliterate planet Namek, rendering it unnecessary for them to waste time here with the Namekians. However, upon learning that the adversary was Frieza's contingent, Yilin steeled himself for what lay ahead. We are likely to confront a formidable enemy. Even I could potentially be defeated. Thus, I implore you all to prepare yourselves. Should the adversary prove excessively powerful, do not attempt to engage them alone. Upon hearing Yilin's words, the other 8 nodded in agreement. Master, is there truly an opponent even you cannot overcome? Yamcha gazed at Yilin in astonishment. The eyes of the others turned toward him, fully aware of Yilin's immense strength, which remained an unattainable aspiration for them. In this vast universe, countless powerful beings exist. Our perspective of the world is still too limited. There are many who surpass me, so do not let your guard down. Yilin had forewarned everyone in advance. Throughout their journey, many crises were resolved by him beforehand, leaving Yamcha and the others blissfully ignorant of the true, formidable adversaries that lay ahead. Though this world possessed Dragon Balls capable of resurrecting the fallen, Yilin harbored no desire for needless sacrifices. It was the spaceship ahead that caught their attention. After lingering on the vessel for an hour, Nailu suddenly pointed forward. Yilin turned his gaze to the distant starry sky, where a colossal spaceship loomed, brazenly occupying the void. Danger! In the next instant, Yilin raised a finger, emitting a brilliant beam of light from its tip. The Dong Dong Boji struck a figure in the starry expanse, forcing them to retreat, their sharp gaze fixated on the Namekian ship. It appeared there were indeed powerful foes. No wonder they dared to approach directly. A figure stood proudly in the air, clad in battle attire. Their disdainful eyes locked on Yilin and his companions. Dodoria, with a battle power of 22,000. Yilin's attention fell upon the stout, purple-skinned figure. A formidable presence and the right-hand man of Frieza. Yilin had sensed his energy earlier, prompting his decisive strike. With their cover blown, there was no need for further concealment. Yilin and his companions emerged from the spaceship, their eyes fixed on Dodoria, fully aware of the vast disparity in strength. Chapter 95. Yilin vs. Sabo. Yilin's gaze shifted to the more distant spaceship. Dodoria was unlikely to be the only formidable opponent present. Within that vessel, he sensed other powerful energies. I leave the rest to you, he declared as he soared toward the spaceship, Dodoria's piercing gaze following him. Where do you think you're going in my presence? Dodoria rapidly closed the distance, launching a punch aimed at Yilin's head. With his battle power, he could obliterate a spaceship with a single blow. Conqueror's Haki. Go play elsewhere. Under the influence of the Conqueror's Haki, Yilin's battle power surged, doubling to an astonishing 62,000. He swung his arm, sending Dodoria flying. What? Dodoria was taken aback by Yilin's sudden surge in power. He quickly shifted from offense to defense, yet he could not withstand Yilin's overwhelming might, being flung through the cosmos. Ignoring Dodoria, Yilin continued his charge toward the enemy's ship. As he breached their stronghold, Master Roshi initiated his own actions. Seal his movements. Do not grant him a chance to gather energy. Under Master Roshi's command, the others surrounded Dodoria. Although their battle powers were all below 10,000, the gap was vast. Yet their potential in battle was not fixed. Through rigorous training, they had gained an understanding of combat that surpassed even the innate strength of these cosmic beings. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed from behind, and Yi Lin believed Master Roshi could handle the situation, especially with Nalu aiding him. He had arrived alone at the enemy's stronghold, and breaching the ship was a trivial task. With the Dong Dong Boji, he effortlessly sliced open an entry, only to be met by a throng of adversaries. However, a crimson glimmer flashed in his eyes. The Conqueror's Haki radiated outward, causing all foes within a 500-meter radius to faint, unable to withstand Yi Lin's imposing presence. He advanced deeper into the ship, dispatching anyone who dared to confront him. It felt as if he were wandering through his own home, moving leisurely through the vessel. At that moment, no one appeared before him, and it seemed as though he was the sole occupant of the entire spaceship. They certainly appeared overly confident, treating him with such disdain. A figure emerged from the corridor's end, and Yi Lin scrutinized them. This individual was tall, with striking green hair, their countenance marked by an air of arrogance. Sabo. With a battle power of 23,000, Yi Lin could discern his power through the system and recognize Sabo as Frieza's right-hand man. While his status was not as elevated as the Ginyu force, his strength was undeniably formidable. Are you the leader of this advanced team? Or is there someone even more powerful? Yi Lin inquired. Sabo's face bore a cold expression. I alone am sufficient to deal with you. Hearing this, Yi Lin's lips curled into a slight smirk. It seemed there were indeed higher-ranking individuals present. This was splendid news, as Sabo alone was hardly a challenge. Veins bulged on Sabo's forehead, fury igniting in his eyes. You seek death. He lunged at Yi Lin with incredible speed, surpassing Dodoria's swiftness. Observation Haki. Yi Lin effortlessly evaded Sabo's rapid assault, each of his movements appearing excruciatingly slow. He then extended his hand, pressing it against Sabo's head. Boom. Sabo was forcibly driven into the wall of the ship, collapsing to the ground as Yi Lin withdrew his hand. Now onward. Yi Lin brushed off his hands, ready to proceed, though his battle power began to wane. Had the duration of the Conqueror's Haki expired? After all, some of Yi Lin's abilities were time-limited, and his power reverted to 31,000. Dare to insult me? You shall perish. Suddenly, Sabo's eyes snapped open. He had feigned unconsciousness, waiting for Yi Lin's moment of vulnerability. Sabo unleashed a ki blast, the forceful wave striking Yi Lin with devastating impact. From the outset, Sabo had been observing the intruder, deducing that Yi Lin's surge in power would not last long. Thus, he bided his time, and at the moment Yi Lin's strength faltered, he seized the opportunity. Foolish child. This is the fate that befalls those who defy my Frieza force. Sabo coldly regarded the settling dust, confident that his ki blast had dealt a fatal blow to Yi Lin. Yet, before the dust could clear, an arm emerged from within as Yi Lin grasped Sabo's face. What fate are you referring to? I am quite eager to hear. Yi Lin effortlessly lifted Sabo, who was powerless to escape his grip. Damn you, this is your doing. Sabo's body began to convulse violently, an overwhelming energy emanating from him as his battle power rapidly climbed to 30,000. In this form, he bore numerous blemishes, resembling a grotesque ball, a stark contrast to his previously dashing appearance. You have forced me into this form. Your demise is imminent. Massive ki wave. Sabo thrust forth a significantly more powerful ki blast than before, which detonated violently before Yi Lin. Boom. The tremendous force obliterated the entire corridor, and Sabo wore a sinister grin, convinced that Yi Lin had met his end. But in the next moment, the hand gripping his face suddenly exerted force, and Sabo, who had been floating in the air, was violently slammed to the ground like a ruptured sack. Boom. A sound of destruction, far greater than before, reverberated throughout the entire spaceship. Sabo coughed up blood, shock etched across his face as he gazed toward the dissipating dust. Yi Lin stood there, his entire body enveloped in a layer of purple armored skin, which had now faded away, leaving no trace of injury upon him. Sabo's eyes widened in disbelief. The full-force sneak attack he had executed had evidently left not a single mark on his adversary, a fact he found utterly unacceptable. Subsequently, overwhelmed by the impact to his body, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 96. The Ginyu Special Force. Yi Lin withdrew his hand, having utilized armed color Haki to absorb Sabo's attack. With his combat prowess, he could withstand assaults even from an offensive power of 100,000 without hesitation, let alone that of Sabo, whose power was merely 30,000. Now, let me see who commands this place. Yi Lin continued deeper into the spaceship, sensing a formidable combat force emanating from its depths. It was truly unexpected that Sabo had been defeated, although he had not joined the Ginyu Special Force. His strength was still considerable. His loss merely proves his inadequacy. How could he ever be deemed worthy of entering the Ginyu Special Force? Suddenly, two figures appeared before Yilin. Their gazes flicked disdainfully towards Sabo's fallen form, showing no regard for his defeat. The two individuals clearly held a status superior to that of Sabo, and from their words and appearance, Yilin was able to ascertain their identities. Gudo, combat power 12,000. Barda, combat power 49,000. Yilin's eyes registered the combat prowess of both individuals, whether Gudo or Bardic. They were members of the Ginyu Special Force. This elite unit served as Frieza's personal guard, comprised of individuals with extraordinary combat capabilities. Even Sabo, in his previous state, was unqualified to join their ranks. To think that members of the Ginyu Special Force would be present here. How many of you have come? Upon hearing Yilin's inquiry, the two exchanged cold smirks. It seems you have heard of our reputation. In this advanced unit, there are only the two of us. Your luck has run out. Encountering the Ginyu Special Force means you can rest easy on your journey to the afterlife. A hint of mockery appeared on Bardo's face, and in the next instant, Yilin felt a rush of wind. Bang! Yilin was knocked back by a punch, while Bardo withdrew his fist, having struck in the blink of an eye. A feat so swift that even Yilin could not discern the trajectory of the attack. I am Bardo, the fastest in the universe. It is an honor for you to perish at my hands. In the next moment, Bardo's figure vanished, leaving no trace of his presence. Kenbuchika Haki. Yilin's body shifted sideways, narrowly evading Bardo's fist. Witnessing his attack miss, Bardo's eyes widened in shock, and in that fleeting moment of surprise, Yilin seized the opportunity to counterattack. Stop! Yilin's fist halted before Bardo, while Gudo's four eyes fixated upon him intently. Although Gudo's combat strength was not formidable, he had joined the Ginyu Special Force due to his unique ability to manipulate time. Bardo, do not underestimate him. This opponent is not to be taken lightly. Gudo cautioned his companion, and Bardo nodded, having nearly fallen victim to Yilin's earlier strike, causing him to abandon his previous arrogance. Bardo's fists rained down upon Yilin like a torrential downpour. Bang bang bang. Yilin was sent flying by Bardo's relentless assault, which aimed to obliterate him. Yet, cloaked in armed color Haki, Yilin managed to deflect the majority of the attacks. In the next moment, however, Bardo's punch was unexpectedly caught by Yilin's hand. This is impossible. How could you break free from my control? Gudo stared in astonishment, witnessing his ability being forcibly escaped for the first time. Bardo furrowed his brow. Yet he was not one to be easily bested. Even if you have escaped my grasp, you are undoubtedly no match for me. Bardo pressed down on Yilin, forcing him against the wall. Boom boom boom. Yilin's body crashed against the wall repeatedly, but encased in armed color Haki, his defenses were remarkable. Against such impacts, he emerged unscathed, and his grip on Bardo's hand tightened. Bardo grimaced, realizing he could not free himself from Yilin's grasp. Damn it, release me. Bardo raised his other hand, gathering a tremendous amount of energy within his palm, a radiant glow illuminating the space. Yet, before Bardo could unleash his power, Yilin acted first, exerting force to violently dislocate Bardo's arm. In the midst of crisis, Yilin's combat prowess surged, his fighting spirit soaring higher. Pain flashed across Bardo's face, but before he could scream, Yilin's fingers shot forth a beam of energy, piercing straight through Bardo's chest. How could this be? I am dying at the hands of such a weakling. Bardo's face was a mask of shock, and ultimately, he fell to the shockwave. Logically, Bardo's strength should not have been so feeble. However, his greatest asset lay in his speed, and the confined space within the spaceship severely limited his capabilities. Furthermore, his underestimation of Yilin allowed the latter to seize him without relent. Consequently, his greatest advantage vanished, leading to his dismal defeat at Yilin's hands. Upon witnessing Bardo's demise, Gudo's expression turned to one of panic, and he immediately attempted to flee. Yet, how could Yilin allow him to escape? The beam of energy transformed into a sword, sweeping through the air, and in a state of shock, Gudo was cleaved in two by Yilin. Having triumphed over two foes, Yilin did not emerge unscathed, although he had deflected Bardo's strikes with his armed color Haki. The latter's combat strength was still an impressive 49,000. After enduring so many blows, Yilin's body had sustained some injuries, but overall, they were not significant. How could it be? Even the Ginyu Special Force has fallen. At this moment, Sabo had regained consciousness and witnessed Yi Lin's overwhelming victory over the two members of the Ginyu Special Force. His face displayed a mixture of terror and disbelief. You're awake? That works out well. I was just about to ask you for something. Yi Lin's gaze turned towards Sabo, and upon hearing his words, Sabo's expression shifted to one of wariness and fear. Humph, do you think I would assist an enemy? If you refuse, your only option will be a path to death. A powerful energy coalesced in Yi Lin's palm, forming a sphere, causing Sabo to tremble as he felt the threat of death emanating from it. What do you want me to do? Sabo ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce, realizing that against Yi Lin's strength, escape was futile. Tell Frieza that I will protect this planet Namek. If he disagrees, he can come find me. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Sabo stared at him in bewilderment. Are you mad? Do you wish to challenge Lord Frieza? Just relay your message, and you may leave safely now. Yi Lin replied coldly, and Sabo, furrowing his brow at Yi Lin, promptly fled the spaceship, with Yi Lin making no effort to pursue him. Chapter 97. Acquiring the Shadow Clone technique. Although the advanced troops had been dealt with, Yi Lin was acutely aware that a more formidable crisis was looming on the horizon. Frieza would not simply endure this setback. He would undoubtedly descend upon planet Namek with a vast army, a scenario that Yi Lin had anticipated and even orchestrated. As Yi Lin departed from the spaceship, making his way towards the battlefield where the Turtle Hermit and his companions were engaged, he found the conflict nearing its conclusion. Dodoria was in a precarious position, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of his adversaries. Initially, he had intended to disregard these weaker foes, but soon realized his folly. Their combat prowess was steadily escalating, and their techniques began to pose a genuine threat. However, the gravest danger came from a Namekian named Nail, whose fighting capabilities surpassed those of Dodoria. With the support of his allies, Dodoria found himself in a dire predicament. You wretched scoundrels! I shall take you all down with me. Energy explosion. Dodoria's veins bulged as he amassed an overwhelming aura. Sensing this terrifying energy, Nail's expression shifted alarmingly. Not good. He intends to self-destruct. Fall back. I will absorb the impact. Nail resolved to confront this self-destructive force alone, for he was the strongest among them. And this task rightfully fell to him. Yet, upon hearing his declaration, none of the Turtle Hermit's companions chose to retreat. Since we are fighting side by side, how could we possibly abandon you to face this alone? Let us unite our energy waves to counter his power. Piccolo stood resolutely beside Nail, unwilling to allow his fellow Namekian to face such peril solo. Nail cast a glance at the 8 warriors, seemingly moved by their determination, and acquiesced to their intervention. The 8 Earth martial artists positioned themselves alongside Nail, and together, they unleashed their energy waves in a concerted assault against Dodoria, with Nail following closely behind, unleashing a colossal energy wave of his own. With no avenue for escape, Dodoria opted for the most direct course of action, self-destruction. With a battle power of 22,000, the might of his explosion would be exponentially amplified. Even Nail alone would find it challenging to withstand. Yet, this time, Nail was not alone. 9 energy waves collided with Dodoria, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The terrifying energy surged outward, resembling a fireball in the cosmos, as it bore down upon the 9 warriors. However, united in purpose, they collectively withstood the onslaught, and the massive fireball was dissipated by their combined energy waves. Dodoria's self-destruction was successfully mitigated by their teamwork. Breathless, the 9 warriors gasped for air, having expended considerable energy. Well done. We managed to defeat Dodoria through effective cooperation, Yi Lin remarked, having observed the battle from a distance. Confident that intervention was unnecessary. Mr. Yi Lin, have you concluded your battle? Krillin inquired curiously, as they had been wholly engaged in their confrontation with Dodoria, leaving them no time to assess Yi Lin's situation. My skirmish is over, but I bear unfortunate news. It is highly probable that Frieza will soon arrive with his legion to invade planet Namek. Upon hearing this, Nail's expression turned grave, though he was not entirely taken aback. He had anticipated such a development, knowing that their victory over Frieza's advanced troops would not go unpunished. I shall report this to the Grand Elder. I trust he will provide us with new guidance. Subsequently, the group boarded Frieza's advanced troops' spaceship, where they discovered 2 imprisoned Namekians. Nail freed them from their chains, liberating them. They then piloted the enemy vessel towards planet Namek, as their own spaceship had been destroyed. Mr. Yi Lin, Is Frieza truly as formidable as rumored? Krillin asked with evident concern. The others' gazes turned towards Yi Lin, for they believed he possessed a keen understanding of cosmic matters, especially since he had previously claimed to hail from outer space. Indeed, Frieza's power is immense. Even if 100 Dodorias were to unite, they would be obliterated by a mere flick of his finger. Yi Lin endeavored to convey the vast disparity in strength that Frieza possessed, gasping in disbelief. The group absorbed this revelation. Dodoria had already proved to be a significant challenge, and without Nail's assistance, victory would have been unattainable. The thought that Frieza could effortlessly surpass 100 Dodorias filled them with trepidation, revealing an insurmountable chasm in their capabilities. This is dire. Should Frieza lead his army against planet Namek, it could face annihilation, the turtle hermit remarked, brows furrowed in concern. All eyes turned to Yi Lin. For even though they wished to aid planet Namek, the vast power disparity left them feeling hopeless. Let us return and see what the Grand Elder advises, Yi Lin suggested. And the others concurred, hopeful that the all-knowing Grand Elder might possess a solution. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and received a divine lottery opportunity. Now commencing the divine lottery. With the system's announcement echoing, a familiar rainbow-colored lottery box materialized before Yi Lin. As the box shimmered with vibrant colors, it abruptly halted, and a small purple orb fell forth. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a C-rank skill from the Fire Shadow Realm, Shadow Clone Technique. Skill description. This skill summons clones with combat power equivalent to 80 of the host's strength. The more clones summoned, the weaker their combat power becomes by 50. Name, Yi Lin. Combat power, 35,000 Bloodline. Scion, level 2, 7, 200 skills. 1. Wind release. Super Great Ball Spiraling Shuriken, Superclass, 2, 100. 000. Increases combat power by 200. 2. Gale Foot, Advanced, 50, 210, 000. Unleashes a vacuum attack, creating slashing strikes. 3. Dodo Wave Extreme, Advanced, Max, emits light waves from fingertips, increasing combat power by 80. 4. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced, 1, 010, 000. Increases base combat power by 100. Affects enemies with lower combat power within 500 meters, rendering them incapable of fighting. 5. Instant Transmission, Max. By grasping an opponent's energy, one can teleport anywhere. 6. Double Kaioken, Double, 220. Increases base combat power by 200. 7. Shadow Clone Technique. Beginner, 0, 100. Summons clones with combat power equivalent to 80 of the host's strength. Each additional clone reduces combat power by 50. Items. Dragon Ball Radar X1 Chapter 99. Beasts in the Valley of Turbulent Winds. At the entrance of the Valley of Turbulent Winds, the gales were not as violent. Yet the wind remained significant. This is the only entrance, and due to the lower terrain, the winds here are relatively gentle. However, the most perilous aspect of this chaotic wind valley is not merely the fierce gales, but also the dense miasma and formidable beasts lurking within. Upon hearing Nyla's words, Yi Lin wore a perplexed expression. With winds this strong outside, could the interior truly be filled with miasma? Given the circumstances of the chaotic wind valley, it seemed improbable that such intense winds could fail to disperse any miasma present. Although the outside is tempestuous, the interior exhibits a remarkable stillness. A realization dawned upon Yi Lin. This is the eye of the storm. The interior of the chaotic wind valley, situated at the storm's core, paradoxically finds itself in a tranquil zone devoid of wind. Yet, witnessing such a prolonged stillness in the eye of the storm was a first for Yi Lin. After their group passed through the valley's entrance, they were met with astonishment upon observing the lush jungle that lay before them, a stark contrast to the desolate wilderness outside. Being sheltered within the eye of the storm allowed the vegetation to flourish, giving rise to this verdant forest. The turtle sage approached and plucked a leaf, scrutinizing it closely before remarking, "Step back, the air is toxic." At that moment, Piccolo suddenly shouted, as a faint green mist wafted through the air. This was the miasma. The toxic fumes had long since permeated the atmosphere, and lingering in such a place would undoubtedly lead to poisoning. Piccolo's senses were notably sharper than those of the others, allowing him to detect the anomaly at once. "Rest assured, there is a way to mitigate the miasma. Let me search," Nihilus said, quickly scouring the ground. Soon, he unearthed several green stones. Yi Lin narrowed his gaze at one of the green stones, observing its peculiar ability to absorb the miasma from the air. What good fortune! I did not expect to find so many here. As long as we carry these stones, we can evade the miasma's effects. Nailu distributed the stones among Yi Lin and the others, who regarded the green stones with curiosity. In nature, every creature has its predator. It seems that the unique environment here has birthed these stones capable of counteracting the miasma, Yi Lin remarked. Upon hearing his words, the group nodded in agreement and affixed the stones to themselves. Utilizing his observation Haki, Yi Lin could distinctly see that once the stones were worn, the miasma in the air was absorbed, posing no threat to them. Consequently, they would be able to remain in the chaotic wind valley for an extended period. A rustling sound emerged from the surrounding bushes, prompting the group to prepare for an encounter, their gazes fixated ahead. Suddenly, from the thicket, a bizarre creature with a bird's head and a pig's body lunged forth, its sharp beak resembling a spear. "I'll handle it," Yamcha exclaimed, charging forward. He deftly dodged the creature's beak and closed in, delivering a powerful punch to its body. However, upon impact, Yamcha's expression shifted dramatically, for the beast remained unfazed. A combat power of 15,000. What a remarkable creature! Yi Lin was witnessing a beast with such formidable strength for the first time. This bird-pig creature's prowess already surpassed that of the turtle sage and the others. Incensed by the attack, the bird-pig creature launched a furious counterattack with its beak, its speed akin to navigating a hailstorm. Yamcha found himself in a precarious situation, having charged in too recklessly without realizing the creature's true combat capabilities. Kamehameha. Yamcha unleashed a small energy ball that struck the bird-pig beast. The sudden onslaught forced the creature to retreat, though it sustained no severe injuries. Seizing the opportunity, Yamcha created some distance, catching his breath while eyeing the bird-pig creature with renewed determination. "I'll assist as well," Krillin began to step forward. But Piccolo raised his arm to stop him. "We are surrounded." Piccolo's gaze narrowed as he focused on the rustling sounds in the grass, and soon, a multitude of bird-pig creatures emerged from the underbrush. In an instant, they found themselves encircled by over 20 of these beasts, each possessing a combat power exceeding 10,000. Yi Lin assessed the strength of the bird-pig creatures. Their capabilities and numbers made them ideal for the turtle sage and his companions to train against. "I will venture deeper. You all hold your ground," Yi Lin declared, swiftly maneuvering through the encirclement of bird-pig creatures and advancing into the depths of the jungle. "Don't act recklessly. This forest is perilous," Nailu cautioned, but Yi Lin had already vanished from sight. "Have no fear. Our master will be fine. His abilities far surpass ours," Yamcha reassured. He held unwavering confidence in Yi Lin, while Piccolo clenched his fists, determined not to let Yi Lin maintain an unchallenged lead. "Let's dispatch these foes quickly. That guy won't stay ahead of us forever," Tien Shinhan declared, his own fighting spirit ignited. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong gazed at the bird-pig beasts, pondering whether they would be edible. Nailu remained behind to protect the others, hoping for Yi Lin's well-being, for within this jungle lurked entities even he could not defeat. Yi Lin's figure darted rapidly through the foliage, sensing numerous powerful presences within. The bird-pig creatures were likely the lowest tier of this ecosystem. With Nailu safeguarding the turtle sage and the others, encountering some danger should not pose a significant issue. Moreover, he had confidence in his companions. Although he was currently far ahead, they were not lagging in pursuit, particularly Piccolo and Tien Shinhan, whose resolute determination shone brightly in their eyes. "It must be just ahead," Yi Lin thought, directing his gaze toward a massive cave that towered 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. He could distinctly sense a formidable aura emanating from within the depths of the cave, which he surmised housed the strongest entity within the chaotic wind valley. If he aimed to train, he might as well seek the mightiest opponent. Under such intense pressure, his combat abilities would surely flourish. "Let me offer a greeting," Yi Lin declared, raising a finger to unleash a Kamehameha wave into the cave. The ensuing explosion reverberated mightily. Yet the potent aura within the cave not only persisted but intensified, causing the very earth to tremble. Chapter 98, The Training Ground. Upon hearing the skill he had drawn, Yi Lin's eyes widened in excitement. He was well aware of the prowess of the shadow clone technique, and possessing such a skill would undoubtedly accelerate his growth and combat prowess. "Master, we have arrived," Yamcha called to awaken Yi Lin. Their spacecraft had returned to Namek, and outside, Numerous Namekians awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Nailu return with 2 companions, the Namekians erupted in joyous cheers. After bringing back his companions, Nailu continued to guide Yi Lin and the others to the Grand Elder's chamber, where they found the Grand Elder's corpulent form still seated comfortably in his chair. "Thank you for rescuing our companions." The voice of the Elder resounded in Yi Lin and the others' minds. Now that the mission has been accomplished, it is time for the Elder to reveal the secrets regarding that cultivation site. The reason Yi Lin and his companions accepted this task was twofold. On one hand, it was due to the mission released by Yi Lin's system, and on the other, the Elder had promised that if they successfully rescued 2 of their kin, he would disclose the location of a cultivation site on the planet Namek. Naturally, if you are willing to assist us in rescuing our people, I shall fulfill my prior promise. Nailu, take a few of our friends from Earth to Chaos Wind Valley. Upon hearing the Elder's words, Nailu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chaos Wind Valley is exceedingly perilous. Even I cannot remain there for extended periods. How can you send them there? Nailu gazed at the Elder in astonishment. Initially curious about the cultivation site the Elder had mentioned, only to find it was this dangerous Chaos Wind Valley. Having ventured into it before, he was well aware of its treacherous nature. What is this Chaos Wind Valley? This was Yi Lin's first encounter with such a place, and judging by Nailu's words, its danger level could even threaten a formidable warrior like Nailu, who possessed a battle power of 42,000. Chaos Wind Valley is an extremely inhospitable environment, teeming with ferocious beasts, making it the most perilous location on the entire Namek. I usually avoid that area at all costs. Nailu's expression turned grave, clearly apprehensive about Chaos Wind Valley. Yi Lin turned his gaze toward the Elder, who spoke again. Although Chaos Wind Valley is fraught with danger, it also harbors treasures. Within it lies a clear spring, which can alleviate fatigue and greatly aid your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Nailu seemed to recall something. Indeed, there is a clear spring within Chaos Wind Valley. Its effects are remarkable, even capable of healing wounds with just a soak. Given Nailu's demeanor, it was evident he was not fabricating tales. Yi Lin believed the Elder would not dare deceive them, otherwise, he would not hesitate to turn the entire Namekian village upside down. If that is the case, let us proceed to Chaos Wind Valley and take a look. I am familiar with the area. Allow me to lead the way. Nailu volunteered to guide Yi Lin and the others. If Chaos Wind Valley is truly as hazardous as Nailu described, he is likely the only one on the planet who can safely lead them. Subsequently, they departed from the Namekian village en route to Chaos Wind Valley. Thank you for saving us. At the village entrance, the 2 previously imprisoned Namekians expressed their gratitude to Yi Lin and his companions, and the villagers gathered around, demonstrating goodwill towards them. Observing their radiant smiles, Yi Lin gained a deeper understanding of the peace-loving Namekians. Had it not been for their arrival, the village would likely have been destroyed, Yi Lin mused. Their presence was altering the course of history, and this realization made Yi Lin understand that if he remained weak as a member of Earth, the only fate awaiting it would be destruction. The thought of facing more formidable foes in the future tightened Yi Lin's fists. After bidding farewell to the many Namekians, Yi Lin and his companions officially set forth. Despite the harsh conditions on Namek, the inhabitants appeared to live contentedly. Kirin glanced back at the diminishing village, a look of nostalgia in his eyes. We, the Namekians, shall never succumb to this harsh environment. We will continue to thrive on this planet, for it is our homeland. Nailu's gaze reflected unwavering determination. Piccolo cast a sidelong glance at Nailu, snorted, and refrained from voicing any opinions, yet it was evident he had acknowledged Nailu. After 2 days of travel, the group finally approached Chaos Wind Valley, during which time they had come to understand just how severe the environment on Namek truly was. The air was thick with toxic miasma, frequent storms raged, and fissures erupted from the ground, spewing scorching lava. Surviving in such an environment was indeed arduous. Clint dusted himself off, remarking, "As long as we remain within the Elder's barrier, we can continue to live." Nailu replied, "Compared to the dire conditions outside, the village within the barrier was indeed peaceful. Is this Chaos Wind Valley?" Tianjin's 3 eyes fixated on the enormous gorge before them, characterized by treacherous terrain. Violent winds howled around the gorge, carrying sand and gravel that could be more lethal than bullets if struck. This is indeed Chaos Wind Valley. I know the location of the valley's entrance. Stay close and remain vigilant. Being swept away by the winds would be extremely troublesome, a near-fatal experience. To demonstrate, Nailu picked up a stone and tossed it into the raging winds. Bang! The stone was instantly shattered in the tempest, illustrating the sheer power of the winds. Gulp! Klin swallowed hard, clutching Kieran's leg tightly, fearful of being swept away. Rest assured, the entrance I have chosen is the area with the least wind pressure. As long as we remain cautious, there is minimal danger. Nyla smiled, reassuring the group. They then commenced their journey, guided by Nailu into the depths of Chaos Wind Valley. Chapter 100. Crisis on Earth awaiting outside the cavern. Yilin soon beheld the colossal creature inside. It was a gigantic tortoise, but unlike any ordinary tortoise. This one bore a shell resembling a volcano, from which lava spewed with each movement. Lava tortoise, battle power 50,000, standing 5 meters tall. This imposing beast ignited a spark of combativeness within Yilin. Huh! Bang! Yilin delivered a punch directly to the lava tortoise, yet upon impact, he felt only sheer hardness, akin to striking granite. The lava tortoise, incensed by the blow, opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames. Yilin's body was engulfed by the flames, and he experienced unimaginable heat, the temperature likely exceeding 500 degrees. A layer of dark purple armor enveloped him as he activated his Haki, enabling him to withstand the intense heat. Seeing that Yilin had not perished in its flames, the lava tortoise appeared even more furious, its back erupting with molten lava. The extreme heat ignited the ground around them, and the lava tortoise charged toward Yilin with heavy strides. Come at me. Yilin met its charge head-on, bracing himself against the massive creature. Yet the tortoise's immense strength forced him to stagger back. Is my power insufficient? Then let me unleash the double Kaioken. A tremendous energy erupted from Yilin, a crimson aura swirling around him as his battle power surged dramatically. He steadied himself, successfully countering the lava tortoise's formidable force. It seems this level of strength is indeed overwhelming. After this, Yilin exerted his strength, and an astonishing scene unfolded. He lifted the enormous magma turtle with remarkable ease. He raised the gigantic creature above his head and then smashed it into the ground. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very foundations of the chaotic wind valley. While the magma turtle was left dazed by the impact. What transpired? Shortly after Yilin concluded the battle, Nailu arrived with the turtle sage and others. Upon witnessing the colossal magma turtle sprawled on the ground, Nailu's expression turned to one of shock. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this creature, the dominant force within the wind valley, one that even he could not contend with. Yet, Yilin had defeated it with such swiftness. Yilin, it appears that the cultivation levels in the wind valley are still far too low for you. The turtle sage glanced at the fallen magma turtle and recognized its potential as the mightiest being in the wind valley. The fact that Yilin could so easily vanquish such a formidable entity indicated that obstacles for him in this realm were virtually non-existent. In a typical state, I would not stand a chance against it. A battle would yield some results. Yilin observed the inert magma turtle without utilizing skills. He too would have struggled against it. All eyes were drawn to the enormous creature, and despite its current position, they could still sense its overwhelming presence. It appears we must strive even harder in our training. The group rekindled their fighting spirit, determined not to fall behind Yilin. Subsequently, they each departed, opting for solitary cultivation within the Wind Valley to heighten their sense of urgency and significantly enhance their training efficacy. Clearly, the desired stimulation had been achieved. Witnessing their renewed zeal, Yilin smiled in satisfaction and approached the magma turtle, patting its shell. There is no need to feign unconsciousness. I have shown you mercy. If you do not open your eyes soon, I shall resort to more vigorous means to wake you. Alarmed by Yilin's words, the magma turtle hastily opened its eyes, gazing at him with an expression of fear. Rest assured, I have no intention of bullying you. I merely wish for your company during my training. The magma turtle quickly shook its head, evidently aware of its inferiority and unwilling to endure further punishment. Do you have a choice? Yilin gestured with his fist, and the magma turtle, sensing the danger in Yilin's gaze, shuddered and complied. Do not worry. I shall not exert my full strength, otherwise it would negate the purpose of training. Thereafter, Yilin engaged the magma turtle once more, this time refraining from employing the Kaioken ×2, only activating his Busashoka Haki. With this modest enhancement, the exchanges between Yilin and the magma turtle were dynamic. It was time to test the shadow clone technique. Yilin had gradually acclimated to battling the magma turtle and decided to experiment with his newly acquired skill. Shadow Clone Technique. A surge of energy was forcibly extracted from Yi Lin's body, coalescing beside him. The energy gradually solidified, ultimately manifesting as a duplicate of Yi Lin himself. The visual experience is shared, and I can control it at will, just as if it were my own body. Yi Lin could distinctly sense everything through the shadow clone and exert control over it. Its combat strength is merely 28,000. Indeed, it possesses only 80's prowess. Let us see how it fares in battle. Yi Lin commanded the shadow clone to engage the magma turtle, but the clone's combat power paled in comparison to Yi Lin's, rendering it no match for the turtle. Dotoboki. A shockwave was unleashed from the clone's hand, a technique unique to Yi Lin. Can skills be shared as well? Yi Lin's eyes brightened. This revelation significantly enhanced the value of the shadow clone. However, he soon recognized a drawback. The shadow clone could not replenish its own energy. After merely 10 minutes of intense combat, the shadow clone vanished. Yi Lin attempted again to summon the clone, which required half of his energy to materialize. Fortunately, Yi Lin's recovery speed was rapid. Following this, he engaged the magma turtle while the shadow clone remained on standby. Through observation, Yi Lin discerned that once the shadow clone was formed, it would not continue to consume his energy, and as long as it refrained from attacking, it could persist for an extended duration. Yi Lin had thus gained a comprehensive understanding of the shadow clone. Ding. System task notification. Save the Earth from crisis. Difficulty level. Hard mode. Reward. 1 divine lottery draw. While training, Yi Lin was startled by the sudden task notification, his brow furrowing in concern. According to the history of Dragon Ball, Earth should not currently be facing any issues. This unexpected task left him perplexed. Yi Lin, there is trouble. You must return to Earth immediately. The voice of the North KO echoed in Yi Lin's mind, a communication technique of the North KO. Hearing the urgency in the North KO's voice, coupled with the sudden task, Yi Lin's expression turned grave. Instant transmission. Yi Lin left the clone monitoring the situation on Namek and returned to Earth. Upon solid ground, a foul stench assailed his senses. Yet Yi Lin emanated a wave of energy that shielded him from the noxious odor. Is this Earth? The sky was enveloped in a gray haze, the ground decayed, and the entire landscape had lost its vitality. Acid rain fell from the sky, continuously corroding the earth. Chapter 101. Encountering the Red Ribbon Army again. If Yi Lin were not certain of his instant transmission, he might have believed he had arrived on an unknown cosmic planet. What on earth is this? The scene before him filled Yi Lin with confusion, prompting him to attune to the surrounding energy. After doing so, his expression became grave. He could sense no energy whatsoever, leading to the stark conclusion that perhaps everyone had perished. The thought of his companions on Earth tightened Yi Lin's fists. Instant transmission. Yi Lin utilized the technique once more, arriving at the floating temple. Within the temple, Shun and Popo awaited his arrival. Yi Lin, you have returned. It appears Lord North KO has made contact with you. Shun sighed in relief, likely having communicated with North KO, which prompted North KO to reach out to him. What has transpired on Earth? Yi Lin questioned Shun, bewildered by the drastic change in the state of Earth within such a short time, igniting his anger. Rather than have me explain, it would be best for you to see for yourself. Shun then projected an image before Yi Lin, revealing a group of individuals busily manipulating a massive machine resembling a chimney. A gray mist billowed from the chimney into the atmosphere, altering the sky and causing acid rain to fall, which corroded the land and resulted in widespread death. The Red Ribbon Army. They should have been eradicated. Could it be? Yi Lin recognized the insignia of the Red Ribbon Army on the individuals, astonished by their resurgence. Suddenly, he recalled an antagonist he had overlooked in the Dragon Ball saga, Dr. Gero. He was the mastermind behind the Red Ribbon Army, and in focusing on potential extraterrestrial threats, Yi Lin had neglected the danger posed by Earth itself. Bulma and the others, could they also? Yi Lin's gaze shifted towards Shun, who let out a sigh and shook his head. I apologize, Yi Lin. We discovered this far too late. Everything transpired so swiftly, almost overnight, transforming the Earth into this state. However, I have utilized my powers to preserve the bodies of all those on Earth, preventing their decay, allowing them to be resurrected with the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing Shun's words, Yi Lin felt a sense of relief wash over him, gradually calming down as he contemplated the situation. The foundation of the Red Ribbon Army had been obliterated. How had they constructed this mechanical factory? Yilin furrowed his brow, recognizing that the enormous factory formed by the towering smokestacks was not something easily erected. If it were a prolonged project, it would be impossible for Shun not to have noticed any signs. Thus, it must have been constructed in one breath, catching Shun completely off guard. It was Dr. Willow, a renowned scientist who, in his pursuit of immortality, had transformed himself into a machine and had been sealed away. The Red Ribbon Army had broken his seal, and that colossal smokestack was one of his creations. Shin explained to Yilin, who recalled Dr. Willow as a gigantic robot. With his abilities, creating such a factory was certainly feasible, especially with the assistance of the Red Ribbon Army. I will first deal with them, then gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone. You just need to protect their physical forms. Understood. I will safeguard everyone's bodies, but you must act swiftly. My current power is limited, and I fear I cannot maintain this for long. Yilin noticed the beads of sweat forming densely on Shun's forehead. It was undoubtedly a daunting task for him to protect all the inhabitants of Earth single-handedly. Instant transmission. With that, Yilin swiftly departed from the temple and soon found himself before the massive smokestack. Presently, this was the only place on Earth still emitting gas. Open fire. As Yilin appeared, he was immediately met with a hail of bullets and artillery, but these attacks were futile against him. The energy emanating from him effortlessly deflected the projectiles. Conqueror's Haki. Following this, an aura radiated from Yilin, causing all enemies within a 500-meter radius to faint. The ordinary soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army stood no chance against him. Yilin, you have indeed arrived. Yilin looked up to see a one-eyed man with red hair standing high above, gazing down at him. Marshal Rit, you should have perished on the battlefield against Piccolo. Yilin narrowed his eyes at the figure, recognizing Rit as the commander of the Red Ribbon Army. He should have met his end along with the majority of the army during Piccolo's explosion of power. I am not so easily killed. I am now an android. And it is you, the damned martial artist, who has led my Red Ribbon Army to this dire fate. Today, I have come to settle the score with you. After hearing Rit's words, Yilin lifted a finger and shot a ki blast towards him, having no intention of engaging in further conversation. Seeing the ki blast approach, Rit remained unfazed. Boom. Yilin's ki blast was surprisingly blocked by an energy shield that had materialized before Rit. This is the power of technology. Observing Rit's smug demeanor, Yilin narrowed his eyes at the energy shield. This is merely the power of Dr. Willow, and you take pride in it. Do you truly believe this can withstand me? Yilin raised his finger once more, this time condensing an extraordinary amount of energy. Dodo Wave. Yilin fired a beam of light, distinctly different from his previous ki blast. This was a technique unique to him. The beam sliced through the energy shield as if it were mere parchment, effortlessly splitting it in two. How is this possible? Panic flashed across Rit's face. He had assumed Yilin could never breach the shield, yet it had been easily severed, a tangible slap to his pride. Hurry, save me, Rit shouted. And three figures quickly positioned themselves before him, all of whom were also androids. Yilin sensed a formidable energy emanating from them, yet regrettably, it was merely at the level of just over 10,000. According to Yilin's recollection, these androids were originally Dr. Gero's discarded creations, their strength hardly noteworthy. Disappear. Yilin utilized his Dodo Wave to reduce the 4 androids before him to ashes. These discarded creations posed no obstacle for Yilin, who had other pressing matters to attend to. He needed to halt this factory's operation. Only by doing so could the Earth return to its former state and allow for the resurrection of all. Chapter 102. Dr. Gero. Yilin pressed forward, delving deeper into the massive mechanical factory. Within its depths, he encountered a colossal machine, frantically whirring and clanking. You must be Dr. Willow. Yilin's gaze was fixed on the machine, which then shifted, a red light igniting from the pile of machinery. A gigantic robot slowly rose from the mechanical mass. Dr. Willow's brain had been integrated into this machine, controlling all its operations, and, indeed, the architect behind this earthly catastrophe. You are the Yilin spoken of by the Red Ribbon Army. I have heard of you. You shall be the greatest obstacle to my plans. Your plans? Indeed. I intend to transform the entire Earth. Humanity continuously exploits this planet's resources. I aim to create a world inhabited solely by robots, capable of orderly governance, ensuring the planet's optimal protection. As Dr. Willow revealed his intentions, a cold glint flickered in Yilin's eyes. Is that so? You would recklessly destroy Earth for such a trivial reason? Since this is your final proclamation, I shall now send you on your way. Yi Lin raised a finger, aiming a beam of light forward. Futile. My energy shield can withstand even nuclear blasts. It is impenetrable. A self-satisfied voice emanated from within the robot, and indeed, an energy shield had formed before him, far denser than the one that had previously protected Rit. However, in the next moment, Yi Lin's beam pierced through the energy shield, severing one of Dr. Willow's arms. This is impossible. Recalculating data, how can human physical strength reach such levels? Faced with the unexpected turn of events, Dr. Willow descended into chaos, frantically attempting to reassess the threat Yi Lin posed. Yet this was a fruitless endeavor. Yi Lin's combat power soared to 35,000, while Dr. Willow's was a mere 30,000. Coupled with Yi Lin's ability to employ techniques for combat enhancement, Dr. Willow stood no chance of victory. It is time for you to depart this world. Yi Lin raised his palm, the wind release, super large spiral shuriken materializing within his grasp. Wait, let us discuss this matter thoroughly. I believe that if we join forces, we can undoubtedly make this Earth a better place. I would also assist you in becoming the ruler of this world. However, should you choose to act against Earth, it will only lead you to your demise. Without a hint of mercy, Yi Lin unleashed the wind release, super large shuriken, its formidable power effortlessly tearing apart Dr. Willow's body. Ultimately, under Yi Lin's overwhelming strength, Dr. Willow was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere remnants. Meanwhile, the entire mechanical factory was erupting in explosions. Without Dr. Willow, its collapse was imminent. Yet, Yi Lin did not rush to depart. His gaze remained coldly fixed ahead. After observing for so long, it was time for the true presence to reveal itself. His eyes sharpened as a mechanical vehicle emerged from the shadows, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant glow. This light coalesced into a figure, a frail old man, hunched yet with piercingly bright eyes. You must be Dr. Gero, Yi Lin remarked, recognizing the projection of the individual who was not physically present, likely hiding in a secure location while monitoring all his actions. Yi Lin had already sensed the essence of this Earth, and it appeared that no other life forms existed. Dr. Gero had presumably long since departed from this planet. After dealing with the Red Ribbon Army, Yi Lin had momentarily forgotten about Dr. Gero, who now had likely escaped to the cosmos to cultivate his own power. The image of the androids flashed in Yi Lin's mind. Those creations were certainly formidable adversaries. Yi Lin, this must be our first encounter, yet I have known of you for quite some time. I assisted in the modification of Tao Bai Bai and conducted tests on you, concluding that you would pose my greatest obstacle. Anticipate my next move. I shall create the most powerful androids to confront you, and I will ultimately triumph over you. Boom. Yi Lin's fingertip released a shockwave, obliterating the projector, and he departed the mechanical factory. Shortly after his exit, the structure crumbled entirely, transforming into a heap of ruins. Amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, Dr. Gero piloted his spacecraft, journeying into the depths of space. Indeed, with the inept Dr. Willow, victory against Yi Lin was inconceivable. However, this outcome was anticipated. Yi Lin, await your reckoning. You have avenged your destruction of my Red Ribbon Army, and I shall ensure you pay for it. A sinister smile crept across Dr. Gero's face, his singular focus now on eliminating Yi Lin. The spacecraft drifted through the stars as Dr. Gero sought a civilization capable of aiding him in creating even stronger androids. Having dealt with Dr. Willow, Yi Lin returned to the temple, where Shun and Bobo awaited him. They had witnessed Yi Lin's immense power as he effortlessly dispatched the formidable Dr. Willow. Now, I merely need to gather the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone, correct? Indeed. If you wish upon the Shenlong, all can be revived. However, the number of souls to be resurrected is substantial, so you may need to confer with Lord Yinluo. Shin offered this suggestion, to which Yi Lin nodded. I shall make a brief visit to Earth. As for the Dragon Balls, you need not worry. I have already gathered them in advance. Shin opened his palm to reveal 7 golden Dragon Balls, indicating that he had not been idle during this time. In that case, remain here while I return swiftly. Instant transmission. Placing his fingertip on his brow, Yi Lin sensed Lord Yinluo's aura and promptly teleported. Who goes there? Just as Yi Lin arrived, a powerful aura confronted him. Conqueror's Haki. Yi Lin instantly doubled his combat strength, seizing the spear aimed at him. The assailant was one of Lord Yinluo's guards, whose spear Yi Lin easily broke. However, other guards quickly surrounded him, encasing Yi Lin with their long weapons. Yet, he remained unperturbed, confident in his ability to escape at any moment. Chapter 103. Resurrecting the inhabitants of Earth. Lord Yinluo's gaze fell upon Yilin. Ah, it is you. Yilin, even if you had not come, I was preparing to summon you. What is the meaning of this influx of souls from Earth? The first, second, and third realms are becoming overcrowded. Recognizing Yilin, Lord Yinluo expressed his grievances regarding the situation on Earth. For the sudden arrival of so many souls had significantly increased his workload. Lord Yinluo, I intend to use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the people of Earth and seek your leniency. Upon hearing this, Lord Yinluo's expression hardened. That is unacceptable. The cycle of life and death must be maintained. Such actions would disrupt the order. Yilin anticipated this refusal, showing no surprise. Lord Yinluo, is this truly wise? The souls on Earth are countless. The task of judging them could take centuries of tireless effort. Yilin gestured towards the throngs of souls outside Yinluo Hall. Resembling an ocean, Lord Yinluo's duty was to adjudicate each soul, yet the sheer volume had reached an unfathomable level. Upon hearing Yilin's words, Lord Yinluo's lips twitched at the prospect of centuries of unceasing labor. Lord Yinluo, rules are established by mortals. Moreover, these individuals from Earth should not have perished. I implore you to turn a blind eye. This is not the first instance of the dead being revived in this realm. At Yilin's plea, Lord Yinluo closed his eyes, seemingly contemplating. Eventually, he opened them. Very well, this time I shall overlook it, but there shall be no next time. Do you understand? Lord Yinluo's narrowed gaze bore into Yilin, from which he sensed a formidable pressure. Within Yinluo Hall, defeating Lord Yinluo seemed implausible. There will certainly be no next time. Yilin affirmed resolutely, acknowledging his oversight in failing to foresee the dangers that befell Earth. His presence had likely altered the history of the Dragon Balls. Should he continue to act presumptuously, he might face dire consequences. Now, return and use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them. Having so many souls crammed here is exceedingly bothersome. Lord Yinluo urged Yilin impatiently, the multitude of souls creating immense pressure on his psyche. Subsequently, Yilin utilized instant transmission to leave Yinluo Hall and return to the temple. How did it go, Yilin? Upon his return, Shen eagerly inquired about the outcome. Lord Yinluo has agreed to grant an exception, allowing us to resurrect the people of Earth. That is splendid news. Shen sighed in relief, clearly desiring for Earth to no longer remain a desolate wasteland. In that case, summon the Shenlong. Shen handed the 7 Dragon Balls to Yilin, who then raised them high while shouting, "Come forth, Shenlong, and grant my wish." The 7 Dragon Balls emitted a dazzling brilliance, a beam of light shooting skyward, transforming the sky into a murky haze, with twisted clouds interspersed with flashes of lightning. Gradually, a colossal dragon emerged from the clouds. The divine dragon gazed down with an air of majesty, startled at the sight of the deity. "My lord, how could you be here?" After all, the divine dragon was crafted by the hands of the divine, equating the deity with its creator. Naturally, upon seeing the deity, it was filled with astonishment. "You merely need to fulfill the wishes of this human and accomplish your duty." "Yes, I understand." The divine dragon's gaze once again fixed upon Yilin, maintaining its imposing demeanor. Though the humble facade it had donned moments prior had been witnessed by Yilin, tarnishing its image. "Speak your wish." "I desire for the earth to be restored to its state before the devastation, bringing everyone back to life," Yilin declared to the divine dragon. Following his words, a golden light radiated from the divine dragon, dispersing in all directions. "The wish has been granted." After uttering this, the divine dragon transformed into a beam of light and vanished, while the Dragon Balls in the sky scattered into 7 luminous beams. Meanwhile, the previously ravaged Earth began to swiftly revert to its former glory. Life was rekindled, the sky no longer wept acid rain, and the protected inhabitants of Earth gradually awakened, all bewildered by the unfolding events. Upon witnessing the restoration of Earth, Yilin let out a slight sigh of relief. Why is the task not yet completed? Logically, having reached this point, the task should have been fully completed, yet the system's notification remained absent, causing Yilin to ponder. Strange, why has Bulma's aura not yet returned? Could it be that the wish of the divine dragon remains unfulfilled? Yilin noticed that Bulma remained in a deep slumber, her soul not having returned. That cannot be. Since you and Lord Yinluo have conferred, the divine dragon's wish should indeed be fulfilled. Perhaps something has occurred with that girl's soul. You should check with Lord Yinluo, suggested the divine being. Yellen nodded and swiftly employed instantaneous movement, arriving within the halls of Yinluo. Upon his sudden appearance, he was once again surrounded by guards, quickly raising his hands to convey his lack of hostility. Yellen, why are you here again? Did we not send all the souls back? Lord Yinluo regarded Yellen with a furrowed brow, sensing that each visit brought unwelcome tidings. Lord Yinluo, it seems my friend's soul has not yet returned. Her name is Bulma. I hope you can assist me in locating her. Bulma? Let me see. Lord Yinluo retrieved a hefty ledger. Flipping through its pages in search of Bulma's name, his eyes widening in alarm. Oh no, this is troublesome. That Bulma has been sent to the 6th layer of hell. No wonder she cannot be revived. That exceeds my jurisdiction. I was too busy and made a mistake. This is dire, with her soul level. Being sent to the 6th layer could spell disaster. A grave expression crossed Lord Yinluo's face, and Yellen felt a tightening in his chest. He had visited the 6th layer of hell, where even the weakest possessed combat power exceeding 1,000. Sending Bulma there was akin to courting death. Instantaneous movement. Yellen, unwilling to expend energy on angering Lord Yinluo, prioritized saving Bulma, using instantaneous movement to reach the 6th layer of hell. In an instant, he found himself once again on the familiar terrain of the 6th layer. Chapter 104. Return to the 6th layer of hell. Upon his arrival at the 6th layer, Yellen was suddenly met with chaotic sounds. Brothers, charge with me. Leading the charge was the familiar pompadoured man, prompting a smile to grace Yellen's lips as he acknowledged their peculiar fate of crossing paths once more. Are you still up to mischief? Oh, Yellen, it's you. The pompadoured man recognized Yellen, standing upright on his motorcycle. Get over here, everyone. Greet Yellen. At this command, the group of subordinates lined up behind their leader, appearing as if Yellen had become their commander. I cannot endure your antics. Cease this display. I have come to the 6th layer to find someone. A beautiful human woman who has just fallen here. Have you seen her? A human woman? I don't think so. However, new souls are usually found in the 1st special zone, which I know well. I can lead you there, Yellen. The pompadoured man volunteered, and after some consideration, Yellen nodded, recognizing the advantage of having a guide. Though he had previously visited the 6th layer, that trip was solely to challenge the zone's overseer, leaving him unfamiliar with the area. Disband. I will lead Yellen. You all continue your regular activities and await my return. Yes, boss. The subordinates watched as Yellen and the pompadoured man departed. You are fortunate to remain unscathed. Your reckless behavior has disrupted the order of hell. Has the overseer not come after you for the previous incident? Yellen directed his gaze at the pompadoured man. Of course, we face trouble, but the overseer ignores us. To them, we are merely engaging in minor disturbances. Besides, hell is too tranquil. Many souls are suppressed, and my antics provide them a chance to relieve their pent-up emotions. Yellen was taken aback by the pompadoured man's words, realizing there was a calculated approach behind their actions. This understanding likely contributed to the overseer's Sherlake turning a blind eye. Soon, they arrived at the 1st special zone of the 6th layer, where order and environmental control were notably improved, unlike the chaos of other areas. Just as Yellen stepped into the 1st special zone, a figure appeared before him. Yellen, how dare you return to the 6th layer? Last time, Lord Sherlake spared you, and yet you have not learned your lesson. The sudden apparition was none other than Tut, the overseer of the 1st special zone. Enough with your grandstanding. The combative aura emanating from you reveals your true desire. You merely wish to engage me in battle. However, I am not here to cause trouble. I seek one named Bulma. Have you seen her? Yellen disregarded Tut's words, retrieving his phone to display Bulma's photograph. Tut frowned at the image, then coldly retorted. This is a matter of our 6th layer. I have no obligation to inform an outsider about the souls here. If you wish to learn, you must first defeat me. After having lost to Yellen previously, Tut had trained diligently, eager for a rematch, convinced he would triumph this time. Is it truly that simple? Let us begin without delay, for I must hurry to find her. Yellen beckoned to Tut, who grimaced in response, his forehead tightening with veins. You can only act so brazenly now. Allow me to demonstrate my current strength. With a fierce shout, Tut's combat power skyrocketed to an astonishing 40,000. The pompadoured man staggered back under the overwhelming aura, while Yellen remained unfazed, standing firm against Tut's pressure. I'm pressed for time and cannot indulge in a spar. Let us conclude this swiftly. Haki. Yellen exuded a formidable aura, and upon unleashing his skill, his combat power surged to an astonishing 70,000. Shirtute also sensed the extraordinary energy radiating from Yellen. Before he could fully process the shock, Yellen had already appeared before him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch to Shirtute's abdomen. Struck with tremendous force, Shirtute's eyes widened as he lost consciousness in an instant. Yellen placed Shirtute on the ground and then slapped his face a few times. Wake up! Wake up! It's time to divulge the information. At Yellen's urging, Shirtute slowly regained consciousness. Initially dazed, he soon comprehended the reality of his defeat. A look of despondency crossed his face. After rigorous training, he had confidently challenged Yellen, hoping to redeem himself, only to find himself easily vanquished. I can't believe I lost so easily. Shirtute lamented his failure, but Yellen showed no mercy. Enough with the pleasantries, quickly tell me the information. Reluctantly, Shirtute stood up. I have indeed seen that girl, but she was quite loud before leaving my jurisdiction in the first special zone, heading towards the Wufang district. Wufang district? That area is beyond the jurisdiction of the sixth realm. Yellen was taken aback. He was well aware of Shylake's prowess, and the fact that he could not govern this area was astonishing. It was crucial to note that they were merely in the sixth realm of hell, where one would not expect an entity surpassing Shylaik to exist. It is not that the master cannot manage it. Rather, he is disinclined to do so due to the inhospitable environment. Souls find it exceedingly difficult to survive here, which is why Shylaik is reluctant to oversee it. Shirtute elaborated, and Yellen finally understood. However, confusion soon clouded his face. If this were indeed the case, then Bulma's migration to the Wufang district was perplexing. I have heard that there are ways to escape hell in the Wufang district, but those are mere tales. Without the consent of a realm manager, one cannot leave their current realm. Perhaps that girl was misled by such rumors, prompting her to venture into that dangerous place. Shirtute seemed to anticipate Yellen's thoughts and clarified. I will go to the Wufang district to find her. Which direction is it? It lies directly to the east of here. Thank you. With that, Yellen set off towards the Wufang district. Shirtute watched Yellen's departing figure, a faint smile gracing his lips before he turned away, choosing to refrain from further involvement in Yellen's return to the sixth realm. Chapter 105. Reunion in Hell. Yellen arrived at the Wufang district in mere minutes, but upon entering, he could not perceive any traces of souls. The reason was quite evident. The environment was utterly inhospitable, with lava erupting everywhere and the air scorching hot, as if it could roast a person alive. It was likely that even souls suffered here, which left Yellen bewildered at Bulma's presence in such a place. Searching for someone in these conditions would not be an easy task. Yellen sighed, for the temperature was excessively high, with flames sporadically erupting, making it challenging to navigate freely. He also observed numerous caves scattered throughout the Wufang district. These caves appeared to be naturally formed. If he were to seek someone, the likelihood of finding them within a cave was higher. However, this meant Yellen would need to search through each cave one by one, a daunting prospect, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As he gazed at the thousands of caves, intricately intertwined like a labyrinth, although he considered using energy to locate Bulma, her energy was far too faint to detect easily. A ferocious roar erupted from below, and from one of the caves, a bear charged up towards him, its entire body engulfed in flames. Despite its massive size, it exhibited remarkable agility, leaping towards Yellen with astounding speed. The bear's enormous paw struck Yellen's arm, and though he braced for the impact, he was sent flying by the sheer force. Such incredible strength. Wait, its combat power is 2,000. Upon closer inspection of the bear's combat prowess, Yellen was astonished to discover its power rivaled that of the realm's district manager. It was no wonder that the district manager struggled to exert control over this area. The flaming bear lunged at him once more, and Yellen, having regained his composure, unleashed a beam of light from his fingers. The powerful energy effortlessly pierced through the bear. Initially caught off guard, Yellen quickly retaliated, and it was only natural for him to dispatch the creature with ease, given that his combat power far surpassed that of the bear. Damn it! Who dares to steal my prey? Just wait. This place is so dangerous. What if I am ambushed by these beasts? You troublesome human woman, had I known, I wouldn't have rescued you. You are nothing but a hindrance. Yellen's gaze shifted towards a nearby cave, from which two figures emerged, Vegeta and Bulma. At that moment, Bulma trailed closely behind Vegeta, visibly frightened, while Vegeta wore an expression of impatience and frustration, evidently displeased that someone had outpaced him in securing prey. Is that Yellen? Yellen, what brings you to hell? Did you die too? Bulma exclaimed in astonishment, while Vegeta, upon seeing Yelin, clenched his fists, a fierce battle intent emanating from him. Fortune smiles upon me. I never expected to encounter you here. Today, Yelin, I shall avenge my past defeats. A tremendous energy erupted from Vegeta, and Yelin glanced at him in surprise before nodding in acknowledgement. Your combat power is 28,000? Quite an impressive increase. Yelin noted with satisfaction. Bringing Vegeta to this hell was also a means of honing his skills, for despite his arrogance, Vegeta possessed considerable talent as the prince of the Scion race. His lineage surpassing even Kakarot's. Humph, you only have the strength now. Soon, you will be my defeated foe. A fierce desire for battle gleamed in Vegeta's eyes. And Yelin contemplated engaging him, but ultimately shook his head. I have matters to attend to this time. Our battle will have to wait for another day. Bulma, I have come to rescue you from hell. Your inadvertent entry into this sixth realm makes it impossible for me to revive you using Shenlong's power. Upon hearing Yelin's words, joy illuminated Bulma's face. I can be revived? That is wonderful. This hell's environment is dreadful. I feel my delicate skin is drying out and cracking. Yelin couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that Bulma's primary concern was her skin in the face of resurrection. It was hard to discern whether she was remarkably carefree or genuinely fearless, and Yelin silently chuckled at the thought. At this moment, Vegeta charged forward, launching a powerful punch directly at Yelin's face. However, Vegeta's fist was abruptly halted by Yelin's defense midair. Indeed, your strength has improved. This is quite fortuitous. If you were too weak, my victory would be rather dull. I should have anticipated this. After all, I have matters to attend to and no time to engage in frivolities with you. Yelin narrowed his eyes at Vegeta, who had prominent veins bulging on his forehead. Do you think you can command me? Do not be so arrogant. Vegeta roared, a formidable aura gathering around him. Under this surge of energy, Vegeta's combat power escalated to an impressive 35,000, matching Yelin's. Wait, how did you two start fighting? Yelin. It was Vegeta who saved me when I first entered this perilous realm. Seeing the tension between the two, Bulma quickly shouted, hoping to prevent Yelin from harming Vegeta. Yelin cast a glance at Vegeta and Bulma before nodding. It seems the time has come. Vegeta, I will take you with me from this hell. But if you wish to fight me, let us do so outside. In here, your power is restrained. Humph, this minor restraint is nothing to me. Do you think I am so easily dealt with? Yelin's combat power surged dramatically, effortlessly widening the gap between them. Sensing this disparity, Vegeta furrowed his brow and retracted his fist with a cold huff. Once we are outside, I will kill you instantly. That requires you to possess the necessary strength. Yelin and Vegeta exchanged glances, after which he placed his hands on Bulma and Vegeta. Instant transmission. In the next moment, the three vanished from the 6th level of hell, reappearing before Yinluo Wang. The dozing Yinluo Wang was startled by the sudden appearance of the three. Ah, it is you. Yelin, have you found them? Yes, Lord Yinluo Wang. I wish to take them back to Earth and hope for your approval. Yinluo Wang cast a glance at Vegeta. This person does not appear to be a soul from Earth. That is why I hope, Lord Yinluo Wang, you might show leniency. After all, I have resolved one of your troubles, have I not? Yelin's gaze was fixed on Yinluo Wang, who sighed under Yelin's scrutiny. Very well. I did say I would turn a blind eye. You may take them back. Thank you, Lord Yinluo Wang. After this, Yelin instantly transported Vegeta and Bulma away from hell. Chapter 106. Bloodline Advancement. Yelin returned to the temple with Vegeta and Bulma. We're back. I'm alive again. This is wonderful. Upon returning to Earth, Bulma joyfully pinched her cheeks to confirm her revival. Yelin, are you ready to meet your demise? Vegeta crossed his arms, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Yelin, poised for battle at any moment. Wait, why do you only think about fighting? Earth has only just begun to restore itself. If you start a battle, wouldn't that render all efforts in vain? If you want to fight, take it outside of Earth. Bulma stood defiantly before Vegeta, her hands on her hips. Faced with Bulma's glare, Vegeta frowned before letting out a cold huff. Yelin, get out of Earth. I want to kill you. Vegeta pointed imperiously at Yelin, who returned his gaze. Although he threatened to kill him, Yelin sensed no genuine malice. Vegeta's fixation on him likely stemmed from wounded pride after their last encounter. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of saving Earth from crisis and unlocked a divine-level lottery. Before the familiar colorful lottery box, Yelin's divine-level lottery commenced once more. A burst of light radiated, and a purple orb fell. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a C-grade prize, designated skill enhancement. You may select a skill for advancement. Upon hearing this prize, Yalin's eyes lit up. Although it was merely a C-grade prize, for him, this task was akin to an S-grade reward. I choose Bloodline Enhancement. The moment he heard the reward, Yalin instinctively thought of this. In the realm of Dragon Ball, nothing surpassed the power of Super Saiyan. While Yalin already possessed Saiyan blood, the rate of enhancement was exceedingly slow and arduous. It was impossible to ascertain how much it needed to be improved for a promotion. Perhaps he might never advance. Thus, upon hearing this reward, Yalin was determined to attempt the enhancement of his bloodline. Congratulations, host. Your Saiyan bloodline has successfully advanced to Super Saiyan. Congratulations, host. You have learned Super Saiyan 1, increasing your combat power by 100-fold. Upon receiving this system prompt, Yalin was elated. He had finally unlocked the long-desired Super Saiyan transformation. Ding. System task prompt. Prevent Frieza from destroying Namek. Task difficulty is set to hard mode. Task reward. 1 divine level lottery. While Yalin reveled in his newfound Super Saiyan bloodline, the system promptly assigned him a new task. Hey, did you hear that? Get out here quickly. If you want to fight on Earth, I have no objections. As Vegeta noticed Yalin's disinterest, the veins on his forehead throbbed with irritation. I know of a great place to fight. Let me take you there. Yalin approached Vegeta and then employed the shadow clone technique, leaving a clone on Earth to ensure he could be notified of any urgent matters. Meanwhile, Yalin used instant transmission to take Vegeta away from Earth. Where's this place? Vegeta frowned at the celestial bodies before him. The environment was harsh, with raging winds and lightning, clearly far removed from Earth. This is Namek, where Frieza's army will soon launch an assault. Yalin stated nonchalantly. Initially taken aback, Vegeta's eyes widened. You mean who is coming here? Frieza has set his sights on Namek, and his army will likely arrive shortly. After confirming this news from Yalin, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of grave concern and fear. Are you insane to come to such a perilous place? Do you even know who Frieza is? Of course, otherwise. I wouldn't he be here? The Prince of Planet Vegeta, who was so eager for battle, wouldn't he flee upon hearing Frieza's name? Would he? What did you say? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with anger at Yalin's words. If you aren't afraid, why should I be? Frieza's arrival is just in time. Today, I will settle the score for the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Vegeta crossed his arms, his previous fear dissipating. Once Yalin had ignited Vegeta's enthusiasm, he arrived at the chaotic Wind Valley, where everyone was diligently training. Although the time was brief, their combat powers had significantly increased. Particularly, Suin Wukong and Bike had surpassed the 10,000 mark, while the others had exceeded 8,000. Yalin, you're back. Vegeta. As everyone noticed Yalin's return and prepared to greet him, they were taken aback upon seeing Vegeta. The crowd exhibited expressions of vigilance, yet Vegeta regarded them with indifference. However, he refrained from acting rashly. For now, Vegeta could be considered our ally, and we required his assistance to confront the adversaries ahead. Yalin stepped forward to elucidate the situation to the others. Upon learning that Planet Namek was on the brink of crisis, Nailu's eyes widened in astonishment. The Frieza force was indeed approaching? I must hasten to inform the chief and ensure they seek refuge. Nailu was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Frieza force. Even if you managed to guide your people to safety, where could they possibly hide? With Frieza's power, he could effortlessly annihilate this planet. If the planet were to be destroyed, your fate would be equally dire. Nailu furrowed his brow, yet he recognized the validity of Yalin's words. What then shall we do? When soldiers arrive, we shall counter. Since the Frieza force is at our doorstep, we shall retaliate. Yalin's audacious response startled the assembly. Name, Yalin Battle Power, 35,000 Bloodline. Super Saiyan, Level 0100, Skills. 1. Wind Release. Super Large Jade Spiral Shuriken. Special Grade 5, 100. 000. Increases battle power by 200 when activated. 2. Gale Foot. Advanced 5, 021, 000. Generates a vacuum attack that forms slashing strikes. 3. Dong Dong Wave. Advanced Max. Emits light waves from fingertips, enhancing battle power by 80 when utilized. 4. Conqueror's Haki. Advanced 1, 510. 000. Increases base battle power by 100, affecting enemies with battle power lower than his own within a 500-meter radius, rendering them incapacitated. 5. Instant Transmission, Max. Allows movement to any location by sensing the opponent's energy. 6. Double Kaioken, double 520. Increases base battle power by 200. 7. Shadow Clone Technique. Beginner 2, 100. Summons clones with 80 battle power of the host. Additional clones diminish power by 50. 8. Super Scion Level 1. Beginner 0, 100. Increases battle power 100-fold during transformation. Item: Dragon Ball Radar 1 Chapter 107. Frieza. The inhabitants of Earth remained oblivious to Frieza's might. Yet Vegeta was acutely aware. Upon hearing Yi Lin's resolution, he frowned. If you genuinely intend to confront that villain, it is likely that all will perish. Although proud, Vegeta bore the indelible mark of Frieza's strength in his heart. He did not believe victory was attainable, and he perceived Yi Lin in the same light. Should we allow fear to dictate our inaction, permitting this planet to meet the same fate as Vegeta's home? Hearing Yi Lin's provocation, Vegeta angrily seized his clothing, but ultimately seemed to relent, loosening his grip. I will assist, but I do not intend to share the fate of this planet. With that said, Vegeta vanished, entering planet Namek, evidently choosing to await the enemy's arrival alone. Yi Lin, can we truly trust him? He had previously aimed to destroy our Earth. Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow upon witnessing Vegeta's departure, and others echoed similar sentiments, harboring distrust towards Vegeta. I recently returned to Earth, where danger loomed. I utilized the Dragon Balls to revive those on Earth. During my time in the afterlife, it was Vegeta who safeguarded Bulma's soul. Without his protection, she would not have been resurrected. He protected Bulma? Is that true? Such a ruthless individual? Yamcha's eyes widened in disbelief. Each person possesses their own duality of good and evil. Thus, Vegeta is not entirely malevolent. In our forthcoming battles, I hope everyone can hold no prejudice against him. Since Yi Lin vouches for him, we shall certainly place our trust in him. However, if you have gone so far as to enlist Vegeta's aid, it signifies that Frieza is indeed a formidable foe. Master Roshi stepped forward to inquire about the most pressing matter, which was the information everyone sought. Frankly, with our current strength, it is indeed challenging to contend with this catastrophe. Yet we have no other recourse. We have already incurred Frieza's wrath. Frieza is known for his vindictiveness. If we fail to defeat him here, he may very well target Earth. The expressions of the group grew grave. Earth is their homeland, and they would not allow anyone to wreak havoc upon it. It appears we must prepare to fight with the resolve to die. Though Master Roshi spoke with a smile, his eyes betrayed a steely determination. The others shared his resolve. They would not relent in their defense of Earth. I shall now gather the combat-ready Namekians. Yi Lin, I sincerely thank you for your willingness to assist. Nailu expressed his gratitude to Yi Lin. If it were solely the Namekians against the Frieza force, victory would be implausible. However, with the help of Yi Lin and the Earth allies, a glimmer of hope appeared. After all, we are all in this together. Mutual aid is the correct choice. We do not know when the Frieza force will arrive, so you must prepare swiftly. Understood. Nailu then returned to the village to muster forces, while Yi Lin and the others continued their rigorous training in anticipation of Frieza's imminent arrival. To address this crisis, Nailu gathered around 100 individuals from the village. Their battle powers varied, yet this constituted the strongest force planet Namek could muster. 5 days later, a multitude of spaceships appeared outside planet Namek. It seems they have arrived. Yi Lin looked up into the sky, where a crowd had gathered around him. After 5 days of training, Master Roshi and the others had seen some improvement in their abilities, but due to the urgency of the situation, such advancements were limited, and there was no time for further training. Nailu had assembled many Namekians, and they all stood ready to confront the enemy. The numerous fleets merely encircled planet Namek, showing no signs of approaching. Why have they not yet opened fire? Krillin asked, puzzled. He had expected a barrage from the enemy fleet, but there was an unexpected silence. Here they come. Piccolo's gaze sharpened as a spaceship hurtled towards planet Namek at remarkable speed, coming to a halt above the group. A beam of light illuminated from the spaceship, and amidst the radiance, four figures descended slowly. Upon witnessing their arrival, everyone felt their bodies tremble. It was an instinctual response warning them of the imminent danger posed by these four individuals, urging them to flee. What is the battle power of these beings? Yamcha clenched his fists, staving off his trembling body. Although they had been aware of the formidable nature of their opponents, the reality of the disparity in strength became apparent only upon encountering the enemy, especially the leader, who sat within a spherical flying vehicle. appeared the smallest, yet emanated the most terrifying aura. The Ginyu Force, indeed they have come in person, as Frieza's elite guard, they have dealt with countless adversaries. At that moment, Vegeta made his appearance before the crowd, introducing the identities of those present. I said that these indigenous Namekians could never handle Bait and Gudu. They were slain by you, weren't they, Vegeta? Frieza narrowed his eyes, fixating on Vegeta, causing a change in his complexion as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The sheer might of Frieza instilled a fear so profound that Vegeta dared not retaliate. You are mistaken, little one. It was I who executed your subordinates. Did Sabo not inform you? Yelin raised his hand in greeting, while at that moment, Frieza's forehead bulged with veins. What did you just call me? I called you little one. Is there anything amiss? After all, you appear rather diminutive. Yelin replied nonchalantly, leaving the three members of the Ginyu Force dumbfounded. They were acutely aware that such words were a forbidden phrase for Lord Frieza, and the audacity of this human to provoke him was tantamount to courting death. Very well. You are doomed, boy. I shall not only annihilate all of you, but I will also obliterate your very planet. Frieza roared, his terrifying aura spreading outward, causing the ground to tremble beneath its immense power. With a single remark, Yelin had thoroughly enraged Frieza. Chapter 108, The Ginyu Force Lord Frieza. There is no need for you to sully your hands dealing with these insignificant beings. Allow us of the Ginyu Force to dispense justice upon those who dare to offend you. In the face of Frieza's fury, Ginyu stepped forward, volunteering his services. Upon hearing his words, Frieza's demeanor softened slightly as he glanced at Ginyu. I entrust this task to you. They are indeed mere trifles. You have 10 minutes to resolve this. No need for that. 5 minutes will suffice to deal with these pests. A confident smile adorned Ginyu's face, prompting a slight upward curl of Frieza's lips. Excellent. I look forward to your performance. Frieza perched upon his spacecraft, surveying Yelin and his companions from above, eager for the spectacle to unfold. Meanwhile, the three members of the Ginyu Force stepped forward, with the leader being the core of the unit. Ginyu, combat power of 120,000. Lycum, combat power of 59,000. Jisai, combat power of 49,000. Yelin observed these figures through the system, recognizing that the greatest threat remained Ginyu. Why are there only 3 of you? Where is Sabo? Not spotting Sabo among the ranks surprised Yelin. Although Sabo posed no significant threat, he was still a formidable opponent. After failing, he returned to live in shame. My Frieza force has no place for such warriors. Ginyu tossed aside a severed head that landed at their feet, Sabo's head, its expression frozen in terror and despair. Yelin furrowed his brow, shocked by the ruthlessness displayed towards his companion. Such cruelty was utterly inhumane. Is that so? Then it seems you, on the verge of defeat, shall meet a similar fate. Yelin's gaze was icy as he locked eyes with Ginyu, who responded with a derisive grin. You think you can defeat me? Merely slaying a few insignificant creatures does not grant you victory. You are utterly deluded. At that moment, Vegeta stepped forward, asserting himself. Ginyu, your opponent is me. Vegeta's glare was fixed upon Ginyu. Having been sidelined, he could no longer contain his frustration at being reduced to a supporting role. Ginyu regarded Vegeta briefly before dismissing him. A mere stray dog has no right to bark here. You lack the qualifications to challenge me. Veins throbbed on Vegeta's forehead as he charged at Ginyu with incredible speed. Lycum, with a swift kick, sent Vegeta flying back. The speed of the strike was so rapid that it left onlookers bewildered. However, Yelin observed clearly, noting the cunning angle at which the kick connected with Vegeta. The speed was so great that Vegeta had no time to defend himself. If you wish to engage Ginyu, you must first get past me. Allow me to entertain you. Lycum advanced, striking a pose that showcased his impressive physique. Damn it, here I go. Vegeta gathered immense energy, launching an energy wave at Lycum, only for it to be effortlessly deflected by Lycum's fist. Futile, utterly futile, before my muscles. All of this is meaningless. In an instant, Lycum appeared before Vegeta again, executing another rapid attack. This time, Vegeta was prepared, but the opponent's speed remained overwhelming, and the force of the impact sent Vegeta flying once more. The onlookers from Earth were astonished by this spectacle. They could hardly fathom how Vegeta, whom they deemed invincible, could be toyed with so easily by a member of the Ginyu Force. Lord Ginyu, leave these fools to me. I shall restore the honor of the Ginyu Force and avenge the disgrace of Bait and Gudu's defeat. At this moment, the red-skinned, white-haired man to Ginyu's right stepped forward to volunteer, receiving a nod of approval from Ginyu. Jisai approached Yelin's group, the vice-captain of the Ginyu force, whose combat power was equally formidable. With a combat power detector affixed to his head, he surveyed the battlefield, clearly perceiving the strength of all present. None among them surpassed his own capability. This fellow is ours to deal with. The 8 from Earth stepped forward, fully aware of the power disparity. Yet they refused to remain mere spectators. With Ginyu and Frieza still looming, they knew they must first confront this Jisai. Otherwise, they could not strategize effectively. As he faced the 8 encircling him, Jisai's eyes narrowed, revealing a flicker of anger. "You dare underestimate me!" Jisai roared in fury, an aura of lethal intent emanating from him. With a combat power of 49,000, he utterly eclipsed the likes of Kame Sennin and the others. Yet, in the face of such strength, the 8 showed no sign of retreat. They understood that should they falter now, Earth would be the next to fall. "Leave Frieza to us. Yelin, I implore you to hold the other one at bay for now." Nerlu stepped forward, his target set on Frieza, intending to rally hundreds of Namekians to assault him in hopes of achieving victory. Yet, Yelin shook his head, fully aware that against a master like Frieza, numbers bore no significance. "Leave Ginyu and Frieza to me. You all should deal with the ships outside. We cannot risk Frieza ordering his fleet to open fire. That would spell disaster." "What? Why should you shoulder all the responsibility? I shall remain to assist, though my power may be lacking. I still have a chance if it comes to a fight to the death." Upon hearing Yelin's intent to confront 2 foes alone, Nerlu quickly shook his head. Determination etched in his eyes. Even if it meant death, he was resolved to ensure the enemy paid a price. "No need for that. I do not intend to court death, and besides, these are rare opponents. I do not wish to let anyone else claim my training targets." Yelin stepped forward, a powerful aura radiating from him. Nerlu felt an astonishing pressure emanating from Yelin as his combat power surged rapidly. Conqueror's Haki, empowered by newfound skills. Yelin's combat prowess doubled. Observing this transformation, a look of astonishment flickered across Ginyu's eyes, while Frieza narrowed his gaze. Chapter 109, Ginyu's Ultimate Move. Yelin inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly, his gaze fixed upon his clenched fist. As he tightened his grip, an overwhelming force surged within him, and he could distinctly feel the blood of a Super Saiyan boiling in his veins. So, it was the concealment of true combat power, was it? In that case, it is no wonder that Barda and Gudo fell to your hands. However, even so, your strength remains inferior to mine. Ginyu's lips curled into a cruel smile. A powerful aura emanated from him, showcasing his undeniable combat power. Those who dare to defy Lord Frieza must be eliminated, perish. Ginyu condensed a ki blast in his hand, which hurtled towards Yelin, a ki blast with a staggering combat power of 120,000, capable of posing a lethal threat to Yelin. Presently, Yelin's combat power stood at merely 70,000, a stark contrast to Ginyu's might. Energy wave. Yelin directed a ki wave forward, and the brilliant beam collided with Ginyu's ki blast. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the 2 forces clashed, resulting in a tremendous explosion that created a deep crater in the ground. Ginyu furrowed his brow. Although his previous attack was casual, the force should not have been so easily withstood by his opponent. "So, it appears you possess techniques that enhance combat power. The move you just executed must have elevated your strength once again." Ginyu, possessing a keen intellect, swiftly deduced the nature of Yelin's abilities from that exchange. "How intriguing. Let me witness just how high you can raise your combat power." Ginyu abandoned the exchange of ki blasts and charged in for close combat, which aligned perfectly with Yelin's intentions. The 2 battled fiercely, descending from the sky to the ground, their immense strength clashing against one another, with Yelin finding himself at a disadvantage. "What is the matter? Continue to unleash your techniques. Surely, you possess more than this. If this is all you have, defeat is inevitable." Ginyu relentlessly attacked Yelin, taunting him with every blow. Yet, Yelin remained unfazed by his provocations, feeling an increasing desire to fight within him amidst the fierce confrontation. Although Yelin appeared to be on the defensive, he skillfully avoided allowing Ginyu to strike at his vital points. Currently, Yelin had activated 3 skills simultaneously: Kinbunshika Haki, Busashoka Haki, and Haushika Haki. Under the full activation of these skills, While his combat power still fell short of Ginyu's, he had attained a fighting chance, even in this close-quarters combat. In the heat of battle, Ginyu seized an opportunity, landing a powerful punch on Yilin. Yilin was propelled downwards like a cannonball, crashing heavily onto a small mountain. The entire mountain collapsed under the weight of this impact, burying Yilin beneath the rubble. Kid, this is where you meet your end. Ginyu felt assured he had struck Yilin's vital spot, sealing his fate. However, just then, movement erupted from the debris, and a wave of crimson energy surged forth. That truly hurt. I was careless. Yilin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ginyu frowned at Yilin, who seemingly had only sustained minor injuries from that devastating blow. What is this combat power? Soon, Ginyu realized that Yilin's combat power was rapidly escalating. The gap that once separated them had vanished, and Yilin's strength now surpassed his own. You make for a commendable sparring partner, but the warm-up ends here. I find myself growing weary. Double KO Ken. The crimson aura enveloping Yilin was a testament to his unleashed potential as his combat power surged, swiftly surpassing 120,000, ultimately stabilizing at 130,000. This sheer strength alone eclipsed Ginyu's, not to mention Yilin's mastery of additional techniques. I never anticipated encountering someone stronger than myself here. This is truly fortuitous. I have no regrets about this journey. Ginyu burst into raucous laughter, his delight palpable upon witnessing Yilin's formidable power, rather than feeling alarmed. He appeared exhilarated, looking at Yilin as though he were prey. Ginyu then unleashed a torrent of ki blasts upon Yilin, akin to a rainstorm. Yet, Yilin effortlessly swatted them aside, shattering each one. The explosions rang out, but such an offensive could hardly shake Yilin. Under the influence of double KO Ken, he had surpassed Ginyu's abilities. Despite knowing he was outmatched, Ginyu continued his frenzied assault, even daring to confront Yilin head-on. Gah! Ginyu charged again, throwing a punch, only to find his fist halted as Yilin effortlessly caught it with one hand. You have already lost. Yilin's gaze was cold as he regarded Ginyu, who wore a sinister grin. The one who loses is you. I shall inherit this powerful body. Ginyu let out a hearty laugh, his entire form radiating a blinding light that made it difficult to behold. At that moment, Ginyu's consciousness infiltrated Yilin's body, and the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Then, Yilin's lips curled into a smile, followed by a bout of manic laughter. This body is now mine. I can feel the incredible power surging within. I will grow even stronger with this form. Ginyu possessed a unique technique allowing him to swap bodies with his foes, and having already exchanged bodies with numerous formidable opponents. He reveled in the prospect of acquiring Yilin's powerful physique. Are you not a bit too complacent? Just as Ginyu laughed maniacally, an unexpected voice rang out from behind him, causing Ginyu to turn in shock. Yilin stood behind him, wearing a mocking expression. Chapter 110, Super Saiyan. Ginyu struggled to comprehend the situation. He should have seized Yilin's body, yet another identical figure appeared behind him. Who are you? Ginyu glared at Yilin, unable to fathom that his ultimate technique had failed. The only explanation was that this figure might be a twin, and the person standing behind him could not possibly be the same as the body he had seized. Yilin understood Ginyu's technique, particularly the body-swapping move. Thus, he had prepared in advance. Ginyu had merely obtained a shadow clone. During the battle, Yilin had already set up his shadow clone, creating the situation before them. Ginyu had fallen into his trap. My name is Yilin. Remember it well, for you are about to lose. Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Ginyu's face. You truly believe I will be defeated? I can sense an abundance of combat power surging within me. Under this formidable force, defeat is simply inconceivable. Confronting the arrogant Ginyu, Yilin executed a rapid movement, instantaneously appearing before him, and delivered a powerful punch aimed at Ginyu. With a resounding thud, Ginyu's pupils constricted as he failed to keep pace with Yilin's astonishing speed. Yilin was simply too swift, and the weight of his punch was overwhelming. With a whoosh, Ginyu crashed to the ground like a cannonball, raising clouds of dust and creating a deep crater in the earth. What on earth is happening? Ginyu suddenly erupted in a frenzy, realizing that his combat power was rapidly depleting, and this loss was irretrievable. The shadow clone technique, a skill of Yilin, only retained 80% of his combat power. Such a clone could not replenish its own strength. As the battle continued, the clone's power would gradually diminish. ultimately vanishing once its combat power was entirely exhausted. Yi Lin firmly planted his foot on Jinyu's body. Ginyu attempted to resist, but his combat power was swiftly waning, rendering him far inferior to Yi Lin's true form. Jinyu's gaze darted around, desperately searching for a host to possess. It was futile. All living beings in the vicinity had been dispersed under my Conqueror's Haki, leaving no potential host for you. Though it initially appeared that Yi Lin was under Jinyu's control, he had already orchestrated an elaborate trap. The true challenge posed by Ginyu was not merely his immense combat prowess, but rather his body-swapping ability. To counter this skill, Yi Lin had meticulously prepared the battlefield. Ginyu, fixated solely on Yi Lin, remained oblivious to the shifting environment around him. Hearing Yi Lin's words, Jinyu's expression soured as he stared in terror at his opponent. Who are you? How do you know so much about me? How could you possibly be aware of my abilities? Ginyu realized that the primary reason for his impending defeat lay in the fact that this enemy possessed an intimate understanding of him. Consequently, his skill had faltered, and now he lacked a target to activate it. There is no need for a dead man to know so much. It is nearly over. Yi Lin's foot pressed down with finality as Jinyu's shadow clone diminished along with its combat power. After vanquishing Ginyu, Yi Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. He had no fear of formidable adversaries, yet Jinyu's capabilities were perilously dangerous. At present, Yi Lin's greatest weakness remained his mental fortitude, as he had yet to discover a means to train this aspect of his abilities. Subsequently, Yi Lin departed, continuing his journey to the battlefield. Upon his return, he was met with a scene that rendered him speechless. All the warriors of the Namekian race lay lifeless in pools of blood. At that moment, Neru was half kneeling before Frieza, and upon closer inspection, one would notice a gaping wound in Neru's chest, blood oozing forth. Neru was dead. I did not expect you to defeat Ginyu. It seems you possess some skills. Frieza's gaze shifted towards the approaching Yi Lin, and he slowly rose from his spacecraft. Noticing Yi Lin's silence, Frieza cast a puzzled glance at him before taking in the corpses strewn about. It appeared he understood. Were they close to you? I truly regret this. I detest such overconfident riffraff, yet they provided me with amusement for a time, so they were not entirely worthless as fodder. Frieza's expression twisted into one of mockery, seemingly intent on inciting the fury within Yi Lin. However, Yi Lin maintained an exceptionally calm demeanor, unaffected by Frieza's taunts, causing Frieza to furrow his brow. There is no need to hide. Reveal your true form, or your demise will be most gruesome. Yi Lin gazed down at Frieza with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, Frieza's lips twitched, and veins bulged on his forehead. You insolent brat. Do you even know who you are speaking to? Frieza raised a finger, and a laser shot forth at incredible speed towards Yi Lin. Yet Yi Lin merely waved his hand and effortlessly deflected it. How is this possible? Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. His combat power exceeded 530,000, a level that should have been insurmountable for the boy before him, yet his power was thwarted by Yi Lin. Super Saiyan. Faced with the mighty Frieza, Yi Lin comprehended that his only chance of victory lay in this singular transformation. A formidable energy emanated from Yi Lin, his combat power soaring at an alarming rate. In an instant, he surpassed Frieza's 530,000 combat power. What manner of power is this? Are you too a Saiyan? Frieza clenched his fists, as the sight of Yi Lin reminded him of the Saiyan race he believed he had annihilated. This individual was stronger than any Saiyan he had ever encountered. Frieza, it seems you are frightened. Where has your arrogance gone? Yi Lin's derision only served to further infuriate Frieza. Do not underestimate me, you little brat. Frieza's form began to shift. His originally diminutive stature rapidly expanded, becoming tall and imposing. This was Frieza's second form. Simultaneously, his combat power surged to an astonishing 400,000. With a confident smile, Frieza reveled in his newfound strength, relishing this form he admired, tall and powerful. I suppose I should compel you to reveal your full potential. Do you truly believe you can win with your current state? In the blink of an eye, Yi Lin appeared before Frieza, delivering a punch that landed squarely on him. His speed was so extraordinary that even in this second form, Frieza could not keep up. Boom! Frieza crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater, gritting his teeth as he glared upwards at Yi Lin. He raised his hand and unleashed a high-speed energy blast towards Yi Lin. But Yi Lin simply swatted it away with ease. How can this be? Your combat power continues to rise. Frieza stared in disbelief at Yi Lin, whose power had surpassed 400,000, but showed no signs of abating. Thus, even in his second form, Frieza remained no match for Yulin. A Super Saiyan? I see. I never anticipated you would reach such heights. It appears I, the great Frieza, underestimated you, so I shall indulge you. Frieza's energy began to coalesce furiously, his form shifting yet again. His once towering physique began to shrink, becoming more grotesque, yet in this new state, his combat power escalated rapidly. Combat power, 3 million. This was Frieza's third form, yet Yulin remained indifferent to the transformation he was witnessing. This is my least favorite form. I never expected you to force me to this extent, but this is where it ends. Frieza wore a mocking smile on his face, intending to thoroughly toy with the individual before him, making him aware of the terror that comes from provoking him. In the face of this form of Yulin, he merely delivered a punch as he always did. Do you really think you can defeat me now? Frieza raised his palm, preparing to intercept Yulin's punch. But the moment their fists made contact, he sensed something was amiss. Yulin's fist was extraordinarily heavy, his combat power astonishingly surpassing Frieza's current third form. With a resounding crash, Frieza was once again sent flying by Yulin's punch, proving that even in this third form, he was still no match for Yulin. Yulin's gaze was cold as he looked down at the ruins. He did not believe that Frieza could be so easily defeated. Soon, the dust settled entirely, revealing Frieza's form emerging from the debris, having transformed once more. With a slender and elongated physique, this was his fourth form, in which Frieza's combat power surged to an astonishing 3 million in an instant. I never expected you could push me to this extent. I shall acknowledge your strength. But this is where it ends. Yulin nodded, realizing that if Frieza did not transform into this fourth form, there would be little purpose in engaging him. He had not anticipated that the process of attaining Super Saiyan 1 would be so protracted. Yulin mused internally. He had yet to fully complete the transformation into a Super Saiyan, and his combat power was still steadily increasing, with no end in sight. The power enhancement for Super Saiyan 1 was 100-fold, yet Yulin understood that even with such an increase, he would still not be able to contend with Frieza in this fourth form. Frieza, engaging here is far too troublesome. Follow me. Yulin suddenly appeared before Frieza and, before he could comprehend the situation, Yulin transported them both instantaneously. They found themselves in a boundless wilderness, filled with bizarre flora and fauna, and most crucially, devoid of any living presence. Frieza furrowed his brow, surveying the surroundings. It was clear that this was not planet Namek. What is this place? Frieza, who constantly traversed the cosmos, had never encountered such an unusual environment. This is hell, and it shall be your final resting place. Yulin replied flatly, eliciting scorn from Frieza. My final resting place. You truly are deluded. To deal with you, I need only exert 1% of my power. Frieza dismissed Yulin entirely, not taking him seriously. Yet Yulin was acutely aware of Frieza's prowess. His reason for bringing Frieza to this hell was his concern that a battle on planet Namek would obliterate it. Having watched Dragon Ball, he knew that with Frieza's strength, destroying planet Namek would be effortless. Moreover, many of his companions from Earth were still on planet Namek, and should the planet be destroyed, they would meet their demise alongside it. By bringing Frieza to this hell to fight, he could avert unnecessary casualties. Yulin, you have the audacity to repeatedly violate the rules of hell. Just as Yulin was preparing to engage Frieza, an enraged voice echoed, and the figure of King Yama appeared in the sky. King Yama resembled a furious Azura, glaring at Yulin, his hair standing on end from rage. My lord King Yama, please allow me this courtesy. If Frieza wreaks havoc outside, the pressure on hell will be immense. I do this for the sake of hell. This is mere sophistry. The rules of hell are not to be broken. The living are not permitted to enter hell, and you are merely a special exception. Now you dare to bring another living being into hell? This is truly beyond the pale. King Yama was exceedingly angry, and Yulin knew full well that his actions would provoke King Yama's ire, yet he had no other choice. Rest assured, my lord King Yama, I will take responsibility. This Frieza will soon no longer be alive. He will become a part of this hell. However, King Yama remained unconvinced, still displaying his furious demeanor. If hell were to operate like you, what rules would remain? Watch as I expel you all. Just as the giant figure of King Yama was ready to strike, another voice suddenly interjected. King Yama, would you consider my standing and refrain from holding Yulin accountable this time? It was the North Kai, but it appeared that King Yama was unimpressed. Even you have no authority over matters concerning hell. This is not just my will. It is also the will of the Kaioshin. What? The Kaioshin? How could upon hearing the name of the Kaioshin, King Yama's expression shifted dramatically. He furrowed his brow and, after weighing the matter, turned his gaze back to Yi Lin. Yi Lin, since he is your guest, you shall handle this matter. The living are not permitted to remain in hell. That is the rule. You need only take responsibility. I shall overlook this incident this time, but only this once. There shall be no next time. With that, King Yama's massive form vanished from the sky. Chapter 112. Yi Lin vs. Frieza, 2. Now, only Yi Lin and Frieza remained. Did I just hear you correctly? You intend to kill me? With what capability? Frieza, now thoroughly incensed by Yi Lin's arrogance, regarded him as nothing more than a mere insect. It was outrageous that such a lowly being would dare to boast about being able to kill him. Even if it were merely foolish banter, it was enough to ignite his fury. A terrifying combat power emanated from Frieza. His strength was not merely limited to 3 million. And his claim of being able to kill Yi Lin with just 1% of his power was not an idle boast. Given Yi Lin's current combat strength, he was indeed insufficient to defeat Frieza, but this inadequacy only applied to his present self. A mere clown should possess the instincts of a clown. Dance for me. Frieza unleashed a barrage of laser beams, and as Yi Lin deftly evaded the onslaught, he found himself in a precarious situation. The power of Frieza's lasers was formidable. A single beam could claim a life. In the midst of dodging, Yi Lin made a slight miscalculation, and several dazzling lasers pierced through his body, shattering him completely. Humph. Just as I thought, merely a fish. Observing the fallen Yi Lin, Frieza scoffed, a look of disdain on his face. Very well, let the second round commence. Just as Frieza believed the battle to be concluded, he suddenly frowned, for another Yi Lin had appeared before him. This Yi Lin bore the same aura as the previous one, while the one he had just slain had vanished. What trickery is this? Frieza frowned, staring at the resurrected Yi Lin, confusion evident in his eyes. He was certain he had killed Yi Lin. Even his presence had dissipated. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yi Lin had returned to life, a phenomenon that even the seasoned Frieza found bewildering. However, Yi Lin did not waste time engaging in conversation. He charged back into battle. Frieza unleashed another barrage of lasers, and this Yi Lin met the same fate, only for yet another new Yi Lin to emerge as the previous one disappeared. As Frieza witnessed this scene, a twitch manifested at the corner of his mouth, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Isn't he immortal? Very well, I shall slay you until you can no longer resurrect. In a frenzy, Frieza launched his attack, and the newly emerged Yi Lin was instantly reduced to ashes. However, it was only a matter of time before another Yi Lin would appear, a fact to which Frieza had grown accustomed. Whenever Yi Lin materialized, he unleashed his slaughter. The infernal realm reverberated with a cacophony of explosive sounds. While the surrounding souls had long fled, terrified of being caught in this tumultuous battle, on Kaioshin's planet, Yi Lin sat cross-legged before the North Kao. Before him stood a brand new version of himself, his shadow clone. Each time Frieza annihilated one of his shadow clones, Yi Lin would utilize instant transmission to transfer his remaining clones elsewhere. Yi Lin, what significance does this hold? The North Kao queried, perplexed by Yi Lin's actions. After relocating Frieza to the underworld, Yi Lin had brought his true self to this celestial domain. The North Kao was astonished upon Yi Lin's arrival, and Yi Lin subsequently revealed his strategy of transporting Frieza to the underworld. The North Kao was taken aback by Yi Lin's audacious maneuver and, after careful consideration, decided to impersonate the Kaioshin, compelling King Enma to grant a favor. Observing Yi Lin's peculiar actions, the North Kao believed Yi Lin to be no match for Frieza. Even with tactics akin to shadow cloning, victory over Frieza seemed implausible. There is indeed meaning, albeit not in this moment, Yi Lin replied with a slight smile. His clones retained 80% of his combat prowess, while simultaneously inheriting his skills. By employing his clones to execute techniques, Yi Lin's true self would also reap the benefits. Name: Yi Lin Combat Power, 50,000 Bloodline. Super Scion, Level 1, 1100 Skills. 1. Wind Release, Supermassive Spiral Shuriken, Ultimate, 10, 100. 000. Increases combat power by 200. 2. Gale Foot, Advanced, 5, 101, 000. Generates a vacuum attack that creates slashing strikes. 3. Piercing Wave, Advanced. Max. Emits light waves from fingers, increasing combat power by 80. 4. Conqueror's Haki. Advanced. 2. 510,000. Increases base combat power by 100. Effective within a 500-meter radius. Enemies with lower power lose their combat ability. 5. Instant Transmission. Max. Allows movement to any location upon sensing an opponent's energy. 6. Double KO Fist. Double. 620. Increases base combat power by 200. 7. Shadow Clone Technique. Beginner. 5. 100. Summons clones with 80 of the host's power. Each additional clone reduces combat power by 50. 8. Super Saiyan Level 1. Beginner. 1. 100. Increases combat power by 100 times during transformation. Items. Dragon Ball Radar X1. This encapsulates Yi Lin's current prowess. Even if he could transform into a Super Saiyan Level 1, his power would merely reach 5 million, leaving a significant gap between him and Frieza. Yet, the battles of his shadow clones would continuously bestow experience upon him. Yi Lin merely needed to amass strength in this realm. Once he accumulated sufficient combat power, Frieza's defeat would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Frieza remained oblivious to Yi Lin's plan, believing Yi Lin to be immortal as he repeatedly slaughtered his clones. Uncertain of the battle's status on Namek, Yi Lin decided to investigate. He conjured another shadow clone and dispatched it to Namek. The conflict on Namek remained fierce. Although Ginyu had perished, the remaining Jisoo and Rikuum exhibited remarkable power. The 8 warriors from Earth continued their arduous struggle, yet through observation, Yi Lin noted that their combat prowess was escalating at an astonishing rate. Leading the charge were Sun Wukong and Bai Ku, whose power had astonishingly surpassed 20,000. Such rapid advancement in their fighting capabilities showcased their extraordinary talent, leaving Yi Lin in awe, while the others had also surpassed 15,000. The endurance of the 8 warriors from Earth was primarily attributed to Vegeta's presence. With his formidable combat power, he prevented Jisoo and Rikuum from overcoming the Earth warriors. However, Vegeta's gaze was incessantly scanning the surroundings, clearly in search of Yi Lin and Frieza's whereabouts. Having witnessed Yi Lin's challenge to Frieza, he soon became agitated when both vanished from sight, leading to a distraction during the battle. Chapter 113. Seeking the Dragon Balls of Namek, Yi Lin shifted his focus to the Namekians. Noting that over 100 Namekian warriors had perished, it was imperative to restore these Namekians. Yi Lin departed the battlefield and returned to the Namekian village, ultimately arriving at the Grand Elder's chamber. Grand Elder, it is good to see you again. Yi Lin's gaze fell upon the aging Grand Elder, whose eyes remained closed. Despite his frail state, he could still sense the world around him. Earth's friends, I thank you for your assistance in liberating our Namek from peril. It was evident that the Grand Elder had sensed everything, including Yi Lin's efforts to remove Frieza. However, your village's warriors have all perished. Those children fought valiantly to defend their village. I have witnessed their bravery. They are my proud children. A teardrop escaped the Grand Elder's eye, mourning the sacrifice of his comrades. The fallen warriors still hold a glimmer of hope for revival. There must be Dragon Balls on this Namek. If we gather 7, we can summon the Eternal Dragon, who can restore everyone. Summoning the Eternal Dragon, the Grand Elder fell silent for a moment, and Yi Lin observed the faint glow emanating from the Grand Elder's antennae before it faded, indicating that he had gathered sufficient information. Indeed, there exist Super Dragon Balls on our Namek. However, our village is devoid of any warriors capable of combat. I wonder if I may rely on you, my friend from Earth, to undertake the quest for the Dragon Balls. Ding. System task notification. Search for the Dragon Balls on Namek and summon the Eternal Dragon. Task difficulty, normal mode. Task reward, 1 divine level lottery draw. As soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, the system promptly assigned Yi Lin the task. Were it his true self undertaking this mission, no entity on Namek could pose a threat. However, he was currently utilizing a shadow clone, the third of its kind, with power limited to a quarter of his true self, amounting to 12,500 combat power, hence the task's classification as normal rather than simple. Allow Dondi to assist you in this quest. After the Grand Elder's words, a figure emerged from behind him. It was a young Namekian boy named Dondi. Although his combat power was minimal, he possessed healing abilities that would surely be of aid. Dondi looked at Yi Lin and bowed deeply. Thank you, Mr. Yi Lin, for helping our Namek. I will do my utmost to assist you. Dandy's abilities would indeed prove valuable to Yi Lin, making the search for the Dragon Balls considerably easier. Elder, I shall commence my quest for the Dragon Balls. Once I have gathered them all, I will assist in reviving the warriors of the Namekian planet." Yilin gently lifted Dandi and subsequently exited the Elder's abode. "Mr. Yilin, do you know the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls? I can communicate with the Elder, who would surely disclose their locations to us. There is no need for that. I already possess the necessary tools for locating the Dragon Balls." Yilin produced the Dragon Ball radar, a prize he had won from the system's lottery. Even though he was seeking the Dragon Balls of the Namekian planet, he believed the efficacy of the radar would remain unchanged in this realm. Upon revealing the radar, Yilin noticed small red dots illuminating its surface, and to his surprise, the 7 Dragon Balls were relatively close to one another. It appeared that fortune was on his side, and he would soon gather all the Dragon Balls. Following the guidance of the radar, Yilin arrived at the location of the first red dot, which led him to a verdant lake that bubbled incessantly, resembling a cauldron in a state of boil. "Wait for me here. I shall retrieve the Dragon Ball." Yilin gently placed Dandi on the shore and plunged into the lake alone. The moment he submerged, he felt a sharp sting coursing through his body, as if his skin were ablaze. The water was not boiling, but rather possessed a corrosive quality, gradually eating away at his flesh. Armament Haki. Faced with such adversity, Yilin activated his skill, enveloping his skin in a protective layer akin to armor, which alleviated the burning sensation. The corrosive properties of the lake were evidently unable to penetrate his armament Haki. As Yilin scoured the depths of the lake for the Dragon Balls, he eventually spotted a glimmering light at the lake's bottom and swam towards it. Beneath a stone in the water, he finally discovered a Dragon Ball. After securing it, Yilin emerged triumphantly from the lake. Upon seeing him, Dandi immediately stood up. "Mr. Yilin, was it successful?" Dandi inquired with curiosity. The matter of summoning the dragon was of utmost importance for the lives of their Namekian warriors. Yilin displayed the Dragon Ball he held before Dandi. "Let us continue our search for the remaining Dragon Balls. We should be able to gather them all within a day." After a brief contemplation of their pace, Yilin concluded that a day would be sufficiently swift. "Mr. Yilin, allow me to tend to your wounds." Dandi's gaze fell upon Yilin's body. Although he had defended against the lake's corrosiveness with his armament Haki, his skin had sustained some damage. While this injury did not hinder his mobility, it was merely a clone. Should it be lost, he could effortlessly summon another from his main body. Unbeknownst to Dandi, he raised his hands, emanating a soft white light. In the embrace of this radiance, Yilin's wounds healed at an astonishing rate, and he was astonished to find that the combat power of this clone had also been restored. Unlike his main body, a clone's combat power could not regenerate on its own. It would gradually diminish with continued exertion. However, Dandi's healing abilities shattered this limitation, allowing Yilin's clone to maintain its vigor. "Dandi, thank you." Upon hearing Yilin's words, Dandi quickly shook his head. "Mr. Yilin, I should be the one expressing gratitude. My only means of assisting is through this. If you were to sustain any injuries, I would bear the responsibility." Yilin smiled and nodded. Dandi's abilities had proven invaluable. After all, constantly creating clones could lead to exhaustion, making it all the more beneficial to preserve them. Chapter 114, The Struggle for the Dragon Balls. With Dandi's presence, capable of restoring his combat prowess, Yilin's efficiency in collecting the Dragon Balls increased significantly. He could engage in battles without the concern of diminishing his clone's strength. In a mere day, he had already located 4 Dragon Balls, and to his astonishment, the remaining 3 were clustered closely together. "Do you need to rest?" Yilin inquired, glancing at Dandi, who had treated him numerous times throughout the day. "No, it's unnecessary. Mr. Yilin, we must hasten to gather the Dragon Balls to revive the warriors in the village." Dandi's complexion was somewhat pale, indicating that the frequent use of his abilities had taken its toll. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and resolved to continue searching for the Dragon Balls at a quicker pace. "Let us rest for a moment before proceeding. Mr. Yilin, if you collapse from exhaustion, we risk failing to collect the Dragon Balls, which would defeat our purpose." Dandi's eyes widened at Yilin's insistence, and reluctantly, he settled down to recuperate while Yilin kept watch. Given the perilous environment of the Namekian planet, they could be ambushed by ferocious beasts at any moment. Having faced considerable challenges while collecting the other Dragon Balls, Yilin knew that the hazardous conditions could overwhelm even a warrior with combat power exceeding 10,000. Has my combat power reached 20,000? Yilin suddenly realized that his strength had indeed risen to that level, since this clone only possessed a quarter of his main body's power. It suggested that his original strength had surpassed 80,000. This remarkable increase filled Yi Lin with awe, a testament to the latent power of his bloodline. The long night passed in tranquility, devoid of any disturbances. With Yi Lin on guard, ordinary beasts dared not approach them. After a night of rest, Dandi was now fully revitalized. "Mr. Yi Lin, let us set forth once more. I am ready." Dandi looked up at Yi Lin, brimming with energy. After assessing Dandi, Yi Lin confirmed he was fit for travel and resumed their journey. The 3 Dragon Balls were clustered together. Was it possible they resided with someone? Yi Lin scrutinized the radar again, which indicated that the 3 Dragon Balls were indeed in close proximity. This situation suggested that they were likely together for a reason, possibly because someone else was also in pursuit of the Dragon Balls, posing a potential threat. "Stay close to me. I fear I may not reach you in time if danger arises." As Yi Lin approached the vicinity of the Dragon Balls, he cautioned Dandi. Aware that the unfolding events were unpredictable, Dandi understood Yi Lin's apprehension and nodded, inching closer to him. Before long, Yi Lin and Dandi arrived at a desolate grove. Barren and lifeless, the ground had transformed into a marsh, and had they not been flying, they would have surely sunk into the mire. Quack, quack. At this moment, Yi Lin beheld a multitude of frog silhouettes in the depths below. These amphibians were remarkably distinct from the frogs of Earth. They were considerably larger, adorned with antennae atop their heads, and most notably, their mouths were lined with sharp teeth, while their claws bore conspicuous backward-facing hooks. These frogs exuded a belligerent aura, prompting Yi Lin to refrain from descending into the marshlands with Dandi by his side. In an instant, as they hovered in the air, the frogs from the marsh launched an immediate assault, leaping upwards with remarkable speed propelled by their robust legs. Their velocity was so extraordinary that even bullets would struggle to match it. With a swift motion of his feet, Yi Lin unleashed a barrage of slicing strikes, akin to razor blades, effortlessly cleaving the frogs in twain. Yet, even in the face of their comrades' demise, these frogs exhibited no fear. Instead, they intensified their offensive upon witnessing the death of their fellows. Despite their fervent attempts to breach his defenses, the disparity in power rendered it impossible for the frogs to succeed. While they possessed remarkable speed, their individual strength was far too insignificant to contend with Yi Lin's prowess. In a mere moment, the number of frogs vanquished beneath Yi Lin's feet exceeded several hundred. However, from all directions of the swamp, an ever-increasing horde of frogs converged, seemingly endless in their numbers. Yi Lin remained unperturbed. These frogs presented an opportunity for him to hone his skills. With Dandi at his side, capable of replenishing his combat strength at any moment, Yi Lin felt free to unleash his abilities without reservation. While attacking the frogs, he also sought the whereabouts of the 3 Dragon Balls. "Mr. Yi Lin, it appears these Chaoji frogs have been driven to this location. The terrain here is unsuitable for their habitation," Dandi remarked suddenly, prompting a contemplative expression from Yi Lin. With keen senses attuned to his surroundings, Yi Lin perceived the slightest rustle, indicating something concealed in the shadows. "Come forth," he commanded, unleashing a shockwave that pierced through the underbrush, revealing a figure emerging from the thicket. It was a being with 3 heads, exhibiting purple skin and robust limbs. Through the system, Yi Lin discerned the creature's combat power. Huang Ling, combat power 25,000. This level of strength was formidable, and Yi Lin noticed the 3 Dragon Balls hanging from the being's neck. Though Yi Lin had no prior acquaintance with this individual, Huang Ling's combat prowess evidently surpassed that of Yi Lin's current form. Even with the swiftness of his recent attacks, Huang Ling had evaded them, indicating his remarkable speed. Should he choose to flee, Yi Lin might struggle to intercept him. Indeed, Huang Ling is a vigilant subordinate of Dr. Gua. His combat capabilities are exceptional. Huang Ling spoke first, and the mention of Dr. Gua heightened Yi Lin's alertness. Chapter 115. What did you just say? The extraterrestrial, named Huang Ling, an underling of Dr. Gua, surprised Yi Lin while simultaneously bringing him a sense of delight. His greatest fear was that Dr. Gua was sequestered away, crafting artificial beings that would pose significant challenges in the future. If he could eliminate Dr. Gua preemptively, it would greatly benefit Yi Lin. However, Dr. Gua was notoriously cautious. Yi Lin had only encountered him once through a transmission. The information Yi Lin possessed indicated that Dr. Gua was hiding somewhere in the starry expanse, biding his time to confront Yi Lin and exact revenge for the Red Satin Brigade. Today seems fortuitous. If I can subdue you, I shall learn of Dr. Gua's whereabouts. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Huang Ling's 3 heads bore mocking smiles. If you have the means, then by all means, give it a try. I can see that your combat power is inferior to mine. A powerful aura emanated from Huang Ling, sending nearby frogs flying. Yi Lin released Dandy, instructing him to remain close for safety. Stay behind me and do not wander. As long as you are by my side, I assure you of your absolute safety. Dandy nodded, nervously observing the formidable adversary before them. As a Namekian, he could distinctly sense the vast disparity between Huang Ling's might and Yi Lin's. Arrogant fool. Let us see how you intend to guarantee that. In an instant, Huang Ling appeared before Yi Lin, unleashing a flurry of punches that rained down like a torrential storm. The relentless barrage was so dense it rivaled a hail of bullets. Yet, amidst this onslaught, Yi Lin's form twisted unpredictably, evading each of Huang Ling's strikes with ease. How could this be? Huang Ling's face registered astonishment. He had held nothing back, yet all his attacks had been deftly dodged by Yi Lin, leaving him bewildered. Yi Lin's eyes glimmered with a faint light. Through his keen observation, he could anticipate Huang Ling's movements, allowing him to evade each blow effortlessly. Let us see how you evade this. Huang Ling gathered energy into a ki blast, hurling it at Yi Lin. In response, Yi Lin's arms transformed into an armored hue, and he deflected the blast with ease, utilizing his Haki. Huang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom how Yi Lin so effortlessly countered his assault. Why is this happening? My combat power should be superior. Sweat trickled down Huang Ling's brow as panic set in. Yi Lin's performance had far exceeded his expectations. You, who only focus on combat power, fail to realize that my strength has evolved beyond its former limits. A crimson aura erupted from Yi Lin, amplifying his combat power twofold. Double KO Ken. Combat power 60,000. This was inconceivable. Huang Ling was stunned, having previously observed Yi Lin's power at merely 20,000. Faced with such a staggering disparity in strength, Huang Ling was left utterly dumbfounded. He had believed his own power to surpass Yi Lin's, making victory seem effortlessly attainable. Yet, Yi Lin's exponential increase in strength had dealt a resounding blow to his confidence. Now, tell me where Dr. Guo is, unless you wish to endure suffering. Yi Lin's fists crackled ominously, and Huang Ling swallowed hard, contemplating escape, yet perceiving no hope of survival. In such a lopsided confrontation, if Yi Lin truly intended to pursue him, it would be but a fleeting moment. Do you think I would comply so easily? Allow me to show you my trump card. The central head of Huang Ling spoke coldly, and in a shocking turn of events. It began to consume the other 2 heads, which offered no resistance. The 2 heads vanished, and Huang Ling transformed into a more human-like appearance. Yet not only had his appearance changed, his combat power surged, swiftly surpassing the 50,000 threshold. Behold, this is my most formidable stance. To witness me unleashing my full power should indeed be considered an honor. Huang Ling wore a smug smile, but in the next moment, his expression froze. For a colossal energy sphere was frantically condensing above Yi Lin's head. The size of the energy sphere was akin to a gigantic windmill, and at this moment, Yi Lin's combat prowess surged once more, instilling within Huang Ling an acute sense of impending doom. Swallowing hard, Huang Ling dared not wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. What did you just say? Yi Lin's gaze was frigid as he regarded Huang Ling, whose words had been brimming with bravado. The icy glint in Yi Lin's eyes sent chills through Huang Ling. He could discern that this individual before him was far from merciful. Should he dare to resist, the consequences could indeed be fatal. I was wrong. Please disregard my previous words as mere nonsense. Spare my life. The gravity of Huang Ling's expression lasted but a fleeting moment before he fell to his knees, bowing before Yi Lin in supplication. Even extraterrestrials recognize the equality of all in the face of death. Fear of demise is a natural reaction. Upon witnessing the other's capitulation, Yi Lin maintained his grip on the colossal wind release, super huge Rasen Shuriken, effortlessly sustaining such power. Moreover, should his combat ability wane, he could always seek Dandy's assistance to restore his strength. Thus he stood firm, wielding this power as a threat to Huang Ling. Where is Dr. Guoluo? Yi Lin's penetrating gaze fixed intently on Huang Ling, his sole desire being to ascertain the location of Dr. Guoluo. Once he knew, he could pursue him. Dr. Guoluo. Huang Ling began to speak, but suddenly his body convulsed violently, foam escaping his mouth, his expression one of excruciating pain, a clear sign of poisoning. Yi Lin hastily brought Dandy over, and without needing a prompt, Dondi immediately employed his healing abilities in an attempt to alleviate Huang Ling's affliction. Tell me quickly, where is Dr. Guoluo? Yi Lin pressed further, and at that moment, Huang Ling comprehended the treachery inflicted upon him by Dr. Guoluo. Summoning his final reserves of strength, he endeavored to respond to Yi Lin, yet ultimately succumbed, his eyes dimming and his body devoid of vitality. Chapter 116. Wishing to the dragon god. Dandy's gaze shifted towards Yi Lin. Mr. Yi Lin, I am sorry I could not save him. A look of shame marred Dandy's countenance. The only assistance he could provide was his healing power, and witnessing a life extinguished before him rendered him feeling negligent, as if his failure had directly led to this man's demise. This is not your fault. Blame must rest solely on the one who poisoned him. Furthermore, even if I were to extract the whereabouts of Dr. Guoluo from this man, by the time I reach him, he would likely have already fled, Yi Lin reassured, shaking his head to alleviate Dandy's concerns. He had never expected to easily capture the cunning tail of this old fox, Dr. Guoluo. To him, Dr. Guoluo now represented a significant threat, especially as the latter had shifted his focus onto Yi Lin rather than Sun Wukong. Additionally, it was evident that Dr. Guoluo had conducted a thorough investigation into him. There is nothing more formidable than an enemy who possesses intimate knowledge of one's secrets. After a moment of silence, Yi Lin resolved to set aside these thoughts. Although the trail to Dr. Guoluo had been severed, he had successfully obtained the Dragon Balls. Yi Lin retrieved 3 Dragon Balls from Huang Ling, and with the 4 he had previously collected, he had now gathered all 7. It appeared he would be able to summon the Dragon God. A thrill coursed through Yi Lin's heart. This Dragon God was entirely dissimilar to the one from Earth. The dragon of planet Namek was a super dragon that could grant 3 wishes, its powers far surpassing those of Earth's dragon. Arise, Dragon God. Yi Lin gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and raised them above his head, calling out. In a dazzling display, the 7 Dragon Balls emitted a radiant glow, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. Dondi stood in awe, captivated by this extraordinary spectacle. As the light beam ascended, the heavens darkened, thunder rumbled, and amidst the flashes of lightning, a colossal creature resembling a demon emerged. It possessed skin of green and white, robust arms, and clearly defined muscles, exuding an aura of immense strength. Make your wishes. You have 3 opportunities, the Dragon God declared, its gaze fixed upon Yi Lin and Dondi. Unlike the Earth-S dragon, this dragon from Namek offered the privilege of 3 wishes. My first wish is to resurrect the Namekian warriors slain by Frieza. Yi Lin shouted his first wish, and the dragon's eyes gleamed with golden light. Your wish has been granted. You may now state your second wish. On the battlefield, the fallen Namekian warriors began to awaken, each one gazing around in confusion, unable to comprehend why they were still alive. Surely, it must have been Yi Lin who had saved them. Although they were unaware of the specifics, Nailu's intuition suggested that Yi Lin had played a vital role in their revival. He gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with gratitude towards Yi Lin for restoring their lives. Meanwhile, Yi Lin pondered his second wish with great concern. After all, he had only promised to resurrect the Namekian warriors to the Grand Elder. Having fulfilled that obligation, even if he rightfully claimed the remaining 2 wishes, no one would question his decision. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, the harsh environment of planet Namek weighed heavily upon him. My second wish is to restore planet Namek to its former vitality, Yi Lin proclaimed. Upon hearing this wish, Dandy's expression turned to one of astonishment. While Yi Lin's initial wish to resurrect the warriors had already been a significant boon, he never anticipated that Yi Lin would use his second precious wish to improve the environment of planet Namek. This act of kindness brought tears to Dandy's eyes. The dragon's eyes shimmered with golden light, and at that moment, the entire planet Namek trembled. The ravaged landscape began to rejuvenate. Blossoms and greenery sprouted anew. Lakes became crystal clear, marshlands transformed into fertile soil, and the raging winds subsided. Under the dragon's power, planet Namek underwent a remarkable transformation. Though Dondi could not witness the entirety of the planet's metamorphosis, he could see the changes around him. Chirping in delight, birds circled around Dondi, who extended his hands, allowing them to alight upon his palms. Watching the lively birds flutter, Dandy's eyes once again brimmed with tears. He felt as if he had become a weeping soul today. Mr. Yi Lin, thank you, thank you. Dondi choked on his words, finding it difficult to articulate the depth of his gratitude towards Yi Lin. Planet Namek was the homeland of the Namekians, and witnessing it in such a devastated state had pained every Namekian heart. Now, seeing their planet restored to its former glory, the emotions within Dandi were beyond measure. Observing Dandi, who was desperately wiping away his tears, Yilin offered a gentle smile. In the world of Dragon Ball, although the Namekians subsequently discovered other habitable planets, they were reluctant to abandon their homeland unless it was destroyed. Today, Yilin has aided these Namekians in fulfilling their long-held desires. Now, only one wish remains. What should it be? A look of hesitation crossed Yilin's face, for he found himself devoid of any personal desires. It is impossible to wish for an enhancement of one's own strength through the Shenron. Thus, Yilin momentarily struggled to articulate any specific longing. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him. It was Vegeta, who gazed down at Yilin. Attracted by the commotion, Vegeta had rushed over, and for him, the distance of 1,000 miles was but a fleeting moment. Upon learning that Frieza's forces had been entirely vanquished, Yilin nodded in satisfaction, as he held confidence in Vegeta and his companions. Such an outcome was to be expected. All wishes had been granted. Just then, the Shenlong spoke up, and Yilin was taken aback. Realizing Vegeta's earlier words, he understood that perhaps the third wish had been seized by Vegeta, and the latter's wish was to engage in a decisive battle with him. The Shenlong transformed into a beam of golden light, and the 7 Dragon Balls scattered in 7 different directions. Vegeta frowned as he watched the Shenlong vanish. Unfamiliar with the mechanics of wishing upon the dragon, he remained unaware that he had just squandered a splendid opportunity. Nevertheless, he had no particular desire, so even the expending of this wishing opportunity did not concern him greatly. While the loss of the third wish felt somewhat regrettable, it bore little significance for Yilin. Chapter 117. 2 draws. Now that the Shenlong had disappeared, Yilin discovered that his clone could not escape from Vegeta, a limitation likely imposed by the third wish. Alas, it seems this clone's journey must end here. Vegeta, please assist in returning Dandi to the village. We shall settle this contest another time. With that, Yilin's clone vanished before them, causing Vegeta's forehead to bulge with veins. He had eagerly approached Yilin for a duel, only to find that the latter had fled, leaving him with a burden. Dandi felt a surge of anxiety, believing Vegeta to be a difficult individual. After a moment of silence, Vegeta shot a glare at Dandi. Stay close behind me, understood? Vegeta issued his command coldly. Although irked, he felt indebted to Yilin for reviving him, so this task served as a means of repaying that debt. On Kao-sama's planet, Yilin's true self was diligently training. Through his clone, he learned that matters on the Namek planet had been resolved smoothly, and Frieza's army had fled in disarray. After all, without a strong presence to command them, mere numbers could not triumph over the current warriors of Namek. Remarkably, I have lost 800 clones. On the side of Hell, Yilin had dispatched 800 clones, all of whom perished at the hands of Frieza. In this fourth form, Frieza proved immensely powerful, yet, amidst these battles, Yilin's combat prowess grew rapidly, bringing him closer to fully achieving Super Saiyan status. The North Kai, witnessing Yilin's escalating strength, was enveloped in profound astonishment, utterly perplexed by the rapid enhancement of Yilin's abilities. Name: Yilin Combat Power 1,000,000 points. Bloodline: Super Saiyan, Level 4, 201. 400 Skills: 1. Wind Release, Super Great Ball Rasengan, Special Level 2, 800, 100, 000. When activated, this skill increases combat power by 200. 2. Gale Kick, Advanced 800, 100, 000. This skill can generate a vacuum attack, creating slashing strikes. 3. Wave of the Dots, Advanced Max, emits light waves from the fingertips, increasing combat power by 80 when used. 4. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced 2, 510, 000. Increases base combat power by 100, effective within a range of 500 meters. Enemies with combat power lower than the user's will lose their ability to fight. 5. Instant Transmission, Max. By grasping the opponent's ki, one can teleport to any location. 6. Tenfold Kaioken, Tenfold 10, 200. Increases base combat power by 1,000. 7. Shadow Clone Technique, Intermediate 707, 100. 000. Summons clones with 90 of the host's power. The more clones, the weaker their combat power by 50 each. 8. Super Saiyan I, Beginner 1. 100. Increases combat power by 100 times during transformation. Item: Dragon Ball Radar 1. Through such arduous battles, Yi Lin reaped substantial rewards. Among them, the Kaioken was enhanced to tenfold, and the Shadow Clone technique advanced to intermediate. After all, his clones could utilize his skills, leading to a rapid accumulation of experience through the nearly 800 battles. With his base combat power elevated to 1 million, Yi Lin's Super Saiyan I transformation had propelled his true self's combat power to an astonishing 100 million. Yet, despite this, Yi Lin sensed that his Super Saiyan state was not yet fully realized. To complete this Super Saiyan transformation, he continued to send clones to battle Frieza in Hell, as the latter had become his training dummy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of locating the Dragon Balls on Namek and summoning the Eternal Dragon. Task completed. Congratulations, host, for stopping Frieza from destroying Namek. Task completed. At that moment, two system notifications illuminated Yi Lin's vision. Frieza was now trapped in Hell, unable to escape, thus rendering the difficult task complete. Yi Lin approached the colorful lottery box once more, which began to spin again. After a short while, a small ball fell out. It was a red ball, signifying a D-grade prize. Congratulations, host, for winning a D-grade prize. The skill Mental Power, which significantly enhances resistance to mental interference. Initially, Yi Lin held little hope for this D-grade prize, but the Mental Power skill was crucial for him at present. He most detested facing opponents with supernatural abilities, as their mental disruptions posed a formidable challenge. With this skill, he would no longer fear such adversaries. At that moment, the colorful lottery box dropped another small ball, this time purple, representing a rare C-grade prize. Congratulations, host, for winning a C-grade prize, an opportunity to fuse skills. Please choose which skills to integrate. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Lin was momentarily taken aback, lost in contemplation. He indeed possessed numerous skills, some of which had become less useful over time. This skill fusion could potentially elevate his abilities to a higher echelon. I choose to fuse Gale Kick and Instant Transmission. After careful consideration, Yi Lin deemed this fusion the most fitting. The system confirmed the successful fusion of skills, congratulating the host on acquiring a new skill, Space-Time Traversal. This skill enables spatial travel to designated locations, with the distance traversed consuming the user's combat power. Title: Yi Lin Combat Power 1000. 000 points. Bloodline: Super Saiyan. Level 4, 201,400. Skills: 1. Wind Release. Super Large Jade Spiral Shuriken. Special Level 2, 800100000. Skill Description: activating this skill enhances combat power by 200. 2. Dong Dong Wave Extreme. Advanced Max. Skill Description: emits light waves from the fingertips, enhancing combat power by 80 when activated. 3. Conqueror's Haki. Advanced 251,000. Skill Description: increases base combat power by 100, with a release range of 500 meters. Enemies with combat power lower than the user's base will lose their fighting ability. 4. Tenfold Kaioken. Tenfold 10200. Skill Description: increases base combat power by 1000. 5. Shadow Clone Technique. Intermediate 707,1000. Skill Description: summons clones with combat power equivalent to 90 of the host. The more clones summoned, the further combat power diminishes by 50. 6. Super Saiyan 1. Beginner 1100. Skill Description: increases combat power by 100 times during transformation. 7. Spatial Transfer. Top Level Max. Skill Description: allows for spatial transfer to designated locations, consuming the user's combat power based on the distance. 8. Mental Power. Beginner 1100. Skill Description: significantly enhances resistance to interference. Items: Dragon Ball Radar 1 Chapter 118. North KO Shin. The gains from this endeavor exceeded my expectations. The fusion of skills has granted me spatial transfer, enabling me to reach my opponents even without sensing their energy. Additionally, my mental power aids in resisting superpowered beings. This lottery truly reaped immense rewards. Yi Lin smiled, realizing that the fruits of this draw were far more bountiful than he had imagined, making his arduous efforts against Frieza worthwhile. However, he pondered when he would fully master the Super Saiyan 1 state. Yi Lin felt a twinge of frustration. His Super Saiyan 1 state remained unstable, necessitating continuous combat, which drained his stamina significantly. Each deployment of clones in battle further taxed his limited energy reserves, and though he could persist for now, it was primarily due to the use of senzu beans. Despite knowing that relying on senzu beans was not ideal, Yilin found himself with no other options. In the Dragon Ball universe, Goku's transformation to Super Saiyan necessitated a power level of approximately 150 million. If that were the case, it shouldn't be long before my combat power stabilizes, Yilin mused. Following this, Yilin summoned another clone, as the one engaged with Frieza had perished. He had no choice but to continue sending clones into battle. Just after dispatching the clone, North Ko appeared before Yilin with an anxious expression. Yilin, prepare yourself quickly, the Ko Shin is coming. Do not show any disrespect. North Ko, drenched in sweat, rushed to inform Yilin as soon as he received the news. It may already be too late. The Ko Shin is right behind you, Yilin pointed out. Standing behind North Ko was a corpulent elder clad in blue attire, with a tuft of blue hair and beard. Upon hearing Yilin's remark, North Ko turned around, startled by the sight of the elder, and immediately bowed in reverence. I am honored by your presence, esteemed North Ko Shin. While North Ko held a respectable position, he was merely a subordinate in the presence of the North Ko Shin. Naturally, he did not dare to act disrespectfully. Haha, did I frighten you? My apologies. Please rise. The North Ko Shin chuckled, gesturing for North Ko to stand. After North Ko composed himself, he noticed that Yilin remained seated, meditating, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the North Ko Shin. Yilin, you must be foolish. Hurry and come greet the North Ko Shin. He is one of the 5 Ko Shins who govern the order of the entire universe. North Ko, fearing that Yilin did not grasp the significance of the Ko Shin, kindly explained the matter. Esteemed Ko Shin, I am currently in a critical moment of training. I welcome your presence, Yilin replied, remaining unmoved. After all, his true form was in the process of achieving Super Saiyan 1, and any disturbance could disrupt the transformation. Thus, even if the figure before him were the supreme deity, he would remain stationary. Yilin, this young man is rather stubborn. I hope you will not hold it against him, Ko Shin. North Ko quickly interceded, aware of his insignificance before the Ko Shin. Haha, no worries. I can see that this young man possesses an astonishing energy that has yet to stabilize. If he were to stabilize this energy, he could rival even me. The Ko Shin, North Ko Shin remarked, observing Yilin's fluctuating combat power with keen interest. Yilin was well aware that the Ko Shins were formidable beings, and he attempted to assess the North Ko Shin's power through his system, only to be surprised that it could not gauge the Ko Shin's combat abilities. Could the disparity be so vast that it eludes detection? Yilin contemplated. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. While his power might currently be inferior to that of the North Ko Shin, it was certainly not by a significant margin. The inability to assess was likely due to the Ko Shin's status. Before him stood the North Ko Shin, one of the 5 most powerful individuals governing the universe. Perhaps it was precisely because of this identity that his system could not penetrate the Ko Shin's combat power. Yilin, I have come to express my gratitude for sending Frieza to the depths of hell. Frieza has wreaked havoc throughout the universe, severely disrupting the cosmic order. Initially, we 5 Ko Shins planned to personally deal with him, but even united, we would face considerable risk. You have alleviated that risk for us, and I thank you on behalf of the universe's peace. North Ko Shin bowed to Yilin, leaving North Ko nearly speechless, as the Ko Shin, high above, was now bowing to a mere individual. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause an uproar. There is no need for thanks. I merely happened upon this incident. I did not act against Frieza for any grand purpose, Yilin replied, dismissing the gratitude. For him, it was merely a matter of arriving on Namek and being assigned a task by the system, necessitating his confrontation with Frieza to protect Namek. It was as simple as that. Upon hearing Yilin's response, North Ko Shin burst into laughter. You are quite the intriguing individual. Nonetheless, you have indeed provided us with significant assistance. If you desire, I can appoint you as an apprentice Ko Shin, preparing you to succeed my position. Apprentice Ko Shin. North Ko's eyes widened in astonishment at these words, recognizing it as an unparalleled honor, stirring a pang of jealousy within him at Yilin's fortune. I do not require such an honor. Yilin's response left North Ko utterly dumbfounded. Had it not been for their presence before North Ko Shin, he would have scolded Yilin vehemently. This was an extraordinary opportunity, yet Yilin chose to decline. However, if you truly feel indebted to me. I hope that if I were to act against the rules in the future, North Kaioshin could turn a blind eye. Just as this infernal incident brought Frieza directly to hell, it left Yanluo Wang seething with rage. Yi Lin, in his hope that the Kaioshin could serve as his ally, believed that his endeavors within this universe would be more seamless. Haha, I understand now. You truly are a peculiar little fellow. Then, I shall entrust Frieza to you. After uttering these words, the North Kai vanished from the Kaioshin planet. Chapter 119. Refusal to become an intern Kaioshin once the North Kai departed. A sigh of relief escaped the North King as he slumped onto the ground. Yi Lin, you rascal, I scarcely know what to say. You have missed an incredible opportunity. The position of intern Kaioshin is coveted by many. Should you attain that role, succeeding the Kaioshin would be nearly assured. To become a Kaioshin is to ascend to a position above the masses. Even we Kai are eager for the day we might become Kaioshin ourselves. Just moments ago, Yi Lin had been presented with an opportunity to leap to greatness, yet he had outright rejected it. I never desired any prestigious status. I merely wished to possess sufficient strength to protect what I hold dear. Then you ought to become a Kaioshin. By doing so, you would wield the power necessary to safeguard those things. Is the Kaioshin truly the highest authority? Yi Lin's gaze remained fixed on the North King. The North King furrowed his brow at Yi Lin's unwavering stare, choosing silence. Yi Lin understood the world of Dragon Ball well. Even a Kaioshin is not the ultimate authority. Moreover, what good is being a Kaioshin if one's strength is inadequate? A Kaioshin can also be vanquished. Once one attains the role of Kaioshin, responsibilities inevitably ensue. And Yi Lin was not inclined to shoulder any unnecessary burdens, which led him to promptly decline the North Kai's nomination. Then let me see when my combat power will stabilize. Yi Lin conjured another clone and sent it back into battle. In the third layer of hell, Frieza sat bored on the ground, shooting lasers from his fingertips. Yi Lin's clone had to constantly evade these lasers, but eventually, it reached Frieza's presence, only to be effortlessly torn apart by him. Yi Lin, you cowardly turtle, come out. No matter how many of such rubbish you send, it's futile. Do you think you can exhaust my stamina like this? It's utterly laughable. Such trivialities require no effort from me. Frieza roared angrily at the air, thoroughly provoked by Yi Lin's tactics, while a hint of concern began to surface within him. The clones sent by Yi Lin were gradually growing stronger. Initially, he could eliminate them with ease, but now they could engage him in combat for hundreds of exchanges. If this continued, he could not guarantee how powerful Yi Lin's true form would become, so he sought to provoke Yi Lin into confronting him directly. Yet, no matter how furiously he cursed, Yi Lin's true self showed no inclination to appear. This damned place, where on earth is the exit? Frieza had been searching for a way out for quite some time, growing weary of Yi Lin's strategy, but his efforts had yielded no results. After all, this was hell. Once one entered, traversing through layers without permission was impossible. Yi Lin could enter and exit freely due to the token given by Yanluo Wang, while outsiders, like Frieza, would find themselves trapped in this third layer, unable to escape. Frieza, there is no need for you to be overly anxious. At this rate, I believe you will need to endure another 200 clones from me, and then we will be set. A fresh clone of Yi Lin appeared before Frieza, and Yi Lin spoke with a smile. Frieza's forehead pulsed with veins as he glared furiously at Yi Lin's clone. You have truly enraged me. Even if you send 1,000 clones, you will never be my match. Frieza charged at Yi Lin's clone, plunging the third layer of hell into chaos once more. Hell, Yanluo Hall. Lord Yanluo. The third layer of hell is in turmoil due to that person brought by Yi Lin. The little spirits have all fled to the second layer, which is now overcrowded. What shall we do? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Yanluo Wang scratched his head in frustration. We have just received a direct order from Lord Kaioshin to refrain from interfering with Yi Lin's affairs. Let the third layer remain in chaos. If the second layer becomes insufficient, we will manage with the first layer temporarily. Arrange it accordingly. Yes, Lord Yanluo. After dispatching everyone to handle the situation, Yanluo Wang sat wearily in his chair. How on earth did Yi Lin establish such a connection with Lord Kaioshin? It's truly perplexing that Lord Kaioshin would extend such concern to an individual. Initially skeptical of the North Kai's words regarding Yi Lin's commotion, Yanluo Wang contemplated personally intervening. However, shortly thereafter, the North Kai arrived and issued an order, compelling Yanluo Wang to comply. On the Kaioshin planet, Yi Lin conjured 2 new clones, whose combat power was significantly weaker than his true form. Nevertheless, the clones still exhibited commendable strength. The combat power of the third clone reached 300,000, while the fourth clone boasted 150,000, a testament to Yi Lin's own formidable power. The fourth clone was dispatched to Namek to oversee the training of Earth's companions, while the third clone set out to challenge the universe's strongest. Simultaneously, Yi Lin's third and fourth clones utilized spatial traversal, vanishing from the Kaioshin planet. On Namek, Yi Lin's fourth clone arrived and was immediately surrounded by a group of familiar faces, including Tien Shinhan and others, who were highly attuned to fluctuations in combat power. Upon sensing the overwhelming strength, they rushed to the scene, and, upon recognizing the source as Yi Lin, exhaled in relief. "It's you, Yi Lin. I thought that Frieza had returned. But how have you become so powerful?" The group looked at Yi Lin with curiosity, perplexed by the remarkable increase in his combat capability. "I have been battling Frieza, and through these encounters, my strength has grown. This is my clone. I sent it here to help train you, enabling you to become stronger. After all, I cannot bear the burden of everything alone, especially considering the events that led to Earth's destruction. If I wish to protect Earth, it is essential that its warriors grow stronger. You scoundrel! How dare you send a clone to humiliate me? If you wish to fight, let your true self come forth." Vegeta glared angrily at Yi Lin's clone, interpreting Yi Lin's actions as an affront. "Vegeta, if you desire my true self to engage, you must first overcome this clone. Otherwise, you stand no chance. Train with me, and I shall reveal to you the secrets of Saiyan's strength, which will equally apply to Goku, who shares the same Saiyan blood." Yi Lin's gaze turned towards Sun Wukong, who should indeed be the very essence of the Dragon Ball universe. The emergence of Yi Lin, without a doubt, overshadowed Sun Wukong's prominence. Although there seemed to be no immediate consequences, Yi Lin could not guarantee that the timeline of Dragon Ball would remain unchanged if this continued, prompting him to decide to utilize his avatar to train Vegeta and Sun Wukong, enabling them to grow stronger. Chapter 120, Saiyan Dales. If Saiyans wish to become stronger, what they require most is combat, particularly the kind that pushes them to the brink of survival. Please wait here for a moment. After saying this, Yi Lin's avatar vanished before the others, and shortly thereafter, he reappeared. "Mr. Yi Lin, what is this?" Dondi looked around in confusion. After Yi Lin's departure, he had directly brought Dondi to this place without further ado. "Dondi, I will engage these individuals in life and death combat. If anyone is unable to continue fighting, I hope you can assist in healing them." Yi Lin had already experienced Dandi's healing abilities, and as long as the injuries were not instantly fatal, he could mend them. "Life and death combat. Why must we do this, Mr. Yi Lin?" Upon hearing Yi Lin's request, Dandi was taken aback. To him, everyone here had saved their planet, Namek, and he could not comprehend why they would engage in such perilous struggle. This is all for training, and they have already consented. Yi Lin's gaze shifted to the warriors on Earth, who were fervently devoted to becoming stronger and eagerly sought encounters with formidable opponents. Furthermore, Yi Lin had arranged for them to have someone capable of healing, leaving little else to desire. However, the healing after this may require your utmost effort. If you find it too strenuous, please inform me, and I will pause their training. Dondi immediately patted his chest, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, Mr. Yi Lin. You are our benefactor, and to repay your kindness, I will certainly manage this task." "Excellent, I entrust this to you." Yi Lin smiled slightly, and then approached the 9 individuals before him alone. "Currently, my avatar possesses a combat power of 150,000. My training will be predicated on the brink of death. Be prepared to fight with all your might." Upon hearing Yi Lin's combat power, excitement flickered in the eyes of the gathered warriors. "Let us begin." In an instant, Yi Lin's figure vanished from their sight. Although Master Roshi and the others had indeed elevated their power to heights of 30 to 40,000, the disparity with Yi Lin remained vast. In less than a minute, all 8 warriors from Earth were left prostrate on the ground, each displaying expressions of agony. Yi Lin showed no mercy, for it was only through such pressure that he could compel them to unleash their latent potential. "Now, it's just you remaining. Aren't you going to make a move?" Yi Lin's gaze fell upon Vegeta, who had not intended to intervene during the earlier skirmish, prompting Yi Lin to refrain from attacking. "Boring. I have no interest in playing with your avatar. I wish to train on my own. Do not celebrate prematurely. I will soon catch up to you. I am the strongest Saiyan." Vegeta scoffed, and then quickly took flight, departing. Yi Lin shook his head helplessly, having anticipated this outcome. For Vegeta was not one to easily cooperate. Meanwhile, Dondi had already healed the 8 warriors of Earth, allowing them to rise again and form a formation to encircle Yi Lin. They understood that defeating Yi Lin in isolated combat was implausible, and their only chance lay in cooperation. Excellent, now we are getting somewhere. The corners of Yi Lin's avatar's mouth lifted slightly, and thus began the long-term training regimen for the 8 warriors of Earth. At this moment, Yi Lin's third avatar was traversing through the cosmos, utilizing spatial transference. He could journey through the stars without the need for a spaceship. This universe is truly vast. The reason Yi Lin employed this third avatar for interstellar travel was to hone his skills. This avatar possessed a combat power of 500,000. But this was not a fixed value. As Yi Lin's true form experienced rapid enhancement, so too would his avatars be influenced by this progress. In the vastness of space, he had already performed several spatial transfers, passing by numerous celestial bodies, including those that harbored civilizations. However, from those planets, Yi Lin felt no presence capable of contending with his avatar. During his latest spatial traversal, Yi Lin arrived at a peculiar celestial body, entirely consumed by a colossal tree that was devouring the planet's core, leaving it devoid of life. Is this the Tree of Might? How could it be here? A look of perplexity crossed Yi Lin's face, and just then, an aura approached him swiftly. Soon, he beheld a figure standing before him, somewhat resembling Sun Wukong. Who are you? You appeared out of nowhere, without a spaceship. Fascinating. You must possess some treasure. The individual before him was Dales, one of the surviving Scionts. However, Dales was notorious for his malevolence, and the Tree of Might that devoured this planet was evidently his doing. I never expected to encounter you here, but this works to my advantage. Go consume the fruit from the Tree of Might and return to me. Yi Lin regarded Dales with disdain. Presently, Dales' combat power was a mere 30,000, posing no threat. You know of the Tree of Might? Who exactly are you? Dales' expression grew grave upon hearing Yi Lin's words, realizing that his power scanner could not penetrate the opponent's strength. Enough with the idle chatter, or I will eliminate you. Quickly consume the fruit from the Tree of Might. Yi Lin wished to adhere to the storyline of the Dragon Ball universe, where Dales was defeated after consuming the fruit. Thus, he was cautious about prematurely vanquishing him, as it could disrupt the narrative. Do not underestimate me. Regardless of who you are, you shall die today. Dales unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Yi Lin. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions echoed relentlessly as Dales was convinced that his energy blasts had indeed struck Yi Lin. Humph, is that all you've got? How brazen. Dales smirked, but his grin quickly faded. As the dust settled, Yi Lin remained unharmed. The energy blast had failed to inflict any damage. With a flick of his finger, Yi Lin released a beam of light that pierced through Dale's shoulder. This is my final warning. Go consume the fruit from the Tree of Might and return to me. Yi Lin's icy gaze made Dales tremble. Clutching his injured shoulder, he hastily retreated into the devastated planet, rushing into the Tree of Might to harvest its fruit. Wait for me. Once I consume the fruit, I will tear you to pieces. Dales seethed with rage, feeling utterly humiliated as a scion, having never endured such a disgrace. Chapter 121. Shrag as a sparring partner. Dales devoured the fruit from the Tree of Might, the immense power coursing through his every nerve, his muscles bulging and veins throbbing. Around Dales, lightning and thunder intertwined with his form, as the colossal spirit tree was ravaged by his power, shattering alongside the star that had been utterly depleted. Ha! Is this what power feels like? Such formidable strength. This is the mightiest spiritual fruit I have ever consumed. With this spiritual fruit in hand, none shall stand against me. Dales laughed heartily, his combat prowess having experienced a meteoric rise, escalating from a mere 30,000 to an astounding 300,000. Is this the extent of your strength after consuming the spiritual fruit? It seems you lack even the qualifications to train with me. Yi Lin sighed in disappointment, having anticipated that Dales would surpass 500,000 in combat power. Yet this was still far too weak for him. Die, arrogant fool. An astonishing energy coalesced in Dales' hand, swirling around him as a yellow energy halo took form, accompanied by crackling lightning. The energy halo surged toward Yi Lin at breakneck speed, yet in the face of this formidable attack, Yi Lin merely raised a finger. Dong Dong Boji. With a casual downward sweep of his finger, the attack split in two, the resulting halves exploding without impacting Yi Lin in the slightest. How is this possible? My combat power is supposed to be unmatched. Daly's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Although that strike was not his full strength, it was still formidable, yet his opponent had effortlessly countered it. Oh, I forgot to mention, I concealed my combat power from you. So you were unaware of my true capabilities. Allow me to demonstrate. Yi Lin lifted the veil on his battle strength, and with the help of Daly's combat power detector, he was revealed to possess 600,000 combat power. This is impossible. Daly stared in disbelief at the reading on his device. After consuming the spiritual fruit, his own strength was barely half that of his adversary. Yi Lin scratched his head, realizing that dealing with this Daly's was not particularly challenging, as he posed no benefit to Yi Lin's training and was not a good person. Although he may not be suitable as my training partner, I can entrust him to others for practice. A spark of inspiration ignited in Yi Lin's eyes, while Daly's was already regaining his composure from the shock, contemplating how to escape. Given the vast disparity in their strengths, no amount of effort on his part would suffice to match Yi Lin. However, you are a scion. If you were to transform with such combat power, it would be troublesome. Haki of the Conqueror. Yi Lin's eyes blazed with intensity, unleashing a tremendous pressure that rendered Daly's completely motionless. In the next instant, Yi Lin was behind him, his finger slicing through Daly's tail, severing it cleanly. Daly's let out an enraged roar as Yi Lin's hands settled upon him. My apologies. I harbor no intention of bullying the weak. I merely wish to assign you a more suitable opponent. My other clone will be waiting for you. Farewell. With that, Yi Lin teleported Daly's away. And after completing this task, he annihilated Daly's fleet before resuming his journey through the cosmos in search of new formidable foes. In the universe, on the planet Namek, those in training were informed of the situation by Yi Lin's fourth clone. I shall assist as well, but be warned, your opponent is exceptionally strong. Do not approach this with a sense of overconfidence. This is the adversary you must overcome at this stage. The fourth clone conveyed his training plan to the 8 warriors from Earth, and soon after, the space began to distort, shattering into fragments. From the ruptured space, a disheveled figure was ejected. An enraged Daly surveyed his surroundings, his severed tail a source of immense humiliation. Spotting Yi Lin on the ground, he saw the fourth clone waving at him. Right here, I've been waiting for you. Come quickly, training partner. Yi Lin greeted him with a smile. In stark contrast to Yi Lin's ease, the 8 warriors from Earth stood tense, acutely aware of the terrifying power emanating from Daly's. Master, is this truly our training partner? Not merely a one-sided slaughter? Yamcha queried, his mouth twitching. What are you saying? Of course, he is our training partner. Did you not see I already cut off his tail? As a scion, he cannot transform now. But fear not. At the outset, this clone will fight alongside you. And if anyone suffers a fatal injury, Dondi will assist with healing. Should anyone inadvertently perish, I will summon Shenron to revive them. I have strong connections on the ground. So rest assured. Yi Lin gave a thumbs up, while the others looked on in disbelief, their expressions grave as they regarded Daly's. However, their astonishment was fleeting, swiftly replaced by a readiness for battle. Yi Lin had been so considerate, and they could not afford to falter now. Do not underestimate me, you insignificant pests. Daly's, hovering in the sky, heard their conversation clearly. Though he could see Yi Lin's combat power from below, he was baffled as to why it appeared significantly weaker than before. Nonetheless, this presented an opportunity. He was determined to avenge his severed tail and charged toward the 8 warriors of Earth. Joining forces with Yi Lin's fourth clone in an assault, Dondi positioned himself nearby, prepared to heal when the opportunity arose. As this was the task entrusted to him by Yi Lin, and he was determined to fulfill it. The battle among the Earth warriors raged fiercely, while Yi Lin's third clone encountered a new opponent. Who are you? A Namekian appeared before Yi Lin, distinct from ordinary Namekians, boasting a formidable strength that surpassed any he had encountered. Greetings, Shiragu. I am the one destined to defeat you. Yi Lin offered Shiragu a friendly smile, but the latter's anger flared at those words. Chapter 122, Shiragu's full power. Shiragu's combat power reached 300,000, and that was merely in his ordinary state. Currently, Shiragu was plundering a planet, and Yi Lin had fortuitously arrived just in time. Sensing Shiragu's aura, he dispatched the latter's subordinates before confronting Shiragu directly. Defeat me? Such audacity. I do not know where you came from, but your arrogance has blinded you. Allow me to show you what true power looks like. Shiragu stood from his chair. Yet the next moment, a beam of light sliced through the air beside him. Shiragu looked down at his left arm, which had been severed by Yi Lin's attack. No need for further bravado. Show me your true capabilities, or you may find yourself eliminated in an instant. Yi Lin raised his finger once more, conjuring another beam of light, the same attack that had just cleaved through Shiraga's arm. A look of fury crossed Shiraga's face. It was the first time someone had threatened him so boldly. That was merely a sneak attack. Do you think I would allow you to strike me again? Moreover, at the severed juncture of Shilaj's left arm, a pulsating motion ensued as a new arm began to regenerate. A contemptuous smile adorned his face, seemingly mocking Yi Lin's futile efforts. Yi Lin sighed in resignation at Shilaj's unwarranted confidence in his regenerative abilities, as well as his grave misjudgment of his adversary's strength. After being dismembered, it remained to be seen whether he could still resurrect. Yi Lin unleashed the Dong Dong Boji once more, but this time Shilaj was well prepared, effortlessly evading the frontal assault. Fool, how could I possibly be struck twice by the same attack? Prepare to meet your demise. After dodging the initial shockwave, Shilaj believed he had witnessed all of Yi Lin's capabilities and swiftly advanced towards him, confident that he could easily vanquish him upon close proximity. Yet, what awaited him were dozens of beams of light, as the Dong Dongbua Ji pierced through Shilaj's form. For Yi Lin, continuously deploying this skill posed no significant burden, while Shilaj mistakenly assumed it to be his ultimate technique. Blood gushed from Shilaj, his body riddled with wounds. Nonetheless, with his regenerative prowess, he was still capable of recovery. Yi Lin observed as the flesh and blood within Shilaj writhed, and within mere breaths, he was restored to his former self. Although he regained his original appearance, Shilaj's expression was one of discontent as he recognized the disparity in their strengths. Despite his utmost caution, he had failed to defeat Yi Lin, unable even to approach him. In an instant, he nearly faced annihilation. Had Yi Lin focused on his head earlier, his regenerative abilities would not have sufficed for revival. Do not mistake your survival for luck. Consider it a chance I afforded you. Now, it is clear to you that in your current state, ending your life would be an effortless endeavor. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Shilaj's demeanor darkened, for he comprehended that Yi Lin was indeed a formidable foe capable of ending him. It appears you are indeed powerful, and I understand now. You seek to encounter strong opponents on your journey. However, provoking me was a grave miscalculation. I shall make you aware of the cost of your insolence. With a furious roar, Shilaj began to amass a tremendous force, altering his physique as he expanded rapidly, his immense form even wreaking havoc upon the entire spaceship. Yi Lin emerged from the vessel, observing Shilaj's transformation with calm interest, refraining from intervening, for he desired to battle a worthy opponent. Only such exhilarating encounters could stabilize his Super Saiyan transformation. It seems this attire adapts with the transformation. How intriguing. Yi Lin scrutinized Shilaj, now resembling a small mountain, noting that his garments had grown alongside him, remaining unscathed by his enlarged form. Shilaj's combat power surged dramatically, reaching an astonishing 5 million, far exceeding that of Yi Lin's third clone. I know not who you are, but prepare to meet your end. Shilaj executed a punch towards Yi Lin, his colossal fist akin to a house. The impact sent Yi Lin hurtling backward, crashing into a meteorite with the force of a cannonball. Although the meteorite shattered, Yi Lin remained alive, albeit suffering greatly from the blow, as his clone's combat power had significantly diminished. Then I shall give it my all. Tenfold Kaioken. A red aura enveloped Yi Lin, rapidly augmenting his strength to match that of Shilaj. Despite the recent impact, his combat power surged back to 5 million. Noticing this shift, Shilaj was taken aback, his expression turning serious. He had anticipated that this transformation would grant him an overwhelming advantage to crush Yi Lin. Yet, Yi Lin had achieved parity with him, far beyond Shilaj's expectations. What does it matter if your strength has increased? My regenerative abilities grant me a definitive advantage. Shilaj bellowed, striking at Yi Lin with a powerful punch, one whose might Yi Lin had already experienced. Nonetheless, Yi Lin chose to meet Shilaj's fist head-on, and the two engaged in a fierce melee amidst the cosmos, utilizing only their physical prowess. This exchange endured for 10 minutes, after which Yi Lin found himself suppressed, prompting Shilaj to laugh triumphantly. It seems I have won. With my regeneration, I can restore my combat power, but you evidently cannot. How foolish of you to challenge me so recklessly. Shilaj delivered another punch that sent Yi Lin flying, not granting him a moment to recover. Intent on securing a swift victory, Yi Lin's clone could only endure the assault, yet unbeknownst to Shilaj, Despite the pressure, Yi Lin wore a smile. Under Shilage's relentless onslaught, Yi Lin's true form was rapidly gaining strength, and his Super Saiyan transformation had now been completed. Chapter 123, Transformation Complete, Super 1. Shilage, exerting his full strength, finally managed to eliminate the troublesome adversary, obliterating Yi Lin's third clone, which vanished without a trace. Breathing heavily, Shilage faced a formidable opponent for the first time, realizing the difficulty of securing victory even while giving his all. You are a worthy adversary. Though I do not know your name, I will remember you. As Shilage turned to leave, he suddenly froze, a paralyzing fear of death coursing through him, compelling him to look back in shock. From the void of space, a figure emerged from the shattered fabric of reality, his hair exhibiting an eerie golden hue, enveloped by an overwhelming aura. Despite the change in appearance, Shilage did not forget the face of the opponent he had narrowly defeated. What puzzled him was how Yi Lin had returned unscathed, transformed into this new form. Who are you? Shilage asked, fear evident in his gaze as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. My apologies, I neglected to clarify. The one you just defeated was merely my clone. Thanks to your training, I have finally achieved my ultimate transformation. In honor of you as a worthy opponent, I shall face you in my true form. Remember my name, Yi Lin. A smile graced Yi Lin's face, elated to have completed his Super 1 transformation. His combat power, which had previously been unstable, had now reached an astonishing 250 million, surpassing even that of Sun Wukong in his Super 1 state. Yi Lin speculated that his power exceeded that of Sun Wukong due to his unique lineage. He was a Super Saiyan by blood, rather than an ordinary Saiyan. While Sun Wukong and his peers awakened their Super Saiyan forms, Yi Lin had directly inherited this bloodline, thus amplifying his strength to such extraordinary levels. What I defeated was merely a doppelganger. Sherlag wore a complex expression on his face. He had initially believed he had narrowly triumphed, only to realize that from the very beginning, he was unworthy to challenge this individual. Sherlag roared in anger and launched an attack towards Yi Lin. Even though he knew he would be defeated, Sherlag resolved to take action, for it was clear that escape was not an option. Yi Lin raised his palm, gathering an astonishing amount of energy within it, which coalesced into a spiral form, transforming into a shuriken. Wind release, supermassive spiral shuriken. Yi Lin responded with his most formidable skill. The shuriken was colossal, akin to a celestial body. The gigantic weapon was hurled towards Sherlag, whose roar was silenced, dissolving into ashes within the vastness of the starry sky. All the meteors in the surrounding cosmos were obliterated by Yi Lin's strike, and he felt immense satisfaction with the power he wielded. His battle prowess and Super 1 status had reached a terrifying level. After vanquishing Sherlag, Yi Lin traversed through space and emerged in the third layer of the realm. At present, the third layer was desolate, with only one inhabitant in this hellish realm. Frieza sat upon a severed limb, gazing at the newly arrived Yi Lin. It appears this time it is the true body. Do you believe you possess sufficient power to defeat me, the Great King? Frieza's gaze was icy as he regarded Yi Lin, sensing the formidable strength emanating from him. Thank you for your patience, Frieza. It is time to conclude this, Yi Lin proclaimed. At that moment, many souls in hell were observing this battle. Even the Kaioshin had cast their gaze upon the scene. Go, Yi Lin, go. On KO's planet, North KO watched the fight through a visual feed, cheering for Yi Lin. In the hall of Yama King was also observing the clash. Is this finally coming to an end? If this drags on much longer, my realm will descend into chaos. Yama King was focused on the battle as well, for due to Yi Lin's actions, the first and second layers of hell were already overwhelmed with spirits, and he longed for this farce to reach its conclusion. Under a grand tree, North KO's reflection in the lake displayed the scenes of hell. If Yi Lin could successfully conquer Frieza, it would bring joy to all. North KO's face bore a contemplative expression, believing that the other Kaioshins were also closely monitoring this confrontation. Should Yi Lin falter, Frieza would be apprehended by their combined might, as Frieza's arrival in hell afforded them the authority to intervene. Frieza, this is the Super Saiyan capable of defeating you. Your arrogance will lead to your downfall at my hands. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Frieza's forehead bulged with veins. How dare you claim that I would lose? Do not utter such nonsense. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, I shall still crush you, and you will meet the same fate as those doppelgangers. Effortlessly erased by me. Frieza's finger shot forth a beam of crimson light, imbued with terrifying energy, enough to obliterate a mountain. Yet, facing such a powerful strike, Yi Lin effortlessly evaded and appeared before Frieza, delivering a forceful punch to Frieza's face. He employed no special skills, relying solely on the strength of his corporeal form. At this moment, with his battle prowess, Yi Lin could easily suppress Frieza's formidable strength of 150 million. Boom. Taken by surprise, Frieza was sent flying by Yi Lin's punch, his body crashing like a cannonball into the earth. The ground was dented by the impact, and from the debris emerged Frieza, charging towards Yi Lin with astonishing speed, despite being covered in dust and appearing disheveled. However, Frieza's powerful punch was easily caught by Yi Lin's hand, halting it mere inches from his palm. Frieza, you are excessively arrogant. Each encounter with you elevates my skills further. You are aware of this, yet failed to learn from your battles with my doppelgangers. Blinded by your overconfidence. This is the reason for your impending defeat. I'll not listen to your nonsense. Frieza initiated a frenzied barrage of attacks, his hands, feet, and tail all joining the fray. Their exchanges were so rapid that they were nearly imperceptible, yet regardless of how fiercely Frieza attacked, he could not land a hit on Yi Lin. Firewave. Red energy exploded from Frieza in an astonishing display, as he opted to annihilate everything around him when he could not strike Yi Lin. The crimson energy engulfed Yi Lin's form, and Frieza wore a triumphant smile. Arrogance lies with you, for if you take my attack head-on, your demise is assured. Yet, at that moment, a hand emerged from the red energy. Yi Lin had seized Frieza's head, pressing it into the ground. Boom. The earth was once again pounded into a deep crater. Chapter 124. Frieza's defeat. Yi Lin was utterly dominating Frieza, a result no one had anticipated from the outset. North Ko's eyes widened in disbelief, having witnessed Yi Lin's gradual ascent. The sheer power Yi Lin exhibited was astonishing. You scoundrel! I shall obliterate you along with this world. Frieza erupted from the ruins, raising his finger as immense energy coalesced above it. Planet Destruction Bomb. Frieza unleashed a tremendous projectile of energy towards Yi Lin, potent enough to annihilate a celestial body. In response, Yi Lin raised his own finger. Dodo Wave. A beam of light shot forth from Yi Lin's fingertip, colliding with the Planet Destruction Bomb. Boom. The two forces intertwined, yet Frieza's attack was neutralized by Yi Lin's energy wave. How is this possible? The power capable of destroying stars cannot be, at that moment. Yi Lin reappeared before Frieza, delivering another kick that sent him flying. Yi Lin's techniques were merely basic punches and kicks, yet supported by his overwhelming battle power. Each strike was formidable. Frieza clutched his pained abdomen, his eyes wide in disbelief. So this is the power of a Super Saiyan? The strength capable of defeating me? The Great King? Nonsense. I am the strongest. Atmospheric Bomb. Frieza infused all his energy into the energy sphere, which grew to the size of a small mountain. It contained power evident to Yi Lin. Simultaneously, Yi Lin raised his palm, channeling potent energy into the shape of a shuriken once more. Wind Release. Supermassive Spiral Shuriken. Yi Lin hurled the energy shuriken upward towards Frieza, who propelled the atmospheric bomb forward, channeling all his might. The clash of red and blue energies wreaked havoc upon the third layer of hell. Yet, the power of the spiral shuriken steadily consumed Frieza's destructive force. Despite his desperate attempts to consolidate his energy, it was futile. Yi Lin's battle power surpassed his by a staggering margin of 100 million. A disparity that skill could not bridge. Reflect on your actions in hell, Frieza, Yi Lin stated. You wretch. Frieza roared in fury, his figure ultimately swallowed by the wind release. Super giant raisin shuriken, and the third layer of hell returned to calm. Everyone who witnessed this battle gained a new understanding of Yi Lin's power. Even King Ymera was completely stunned by the power Yi Lin displayed. Even within hell, suppressing Yi Lin would be no easy task. Having dealt with Frieza, Yi Lin breathed a sigh of relief and unleashed his Super Saiyan 1 form. The instant he unleashed it, Yi Lin's body stiffened, and then he plummeted from the sky to the ground. Whoosh! Yi Lin suddenly vanished from the third layer of hell, reappearing on King Kai's planet. King Kai, seeing Yi Lin's condition, immediately took out a senza bean and had Yi Lin consume it. After eating the senza bean, Yi Lin felt much better, though his body remained extremely fatigued. It seems I can't move for now. Yi Lin gave a helpless, bitter smile. This battle had been incredibly taxing on him. Fighting Frieza had meant he was practically squeezing every last drop of his potential, even with his Super Saiyan bloodline. This relentless pushing had reached its limit. If he continued this stalemate with Frieza, Yilin would likely be the first to collapse. You should be proud, said the North Kai. Frieza is an incredibly terrifying being. Even the Supreme Kai needed 4 of them to defeat him. Your ability to defeat him single-handedly is remarkable. The reason you can't move now is simply because you're exhausted. With some rest, you'll be fine soon. The North Kai gave Yilin a thoughtful once-over. He hadn't known Yilin for long, but this young man from Earth always managed to surprise him. What will happen to Frieza next? Yilin asked curiously. Frieza will probably be imprisoned in the 15th level of Hell. Considering the many evil deeds he's committed, King Kai guessed. So, even with his strength, he can only be imprisoned in the 15th level? Yilin asked. King Kai glanced at the eager Yilin. You'd better not act recklessly anymore. With your current physical condition, it's not suitable for intense battles. Give me at least a month to rest. King Kai saw Yilin's thoughts and gave him a serious reminder. But he didn't refuse Yilin's request to seek out strong opponents after recovering. After all, King Kai knew Yilin somewhat. He wouldn't be idle. And this kid always brought him new surprises. It seems things are going well, so I'm relieved. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. This person was none other than the North Kai. Seeing the North Kai's appearance, King Kai quickly bowed. I'm sorry, Lord North Kai. I can't bow like this, Yilin said with a smile. No problem, no problem. You're a hero of our Universe 7, so please skip the formalities. I'm here to thank you for everything you've done for our Universe 7. With that, the North Supreme Kai bowed to Yilin in thanks. Compared to the North Supreme Kai's surprise, Yilin wasn't particularly bothered by the bow. Although I'm here to give you a reward, judging from your expression, you don't seem very interested in it. In that case, I can recommend you participate in the Hell Martial Arts Tournament. I think you'll be more interested in that. All the participants will be top fighters from Hell. Even the guardians of the Hell layers will be there, the North Supreme Kai said. Hearing this, Yilin's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity to accumulate combat power. It seems this reward is quite good. Yilin smiled slightly. He knew the power of the layer guardians. The higher the layer, the stronger they were. Yilin couldn't help but wonder who the guardian of the 18th layer would be. It seems you're quite satisfied with this reward. The tournament is in a year, so just rest and recuperate. I'll be looking forward to seeing your prowess at the Hell Tournament. The North Supreme Kai smiled, and then disappeared from King Kai's planet. Chapter 125 Dr. Gero's scheme. There's still a year until the Hell Tournament, plenty of time. Yilin is currently contemplating how to improve his fighting power. Although Frieza is a formidable opponent, after defeating him, Frieza is now in a spirit state. Yilin can't keep breaking the rules of Hell by using Frieza as a guinea pig. As for the rulers of Hell, they can't be challenged at will. That would also disrupt the peace of Hell and is forbidden. Therefore, Yilin hasn't really thought of a suitable training partner in the short term. Name: Yilin Combat Power 2, 5 million points Bloodline, Super Saiyan, Level 4, 250. 400, Skills. 1. Wind Release, Super Giant Raisin Shuriken, Special Grade, 2900, 100, 000, Skill Description. Increases combat power by 200. 2. Whole Wave, Advanced Max, Skill Description. Fires a light wave from the fingertip. Increases combat power by 80. 3. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced, 50, 100. 000, Skill Description. Increases base combat power by 100. Within a 500-meter range, enemies with combat power lower than the user's base combat power will be unable to fight. 4. Tenfold Kaioken, Tenfold 8200 increases base combat power by 1000. V. Shadow Clone Technique. Intermediate 800, 1000 summons clones with 90 times the host's combat power. The more clones, the weaker the combat power becomes by 50 with each clone. 6. Super Saiyan 1. Beginner 1100 increases combat power by 100 times during transformation. 7. Spatial Traverse. Max allows spatial traversal to a designated location. The distance traversed consumes the user's combat power. 8. Mental Power. Beginner 1100 greatly increases resistance to interference. Item: Dragon Radar 1. Through his battle with Frieza, Yilin's combat power has been comprehensively enhanced, although he has only just transformed into Super Saiyan 1. The limits of Super Saiyan are incredibly high, and Yilin is still far from reaching them. However, unlike those in the Dragon Ball world who increase their power through training, Yilin can only rely on combat to improve his strength. With the power of his Super Saiyan bloodline, his power level will increase much faster than others in battle. However, finding suitable opponents won't be easy, right? I could deal with some troubles beforehand. Yilin suddenly remembered Dr. Gero. He's already targeting him, and his future research on androids will be very troublesome. Dealing with him early would be a good idea. Lord North Kai, could you help me find an earthling named Dr. Gero? Lying on the ground, Yilin asked the North Kai, who was skilled at finding people. Dr. Gero? If he's just an ordinary earthling, finding him won't be so easy. I've had some contact with him. I can transfer my impression of him to you. Please help me find him. Yilin activated his mental power skill, transmitting his image of Dr. Gru into King Kai's mind. King Kai glanced at Yilin with some surprise. He hadn't expected Yilin to possess such a skill. If we have such a clue, that should be enough. I'll look for it. King Kai began to concentrate fully, searching for information about Dr. Gru's whereabouts. In less than a minute, the North Realm King ceased his search. He had already located Dr. Gero, who was indeed on your planet. Upon hearing this, Yilin was taken aback, as he had presumed that Dr. Gero had fled into the cosmos to seek out other civilizations for his research on androids. He never anticipated that the doctor would dare to hide on Earth, presenting him with an unparalleled opportunity. The North Realm King's hand rested on Yilin's shoulder, transmitting his sensed location to him. Thank you. I shall return shortly. Yilin rose to his feet, expressing gratitude to the North Realm King before preparing to traverse space and head to Dr. Gero's base. Wait a moment, Yilin. Your body is still quite weak. It would be prudent to rest before embarking. Hearing the North Realm King's advice, Yilin shook his head with a smile. Do not worry, my lord. This is merely a trivial matter. According to the history of Dragon Ball, Dr. Gero could not possibly have developed any androids at this time. Without the androids, Dr. Gero was just an ordinary man. Even if his base were filled with armies and artillery, they would not pose a threat to a single hair on Yilin's body. Through the spatial traversal, Yilin departed from the King's planet and returned to Earth. He found himself standing in a desolate valley, where human presence was scarce, and not even wild beasts roamed. Through his perception, he detected a faint aura beneath the ground. Dong Dong Boiji. Yilin pointed to the earth below. Even if he did not know the entrance, it mattered not, for he could simply create an opening himself. With a resounding roar, the earth was torn open by the immense power of Dong Dong Boiji, revealing a steel structure beneath. As he had suspected, there was indeed a hidden base underground, where Dr. Gero was concealed. Yilin effortlessly flew into the base from above, unperturbed by the possibility of traps, for they could not harm him in his current state. Descending further, Yilin reached a depth of over 100 meters beneath the surface. In this subterranean realm, he beheld numerous incubation pods, likely utilized by Dr. Gero for his research, yet there was no sign of the doctor himself. However, he remained unconcerned, for he had distinctly sensed Dr. Gero's presence moments ago, indicating that the doctor was indeed hiding nearby. Dr. Gero, I have already arrived. Do you lack the courage to even meet your guest? With such a level of cowardice, do you truly believe you can defeat me? Yilin called out, his voice reverberating throughout the underground base. Suddenly, a voice boomed, Hell Vortex. Above, a massive whirlpool materialized, tearing the fabric of space apart. Sensing this formidable force and technique, Yilin furrowed his brow. Kalik? What is he doing here? The devouring power emanating from the vortex was overwhelming. Even Yilin could not remain stationary without risking being engulfed. Should he fall into the Hell Vortex, no one could predict what fate awaited him. Just as Yilin contemplated retreating, two figures emerged from the shadows. It is too late to escape now. Yilin, today shall be your grave. The voice of Dr. Gero echoed through the base, and the figures stepping from the darkness were none other than King Kurd and Gula, two formidable opponents not to be underestimated. Yilin's brow knitted in confusion, unable to fathom how Dr. Gero had summoned such powerful allies at precisely the right moment to prepare this trap for him. As the eyes of King Kurd and Gula fixated upon Yilin, their auras locked onto him, leaving him no avenue of escape. Is this the one who defeated Frieza? Hardly a significant threat. How trivial to orchestrate such a scheme against him, Gula scoffed, sensing that Yilin's energy was not particularly formidable. I heard he could transform into a Super Saiyan, but do not underestimate him, Gula. I never imagined this Earthling could reach out to us. If we eliminate him, you will share the technology of the androids with us, correct? King Kurd's gaze shifted to a corner where a camera was positioned, revealing Dr. Gero on the other side, monitoring the base. Of course, with the android technology one provide, conquering the universe would be but a trivial matter. Dr. Gero's voice resonated within the base. indicating that he had indeed made a deal with King Kurd and Gula to secure their presence. It seems you were well prepared. And what about you? Were you promised something in return? Yilin looked up at Kalik, whose father had been defeated by the current god. Filled with rage towards the divine, Kalik's fighting prowess posed little threat to Yilin, yet the hell vortex was perilous. Should he fall within, escape would become exceedingly difficult. It was that earthling who freed me from my seal, merely a favor. Your existence poses a danger, jeopardizing my quest for vengeance against the gods. Recognizing Yilin as a threat, Kalik sought to eliminate him here. Super Saiyan 1. Yilin's aura surged dramatically, his power escalating to a staggering 250 million in an instant. King Kurd and Gula's expressions shifted in astonishment. They had not anticipated Yilin's sudden surge in strength. In that moment of transformation, Yilin charged toward Kalik. Although King Kurd and Gula possessed battle powers exceeding 100 million, Yilin had strategies to contend with them, capable of gradually wearing them down as he had with Frieza to enhance his own abilities before dispatching them. However, falling into Kalik's hell vortex would spell disaster. As Kalik witnessed the explosive surge of energy emanating from Yilin, panic overtook his features. Gravity 500 times. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped Yilin, immobilizing him mid-flight. The immense gravity rendered him unable to advance. Yilin, I am well aware of your prowess. I have been monitoring your data closely and surmised that with my current technological power, I cannot defeat you. Yet even you must find it challenging to contend with this 500-fold gravity. Now is your only opportunity. You must hurl him into the hell vortex. If he escapes through instantaneous movement, we may find ourselves in grave danger next time. Dr. Gero's voice echoed urgently within the base, prompting King Kurd and Gula to raise their fingers in unison. You need not remind us. We are fully aware that this Yilin is indeed a substantial threat. Let us send him on his way, one concurred. I share the same sentiment. Their fingers coalesced with potent energy, two radiant spheres of fiery energy forming at their fingertips. Supernova. King Kurd and Gula unleashed their attacks simultaneously, directing their combined might toward Yilin, who was ensnared by the gravity's hold, unable to break free. Yilin, reinforcing his defenses with the effects of Haki atop his Super Saiyan form, braced himself for the impending onslaught. Two energy spheres, capable of obliterating the earth, collided with Yilin. Gritting his teeth, Yilin struggled to push them back, yet the overwhelming gravitational force continued to bind him. At this moment, Yilin augmented his power with the Kaioken technique, enveloping himself in a red aura, causing the assault of the two supernovae to wane. This is impossible. Is this creature a monster? The expressions of King Kurd and Gula darkened, as they sensed Yilin's battle power had escalated several tiers, far surpassing their own. Even if this base were to be destroyed, it mattered not. Yilin, prepare to meet your demise under a gravitational force of 1,000 times. Boom, boom, boom. The entire base reverberated with explosive sounds, the 1,000 times gravity exceeding its structural limits, threatening to annihilate it. Yet, harnessing the base's last vestiges of overload, the immense gravitational force once more constrained Yilin's movements. Seizing the moment, King Kurd and Gula pressed the two supernovae against Yilin, forcing him into the vortex of hell. As Yilin plunged into the abyss, Carrick swiftly sealed the entrance to the vortex. The base erupted in a violent explosion, but such power posed no threat to the three formidable beings present. Finally, they had disposed of this monster. Who would have thought his combat prowess could reach such heights? No wonder Frieza met his demise at his hands, Gula remarked, exhaling a sigh of relief. King Kurd's gaze shifted to the earth, his eyes narrowing. This planet harbors such a formidable presence. It cannot be allowed to remain. Raising his finger, he concentrated an immense energy, one capable of annihilating the earth. Stand down. Before I unleash my wrath, begone. Just then, a figure appeared before the three, Northern Kai, who, upon his sudden arrival, caused the three to change countenance at the aura he emanated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The trio dispersed like frightened birds, fleeing the scene without a hint of resistance. Northern Kai surveyed the area, then sighed. Has Yilin's aura vanished? It is unfortunate to encounter such peril. What a talent wasted. With that, Northern Kai vanished from sight. As a deity, he could not intervene in the mortal realm. Yet due to Yilin's prior assistance, he made an exception to protect Earth this once. Meanwhile, King Kurd and Gula had fled the Earth, while Carrick lurked in a concealed spot on the planet. In an endless void of darkness, Yellen frowned. Having fallen into an unknown space after descending from the vortex of hell. Chapter 127. Departure from the seventh universe. Within this peculiar space, Yellen surveyed his surroundings. Even with the use of his Haki, he could not perceive the environment, as it seemed entirely void. It appears to be an independent space. I never anticipated the vortex of hell would lead to this. Closing his eyes, Yellen attempted to sense the energy around him. Indeed, he felt no trace of external energy. Yet his doppelganger remained. Outside, his doppelganger was situated on planet Namek, but despite this knowledge, Yellen found himself unable to return to his original form. Given the circumstances, only one final method remained: spatial traversal. Utilizing the skill of spatial travel, without any perceptual reference, even Yellen could not predict where he would be transported. Nevertheless, any destination would surely be better than this boundless void. Employing his skill, Yellen opened a dark spatial portal, the destination obscured, yet he had no alternative. He stepped into the portal, traversing it for what felt like an eternity. After 10 breaths had passed without sight of an end, unease crept in regarding where this portal might lead. Fortunately, after a brief moment, Yellen was expelled from the portal, emerging in an expanse of boundless starlight. Though surrounded by the vacuum of space, Yellen could hold his breath and remain focused for extended periods, impervious to its effects. Closing his eyes, he began to sense the energies around him, yet found no familiar presence. Moreover, upon further searching, he discovered to his astonishment that his doppelganger was absent from this realm. Could this not be the seventh universe? This realization left him astounded, plunging him into deep contemplation. Concentrating all his will upon his doppelganger, he sought to establish contact. Seventh universe, planet Namek. Yellen's doppelganger opened his eyes, immediately noting a gathering of people around him, including friends from Earth and inhabitants of planet Namek. At that moment, Dandy was employing his healing abilities, though it was in vain, as the disconnection between the doppelganger and the original form had caused him to lapse into unconsciousness. Thank goodness. Mr. Yellen, you are safe. What a relief. Dandy exhaled in relief upon witnessing Yellen's awakening, while others gathered around to inquire about his condition. Master, what has happened to you? Yamcha asked, perplexed. The others regarded Yellen with curious gazes, having witnessed him suddenly faint during their training, leaving them unprepared for the unforeseen event. My doppelganger has lost contact with my original form. I fear my body has drifted into another universe, and I may not return shortly. Hearing this, everyone was left speechless. For to them, the universe they inhabited felt infinite, and the notion of Yellen venturing into another universe, along with knowledge of such worlds, astonished them. Within this continuum, there are 12 universes. We reside in the 7th universe, while my original form is likely lost in another, and I cannot assist you here. I hope you can safeguard Earth in my absence. All eyes turned to Yellen. Naturally, Earth is our homeland. The responsibility of protecting it cannot fall solely upon your shoulders. Rest assured, when you return, we will ensure Earth remains intact, Tien Shinhan declared. Others echoed similar sentiments, and Yellen felt a surge of gratitude toward his companions. Through the trials he orchestrated, each individual's battle prowess had undergone a remarkable enhancement, with Dallas's assistance proving invaluable. During this time, Dallas had become a sparring partner for the group, as Yellen's original form's increasing power allowed his doppelganger to dominate Dallas, who, unable to escape, had no choice but to comply. However, with his doppelganger now in slumber, Dallas might have seized the opportunity to flee. Is Dallas still on planet Namek? Yellen inquired. Currently, Piccolo and Goku are restraining him. Their growth has been substantial, enabling them to defeat Dallas one-on-one, Master Roshi stated. Upon hearing these words, Yi Lin felt a profound sense of relief, understanding the reasons for Sun Wukong and Piccolo's absence. Subsequently, he resolved to inform them of the adversaries that Earth might face, urging them to exercise utmost caution. Should the situation become dire, he emphasized the priority of preserving their lives while awaiting his return from other universes. Following this, Yi Lin recounted to his Earth companions the circumstances surrounding his recent entrapment, revealing formidable foes such as King Kurd, Gula, Carrick, and Dr. Glow. Upon absorbing this information, the expressions of his companions grew solemn. They had not anticipated that their cultivation would lead to such tumultuous events, prompting the realization that remaining on planet Namek was no longer viable. Yi Lin, do you have a way to bring us back to Earth? Master Roshi inquired. This avatar is also capable of teleportation, so I shall escort you back to Earth, Yi Lin responded. He began to act, guiding them to where Sun Wukong and Piccolo were located. The energy of these two warriors was unmistakably potent, their combat prowess nearly matching that of Yi Lin's avatar, leading him to marvel at their exceptional martial skills. Meanwhile, Dales lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, his gaze vacant. His recent experiences could only be described as a descent into hell. Wukong, Piccolo, come here. I will send you back to Earth. You may inquire with others for further details, Yi Lin called out, capturing their attention. Mr. Yi Lin, are you all right? Sun Wukong exclaimed joyfully. Yi Lin nodded, then turned his gaze toward Dales. Dales, after this incident, I trust you now comprehend the gravity of your actions. I want you to remain on planet Namek to assist the Namekians in rebuilding their home. Should you dare to engage in further wrongdoing, I will not hesitate to seek you out. Spatial teleportation. After addressing Dales, Yi Lin opened a dimensional portal, transporting everyone back to Earth. Upon their arrival, Yi Lin initiated another teleportation to King Kai's planet. When he arrived, he discovered not only King Kai but also King Kai Shun, which was fortuitous for him, as he was indeed seeking King Kai Shen. King Kai Shen's gaze fell upon Yi Lin, and he offered a slight smile. I knew you would come to find me. Your main body has ventured to another universe, hasn't it? Yi Lin silently acknowledged King Kai Shen's perceptiveness, recognizing that he could discern the avatar from the original and was aware of his circumstances. Yi Lin, you have traveled to another universe, King Kai exclaimed, startled by this revelation. Due to certain events, my main body is indeed in another universe. I wonder if you, King Kai Shen, might possess a means to bring my main body back to the 7th universe? Yi Lin inquired, hopeful that King Kai Shen could alleviate his troubles. However, King Kai Shen sighed and shook his head. Only the Grand Kai and the God of Destruction can traverse the cosmic realms freely. Unfortunately, the Grand Kai has long since passed, and the God of Destruction is currently in slumber, having been dormant for thousands of years, with no indication of when he will awaken. Yi Lin did not feel overly disheartened by this response, as he had anticipated such a scenario. I shall devise my own means to return to the 7th universe. Additionally, I have an unusual request. Might I ask King Kai Shen to select some strong individuals to assist on Earth for a brief period, solely to enhance the strength of Earth's warriors? Yi Lin understood that deities have their own regulations and cannot interfere excessively with worldly matters, and thus he did not expect King Kai Shen to intervene directly for Earth's protection. Yi Lin, your request is rather challenging. Even gods must adhere to their own rules, King Kai retorted. Yet, King Kai Shen raised his hand to halt King Kai's words. I understand. If that is your request, I can comply. After a moment of contemplation, King Kai Shen added, although I will need to know whom you have in mind for this selection. Yi Lin already had a suitable candidate in mind, given that he was unaware of how long it would take for him to return from other universes. It was prudent to ensure that his companions on Earth possessed sufficient combat prowess to handle any future occurrences in the Dragon Ball world. If possible, I would like to enlist the help of the Rib Ramen from Hell, Yi Lin stated, recalling that in Dragon Ball, Rib Ramen's combat strength was formidable enough to overpower future foes like Cell. With his guidance, Yi Lin believed that Earth's allies would be able to train more effectively. Rib Ramen, you have indeed chosen a remarkable candidate. He is the overseer of the 17th layer of Hell, and his strength is unquestionable. However, being a realm overseer, he cannot stray from his post for extended periods. Furthermore, as a denizen of Hell, he cannot interfere with the moral affairs of the outside world. Thus, he cannot protect Earth. I understand. I only require him to train Earth's warriors. A duration of 3 years should suffice, Yi Lin replied, contemplating the matter. Although he was currently in another universe, he knew that one day he would return to the 7th universe. With the assistance of the system he possessed, he was confident that he would safely find his way back. 3 years. I comprehend. I will grant your request. Should the God of Destruction awaken, I will counsel him to assist you in returning to the 7th universe, King Kai Shen affirmed. Thank you, King Kai Shen. After securing the agreement with King Kai Shen, Yi Lin departed from King Kai's planet, mindful not to extend the actions of his avatar for too long. His main body remained in another universe, and he had invested all his consciousness into this avatar in the 7th universe, leaving his main body in a state of slumber, oblivious to any potential dangers it might encounter. Yi Lin was determined to address all matters swiftly before returning his consciousness to his original form. During this subsequent teleportation, Yilin found himself in the sacred temple, startling Shun and Bobo. Mr. Yilin, how have you returned? Were you not training on planet Namek? Shun inquired, perplexed, as they were previously only aware of Yilin's training. Shun, I have an unusual request. I hope to gain access to the time chamber, Yilin stated, revealing the purpose of his visit. Within the time chamber, time flows at a different rate, and it is exceedingly safe. Yilin believed that this would allow his avatar to persist longer. If this avatar were to vanish, he would be unable to intervene should any crises arise in the 7th universe. This was his form of insurance. The time chamber is exceedingly perilous. Prolonged exposure can lead to a breakdown of the average person's psyche, Shin cautioned gravely. Rest assured, I am fully prepared and have no concerns, Yilin reassured him. Recently, he had acquired the skill of mental fortitude, and he was confident that his avatar would endure within the chamber without issue. Moreover, it was likely that his avatar would lose consciousness, further mitigating any negative effects. Since you are so resolute, then follow me. After all, you are the hero who can save Earth. The divine beings and Bobo led Yilin deeper into the heart of the temple. Within this sacred space, there resided a peculiar chamber where the divine beings paused at the entrance. Mr. Yilin, I must caution you. Should you enter this spirit time chamber, you must not exceed 3 days within. If time surpasses this limit, escape will become impossible, the divine being reiterated. Yilin reassured them, rest assured. I possess a means to extricate myself from that realm. I intend to remain there for an extended period. Should the Earth face an irreparable calamity, you may summon me from the spirit time chamber. With that, Yilin opened the door to the spirit time chamber and stepped inside. Under the watchful gaze of the divine beings and Bobo, the interior of the spirit time chamber was a vast expanse of pure white, devoid of any objects. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could indeed drive a person to madness. However, Yilin remained unfazed, his gaze shifting to a storage room adjacent to the palace, where he observed an abundance of provisions and resting quarters. This place would suffice. Indeed, entering here would enhance my mental prowess, which is splendid news. Yilin instructed his clone to recline on the bed, requiring no further action from it. Merely remaining in this room was sufficient. Soon after, Yilin's clone gently closed its eyes. In the dimly lit chamber, Yilin's true self awakened, glancing down at his attire with confusion. He found himself shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, confined within a cage. Surrounding him were numerous individuals dressed identically, all imprisoned alongside him, while guards wielding firearms stood vigil outside the enclosure. Yilin could not help but smile wryly, realizing he had unwittingly fallen into a troublesome predicament. Chapter 129. The true self in the 11th universe. The handcuffs and leg irons binding Yilin were forged from a special alloy, incredibly resilient. Yet such restraints could not hold him. He possessed the ability to break free effortlessly, yet he refrained from doing so. Uncertainty loomed regarding the nature of this universe, and encountering a group of cosmic slave traders represented a rare opportunity. Pray tell, which universe is this? Yilin called out to the guard stationed outside. The guard outside glanced at Yilin in surprise upon noticing his eyes had opened. It was astonishing to discover a living slave, as only those with life retain value. The guard's expression turned jubilant, while Yilin realized his folly. Given his level of understanding, he truly was unaware of the existence of multiple universes. Fetch your leader. I have inquiries to make, he demanded. Upon hearing this, the guard outside became enraged, aiming his firearm at Yilin. What insolence! Have you forgotten your place? You are but a slave, a mere slave, daring to request an audience with our boss. Do you wish for death? Yilin scratched his head, exhaling a sigh. He had initially intended to ask for information politely, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Rising to his feet, he approached the iron bars of the cage. What do you think you're doing? Get back. The guard was startled by Yilin's approach, sensing an unsettling aura emanating from him, a level of intimidation even surpassing that of their boss. As the guard pointed his firearm at Yilin's head, intending to intimidate him, Yilin remained undeterred, striding directly toward the cage's bars. With a crash, Yilin's body collided with the bars, and high-voltage electricity surged through the metal, enveloping him. The guard's face broke into a smug grin at the sight. What a fool! This cage is electrified. Regretting your actions now? Is that all the voltage you have? It feels akin to a mosquito bite, Yilin replied, his demeanor remarkably relaxed despite being enveloped in electric currents. causing the guard to panic. Extending his hands, Yi Lin exerted a slight force, effortlessly creating a gap in the bars wide enough for him to pass through, emerging from the cage unscathed. "Stop! If you take another step, I will shoot," the guard shouted, and soon, additional guards rushed to the scene, their weapons aimed at Yi Lin. Yet, he remained nonchalant. He was no ordinary target for mere firearms. A single glance revealed that these guards were merely fodder, their combat capabilities barely exceeding 100. Fire. Seeing Yi Lin's demeanor, all the guards pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of lasers toward him. However, upon striking Yi Lin, the lasers inflicted no harm. His skin briefly displayed an armored hue before reverting to its normal complexion. With a fierce glare, Yi Lin released a wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing all the guards to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Observing the shackles still adorning his limbs, he exerted a bit more strength, the surge of his formidable power effortlessly shattering the restraints. Stretching his limbs, he prepared to depart from this place, indifferent to the fate of the other slaves. He could not guarantee their innocence, for among them may lurk unsavory characters. Yi Lin was no saint. 11th Universe. Just as Yi Lin resolved to leave, a deep voice resonated from a corner. His gaze shifted to the source, where a muscular bald man stood, characterized by a single large eye dominating half of his face. Is this the 11th Universe? A universe of justice? This realm is no ordinary one, Yi Lin mused inwardly. He knew well that the 11th Universe was home to the formidable Jiren, a being so powerful that even the later iterations of Wukong would struggle to defeat him. Understanding the nature of this universe facilitated Yi Lin's plans. He raised his hand, directing a beam of light from his fingertips that sliced through all the cages. Free at last. Run. Flee, flee. As the cages shattered, all imprisoned individuals surged forth, exhilarated as they escaped. The bald man also emerged from the dungeon, breaking his own shackles with a powerful shout. Yi Lin had already discerned that the bald man possessed significant combat prowess, reaching a level of 600,000. Such strength would qualify him as a minor expert in the 7th Universe, though in the 11th Universe, it was not particularly impressive. Yet, even freed from bondage, the bald man did not flee like the others. Instead, he approached Yi Lin. "Thank you for your assistance. The Rota trading team has truly met their match by capturing someone as formidable as you aboard their ship," he remarked, his single eye fixed on Yi Lin. "Are you able to perceive my combat strength?" Yi Lin inquired. Typically, he concealed his power with the system, rendering it undetectable, yet this bald man evidently sensed his capabilities. "Indeed, it is not visible, yet I can sense that you are an extraordinarily formidable individual. However, do not let your guard down, for those were merely minions. The Luotai merchant group often employs mercenaries, and I have previously suffered at the hands of a mercenary who was exceptionally skilled. I fear that even you may not be a match for him. Thus, it would be prudent to extricate yourself as swiftly as possible," the burly man cautioned. Yi Lin narrowed his gaze, recognizing that the overall prowess of the 11th Universe surpasses that of the 7th Universe. The prospect of encountering powerful adversaries here ignited a flicker of anticipation within him. Suddenly, an enormous noise erupted from beyond the doorway, announcing the entrance of a figure towering over 3 meters, entirely shrouded in dense fur. The fur encircled all the fleeing slaves, binding them as if they were living entities. Writhing restlessly, this creature is indeed the mercenary hired by the Luotai merchant group. The burly man's expression turned grave, his attention fixated on the furry behemoth. Truly, the 11th Universe is formidable. It seems that arriving in this universe is not an ill fate after all. Under Yi Lin's system scrutiny, this beast's combat strength reached a staggering 5 million, eclipsing Yi Lin's foundational combat abilities. It is no wonder that the burly man claimed he would not stand a chance. Chapter 130, The First Battle. For Yi Lin, engaging with such a powerful entity would accelerate his own combat growth. This creature before him was undoubtedly a worthy opponent. Is this the slave you unleashed? A mere slave dares to defy our Luotai Merchant Association? Gulu. Render him into a pulp. Beside the beast, a short, rotund man clad in a suit, wearing sunglasses and puffing on a cigar, furiously pointed at Yi Lin. "Is this fellow the boss of the Luotai Merchant Association?" Yi Lin inquired of the burly man beside him. The Luotai Merchant Association is an immense organization. Even the Justice League has been unable to eradicate them completely. This fellow is merely a minor leader of the merchant group, the burly man explained as he advanced forward. Thank you for releasing me, but I shall handle the ensuing battle myself. I, Shuzhua, am a warrior of the One-Eyed Giant clan, and I must reclaim what has been lost. With that, Shuzhua charged towards the furry behemoth. He was already quite imposing, yet still smaller than the creature. However, as Shuzhua roared, his already formidable physique grew even more colossal. His muscles swelled rapidly, and Yi Lin observed his combat strength escalating dramatically to 2 million. In this state, Shuzhua appeared to embody the true essence of the One-Eyed Giant. Shuzhua and the beast Gulu were now of comparable size. Shuzhua swung his arm, as thick as a human-esque waist, and landed a punch on Gulu. Bang! Gulu staggered back a step, but remained largely unscathed. Yi Lin perceived clearly that the fur on Gulu's body absorbed the force of Shuzhua's punch, allowing Gulu to withstand the impact. However, Shuzhua was already aware of Gulu's prowess. His singular eye suddenly emitted a beam of light, illuminating Gulu's fur. The initially soft, dark fur transformed into stone. Petrification ability? I did not anticipate that the One-Eyed Giants possessed such a skill, Yi Lin marveled. Yet, the area of petrification was quite limited. After petrifying the fur, Shuzhua unleashed another punch. Crack! Gulu's now hardened fur shattered effortlessly under Shuzhua's blow. Following this, Shuzhua launched a rapid onslaught. His singular eye continuously firing beams of light to petrify Gulu's fur and pulverizing the strands with his fists. The members of the Lita Merchant Association and the slaves dared not approach the fierce clash between the two titans, fearing to be crushed to pulp by the ensuing chaos. Observing the riveting battle, Yi Lin furrowed his brow. Although Shuzhua appeared to hold the upper hand, he sensed that Gulu was not fully exerting himself. The long fur was Gulu's advantage, not only resilient but also agile, capable of both offense and defense. Now that the fur had been thoroughly shattered due to the petrification, Gulu's true form began to emerge. Bang! Shuzhua once again unleashed a punch, obliterating the last remnants of the petrified fur, exposing Gulu's true form to the onlookers. To their astonishment, the figure concealed beneath the fur was a diminutive person with bronze skin, fixating his gaze intently on Shuzhua. Foolish one, you have revealed Gulu's true form. No one can restrain him now. He is of the Black Iron clan, and upon exposure to light, he becomes enraged. He usually wraps himself in fur for concealment, and now that it is gone, he is utterly incensed. You are all doomed. It seems this spaceship must be abandoned. The minor leader exclaimed, his expression fraught with panic. He no longer cared for the slaves and hastily retreated with his men from the chamber. Humph. I shall see what he is truly capable of. At this moment, the One-Eyed Giant Shuzhua, now in battle mode, felt the fervor of combat coursing through him. Eager to confront Gulu and determine the victor, veins bulged on Gulu's forehead, and his eyes morphed into a blood-red hue. Whoosh! A shadow darted past Shuzhua, and with a cry of anguish, Shuzhua discovered that his left arm had vanished. Yi Lin glanced upward at the ceiling, where Gulu clung with his hands and feet, holding Shuzhua's severed arm in his mouth. Curse you! Be petrified! Shuzhua's singular eye shot forth a beam toward Gulu, but now unbound by fur. Gulu's speed was extraordinary. He darted around the room, evading Shuzhua's petrifying light with ease. In an instant, Gulu lunged towards Shuzhua with astonishing velocity. Bang! Shuzhua's massive frame was sent flying by Gulu, who was now merely the size of a child. Boom! Shuzhua's body crashed into the wall, blood spilling from his mouth as he sustained severe injuries. Gulu swung his arms with incredible speed, targeting Shuzhua's head. Should he land a hit, it would undoubtedly spell doom for Shuzhua. However, as Gulu advanced, a figure suddenly appeared to obstruct his path. Now let us play, Yi Lin declared, raising his palm. His body transformed into an armored hue, and he intercepted Gulu's descending claws. Yi Lin could feel the unimaginable strength contained within Gulu's diminutive frame. Gulu kicked Yi Lin, who staggered backward, creating distance between them. Has his combat strength now reached 8 million? Can it still escalate further? The combat prowess of Gulu, now free from the constraints of his fur, had evidently surged, and Yi Lin was curious to discover the extent of Gulu's capabilities. Fivefold Kaioken. Yi Lin's original combat strength of 250,000 skyrocketed to 12,500,000. His fingers glimmered with light, unleashing waves of energy that ricocheted throughout the chamber. Shuzhua, positioned behind Yi Lin, watched in astonishment as energy waves erupted from Yi Lin's fingertips, while Gulu could do nothing but evade frantically. Although Shu Zhuo was already aware of Yi Lin's formidable prowess, he was still taken aback by the extent of his capabilities. The formidable Galu, which had seemed insurmountable, was reduced to a mere toy in Yi Lin's hands. Who exactly was he? What accounted for his extraordinary strength? Chapter 131. The Pride Brigade's disruption. Yi Lin sought to ascertain the extent of Galu's combat capability. However, Galu was solely intent on fleeing, showing no inclination for a direct confrontation. Perhaps sensing the shift in Yi Lin's power, Galu realized that he was no match for him, even in his frenzied state. Instinct warned him of Yi Lin's overwhelming strength. In light of this, Yi Lin decided to send Galu on his way. He raised his hand, condensing a pure energy sphere that spun rapidly above his palm. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Yi Lin hurled the shuriken, but Galu, sensing impending danger, attempted to escape. Conqueror's Haki. Yi Lin's fierce gaze unleashed a powerful aura upon Galu, causing his body to tremble. A moment too late, Galu was engulfed by the spiraling shuriken, reduced to ashes. After dispatching Galu, Yi Lin retracted his Kaioken and sighed. He had hoped that Galu possessed some means to augment his combat prowess, which would have led to a thrilling battle, but alas, he was left disappointed. At that moment, Shu Zhuo stood in stunned silence, utterly captivated by Yi Lin's stunning display of combat prowess, which left a profound impression on his mind. Now that this combatant has been vanquished, you are all free, Yi Lin declared, prompting jubilant cheers from the slaves in the room. Yi Lin then rummaged through a nearby storage container and donned a clean outfit. Thank you, Shu Zhuo said weakly, struggling to stand as he expressed his gratitude. Yi Lin glanced at Shu Zhuo, noting the severity of his injuries. His arm had been severed, and he had sustained significant internal damage. Escaping the spacecraft to safety would undoubtedly be a daunting task. Yi Lin promptly retrieved a senzu bean. Eat this. What is this? Shu Zhuo questioned, eyeing the small bean in his hand. Despite his confusion, he trusted Yi Lin and consumed the bean without hesitation. Upon ingesting the senzu bean, Shu Zhuo's injuries began to heal rapidly, even his severed arm miraculously regrowing. He stared in disbelief at the transformation of his body. Such grievous wounds would have been lethal even for a member of his race, the Duyojiren. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they had healed due to this small bean. Could it be some form of biological elixir? Surely, such a thing must be quite expensive. Panic set in for Shu Zhuo, realizing as a slave he was devoid of any wealth to afford such costly remedies. No need for that. Consider it a gift. Besides, you have helped me confirm the efficacy of this item, Yi Lin replied. His reason for giving Shu Zhuo the senzu bean was to conduct an experiment, to determine if it would yield the same results in other universes. The outcome was indeed affirmative, providing him peace of mind for any future injuries he might sustain. However, he lamented that he should have brought more with him, as he was left with only 5. Yi Lin sighed inwardly. This was the 11th universe, and he might not find senzu beans here. Unable to return to the 7th universe, he now had to be prudent in using the remaining beans. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated as a hole was torn in the spacecraft, and a figure burst through from the outside, clad in a red and black bodysuit. With long ears and a slender yet muscular physique, this individual exuded an unmistakable aura of strength. Do not be alarmed. I am Tispo of the Pride Brigade. The Tarot Trading Company has been subdued, and I am here to rescue you, declared the figure, revealing himself as Tispo, the most powerful member of the Pride Brigade in the 11th universe. His speed was unmatched, allowing him to reach the cell first, only to find the situation vastly different from his expectations. All the slaves had already been freed, and several members of the Tarot Trading Company lay incapacitated on the ground. Tispo scanned the room before locking eyes with Yi Lin and Shu Zhuo. You are a warrior of the Duyojiren, correct? Thank you for rescuing these hostages. Tispo approached them in the blink of an eye, noting Shu Zhuo's appearance and deducing his race. The combat prowess of the Duyojiren was not to be underestimated, leading Tispo to instinctively assume that Shu Zhuo was the one who liberated the slaves. Hastily, Shu Zhuo shook his head. No, it was not me. The true hero of this rescue is him, he said, pointing to Yi Lin. Tispo's gaze shifted in surprise to Yi Lin, appraising him closely but unable to discern his race easily. Greetings, I am Tispo of the Pride Brigade. I am grateful for your assistance. May I inquire your name? Tispo extended his hand, and Yi Lin reciprocated the gesture. I am Yi Lin, a human from Earth. Yi Lin introduced himself, astonished to encounter a member of the Pride Brigade. Tispo emanated an aura of strength far surpassing that of Frieza. Earth? I have not heard of that planet. Perhaps my knowledge is lacking. Let me express my gratitude once more, Yilin. Thanks to you, all those who were imprisoned are safe, Tispo proclaimed, raising his arm in a gesture reminiscent of shooting an arrow, which made Yilin feel somewhat awkward but was evidently a customary display of respect. The surrounding slaves began chanting Tispo's name, indicating the formidable reputation of the Pride Brigade within the 11th universe. There is no need for further thanks. Do you have a means to transport these individuals to safety? Yilin inquired. Rest assured, I have contacted the Galactic Police. I will hand over the villains of the Tarot Trading Company to them, and they will ensure the safe return of these individuals to their respective planets, Tispo reassured. Yilin nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Just then, the sound of sirens pierced the air, signaling the arrival of the Galactic Police. Subsequently, Yilin and the others exited the spacecraft, watching as all were escorted onto the Galactic Police's vessel. Shuzhua also boarded the ship. Yilin, if you have the time, I invite you to visit the giant star. Shuzhua waved goodbye to Yilin, who returned the gesture. Are you not going to board the spaceship? Although I am unaware of the location of Earth, the Galactic Police will surely assist you in finding your planet and returning you safely, Tispo remarked, puzzled by Yilin's lack of movement. There is no necessity. I am unable to return to Earth for the time being. Since you are a member of the Pride Brigade, might I have the honor of visiting your brigade? Yilin replied, understanding that he was in the 11th universe, distinct from the 7th universe. He realized that even if Earth existed here, it would be entirely different from his own. Rather than dwell on such matters, he preferred to explore the intriguing Pride Brigade, especially the enigmatic Julian. Chapter 132. The grim news of the Proud Squad. Yilin boarded the spaceship of Tispo, who was quite eloquent. He shared numerous insights regarding their Proud Squad. This particular mission was undertaken solely by Tispo, while the other members were engaged in their respective tasks, making it difficult for them to gather together. Yet their relationships remained amicable. Our base is situated aboard the Proud Ship, where we typically accept missions before embarking across the cosmos to uphold justice. With a proud expression, Tispo declared that championing justice was the very tenet of their Proud Squad, a creed by which they operated. We have arrived. This is the Proud Ship, Tispo announced. Gesturing ahead, Yilin's gaze followed, revealing a colossal spaceship resembling a gray whale, gracefully gliding through the starry expanse. Tispo, welcome back, a voice resonated within their vessel, emanating from the Proud Ship. Conqueror, please open the hatch. I have brought a new friend, Tispo replied. A new friend? This warrants a proper introduction, came the response as the hatch opened. The massive gray whale-like ship revealed its mouth, allowing Tispo's vessel to enter. Upon entering the Proud Ship, the surroundings instantly brightened as Tispo opened the hatch. Welcome to the Proud Squad. Yilin stepped out of the cabin, greeted by three individuals awaiting him. A man with a dinosaur-like face, a woman with purple hair and pale skin, and a one-eyed man sporting a monocle. Tispo, is this the new friend you brought back? Quite an unusual appearance. What race is he? What abilities does he possess? The one-eyed man scrutinized Yilin, as if attempting to pierce through his very essence. His name is Yilin. He hails from Earth. I encountered him while he was apprehending criminals from the rotor slave trade. He expressed a desire to visit our Proud Squad, so I brought him along, Tispo explained. Conqueror appeared contemplative. Tispo, you are far too trusting. What if he harbors ulterior motives? Perhaps he is here to gather intelligence on our Proud Squad. I suggest we detain him and thoroughly interrogate his background. The purple-haired woman raised her hand towards Yilin, and in an instant, an extraordinary force enveloped him. Akin to a cage. Coquette, refrain from acting recklessly, Tispo admonished. Meanwhile, Yilin touched the energy surrounding him, noting its remarkable resilience. If I am to be welcomed in such a manner, I shall graciously accept this hospitality. Yilin gripped the unique force, electricity crackling around him. Yet it failed to affect him. Tenfold Kaioken. Yilin's power surged exponentially, reaching an astounding 30 million. The shift in his energy did not go unnoticed by Coquette, whose expression turned serious. Useless, you cannot escape my Coquette sphere. Yilin exerted force against the energy field, distorting it with his immense strength, yet it remained unbroken. Is tenfold Kaioken insufficient? Then let us add Haki. His skin transformed into an armored hue, causing his 30 million power level to escalate further. With a resounding crash, Coquette's sphere finally shattered under the overwhelming pressure, sending her reeling back. Whip of Justice. Observing Coquette's misstep, the dinosaur-faced man, Bune, unleashed a luminous whip from his hand, ensnaring Yi Lin's arm. Yi Lin's Kaioken and Haki were abruptly nullified, leaving him astonished. It seemed the adversary's power could negate his techniques. Sword of Justice. Concealer's hands morphed into radiant blades, and seizing the moment of Yi Lin's vulnerability, he lunged forward. The energy sword could effortlessly sever steel. And while Bune and Coquette boasted 30 million in power, Concealer's was an astounding 200 million, an overwhelming force that Yi Lin could not withstand directly. Super Saiyan 1. Yi Lin's hair turned golden as his power surged, quickly reaching the staggering figure of 300 million. Bune's whip was instantly repelled, proving ineffective against someone of Yi Lin's superior strength. With all his might, Yi Lin struck at Concealer, who reciprocated with equal fervor. Enough, Tispo bellowed, unleashing a tremendous force that sent both Yi Lin and Concealer flying. With a deafening crash, they collided with the ship's wall, which reverberated but remained intact, revealing the proud ship's construction from exceptionally rare metals. Tispo, arms crossed, glared at the assembled group. I have stated that Yi Lin is my new friend. Are you questioning my judgment? Upon hearing Tispo's words, Concealer slowly rose, and along with Bune and Coquette, bowed in apology to Yi Lin. We sincerely apologize for our earlier doubts. Please forgive our probing actions, Concealer said with genuine remorse. Probe? What transpired? Yi Lin inquired, furrowing his brow. Sensing their unease suggested something significant had occurred, Concealer exchanged a glance with Tispo, while Bune and Coquette's expressions fell, betraying a sense of sorrow. Tispo, you were on a mission and may not be aware. We just received word that Quincy may have met with a tragic fate, Concealer revealed gravely. A powerful aura erupted from Tispo, and sensing the magnitude of his battle power, Yi Lin squinted. Tispo's strength had effortlessly surpassed 5 billion. And it was evident that this was not his full capacity. His power was unfathomable. Who did this? Who killed Quincy? Tispo's fists clenched, rage burning in his eyes. Though we lack concrete evidence, it is likely the Rotor Merchant Guild is responsible. We have been tracking them and have disrupted several of their transactions. This may be their retaliation, Concealer stated somberly. Those scoundrels. I will bring them to justice and avenge Quincy. Tispo roared. Ding. System task notification. Assist the Proud Squad in eliminating the Rotor Merchant Guild. Task difficulty, hard mode. Task reward, 1 divine lottery draw. As Yi Lin thought he was merely an observer in this situation, he was astonished to find that the system had assigned him a task. Even though he was not in the 7th universe, the system continued to function seamlessly. Chapter 133. Pursuing the Rotor Merchant Guild, Yi Lin had no intention of parting ways with the members of the Proud Squad. Their combat prowess was formidable, and engaging with them would undoubtedly expedite his own growth and strength. With this new task at hand, it was a fortuitous opportunity. If we are to confront the Rotor Merchant Guild, I shall partake in this endeavor, for I too was once captured by them and enslaved. I must seek retribution for that affront. Upon hearing Yi Lin's resolve, Tispo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Well said. I knew I had not misjudged you. Let us join forces in the name of the Proud Squad and bring justice upon the Luotam Merchants Guild. Tispa clenched his fists, fury consuming him at the sacrifice of his comrades. Wait, Tispa, calm down. The power of the Luotam Merchants Guild is formidable. They are a vast underground syndicate that spans the universe, reportedly amassing a legion of powerful mercenaries. Even with our combined strength, we may not be sufficient to confront them. Perhaps we should wait for Tua Po to return, Kazaril urged, attempting to pacify Tispa. He hesitated to inform Tispa of the sacrifice, fully aware that Tispa, who values his comrades above all, would be overwhelmed with rage. Calm. How can I calm down when Quincy has been slain? That fellow, despite his unappealing appearance, was a gentle soul, remarkably attentive to his comrades' needs. Surely everyone here has benefited from his kindness. Now he lies dead. I cannot swallow this indignation. Tispa glared ferociously at Kazaril. I understand your fury. I am equally outraged. However, it is precisely in seeking vengeance for Quincy that we must proceed with caution. We cannot afford failure. We will not fail, for I shall vanquish every last mercenary. Tispa disregarded Kazaril's counsel and turned away, striding off. Where are you going? You have no idea where the Luotam Merchants Guild's headquarters is. Kazaril called after him. One by one, I will dismantle their convoys. I refuse to believe they can remain composed under pressure. They will inevitably reveal their true nature, and then I shall eradicate them all, Tispa declared, his gaze sharp and resolute. Without permitting Kazerl further words, he vanished from sight. Kazerl clenched his fists, lamenting his inability to match Tispa's speed. I must ask for your assistance, Yilin. Although this is our first encounter, I must rely on you to protect Tispa. I will immediately summon Tuapa. With Tuapa present, the Luata Merchants Guild will not pose a significant threat. Kazerl earnestly implored Yilin, having recognized his superior strength during their earlier confrontation. Only Yilin could keep pace with Tispa, others would merely hinder him. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to assist Tispa, Yilin replied. Promptly pursuing Tispa, leaving Kazerl to watch him depart. We must contact Tuapa quickly. Given the current situation, his presence is imperative. The other two nodded in agreement. Aware of the Luata Merchants Guild's complexity, with Tispa still consumed by anger, his impulsiveness could easily lead him into a trap. I hope Yilin can help him regain his composure, Kazerl thought as he hurried to reach Tuapa. Tispa, I will accompany you, Yilin declared as he caught up to Tispa before he boarded the ship. Tispa glanced at Yilin and nodded. Let us unite and deliver justice to the Luata Merchants Guild. Yilin boarded Tispa's ship, and soon they departed from the proud vessel. Do you already have a lead on the Luata Merchants convoy? Yilin inquired curiously. Tispa's gaze was fixed on the ship's radar. From the convoy we previously attacked, I discovered a stronghold on planet GT-548. They are likely to engage in a transaction there. We shall wait and ambush them, ensuring their complete downfall. Tispa pointed at a glowing dot on the radar, which undoubtedly marked their destination. Yilin was unfamiliar with this 11th universe and relied on Tispa to guide him. Fortunately, their ship traveled swiftly, arriving at GT-548 within a single day. The planet, a cerulean sphere reminiscent of Earth, teemed with life. Numerous spacecraft traversed its atmosphere, making it an ideal trading location amidst the chaos. Let us proceed, Tispa commanded, steering the ship into the planet's atmosphere. As they approached GT-548, the cabin was filled with an announcement. Welcome to GT-548. Your ship is now being guided for landing. Moments later, a gentle pull descended upon the vessel, and it safely docked at a landing bay. The hatch automatically opened, and Tispa and Yilin stepped outside into a bustling docking area, where a myriad of alien races mingled. Yilin's appearance did not stand out among the crowd. This GT-548 planet is quite lively, Tispa remarked. Indeed, GT-548 is renowned as the capital of commerce, where nearly all intergalactic trade transpires. This bustling sphere attracts a diverse array of individuals, and specific laws prohibit conflict within this commercial hub. The Luata Merchants Guild chose this location for transactions precisely for this reason, Tispa explained, but soon his expression shifted, narrowing his eyes with a hint of menace as he pulled Yilin into a shadowy alcove. Look, a ship from the Dark Guild. They are the trading partners of the Luata Merchants Guild in this transaction, Tispa stated. His gaze fixated on a colossal black vessel emblazoned with the emblem of two bloodied, curved blades. All who beheld the ship recoiled in fear, clearly intimidated by the Dark Guild. Such formidable combat prowess, Yilin noted, squinting as he sensed several powerful energies emanating from the Dark Guild's vessel, some potentially surpassing even Tispa's strength. Chapter 134, Yilin vs. The Dark Guild 1. The Dark Guild spaceship had firmly landed, and its doors swung open, revealing a dozen figures of various races, each exuding immense strength. Among them, I can discern a scion, Yilin observed, recognizing the tail that marked their kind. What is it, Yilin? Have you discovered something? Tispa inquired, puzzled by Yilin's astonished tone. Their combat abilities appear exceptionally potent, Yilin replied, uncertain if the concept of scions existed in this 11th universe, thus refraining from elaborating. The Dark Guild, a formidable underground organization, thrived on murder and employed ruthless tactics. They were also targets for the Proud Squad. Although their primary objective was the Luata Merchants Guild, if the opportunity arose, they could eliminate the Dark Guild members as well. Tispa's eyes glinted with a cold light as he regarded the Dark Guild. Oh, we must retreat, Yilin warned, sensing an impending danger through his observation Haki. He quickly led Tispa away from their position. As the Dark Guild advanced, a red-haired woman holding a crystal ball halted, her gaze fixated on the location where Yilin and Tispa had been moments before. What is it, Shangli? Have you sensed something? A towering figure, solid as stone, queried as he turned to her. I thought I sensed hostility directed at us, but it vanished almost immediately, Shangli replied, glancing at the crystal ball in her hand. a look of contemplation crossing her face. In the shadows, we cannot afford to show mercy to those who exhibit hostility towards us. Our He and Gong Hui must become a source of fear for all. Where is that despicable rat? Allow me to dispose of him. A man marred with scars extended his long tongue, caressing the blade in his hand. Zhao Si, time is of the essence. We cannot afford to indulge in games. Do not forget the purpose of our mission here, spoke a diminutive boy with dark glasses from the group. Zhao Si narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of menace flashing within. Are you issuing me commands, little Rongqi? Do you dare to challenge me? Zhao Si sneered. Rongqi's temples throbbed with rage, an aura of ferocity emanating from him. I believe I mentioned my disdain for being called Little One. Do you seek death? Rongqi's face twisted into a grotesque grin, starkly contrasting his previous elegant demeanor. Enough, the leader of the group barked, and the quarreling pair fell silent at his command. Our He and Gong Hui's reputation is already formidable. Those who recognize our identity, yet still dare to show hostility, are clearly not insignificant figures. We must not allow anyone to provoke us. Zhao Si, you shall deal with that rat. Upon hearing this, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Zhao Si's face. As expected of Boss Yun Tai, I shall toy with that rat, ensuring he meets a despairing end. Zhao Si detached himself from the group, preparing to pursue Yi Lin and T.C. Pa. Do you need me to use divination to discern their location? Shang Li inquired. What is the point? The game of cat and mouse is far more exhilarating. Besides, I can already smell the scent of those two wretched rats. With that, Zhao Si vanished in the blink of an eye, and the members of the He and Gong Hui paid little heed to his departure. Boss Yun Tai must have intentionally diverted that mad dog, Rongqi remarked. Glancing at the leader, Yun Tai, his impulsive nature is ill-suited for the impending transaction. If he were to act recklessly, it would jeopardize our plans. Let him have his fun, Yun Tai replied. The group of the He and Gong Hui continued onward, unperturbed by this minor incident. Zhao Si's figure flitted through the crowd like a specter, his eyes scanning in various directions. Found you, two little rats. I am coming to end you. After Yi Lin and T.C. Pa departed from their original location, they sensed someone from that group breaking away to pursue them. He did not engage immediately, but rather assessed the movements of the other members of the He and Gong Hui. After dispatching one individual, they vacated the docking area, indicating that the He and Gong Hui was unaware of their true strength. Now that one member is hot on their trail, however, there is little to fear, for it is merely a solitary figure. T.C. Pa remained silent, evidently aware of the shifting dynamics. Do you need me to intervene? T.C. Pa glanced at Yi Lin, sensing the fighting spirit radiating from him. Allow me to test the prowess of this He and Gong Hui. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, T.C. Pa nodded, stepping back to let Yi Lin take the stage. Yi Lin stood his ground, awaiting the approach of the assassin from the He and Gong Hui. Whoosh! The assassin soon appeared, his body riddled with scars, wielding two curved blades. A mocking expression etched on his face. Little rats, why aren't you running? No matter how you flee, my nose can distinctly detect your location, Zhao Si scoffed. Yi Lin, he is a warrior from the Gubai tribe, possessing an exceptionally keen sense of smell, capable of sensing danger. T.C. Pa introduced the opponent. Yi Lin remained undeterred, clearly recognizing the formidable combat prowess of this assassin, which reached an astonishing 30 million. Truly, the 11th universe is on a different level compared to the 7th universe. Yi Lin mused. Such individuals with combat power in the tens of millions are scarcely found in the 7th universe. However, if he possesses 30 million, then I too must rise to meet him. Tenfold Kaioken. A crimson aura ignited around Yi Lin, rapidly elevating his combat power to a staggering 40 million. My combat power has increased again. It seems the previous battles have enhanced my foundational strength. Feeling the surge within, Yi Lin nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Zhao Si's expression turned solemn. He could distinctly sense that the rat before him had transformed into a formidable beast. Observing Yi Lin's stance, T.C. Pa's eyes widened in astonishment. Though their time together had been brief, Yi Lin had already showcased several forms, each granting him varying degrees of power enhancement, particularly the golden-haired state, which left a lasting impression on him. Chapter 135. Yi Lin vs. He and Gong Hui 2. Yi Lin's combat power now eclipsed that of the assassin from the He and Gong Hui, and he was eager to ascertain just how capable this assassin truly was. He stepped forward, suddenly materializing before Zhao Si. So swift. Zhao Si recoiled, but simultaneously, he raised his arms, the two curved blades poised to sever Yi Lin's limbs. Armed Haki. Yi Lin's skin transformed into an armored hue, and the blades clashed against his arm, creating sparks. Zhao Ci's eyes widened in disbelief as he attempted to retreat entirely. Yet Yi Lin was quicker, landing a powerful punch squarely on Zhao Ci's nose. Bang! The impact sent Zhao Ci crashing against the wall, the steel structure reverberating with a loud clang. At that moment, Zhao Ci's nose was crushed, blood streaming down his face. "You dare strike my nose? I will kill you," Zhao Ci bellowed, clutching his bleeding nose, furiously charging at Yi Lin with his dual curved blades. However, Yi Lin noted that Zhao Ci's movements were markedly less agile following his injury, his form riddled with openings. It seems that the nose truly is a vital weakness. Once compromised, his strength diminishes significantly. With that, Yi Lin delivered a swift kick, sending the enraged Zhao Ci flying, his body embedding into the steel wall, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. "Remarkable, Yi Lin. You truly possess a natural talent for combat," TC Po applauded, acknowledging Yi Lin's recent performance. "After all, you mentioned he is from the Gubai tribe, adept at utilizing his nose, so targeting his weakness was indeed the wisest choice." While TC Po's praise was appreciated, Yi Lin's gaze shifted to the unconscious assassin from the He and Gong Hui. What now? Surely the remaining assassins from the He and Gong Hui have sensed this. We've dealt with one. They must have already become aware of our actions. Should we subdue the rest of the He and Gong Hui members? Yi Lin glanced at TC Po, awaiting his decision. After a moment of contemplation, TC Po responded, "The He and Gong Hui has committed many misdeeds. Capturing them is essential for maintaining cosmic order." Upon hearing TC Po's words, Yi Lin nodded, a fierce determination emanating from him. There are easily over a dozen assassins from the He and Gong Hui left, many of whom are formidable opponents. Engaging these skilled fighters would be advantageous for him. Zhao Ci has been defeated. As Zhao Ci fell, the remaining members of the He and Gong Hui became aware, their expressions varying in response. As Yuntai strode ahead, he abruptly halted, his sharp gaze fixed upon the spot where Zhao Ci had previously departed. "How audacious to provoke our dark guild. Rongqi, Shangli, you two advance. And Zhu Chao, you as well." At last, Yuntai's finger pointed toward the silent scion. Upon hearing Yuntai's command, the scion coldly stepped forward. "Wait a moment. Boss Yuntai, is it truly necessary for Zhu Chao to join us? We are merely dealing with two mice." Rongqi ventured to speak, but before he could finish, Yuntai seized his head, lifting him effortlessly. "Did you not hear my words? All of you, go together. Eliminate those two scoundrels in the shortest time possible. Should you fail, do not return to see me. Those who dare challenge our dark guild must be dealt with ruthlessly. Do you understand?" Yuntai glared at Rongqi, who could only nod frantically, fearing further provocation. "Others, follow me to the venue." Yuntai led the remaining assassins onward, while Rongqi, Shangli, and Zhu Chao remained behind. "Shangli, use your divination to locate those two." Nodding, Shangli placed her hands upon her crystal ball, which soon erupted in a pink glow. Within the luminous orb, two figures materialized, Yi Lin and TC Po. "Found them. It's these two," Shangli announced. Rongqi squinted at the figures in the crystal ball, and a glint of realization shone in his eyes. "That individual appears to be clad in the attire of the Pride team. He must be a member. His name is TC Po, reputed to be the fastest being in the universe, immensely powerful and formidable. No wonder Zhao Ci met his demise." Rongqi recognized TC Po, recalling the distinctive red and black uniform of the Pride team, which frequently troubled their dark guild. "What about the other person?" Shangli inquired, pointing at Yi Lin within the crystal ball. Rongqi adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing Yi Lin before shaking his head. "I'm not certain. The Pride team seems not to have such a member, and he bears no team uniform. Perhaps he is an inconsequential character. Regardless, our primary target is TC Po. Thankfully, Zhu Chao is here with us. Together, the three of us can surely bring him down." The trio dismissed Yi Lin entirely, setting off with the aid of Shangli's crystal ball to easily track Yi Lin and TC Po's location. As they approached, Yi Lin sensed their three approaching presences. It appeared they were determined to complete the transaction, opting not to send their full force, presenting an opportune moment for them to strike one by one. Yi Lin's eyes brightened. Among the Dark Guild, there were still 2 or 3 formidable adversaries. Should they launch a coordinated assault, retreat, might be their only option. Swish, swish, swish. The three assassins from the Dark Guild swiftly encircled T.C.Po upon their arrival, seemingly forgetting Yi Lin entirely. Observing the situation, Yi Lin was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the unfolding events. T.C.Po, how bold of you to slay a member of the Dark Guild. Now you cannot escape. Rongqi adjusted his dark glasses, his expression ominous. Apologies, but you've misunderstood. The one who killed your comrades is actually me. At that moment, Yi Lin raised his arm to greet the three assassins who had overlooked him. Rongqi was taken aback, glancing at Yi Lin with confusion, realizing he had no recollection of this individual from the Pride team. He is dangerous. At this juncture, Zhu Chao stepped forward, positioning himself before Rongqi and Shangli. His gaze fixated on Yi Lin, as if he could see through his very essence. It seems that as fellow Scions, we share a connection. An opportunity to engage with a Scion from Universe 11 is rare. Let me see the extent of your abilities. Yi Lin advanced step by step toward Zhu Chao, each stride amplifying his combat prowess. Soon, his hair transformed to a golden hue, and his aura surged explosively. Zhu Chao widened his eyes in astonishment at Yi Lin's transformation. How did you achieve this? He queried, his eyes filled with intrigue. It appears you do not grasp the essence of becoming a Super Scion, but your power is not trivial. Unleash your full strength. Upon hearing Yi Lin's words, Zhu Chao frowned and launched an aggressive assault. His fist, imbued with tremendous force, could easily obliterate a spaceship. Yet, Yi Lin met the strike with a single hand, trapping Zhu Chao's fist within his palm. Without unleashing your combat potential, victory is unattainable. Surely, you can discern the disparity in our strengths? Yi Lin effortlessly hurled Zhu Chao away. Boom. Zhu Chao crashed heavily against the wall, leaving Rongqi and Shangli gaping in disbelief. They had never anticipated such a powerful adversary could so easily defeat Zhu Chao. This is impossible. Who exactly is this individual? If his strength is so formidable, why was there no intelligence on him? Panic spread across Rongqi's face, as he sensed that Yi Lin's prowess surpassed both him and Shangli. If even Zhu Chao was no match, their chances of victory were bleak. Moreover, T.C.Po remained a significant threat. The situation was beyond their control. I must relay information to Boss Yantai. Rongqi discreetly attempted to convey the intelligence to his comrades, but just then, a flash of light erupted ahead. Before he could react, Yi Lin's Super Dodon Ray struck him down. Though Yi Lin primarily focused on Zhu Chao, Rongqi's attempt to communicate had not escaped his notice, and he eliminated him before the alert could be transmitted. At that moment, Scion Zhu Chao charged forward with a furious roar, his muscles swelling rapidly as his combat power escalated. In an instant, he reached a staggering 200 million in combat power. Is this your hidden strength? Truly remarkable. To achieve such a figure without transformation is rare among Scions. However, if you cannot transform, victory is out of reach. Yi Lin stepped forward, easily appearing behind Zhu Chao, now transformed into a Super Scion. His combat power soared to 400 million, a figure sufficient to overwhelm Zhu Chao. With a resounding thud, Yi Lin's fist struck Zhu Chao's back, the sheer force embedding him deep into the ground, rendering him unconscious. Having dispatched two opponents, Shangli was left utterly dumbfounded as Yi Lin's gaze turned toward her. She raised her hands in surrender. I yield. Faced with Yi Lin's overwhelming power and the looming threat of T.C.Po, the defeat of her two companions left her with no other choice. Yi Lin glanced at T.C.Po. After all, the fate of the Dark Guild was a matter for the Pride team to resolve, and he was merely there to assist. Let's temporarily detain them. I will contact Yuzhou Xuanjing to arrange for their imprisonment later. The four defeated by T.C.Po have been shackled, and he then turned his gaze to Yellen. It is likely that the members of the Heian Gonghui will not relent. They will soon send more skilled fighters. I intend to take the initiative. So you stay here to guard these four. Yellen nodded. T.C.Po's combat prowess surpassed his own, and given Yellen's current capabilities, he could not match T.C.Po's speed. Moreover, the shackled four could not simply remain here. In the blink of an eye, T.C.Po vanished without a trace. Yellen chose to rest in place, as the recent battle had drained much of his energy. At present, he did not possess an abundance of Xiando to consume, so he had to be mindful of his own stamina. Are you also a siren? At that moment, Zhu Chao had regained consciousness and inquired, his gaze fixed on Yellen. Yellen glanced at Zhu Chao, acknowledging the siren's rapid recovery. I cannot claim to be entirely siren, but I have had considerable dealings with them. With nothing else to occupy his time, Yellen engaged in conversation with him. Can I transform into a form like yours? Zhu Chao asked. It should be possible. But do not harbor any expectations. I am not well versed in the specifics of becoming a Super Saiyan. Yellen's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan primarily stemmed from system skills. Hence he was unable to impart his transformation experience to others. Is that so? Knowing that is sufficient. Zhu Chao smiled slightly, then lay back with his eyes closed, seemingly unconcerned about the shackles on his limbs. Yellen observed him, recognizing the Saiyan's relentless pursuit of strength. However, he could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. If Zhu Chao could indeed become a Super Saiyan, his combat power would be immensely formidable. At that moment, Yellen sensed an approaching aura. He rose from the ground. Although he was resting, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Have you sensed it? It appears you possess some skill. A figure emerged from the shadows, and upon seeing its appearance, Yellen was taken aback. For it was a steel robot, its entire body cloaked in black metal, with red eyes glowing ominously. Killing Knight, how did you end up here? Upon seeing the steel robot, Shang Li's face instantly displayed a look of panic. To be captured by the enemy is tantamount to betrayal. I shall sentence you to death. The Killing Knight raised its hand, and a laser shot forth from its palm. Shang Li attempted to flee, but it was too late. The laser struck her, instantly reducing her to ashes. Both Rong Qi and Zhao Si on the ground met the same fate. Zhu Chao reacted swiftly, rolling on the ground to narrowly evade the direct blast of the laser. At that moment, Yellen appeared before the Killing Knight, delivering a punch to its chest. However, the moment his fist made contact, he felt an unyielding hardness. Armament Haki. A layer of black-purple armor enveloped Yellen, and with a powerful strike, the Killing Knight staggered back several steps, yet it effortlessly halted its retreat. In an instant, the Killing Knight reappeared before Yellen, its speed surpassing even that of Tissippo. Yellen could only raise his hands in defense as the Killing Knight's fist struck him, sending him flying into the wall, creating a deep crater. Chapter 137, Yellen vs. Heian Gonghui. For Yellen slowly rose to his feet, his armament Haki activated, which minimized his injuries. Nevertheless, he still felt pain coursing through his arms. Killing Knight. Combat power, 30 billion. Through the system's prompt, Yellen discerned the immense combat power of his opponent, which far exceeded his own even in Super Saiyan form. Yet, it was precisely this sense of impending danger that ignited the Saiyan bloodline within him. You would do well to flee. This Killing Knight ranks among the top 5 formidable foes within our Heian Gonghui. You cannot hope to defeat him. Zhu Chao, still on the ground, warned Yellen. Upon hearing these words, Yellen felt no fear. Rather, his fighting spirit intensified. So there are 4 stronger than him? This journey has indeed been worthwhile. Yellen stepped forward, unleashing a powerful aura, his hair turning golden once more. Zhu Chao's gaze was fixed on Yellen's transformation. As a Saiyan himself, he too possessed the potential to achieve such a form. He hoped to observe Yellen's transformation to facilitate his own transition into a Super Saiyan. After successfully transforming, Yellen's combat power surged to an astounding 450 million. His encounters with powerful adversaries had accelerated his growth, though such power still paled in comparison to the Killing Knight's 30 billion. The Killing Knight's eyes glowed red as it scanned Yellen's data. Incomprehensible, combat values have changed. However, Killing Order takes precedence. Execute. The Killing Knight's palm opened, and a beam of energy erupted forth, coalescing into a blade akin to a lightsaber. With the lightsaber in hand, the Killing Knight struck down toward Yellen. Now in Super Saiyan form, Yellen's senses had sharpened significantly. His figure blurred into an afterimage in the spacious arena, and both he and the Killing Knight flashed about in a breathtaking display. Zhu Chao's gaze darted back and forth, striving to track their movements. But he found himself unable to keep up with their extraordinary speed. Despite his inability to follow their trajectories, he could see the devastation left in their wake. The walls bore numerous clean cuts, and even the spacecraft was cleaved in two by the Killing Knight's lightsaber. At this moment, Yellen was left with no choice but to evade, as he could not mount a counterattack against the Killing Knight. This is troublesome. To fully execute the Killing Order, I must change forms. Suddenly, the Killing Knight halted its pursuit of Yellen, prompting Yellen to pause as well, curious as to what new abilities the Killing Knight might display. Crackling electricity emanated from the Killing Knight, spreading rapidly outward. This is bad. Yellen sought to escape, but it was too late. The electrical surge approached at blinding speed. His body was struck by the electric current, sending a tingling sensation throughout him, rendering him sluggish. In that moment of stiffness, the Killing Knight appeared right before him. Die! The Killing Knight swung its lightsaber down upon Yellen. The paralysis made evasion exceedingly difficult, and should the blade strike him directly, it would likely result in instant demise. Tenfold Kaioken. With no other option, Yellen activated the Tenfold Kaioken in his Super Saiyan state. An astonishing aura erupted from him, a crimson hue enveloping him, and his combat power soared to an astonishing 4.5 billion. Incomprehensible, incomprehensible. The red glow in the Killing Knight's eyes flickered as it struggled to process Yellen's newfound strength. The robot, unable to continue its calculations, was left astounded by Yellen's formidable power. Yilin found himself unable to maintain his current state for an extended period. In this dual-state condition, he was compelled to act swiftly. Dong Dong Boji. A beam of light pierced through the body of the Slaughter Knight from Yilin's fingertips, dimming the crimson glow in the knight's eyes. Below his chest, he was reduced to ashes by the attack. The remaining half of the body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. After vanquishing the Slaughter Knight, Yilin quickly released his transformation. The moment he reverted from Super Saiyan and the Tenfold Kaioken, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, causing him to descend weakly to the ground. Despite his profound exhaustion, Yilin steadfastly maintained his consciousness, refusing to let it dissipate. In this chaotic situation, it was crucial to remain vigilant, as there could be other assassins from the Dark Guild lurking nearby. Losing consciousness would be tantamount to courting death. He clenched his teeth and retrieved a Senza bean, swallowing it down. Once the bean entered his body, he immediately felt a warm current emanating from within, rapidly healing his injuries and alleviating his fatigue. After resting for a brief moment, Yilin gradually rose to his feet. Although the weariness had momentarily subsided, he had not fully recovered. The prior exertion had been too intense, and a single Senza bean was evidently insufficient to restore him to his original state. His gaze drifted to Zhu Chao, who, when Yilin had lost his strength, had ample time to escape. Despite being shackled, such restraints were trivial for a master like him and could not impede his movements. Yet, he remained seated, as if waiting for Yilin to finish resting. I truly did not expect you to harbor such a trump card. To think the Slaughter Knight met his demise at your hands is astonishing. The proud battle team has gained yet another formidable entity. Zhu Chao had observed Yilin's previous battle with keen interest. He had initially believed Yilin was doomed, but had not anticipated the latter's hidden prowess. The aura of red energy and the golden hair transformation instilled a sense of fear within him. Yilin's combat power, 10 million points. Bloodline, Super Saiyan, level 4, 290,400. Skills, 1. Wind Release, Super Giant Rasengan, Special Level, 290,010,0000. Skill Description, grants a 200 combat power boost. 2. Dong Dong Boji, Advanced M Name. Axe, Skill Description, emits light waves from the fingertips, granting an 80 combat power boost. 3. Conqueror's Haki, Advanced. 701,0000. Skill Description, base combat power increase of 100, effective within a 500-meter radius. Enemies with lower combat power than the user will lose their fighting capability. 4. Tenfold Kaioken, Tenfold, 100,200. Skill Description, base combat power increase of 1,000. 5. Shadow Clone Technique, Intermediate. 850,1000. Skill Description, summons clones with 90 of the user's combat power. Each additional clone reduces combat power by 50. 6. Super Saiyan I, Beginner. 6100. Skill Description, grants a 100-fold combat power increase during transformation. 7. Spatial Traversal, Top Level. Max. Skill Description, allows for spatial travel to designated locations at the cost of one's combat power. 8. Mental Power, Beginner. 50100. Skill Description, significantly enhances resistance to interference. Items, Dragon Ball Radar X1, Senzu Beans X4. Chapter 138, Yilin vs. Dark Guild 5. Upon reviewing his current physical data, Yilin was taken aback. Before the battle, he had only possessed a combat power of 4.5 million. Yet defeating the Slaughter Knight had rapidly elevated his strength. This indicated that the Slaughter Knight had indeed posed a significant challenge. Had Yilin not fused his two skill states at a critical moment, Victory would have been unattainable. Had he hesitated even slightly, he would likely have perished beneath the Slaughter Knight's sword. I advise you to depart from the GT-548 planet without delay. Even though you have just slain the Slaughter Knight, there is still TC as an ally. Regardless, you are no match for our boss Yuntai. He is an invincible presence. The Dark Guild has suffered numerous defeats at your hands, and Yuntai will not sit idly by. Once this transaction concludes, he will personally eliminate you. Zhu Chao warned Yi Lin. Despite having witnessed his prowess, he remained unconvinced that Yi Lin's strength could rival that of his leader. Your words only pique my interest further. After all, a Scion's growth accelerates through relentless combat, particularly against formidable foes. However, I must concede that I currently lack the strength to continue. A temporary retreat would be prudent. But TC has already taken action, and he is likely engaged with the remaining members of your Dark Guild. Yi Lin shook his head, having discerned from the strength of the Slaughter Knight that the members of the Dark Guild were not to be underestimated. While TC was indeed powerful, single-handedly overcoming the entire Dark Guild was an impossible feat. The best course of action, as Zhu Chao suggested, was to swiftly leave GT-548. Once he regained his strength or TC companions arrived, they could easily turn the tide. That fellow is probably doomed. You fail to grasp the extent of Yuntai's power. I sense that TC was indeed a master, but I cannot fathom Yuntai's true depths. He is courting disaster. Zhu Chao believed TC was certainly facing certain death upon hearing Yi Lin's words. Boom, boom. At that moment, a series of thunderous roars emanated from above. Yi Lin frowned, gazing upward. Although the ceiling obstructed his view, he could sense several powerful forces clashing above. Among those energies, one was familiar. It was TC. However, TC aura was somewhat faint, indicating he had sustained significant injuries and was hastening towards their location. Whoosh! A flash of red light appeared, and TC materialized before Yi Lin. He looked disheveled, his body covered in wounds, with one of his ears torn and blood flowing from his injuries. TC glanced at the half of the Slaughter Knight lying on the ground, realizing that Yi Lin had also endured a fierce battle. I was discovered. Their strength is formidable. This operation is likely a failure. We must leave GT-548 for now. TC reached the same conclusion, recognizing that staying any longer would spell doom for both of them. Planning to flee? Do not even entertain that notion. You dare to disrupt a transaction of the Dark Guild and slay several of our assassins. Do you think you can escape unscathed? Four figures suddenly appeared, each radiating a presence that surpassed Yi Lin's. The imposing figure at the forefront exuded an aura of danger. Yuntai, leader of the Dark Guild, combat power, 12 billion. Upon seeing the combat power displayed by the system, Yi Lin understood the source of his unease. Yuntai's combat power was an astonishing 12 billion, far exceeding his own. Even with his recent increase in power, amplified by the tenfold Kaioken and Super Saiyan transformations, Yi Lin knew he could not match Yuntai in combat. The three individuals accompanying Yuntai are not to be underestimated. The first of them is a hunchbacked elder, whose hands are replaced by a pair of scissors, boasting a staggering combat power of 3.5 billion. The second is a man adorned with a pair of black wings, possessing a combat power of 3.8 billion. The last is a middle-aged man dressed in a warrior's garb, wielding a katana. Surprisingly, he keeps his eyes tightly closed, yet he ranks just below Yuntai in skill, with a formidable combat power reaching 5 billion. The others have already been dealt with, but these four are no ordinary adversaries. I will do my utmost to buy you time. Take the opportunity to escape quickly. This matter is my own doing and does not concern you. You have merely been caught up in it. Determination gleams in Tispo's eyes, indicating his readiness to sacrifice himself to ensure Yi Lin's escape. Fleeing is not my style, and I have already stated that I volunteered for this. Moreover, these four individuals have no intention of allowing me to leave alive. Yi Lin's gaze shifts to Yuntai, the leader of the Dark Guild, who has fixated his attention on him since the beginning. Should he make any rash moves, it is certain that Yuntai would pursue and attempt to eliminate him without hesitation. The assessment is accurate. Those who dare to harm members of the Chu Dark Guild have no chance of survival. This place is destined to become your grave. A chilling smile creeps across Yuntai's face as the other three prepare to strike. Let us join forces and break through together. Tispo casts a glance at Yi Lin, enveloped in a layer of purple energy, while Yi Lin's hair transforms into golden hues as he enters the Super Saiyan state. Their combat powers surge dramatically. Tispo's reaches an impressive 7 billion, while Yi Lin stands at 1 billion. However, he possesses the tenfold Kaioken technique in reserve, which he must not reveal prematurely if he hopes to ensure victory. Regardless, they find themselves in a dire position in this battle. Eliminate them, commands Yuntai. Suddenly, as both sides are poised to erupt into conflict, the armored ceiling above explodes, an armor that even Yi Lin cannot breach, yet it is effortlessly destroyed. A colossal figure descends from the heavens. Tuapa. As the dust settles, a figure clad in the proud warrior's attire emerges from the rubble. His somewhat rotund form contrasted by his enormous hands, radiating an unimaginable aura that Yi Lin has never encountered even from the North Kai. Chapter 139, Yi Lin vs. The Dark Guild 6. Tuapo's sudden arrival disrupts the equilibrium of the battlefield. The members of the Dark Guild, upon witnessing Tuapo's entrance, were expressions of seriousness. Sensing the formidable combat power emanating from him, Tuapa surveys the surroundings, frowning upon seeing Tispo's injuries, before fixing his gaze on the four from the Dark Guild. I am Tuapa, a warrior of the proud warriors, here to execute justice. He raises his massive hands, unleashing a powerful aura. You are Tuapa? I've heard your name. You are the strongest among the proud warriors. Yuntai's eyes lock onto Tuapa, revealing intense battle intent. The strongest? I am not the strongest. His might is beyond my reach. Tuapa glances upward, as if lost in recollection. Humph, attempting to bluff. I care not whether you are the strongest or not. Today, all who dare challenge the Dark Guild shall perish. Those who harm our members will pay with their lives. Stepping forward, Yuntai causes the ground to tremble violently. As though an earthquake has struck, nearby individuals flee in fear, leaving the area significantly emptier. Tispo, can you continue to fight? Tuapa glances sideways at Tispo, who grits his teeth and sighs reluctantly. Though I wish to carry on, my current strength is limited. These individuals are experts. I fear I am not their match. Tispo's injuries are severe, and even should he force himself to battle, his combat power would be constrained. I understand. Tuapa turns to Yi Lin. You are Yi Lin, right? I have heard of you from Conqueror. Leave these four to me, and ensure Tispo reaches safety. Tuapa implies that he deems himself capable of handling the situation alone, believing that Yi Lin and Tispo's presence would hinder his performance. I understand, but should you require assistance, I will be ready to help at any moment. Yi Lin swiftly retreats with Tispo. At that moment, the hunchbacked elder and the winged man strike, launching a frigid energy attack towards Yi Lin and Tispo's backs. However, the attack is abruptly intercepted. Tuapo's massive hands act as shields, effortlessly blocking their assault. You will face me, villains. Today marks your end. Tuapa transforms into a blur, his palm morphing into a fist, colossal and forceful, akin to a truck barreling forward. The four from the Dark Guild unite to confront Tuapa, while Yi Lin and Tispo distance themselves from the battle, ensuring their presence does not impede Tuapo's prowess. Above, a group observes the unfolding conflict, their vessel bearing the insignia of the Rhoda merchants. What an unexpected delight. I never anticipated the Dark Guild would clash with the proud warriors. This is indeed an entertaining spectacle. Among them, a bespectacled man, flanked by bodyguards, claps his hands in glee. Rather than fearing the brutal battlefield below, he revels in the chaos. Such an intriguing discovery. I did not expect to encounter such a unique race. Science? The bespectacled man's gaze fixes on Yi Lin, and despite the distance, he can hear and see the earlier battle. His body is predominantly mechanical, with his senses honed to the utmost, allowing him to perceive clearly even from afar. A contemplative expression crosses the bespectacled man's face as he retrieves his silver collar from his possession. Is it the individual who is special, or the race itself? I shall find out. He gestures toward a target not including Yi Lin or Tispo, but rather Zhu Chao, who is attempting to stealthily escape from the corner. Zhu Chao realizes that remaining here spells certain death. The Dark Guild is known for its ruthless nature, and having failed his mission, he faces an inevitable fate of execution, just like his comrades before him. Given the high caliber of combat surrounding him, he knows he cannot compete. Just as he attempts to flee, a group of black-clad bodyguards suddenly appears at his side. Zhu Chao furrows his brow, preparing to resist. But at that moment, all the bodyguards raise their hands simultaneously, manifesting an invisible energy that envelopes him. Within this wave of energy, Zhu Chao finds himself powerless to escape. His earlier strength has already diminished significantly due to the previous conflict. Who are you? Zhu Chao demands angrily. Yet, the black-clad bodyguards remain indifferent to his words, binding him and returning to the bespectacled man. Who are you? Zhu Chao furrowed his brows as he gazed at the individual before him. Upon noticing the ship emblazoned with the logo of the Luotam Merchants Association docked behind, his pupils constricted. Are you affiliated with the Luotam Merchants Association? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ein, and I serve as the chief advisor of the Luotam Merchants Association. The bespectacled man rose gracefully and spoke. Since you are with the Luotam Merchants Association, what is your intention? I am a member of the Dark Guild. Release me at once. Zhu Chao glared at Ein vehemently. Ein shook his head. Mr. Zhu Chao, you are no longer considered a member of the Dark Guild. Those involved with the Dark Guild never fail. Should they falter, they are stripped of their title as assassins. As it stands, you are nothing. The reason I have apprehended you is due to my curiosity about your race. I am eager to witness the extent of a scion's potential. Ein waved a silver collar in his hand, causing Zhu Chao to adopt a wary expression. What are your intentions? Do not be alarmed, Mr. Zhu Chao. This is a new technology one have developed, known as the potential excavation collar. It is designed to fully unearth the latent potential of its wearer. I aim to assist you in becoming even more powerful. Upon hearing Ein's words, Zhu Chao shot him a furious glare. Cease your nonsense. Such a device would undoubtedly cause immense harm to the body. You will not persuade me to wear that cursed thing. Zhu Chao struggled vehemently, instinctively aware that donning the collar would lead to his demise. However, the energy emanating from the surrounding black-clad bodyguards rendered him powerless to escape. Rest assured, Mr. Zhu Chao, your body will be developed to its utmost limits. Whether you retain your sanity depends entirely on your will. You scoundrel! Ein forcefully placed the potential excavation collar around Zhu Chao's neck. The moment the collar fastened, it emitted a powerful current, relentlessly stimulating Zhu Chao's body and unearthing the hidden potential within him. Chapter 140. The unexpected transformation of a scion. Just as Yilin prepared to retreat to safety, he suddenly halted. Yilin, what is wrong? Inquired Tissy, her brow furrowed in confusion. This is serious, Yilin replied. Boom. Just as Yilin finished speaking, a terrifying force erupted from a high-rise above, causing the ground to tremble violently, fissures forming in the earth. Even from several kilometers away, the fluctuations of that power were palpable. Combat power, 20 billion. Combat power, 25 billion. The system alerts indicated that an individual's combat power was escalating rapidly above. This frantic increase had surpassed everyone present, with no signs of abating. What on earth is happening? What is this terrifying combat power? Tissy looked at Yilin with confusion, believing he would have insight into the situation. That is the transformation of a scion. Transformation? Are you referring to that super scion state of yours? Could there be another of your kind here? Tissy recalled Yilin's ability to exponentially increase his power. Among those I have encountered previously, there was indeed a scion. However, I did not anticipate that he would suddenly transform into a super scion, and his state seems rather unstable. The energy is too chaotic. Yilin furrowed his brow, clearly sensing the spiraling energy above. This energy is too disordered, indicating that its wielder has lost control. Haha, remarkable. Is this the secret of the scion race? I never imagined a scion could achieve such a state. This is splendid. By gathering a multitude of scion slaves, combined with this potential excavation collar, the entire universe will stand powerless against the Luotam Merchants Association. Ein observed Zhu Chao, now with green hair, feeling the surge of his power, and he laughed maniacally in delight at his discovery. Ein, this individual is too dangerous. If we remain here, you may be at risk, a nearby guard cautioned. Ein waved his hand dismissively. What is there to worry about? This potential excavation collar is essentially a slave collar, should he dare to resist. The collar will unleash a powerful current, capable of reaching a voltage of 100,000 volts, enough to reduce anything to ashes. Ein, unperturbed by his subordinates' concerns, gazed at Zhu Chao with anticipation, eager to witness how much his invention could elevate combat power. Zhu Chao erupted with formidable energy, his expression one of agony as his dark hair transformed into a vibrant green. His eyes rolled back, and he lost his sanity. Yet, in his torment, Zhu Chao turned to face Ein and the others, his demeanor suggesting he might strike at any moment. Under Zhu Chao's intense gaze, a thrilled Ein shivered, sensing the threat emanating from him. What do you intend to do? Just a mere slave, yet you dare to look at me with such defiance? Have you forgotten who put you in this state? Kneel before me. Ein commanded Zhu Chao, but Zhu Chao disregarded his orders and stepped forward. Taken aback by Zhu Chao's defiance, Ein felt a surge of fear. Crash! Crash! At that moment, blinding arcs of electricity erupted from the potential excavation collar, surging through Zhu Chao's body, prompting him to roar in agony. You deserve this. Now do you understand who your master is? Kneel. Witnessing the collar perform as expected, Ein exhaled in relief, a smug smile gracing his features. However, enveloped in electricity, Zhu Chao seized the potential excavation collar. Crack! To Ein's astonishment, Zhu Chao forcibly destroyed the collar, rendering him unbound. Enraged by the electric surge, Zhu Chao charged towards Ein. Protect Lord Ein. The guards rushed to encircle Zhu Chao, yet he seemed oblivious to their presence, bulldozing through anyone who dared obstruct him. Bang! Bang! Guards were sent flying, each one originally stronger than Zhu Chao, but transformed into a super scion. Zhu Chao now possessed overwhelming combat power. He barreled through to Ein, who trembled in terror as his guards were effortlessly dispatched. Zhu Chao approached Ein, clenching his fists, ready to strike. With his current combat power, a single punch could obliterate Ein. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this critical juncture, two figures suddenly interposed themselves between Zhu Chao and Ein, Tuo Pe and Yun Tai. They had sensed the overwhelming combat power and decided to temporarily cease fighting. Quickly arriving on the scene, Yun Tai cast a wary glance behind him. Ein was a crucial member of the Lutam Merchants Association. If Ein perished here, the association might hold the Dark Guild accountable, compelling Yun Tai to intervene. Tuo Pe, embodying justice, could not allow such a threat to wreak havoc on this planet filled with innocent beings. Boom! Boom! Zhu Chao's fist collided with Tuo Pe, while Yun Tai was caught in the fray. The tremendous force of their clash forced both Tuo Pe and Yun Tai to retreat. Even in a one-on-two scenario, Zhu Chao maintained the upper hand. Remarkable. Is this individual also one of your own? This fellow is Zhu Chao? How could he possess such formidable combat prowess? Tuo Pe was perplexed, while Yun Tai felt in even deeper confusion. He was well aware of Zhu Chao's capabilities. Yet the current Zhu Chao emanated an aura of extreme danger. Be cautious. The Scions are a race that grows stronger with each battle, and currently, Zhu Chao's combat power remains unstable, suggesting the potential for further enhancement. Yi Lin and DC arrived belatedly, with Yi Lin explaining the situation to the others. Upon hearing this, Tuo Pe's gigantic fists clashed together. For the sake of justice, I must eradicate your evil. Tuo Pe's eyes glowed red as he gathered an energy sphere between his hands, which was no ordinary key, but a force brimming with destructive power. Chapter 141. Rescue. Within that energy sphere resided the essence of destruction. Yi Lin's gaze fixated on the sphere. He could keenly sense the fear coursing through his body. In the face of such power, he knew he could not withstand it in his current state. Your existence threatens this planet. I must obliterate you. Tuo Pe exuded a terrifying battle aura, which soared to an astonishing 500 billion. Destructive energy bomb. With a wave of his hand, Tuo Pe unleashed a dark energy sphere that seemed capable of devouring all light, hurtling straight towards Zhu Chao. Roar! Zhu Chao let out a beastly roar. His mind in disarray, the rage consuming him. Even when confronted with this destructive energy, he did not flinch. Instead, he braced himself with his arms against the impending force. However, this technique was one of the Destroyer Gods. Although Yi Lin believed Tuo Pe had not fully mastered it, its flaws were evident. Zhu Chao roared in anger as the destructive force gradually ground away at his arms. No matter how strong Zhu Chao's combat power was, it could not withstand the onslaught of this destructive energy, pinning him down beneath the dark sphere. Blood splattered from his hands. It would not be long before the energy sphere consumed him entirely. The onlookers showed no sympathy for the proud warriors. Sparing Zhu Chao's life would plunge not just this star, but the entire universe into chaos. As for Yun Tai from the Dark Guild, he remained indifferent. To him, Zhu Chao was already a traitor, and a traitor's demise suited him just fine. In the next moment, something unexpected occurred. Yi Lin suddenly vanished and reappeared before Zhu Chao, his palm coalescing into a powerful spiraling energy bomb. Wind release, supermassive Rasengan. With his body enhanced by the tenfold Kaioken and Super Saiyan state, Yi Lin unleashed his strongest technique. Boom! Yi Lin's strike surged to an astounding 200 billion in combat power, yet even so, it could not fully counter the destructive energy bomb. Although it could not completely halt it, the bomb's speed was momentarily slowed. Yilin, what are you doing? He is a villain. DC Per exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief at Yilin's actions. Tuapa furrowed his brow, recognizing Yilin as an ally. He reluctantly halted the destructive energy bomb. Yilin also withdrew his energy, his gaze fixed on the others. The world is not merely divided into absolute good and evil. He has merely been manipulated, his mind influenced. Now, he is no longer under such sway. As the crowd turned their eyes back to Zhu Chao, they found him in a pitiable state, his arms injured, pain and wounds rendering him nearly unconscious. His once formidable combat prowess vanished without a trace. Yet, there was no guarantee he would not revert to that state again. Only by ensuring his complete eradication could absolute safety be secured. Tuapo's gaze still held murderous intent. He regarded Zhu Chao as a threat. DC Per, is this what your proud warriors deem justice? To strike down one who can no longer resist? What difference does this make from the Dark Guild? Yilin, unfamiliar with Tuapa, directed his words towards DC Per. After hesitating for a moment, DC Per stepped in front of Tuapa. Tuapa, let this matter rest. He truly lacks the strength to resist, and Yilin is my friend. Without him, I might have perished. Upon hearing DC Po's words, Tuapa glanced at Yilin, then withdrew his energy, tacitly agreeing to Yilin's request. Humph. Your restraint does not imply my inaction. The Dark Guild has its own rules. The defeated must be eliminated. Yuntai charged towards Yilin and Zhu Chao, aiming to eradicate Zhu Chao entirely. Yuntai's combat power reached 100 billion. Given his current state, victory would be exceedingly difficult, especially with the severely injured Zhu Chao behind him. DC Per, let us regroup later. Instant transmission. Yilin's hand rested on Zhu Chao, and in an instant, both vanished without a trace, leaving Yuntai's punch to strike nothing but air. Furrowing his brow, Yuntai retracted his fist, realizing he could no longer sense Yilin and Zhu Chao's presence nearby. He had not anticipated such a unique method of movement. This Yilin was truly remarkable. Tuapo admired Yilin's techniques, then turned his gaze to Yuntai, who met Tuapo's gaze in return. Let today end in a draw. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. Tuapa, while you are indeed formidable, carrying a burden makes it difficult for you to gain the upper hand against us. Behind Yuntai stood several other assassins. While Tuapa did not fear a fight, DC Per was now injured, and the Dark Guild might seize this opportunity to attack him. Tuapa, it matters not to me, even if I must sacrifice myself. I will not hesitate to eradicate this group of cosmic scum. DC Po's gaze was fixed on the members of the Dark Guild, his expression resolute and unwavering. You may leave, but should we cross paths again, I will certainly uphold justice. A wise decision. I look forward to our next encounter. We depart. Yuntai exchanged a glance with Tuapa, then led his subordinates away, while DC Pa clenched his fists in frustration. Outside planet GT-548, a spacecraft hastily departed, carrying Ein from the Rhoda Merchant Guild. He had seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to escape the battlefield, clutching a vial of blood plasma extracted from Zhu Chao. A scion. The combat power of the scions has reached such heights. This journey has proven worthwhile. With this blood, I can conduct genetic cloning. Soon, I shall create an army of scions, and then I shall see who dares to oppose the Rhoda Merchant Guild in this universe. Ha ha ha. Ein laughed maniacally aboard the spaceship. Chapter 142. Healing in the boundless expanse of the cosmos. Yilin suddenly appeared in outer space with Zhu Chao. The various pressures of space bore down upon them, yet all external forces were warded off by Yilin's energy, which also shielded Zhu Chao. Lacking a profound friendship with Zhu Chao, Yilin's motivation for saving him stemmed solely from concern for the scion, given the severity of his injuries. Even a Senzu being might struggle to heal him completely in one go. Yilin cast a glance at the still unconscious Zhu Chao, whose body had been pushed to the brink of exhaustion, having been forcibly squeezed beyond its inherent potential. The burden of his earlier transformation had taken a significant toll on Zhu Chao's physique. While Yilin pondered how to aid Zhu Chao's recovery, a spaceship fortuitously traversed the starry expanse. Upon recognizing the emblem of the spacecraft, Yilin's eyes sparkled. It was the vessel of the Cosmic Police. In an instant, Yilin traversed through the fabric of space, materializing within the ship. Who goes there? The sudden appearance of Yilin startled the Cosmic Police officers aboard, their weapons instinctively drawn towards him. My companion is injured. I am in search of a nearby planet that can provide medical assistance. Yi Lin endeavored to present himself as amicable, while the officers exchanged wary glances. Wait, aren't you the one who assisted us in rescuing the slaves aboard the ship of the Rhoda Merchant Guild? One officer, astonished, pointed at Yi Lin. A 109. Do you recognize this individual? Inquired a more senior officer. Indeed, Captain. A few days prior, we intercepted a convoy from the Rhoda Merchant Guild, and it was thanks to his help, replied a 109. The captain nodded in acknowledgement. Lower your weapons. He is one of us. Understood. With the captain's command, the officers holstered their weapons, and Yi Lin's gaze turned towards the captain. Although he appeared no different from an ordinary earthling, the pair of goat horns adorning the officers' heads marked their distinction from Yi Lin's race. Greetings, I am the captain of this cosmic police ship. You may call me a Fei. I have heard of your assistance recently, and I am grateful. The captain extended his hand towards Yi Lin, who reciprocated the gesture. It was merely a trivial act, and I had my own motives at the time. Serendipity led to my involvement. Yi Lin had merely sought to gather intelligence and shift the tide of the situation. And it was a fortunate coincidence that the cosmic police and TC Po arrived in time, prompting his aid. A Fei acknowledged Yi Lin's humility with a nod, then shifted his attention to Zhu Chao, who lay in Yi Lin's arms. Your companion appears gravely injured. We possess a medical chamber aboard. You can place him there. If memory serves me correctly, there exists a planet nearby known as Guahuashing, which boasts excellent medical resources. Your companion should receive ample care there, and we can escort you to Guahuashing. Yi Lin's eyes brightened at this prospect. That would be most appreciated. Under a Fei's guidance, Zhu Chao was placed within the sealed medical chamber, allowing his body to receive vital nourishment. Captain, it seems this individual is an assassin from the Dark Guild. One of the cosmic police officers remarked shortly after Zhu Chao was secured. On the display screen, various health metrics and Zhu Chao's identity information were revealed. The cosmic police, dedicated to combating crime, possessed intelligence on various criminal organizations, including Zhu Chao's affiliation with the Dark Guild. A Fei's gaze shifted to Yi Lin, seeking clarification. The notoriety of the Dark Guild's assassins was well known, and even a Fei could not afford to ignore it. He is indeed an assassin of the Dark Guild. However, he has since betrayed them and is currently being hunted by the organization. It is precisely this pursuit that has left him severely injured. Yi Lin did not conceal the truth. A Fei glanced at the unconscious Zhu Chao in the medical chamber before tacitly accepting Yi Lin's explanation. Once we arrive at Guahuashing, please attend to his injuries promptly. A Fei chose not to press further regarding Zhu Chao's identity, evidently opting to disregard the matter. Thank you. Yi Lin expressed his gratitude, and shortly thereafter, he boarded the cosmic police ship, setting course for Guahuashing. After a day of travel, the ship finally reached Guahuashing. It was a relatively small planet, yet capable of supporting a population in the hundreds of thousands. Welcome to Guahuashing, home to the finest doctors in the universe. We can only bring you this far. We must continue our mission and part ways here, a Fei announced. I appreciate your assistance, Yi Lin replied as he and Zhu Chao disembarked the ship, making their way into the heart of Guahuashing. As they exited, the cosmic police vessel resumed its journey through the cosmos. Captain, is it truly wise to release that assassin from the Dark Guild? One officer questioned, bewildered after the ship had departed. That assassin is a serious criminal, he added. The assassin is gravely injured and unconscious. While he is a target of arrest, he is not a core member of the Dark Guild. Capturing him would have little impact on the organization, and I doubt we could subdue Zhu Chao even if we attempted, a Fei replied, his instincts sharp. He recognized Yi Lin's formidable strength. Should they engage as adversaries, the lives of all aboard the ship would likely be at stake. Thus, a Fei deemed this the most prudent course of action, especially given that they had not encountered Yi Lin and Zhu Chao prior to this moment. Upon entering Guahuashing, Yi Lin surveyed the landscape, astonished to find hospitals dotting the planet. Numerous medical facilities stood closely together, yet despite their abundance, long lines of patients persisted. Guahuashing was renowned for its wealth of physicians and superior medical equipment, drawing countless individuals from across the universe. The throngs of people waiting for treatment were a testament to this fact. Seeing such a crowd, Yi Lin frowned, realizing that if they continued to wait, it could be quite some time before Zhu Chao received care. Zhu Chao had already exited the medical chamber, his condition continuing to deteriorate. Yi Lin needed to act swiftly. Unfamiliar with Guahuashing, he could only seek out a well-regarded hospital by observing the areas with the most foot traffic. The less popular facilities were a gamble in regard to their ability to treat Zhu Chao's injuries. Your friend seems to be in dire straits. Are you seeking to save him? Yi Lin turned to see a young girl beside him, carrying a basket filled with herbs. She assessed Zhu Chao's faint pulse with a keen gaze. Do you know of any reputable hospitals here that can assist my friend? If you wish to save him, follow me. My master can help, the girl replied, setting off with her basket of herbs. Yi Lin glanced back at Zhu Chao's pale face and followed her. Zhu Chao's condition could not afford any further delay, and the prominent hospitals would likely take too long to attend to him. This was his only option. As they ventured further away from the bustling city along a rural path, Yi Lin furrowed his brows. It seemed unlikely that a legitimate hospital would be found in such a location. Just as he was about to call out to the girl, she pointed ahead. That building is where my master lives. I am certain he can heal your friend, for he is the most skilled doctor in this world. The girl spoke with great pride about her master, and Yi Lin followed her finger to see a quaint wooden cabin nestled in the woods, with wisps of smoke curling from its chimney. Master, I have returned. The little girl shouted into the small wooden house, and soon after, a swaying figure emerged from within. Xiaoling, I have told you several times that my ears are quite sensitive. Please refrain from shouting so loudly, or I might end up deaf, the figure grumbled. When Yi Lin finally discerned the identity of the individual stepping out of the cabin, his eyes widened in disbelief. Shenron? It was no wonder that Yi Lin was so astonished, for the creature that appeared was a plump cat, entirely white. This rotund feline was expressing its grievances with a comical cat face, and astonishingly, it was capable of human speech. Due to the striking resemblance, Yi Lin initially mistook it for Shenron. Shenron? Who is that? My name is Cam. Who might you be? The chubby cat queried, regarding Yi Lin with confusion and introducing itself. Its gaze then shifted to Zhu Chao, who stood beside Yi Lin. Xiaoling, I have told you repeatedly not to bring people home at random. I have neither the inclination nor the ability to save anyone. Master, you are deceiving yourself. Your medical skills are unparalleled, and the miraculous pills you have developed are unmatched. Those who seek your aid fear your appearance, which is why you chose to live in such a secluded mountain forest, Xiaoling retorted with all her might. Unbeknownst to her, her words struck a chord. Upon hearing her mention of the pills, and noting the cat's striking resemblance to Shenron, Yi Lin couldn't help but recall the legendary Xiando. Mr. Cam, I wonder if the pills Xiaoling mentioned could be sold to me. I wish to use them to heal my friend's injuries. Yi Lin resolved to take a chance. If they indeed were Xiando, possessing them would certainly yield better results than any hospital could offer. Cam regarded Yi Lin with a puzzled expression. Aren't you disturbed by the fact that a cat is speaking? That is rather unsettling, isn't it? Cam pointed at its own feline face. Not at all. In fact, Mr. Cam, you bear an uncanny resemblance to a friend of mine, which is why I mistook you. I feel quite at ease, Yi Lin replied. Cam paused momentarily, then fell silent for a while before retreating into the wooden house. He soon re-emerged with a small box, which he opened. These are the pills I have developed. They possess the ability to cure countless ailments. Have your friend take one, and I believe he will awaken shortly. When Yi Lin beheld the contents of the small box, his eyes sparkled with delight. He took the box and retrieved the pills within. These are indeed Xiando. Having consumed countless Xiando in the past, he was certain he could not be mistaken. The appearance of the Xiando validated Yi Lin's suspicions, confirming the parallel existence of Cam and Shenron. Xiando? I have yet to name my pills, but that name sounds quite splendid. Henceforth, I shall call them Xiando, Cam declared, clearly pleased with Yi Lin's suggestion. Once Yi Lin confirmed that these were indeed Xiando, he administered one to Zhu Chao, fully aware of its miraculous properties. Though Zhu Chao's injuries were severe, with Xiando, recovery was imminent. Indeed, after consuming the Xiando, Zhu Chao's complexion improved significantly, and shortly thereafter, he slowly opened his eyes. Yi Lin, where am I? The newly awakened Zhu Chao surveyed his surroundings, a look of confusion crossing his face. You were captured by the Luotam Merchant Guild. I rescued you and brought you to this ancient planet for treatment. Your injuries have not fully healed, but you are no longer in danger, Yi Lin explained. Zhu Chao remained silent for a moment, gradually recalling the events that had transpired with his body. Thank you. After a brief silence, Zhu Chao could only offer that response, feeling he had little to repay Yi Lin with at present. Though your injuries will heal quickly with my Xiando, you still need to rest and eat well. I have prepared a meal, so both of you should stay and eat, Cam invited, leading Yilin and Zhu Chao into the wooden house. A feast awaited them on the table, emanating a tantalizing aroma. Gurgle. Both Zhu Chao and Yilin's stomachs rumbled, for since arriving in this 11th universe, Yilin had yet to enjoy a proper meal. Now that food was laid before them, he felt the pangs of hunger. Dig in. I have prepared plenty. Cam chuckled heartily upon hearing their stomachs growl, urging them to begin their meal. Yilin and Zhu Chao, no longer hesitating, sat down and voraciously attacked the feast laid out before them.